Meet Joe. He is a typical entrepreneur in the United States who is about to start a new downtown coffee shop. We'll be following Joe throughout this lesson to see how economics affects his life. Economics is about the allocation of resources available to fulfill people's needs and wants for goods and services. In a perfect world, we would have unlimited resources and everyone would have all their needs and wants fulfilled. But we don't live in a perfect world. Resources are scarce or limited. Consequently, not all wants can be fulfilled, and decisions must be made about the allocation of resources. Economics is studying how everyone, from an individual to an entire country, makes these decisions. Joe lives in a market economy, where most resources are held in the hands of individuals who have the right to decide what to do with them. Like everyone else, Joe both consumes resources in the economy and provides resources to the economy. For example, he supplies labor to the economy and he also buys resources such as food, transportation, and housing. Since he's starting a coffee shop, he will have to obtain resources such as espresso machines, grinders, coffee beans, milk, and cups. He'll also need electricity and water, as well as labor from employees. Since Joe wants to start a business, he'll be particularly interested in microeconomics, which is the study of how consumers and businesses make economic decisions. One of the most important concepts of microeconomics is the law of supply and demand. This law states that if everything else stays the same, the price of a good or service will be high if the demand for it is high and the supply of it is low. On the other hand, if the demand for it is low and the supply of it is high, the price will tend to be low. If the demand for Java is higher than the supply, the price of a cup will go up. If the demand for it is lower than the supply, Joe will have to cut his prices to make sales. Some economists believe that the economy is guided by an invisible hand, a term coined by English economist Adam Smith in his book, The Wealth of Nations. Basically, the idea is that buyers and sellers will make decisions based upon what's best for them, in their self-interest, and the sum of these interests creates the best result for an economy. Let's look at the invisible hand at work. Joe will only buy a commercial-grade espresso machine at a price that is worth it to him. Vinny, the vendor, will only sell his espresso maker to Joe at a price that is worth it to Vinny. No one makes Joe buy what Vinny is selling. They each decide on their own if it is in their best interest to do the deal. The price at which Joe is willing to buy and the price that Vinny is willing to sell should be an efficient allocation of economic resources. Joe will also be interested in macroeconomics. While microeconomics studies a piece of the economy, macroeconomics studies the entire economy. It looks at economic effects in the aggregate. A hint to the distinction between micro and macroeconomics can be found in their prefixes. Micro means small and macro means big. Macroeconomics looks at the big picture. Common areas of study include inflation, which is an increase in the general price level in an economy, unemployment, economic output, which is the aggregate output of goods and services in the economy, business cycle, which is the ups and downs of an economy, including growth, recession, depression, and recovery, fiscal policy, which is the government's decision on taxing and spending and its effect on an economy, monetary policy, which is the government's decision regarding money supply and interest rates and its effect on an economy, international trade, study of economic systems. Economists study different economic systems such as free market economies, command economies, and mixed economies. As you can see, macroeconomics helps us understand how the economy as a whole affects our lives. These macroeconomic matters affect everyone, but let's focus on Joe. Business owners like Joe will be concerned with the unemployment rate and inflation rate because it will impact the cost of labor. Inflation also affects the cost of goods and services needed for his business. Government taxation and spending will also affect Joe's business. Taxes take money out of his pocket, and government spending means there are more people working providing goods and services to the government. These people will then have money to buy his coffee. The supply of money and interest rates will affect the price of goods and the cost of loans. A current discussion in economics is economic growth and sustainability. Economic growth is simply increasing the economy's ability to produce more goods and services. Joe's coffee shop adds to economic growth because more coffee, cappuccinos, lattes, mochas, and espressos are produced and sold. The more Joe sells, the more employees he must hire to keep up with demand. He'll also need to buy more goods and services. He can also increase growth by improving productivity, getting more goods and services out of the same or fewer resources than he used before. However, there is a significant question whether growth can go on forever. Resources are limited. There's only so much oil, timber, water, metals, and the like to produce goods and services. Some of these resources cannot be renewed, and increases in productivity through technology may have limits. Additionally, unfettered economic growth can have adverse environmental consequences, such as pollution and depletion of non-renewable resources like a rainforest. Some advocate for a sustainable approach to economic development where economic growth takes into account the impact on the environment so that economic growth is sustainable over time. Joe can contribute to sustainable growth. For example, he can use recycled paper for his disposable coffee cups, purchase organically grown coffee beans, and implement water and energy conservation policies at work. Let's review what we've learned. Economics is the study of efficiently allocating resources to fulfill the needs and wants of people. The study of economics is divided into two primary subdivisions. Microeconomics is the study of the economic decision-making of businesses and consumers, while macroeconomics is the study of the economy as a whole. Economic growth is an increase in the output of goods and services produced in an economy. Economic growth may be limited by a finite amount of resources and technological limits. Sustainable economic growth is an attempt to create economic growth in a way that is sustainable and limits the damage to the environment.
Microeconomics is a branch of economics that studies the behavior of individuals and businesses and how decisions are made based on the allocation of limited resources. Simply put, it is the study of how we make decisions because we know we don't have all the money and time in the world to purchase and do everything. Microeconomics examines how these decisions and behaviors affect the supply and demand for goods and services, which determine the prices we pay. These prices, in turn, determine the quantity of goods supplied by businesses and the quantity of goods demanded by consumers. Microeconomics explores issues such as how families reach decisions about what to buy and how much to save. It also affects how firms, such as Nike, determine how many shoes to make and at what price to sell, as well as how competitive different industries are and how that affects consumers. Microeconomics should not be confused with macroeconomics, which is the study of economy-wide things such as growth, inflation, and unemployment. Microeconomics is a high-level branch of economics that has many different components. Let's take a closer look at common topics found in microeconomics. Supply and demand. Supply and demand are the most fundamental tools of economic analysis. Many topics and economic reasoning involve supply and demand in one form or another. So what is supply and demand? Let's take a look at a simple example. In the winter, the cold causes you to heat your house for more hours than you would in other months. This is likely true not just for you, but for all of your neighbors as well. As a result, demand for heat is higher. Because demand is higher, gas companies can charge more for gas. Similarly, an oil spill from a tanker, bad weather, or war in the Middle East may often create a short-term gas shortage, which is a reduction in supply and can affect the price you pay also. The diagram seen here is a common supply and demand curve in microeconomics. Elasticity. Elasticity is used to help determine the change in consumer demand, how much you want of something, as a result of change in the good's price. When a good or service is elastic, this suggests that the demand for the good or service is affected by a change in price, whereas something that is inelastic is insensitive to price. An example of an elastic good may be an apple. If the price of apples goes up, you most likely will think about switching to a different fruit that is cheaper. The demand for the fruit will go down. A couple of examples of inelastic goods are baby formula and electricity. Even if the price goes up, you will most likely keep buying them. Businesses often strive to sell products or services that are, or seem, inelastic in demand, because doing so can mean that few consumers will be lost if they raise prices. Opportunity cost. Opportunity cost really dives into how individuals and businesses weigh different options. The opportunity cost is the value of the best foregone alternative. This definition captures the idea that the cost of something is not just its monetary cost, but also the value of what you didn't get. For example, the opportunity cost of spending $50 on a pair of shoes is what you would have done with the $50 instead, and perhaps the value of the time spent shopping. The opportunity cost of purchasing a pet includes not just the purchase price of the pet, but also the food, carpet cleaning, veterinary bills, and so on. So the pet that initially cost $100 may really have an opportunity cost of $800. What could you purchase for $800 instead? Market equilibrium. In the context of supply and demand, equilibrium refers to a condition where the pressure for higher prices is exactly balanced by the pressure for lower prices, so that the current state of exchange between buyers and sellers can be expected to persist. This is often not the case, however. Many times, surpluses and shortages exist for products that cause prices to go up and down. Forms of competition. There are a few different forms of competition. Perfect competition means that there are many businesses with identical products, no barriers to entry, such as political barriers or large upfront investments, and good pricing information. This usually results in good prices for consumers. Oligopoly refers to a situation in which a particular market is controlled by a small group of firms, such as the gasoline industry. Monopoly is a market structure characterized by a single seller selling a unique product in the market. In a monopoly market, the seller faces no competition, as he is the sole seller of goods with no close substitute. An example of this may be a company in your area that provides electricity or water. Profit maximization. Profit maximization is the process by which a firm determines the price and output level that returns the greatest profit. Let's review. Microeconomics is a key area of economics that studies the behavior of individuals and businesses and how decisions are made based on the allocation of limited resources, such as time and money. Common topics are supply and demand, elasticity, opportunity cost, market equilibrium, forms of competition, and profit maximization. Microeconomics should not be confused with macroeconomics, which is the study of economy-wide things, such as growth, inflation, and unemployment.
Let's say you got out of bed this morning and felt pretty groggy. You lurched into the kitchen and found that your no-good roommate forgot to make coffee. So you throw yourself together and grab something with caffeine from a coffee shop down the road. While you may not feel like it so early in the morning, you've already played one of the most essential roles in the economy. More precisely, you've been a consumer. A consumer is someone who uses economic products, whether the product is coffee or a car or a vacation to Europe. Economics absolutely depends on you to work. Alternatively, let's say you were the barista behind the counter, or better yet, the owner of the coffee shop. In that case, you're a producer, since you transform raw materials into a finished economic good. In this case, your raw materials were coffee beans, water, cream, and sugar, but also electricity, labor, and the land your store sits on. All that just to sell a cup of coffee. On a much larger scale, almost all of us act as both consumers and producers at some point in our lives. As a coffee shop, you make some pretty serious assumptions about your consumers. Beyond the obvious, such as they exist or will know where to find you, you assume that they will want coffee in the morning. As such, you have more people working at 8 a.m. than at 8 p.m. But it's more than that, especially when you are looking at consumers across an entire economy. First of all, we know that all consumers experience scarcity in all resources. Now, these resources won't always be the same. For a massive economy, scarcity could very well balance out into a blanket statement such as, the American economy needs more fuel, or healthcare, or education, or anything else. But for your consumer in that coffee shop, you know her time is precious. That's why the best coffee shops will have their most frequent customers' orders waiting for them. You also assume that your consumers will use utility in making their decisions. For the greater economy, we assume that people will pay for things that give them the most use. That cup of coffee symbolizes an investment made in hopes of gaining greater alertness. It had better pay off. In short, you want your cup of coffee to be a rational decision for your consumer. Note that I did not say a rational decision, but instead a rational decision for your consumer. A straightforward rational decision would not value the ethereal atmosphere of the coffee shop, from the smell of espresso to the smile of the cute barista. Instead, a straight rational approach would favor high-octane coffee from a gas station. But for your consumer, those are experiences that their own rationality justifies. You depend on the consumers who buy that coffee, which is why businesses everywhere try to understand their customers better. From having you follow them on social media to grocery store loyalty cards, businesses are obsessed with understanding their customers. Or put another way, producers are always looking at ways to better serve their consumers. This is understandable. A happy consumer is a consumer that is spending more resources, which means higher incomes for producers. However, this has an even greater impact on a much larger scale. On a macroeconomic level, it is beneficial for governments to understand what consumers are purchasing with their resources. For starters, it allows them to take actions to make sure that economic growth is encouraged. After all, economic growth is good for just about everyone because it means that there are more opportunities for people to have greater resources, thus limiting the effects of scarcity. However, it also allows the government to predict future consumer interests and help make sure that infrastructure is in place to handle the effects of that new consumption, from roads and electrical lines to legal regulations and increased pollution. In this lesson, we looked at the role of consumer choice in economics. We started with an explanation about the roles of consumers and producers. From there, we looked at some of the assumptions that producers make about their consumers. Namely, consumers are assumed to be experiencing scarcity and are thought to have a desire to use their limited resources to gain the greatest possible utility. This is all of vital importance to economists for not only helping producers plan for increased or decreased production, but also to help governments ensure that infrastructure is in place to comfortably absorb expansion.
Economics is an applied science, just the same as medicine or engineering. Medical professionals strive to find better ways to treat disease and help people live better, healthier lives, all the while knowing that they will probably never treat the root cause of the issue, the ultimate frailty of the human body. Likewise, engineers build factories, bridges, and computers that they know will be out of date, but that nonetheless solve a practical purpose at the present. Economists also fight an unbeatable enemy, but one that governs far more than health or mechanics. Instead, economists are tasked with addressing the issue of scarcity. Scarcity states that nothing exists in infinite quantities, and it is absolutely essential to understanding economics. Luckily, economists don't have to attempt to address scarcity blindly. Instead, they're armed with the idea of utility, which helps people understand how useful something is to us. Let's talk about the bad news first. Scarcity exists. I don't care what resource you're talking about, it's scarce. Food? Scarce. Air? Scarce. Diamond rings? Very scarce. In fact, maybe this whole scarcity thing isn't so bad. Seriously, we tend to make bad decisions when we forget that scarcity exists. When we forgot that air and water were scarce resources, we polluted them. And now we have to spend more of our scarce resources to fix those mistakes. When companies treat their employees as an infinite resource that can be replaced at a whim and use this as an excuse to lower wages, they often find that no work is getting done by anyone since all their employees are on strike. That means that the company has to spend its resources to stay afloat during the strike rather than to produce more goods to sell. Scarcity is literally everywhere, and it's not likely to disappear anytime soon. In fact, location has a great deal to do with scarcity. When you're at the grocery store, you've no doubt seen drinks on sale in the cooler for around $2. You occasionally get one, knowing full well that if you were to exit the line and walk to the back of the store, you could get much more bang for your buck. However, because cool drinks are a scarce good, the store can charge more for them. Granted, we can always increase efficiency, or our ability to make more of something with a given amount of inputs. However, that greater efficiency is still not infinite. Until such time that science gives us a machine that produces infinite amounts of everything instantaneously and moves it instantaneously to any place, I can absolutely assure you that scarcity will always exist. Don't worry, it's not all doom and gloom for economists. Luckily, we have a very useful tool to help determine a pecking order of priorities. While every resource experiences scarcity, every resource also has a utility. Utility is the term that economists use to describe the usefulness of something to someone. Utility gives us a very useful way of figuring out how to use scarce resources in the most productive ways. Think about it like this. Let's say on Friday night you were going to have some friends over to watch TV all night. Now, do you get pizza or do you get carryout from that fancy French restaurant across town? If it's just you and your friends having fun, you're probably going to order the pizza. After all, the utility of needing to order escargot just isn't there. However, what if instead of having a bunch of friends over, you were actually going on a date with someone you found extremely attractive? Now, you're probably racing to the French restaurant's website to make reservations. In this case, the utility of impressing your date far outweighs the utility of having a few extra dollars in your bank account. It's not always so cut and dry, though. Presumably, you're watching this lesson because you want to do well in economics as part of a degree. Why go to college? That's a lot of tuition money you could spend on other things. Why economics? Why not medicine or engineering? The answer is that you find greater utility in economics, and specifically doing well in said economics course, than you would in anything else. In this lesson, we learned about the roles that scarcity and utility play in economics. We learned how scarcity exists everywhere and how, despite our best efforts to increase efficiency, there is absolutely no chance that anything will ever exist in truly limitless quantities at every location that we require. Additionally, we learned how economists use utility to better cope with scarcity and how utility can change depending on different circumstances.
At its core, economics is nothing more than the study of scarcity, a word economists use to describe the fact that no resource is infinite. Take a minute to let that really sink in. Everything is limited in quantity. This makes the most sense when faced with something that we can really understand as being limited, like Babe Ruth rookie cards or jewelry. But it is a lot harder to accept when you look at something we treat largely as limitless, like air or water. But think about what happens when we start to treat water or air as limitless resources. We end up with pollution, which limits the usefulness of the remaining resource. The concept of scarcity means that economists never forget that there are limits on everything. However, to go along with that scarcity is the idea of utility. Utility is a measure of how useful something is. Economists assume that humans allocate their resources in a rational manner in order to gain the greatest utility possible. Needless to say, one person's utility may not be someone else's. If you own a steel mill, acquiring raw iron is of much greater utility than it is to someone who owns a dairy farm. Likewise, hay may be relatively useless to you, but for the dairy farmer, it is vital as feed for the cows. However, that difference in utility is not the only real difficulty that is faced when allocating resources. A central concern is making sure that we are producing as much of a good as possible. All sorts of things limit our ability to produce goods that may be beyond our immediate control. If a new technology to increase steel production hasn't been invented yet, then I can't very well be expected to use it in producing steel. Likewise, if a new factory hasn't been built yet, I can't be expected to use it. However, this makes controlling those factors that we can shape even more important. For a steel mill owner, this could mean any number of things. Most obviously, you can't make steel if you don't have iron to turn into steel. However, all the iron in the world won't do you any good without electricity to power the machinery, workers to operate the factory, or quality machines to transform the iron into steel. We can thus see that major concerns in avoiding inefficiency include supplies of raw materials and utilities, working technology, and labor supply. And of course, you've got to have money to pay for everything. All of this effort to make sure that resources are effectively allocated is called, oddly enough, allocative efficiency. Incredibly, that's just one steel mill. Now think of an economy of millions of businesses, households, and groups trying to make those same decisions. It's maddening. As a result, a number of major systems have developed as a way of addressing this issue of allocating resources. Economists have had an eye towards equity, or making sure that the available resources are distributed fairly. 3 major schools of thought have emerged on the subject. The contributive standard states that people should only get resources based on their ability to contribute. This is often associated with pure capitalism. Conversely, the needs standard provides resources to the people who need them the most. This is seen as the inspiration for communism. Finally, the equality standard provides for everyone to have the same amount of resources, regardless of contribution or need. While this sounds appealing on some level, ask yourself, do you really want your paperboy making as much money as your surgeon? In this lesson, we discussed how economies allocate resources. We started by reviewing the concepts of scarcity and utility. Scarcity is the idea that all resources are limited in quantity, while utility is a measure of the usefulness of a given resource to someone. We use the example of a steel mill and a dairy farm to demonstrate how one firm's utility for a given resource can differ from that of another firm. Also, we learned that the process by which whole economies can work to allocate resources can differ massively because of different philosophical approaches to determine who deserves what. 3 of these different philosophies were the contributive standard, by which those who contribute get more of the income; needs standard, by which those who need more get more income; and the equality standard, in which everyone gets the exact same share.
Let's say that you run a widget factory. One day, someone comes into your office and offers a brand new way of manufacturing widgets. You'll have the full rights to the process if you choose to buy it, and it will definitely make your profits go up. However, there's a catch. The new process has a price equivalent to how much your factory makes in 3 months. Also, you'd have to slow down production for the new equipment to be installed, meaning that your company wouldn't make as much money in the 2 months to install it as it would otherwise. So what do? Do you thank the inventor for his time and show him the door, or do you call the chief financial officer and have her start crunching some numbers? If you want your business to stay competitive, then chances are that you're already on the phone with the CFO. Utility is the idea that the real value of something is in its usefulness, not anything implicit. In this lesson, we'll take a look at what utility means for business decision-making. Let's back this up for a second just to make sure you get the idea of utility. Suddenly, you go from being in your office to being stranded on a desert island. A genie appears and offers you a choice. You can either have all the money in the world and never be rescued, or a fully charged satellite phone and GPS beacon. Chances are you take the phone and the beacon. After all, that money doesn't do you any good if you can't spend it. That is the core concept of utility. What is most useful to the organization? In the above example, using the new manufacturing process had great utility because it upgraded efficiency. Still, utility has to be balanced properly to find out the real cost. By real cost, I mean how much you're actually going to spend making that happen. Let's go back to our widget manufacturing plant. Let's say that your widgets are timeless and always in demand. Before you think that I've lost my mind, that could mean anything from a pencil to a toilet seat. You'll have to take a short-term loss to make the necessary upgrades, but you'll have so much more to gain later. However, let's say that the new process actually wasn't such a great deal. Whereas everyone is currently trained on how to use the current manufacturing system, the new version requires yearly training of a month at a time. That's a massive loss of productivity. In that case, it may not be so worthwhile. Let's take a minute to look at how pursuing utility fundamentally changed some companies. Most obviously, Henry Ford made a huge jump over his competition by embracing utility. The upgrades required to run an assembly line were unthinkable in a time when most cars were still produced by a handful of mechanics, one at a time, using custom-made parts. However, by pursuing utility, Ford not only changed the car industry, but the entire manufacturing sector. Still, sometimes going after utility without checking for the total cost can be a disaster. In the 1970s, Nigeria was ready to become a first world country. It knew that such investment needed roads, so it bought massive quantities of cement. By some estimates, 1/3 of the world's concrete was off the shore of Nigeria. There was just one problem. Nigeria only had one port capable of offloading concrete, and it was relatively small. As a result, many ships just sat off the coast, while Nigeria's modernization really didn't take off. The greater utility for Nigeria would have been an investment in ports, but because of that, it ended up wasting literally tons of money. In this lesson, we took a look at the importance of utility for business decisions. Utility is the idea that the real value of something should be a measure of its usefulness, not necessarily any inherent value. We expanded on this concept by looking at how utility can change depending on the nature of the circumstances of the moment. We also saw how efficiency is not always a universally good idea. Finally, the transformative nature of a business that focused on utility was examined in the Ford Automotive Company, as well as the case of Nigeria, where utility was not followed. What would you say if I told you that people buying more ice cream causes people to wear swimsuits more often? You'd probably give me a funny look. However, if you look at the numbers, it seems to make sense. When ice cream sales go up, people tend to spend more time in swimsuits. But does that mean that the increased consumption of ice cream causes people to wear swimsuits more often? In a word, no. What you've just seen here is an example of a logical fallacy that economists often encounter. Again, when you look at the numbers, it makes sense. However, the reason that you see more people in swimsuits during times of increased ice cream sales has nothing to do with the ice cream. In fact, it has everything to do with the time of year people buy ice cream. In the summer, people spend time in swimsuits, and people eat ice cream. They do both because the weather is hot. The hot weather causes increased ice cream consumption, as well as more people to wear swimsuits. As a result, we call this sort of relationship causation, because one action clearly causes the other. The relationship between ice cream sales and swimsuit sightings is instead a correlation, which means the compared items mirror each other, but may not have anything to do with actual causality. Okay, that was an easy one. However, economists still have to contend with other logical issues. Much of an economist's work depends on the accurate collection and portrayal of data. That said, it's not always that easy. People sometimes introduce bias, whether knowingly or unknowingly, that can change the data set. A bias occurs when the model in question is somehow shaped by what the economist wants to find. For example, if I'm trying to model at what temperature water freezes and want to prove that water can't freeze, bias would be blatant if I kept the water boiling and just assumed that cold water doesn't freeze. It's a bit more subtle if I put it in the refrigerator and just assume that if water freezes, then it must freeze in the fridge. But it's not always through overt design that biases are introduced. One of the biggest fallacies faced by economists is the use of loaded terminology, or words that carry a meaning beyond their mere definition. This is what is most often used by politicians to get an emotional response, especially when talking about things like our jobs, our money, or our health care. But it can be abused by the innocent as well. For example, if I asked you if you had a comfortable lifestyle, you may consider that as shelter, a warm bed, and enough money after all your bills are paid to get pizza and beer on Friday night. However, what if your idea of comfortable involved a large mansion, a private pool, and a butler? Both use the same word, but have a world of difference in meaning. Other stumbling blocks exist as well. Closely related to the difference between causation and correlation is the idea of post hoc ergo propter hoc, a Latin phrase that roughly means, since something came first, it caused something else afterwards. As you might imagine, politicians love this one as well. Imagine a politician saying that his time in office brought new jobs to his district, despite the fact that he spends all his time focusing on getting a TV deal for his crazy family, and you'll get a post hoc ergo propter hoc. I want to talk about one last fallacy, and that's the fallacy of composition. This idea states that if a part of something has one outcome, so too will the whole. For this one, the best example I could think of actually comes from high school chemistry class. Sodium, in its purest form, explodes when it hits water. Chlorine has been used for 100 years as a chemical weapon. Separately, you're not going to have a good day if you encounter either. When the two are combined to form table salt, chances are you've already eaten some today. According to the fallacy of composition, salt is dangerous. Thankfully for fries everywhere, this is just another logical fallacy. In economics, this could pop up when someone assumes that their own economic behavior that has a positive outcome can be universalized so that if everyone does it, a positive outcome will still result. Without getting into the nitty-gritty of this, logically that isn't always the case. In this lesson, we examined numerous logical fallacies faced by economists. We started with causation and correlation, and learning that just because something happens at the same time as something else doesn't mean that the two are related. Then we discussed bias and loaded terminology and how these could be used to drastically alter data. We also discussed post hoc ergo propter hoc, a fallacy used to disprove something causing something else just because it is older. Finally, we learned about the fallacy of composition and how just because part of something has a reaction doesn't mean that the whole will have the same outcome.
As a child, you may have had an imaginary friend. If you didn't believe you did, ask your parents. Chances are they'd invent one just to embarrass you. However, economists never really grow up in that respect, as they still have imaginary friends. Well, one imaginary friend, known as the economic man. This hypothetical human has it all. It's a good thing he does too, as economists depend on him. Economists assume that the economic man will act in the most rational way possible in order to maximize his utility. Sometimes called Homo economicus, there is no reason in the world that your ideal economic human can't be a woman. It's just that this idea goes back before the idea of gender equality. But what does the economic man do? In short, he acts rationally in a given economy. By rationally, I mean with regards to economic norms, not social ones. Make no doubt about it, the economic man is selfish and always is out for himself first. When acting as a producer, he seeks to maximize profits. However, where the economic man really shines is as a consumer. It is through the economic man that economists are able to figure out with some degree of certainty more information about that crucial economic concept of utility. After all, the economic man can consume anything that someone in society would want to consume. However, it's through allowing the economic man to experience needs that his real talents come into play. Since the economic man is selfish, we know that he will seek to take care of himself first. While this all sounds basic enough, it does allow economists to build rather sophisticated models or examples of how a proposed economic change would play out on a smaller scale. In doing so, they just have to answer the question, what would the economic man do? If given a finite amount of resources, we know that the economic man will seek to take care of himself first without regard to anything except personal utility, which is precisely what economists expect that humans will do. Just as you could make your imaginary friend switch from having a tea party to playing with cars, so too can economists switch gears on the economic man. By now, I hope you're starting to think, wait a minute, this sounds more like my spoiled brother, sister, cousin, neighbor than it does my imaginary friend. And you'd be absolutely right. In fact, that's one of the biggest problems with the concept of the economic man. Humans measure utility differently. Say you've got $6 for a cup of coffee, and you're about to walk into that expensive coffee shop when you see a homeless child. Moved by the plight of the kid, you part ways with your money and decide to forego the cup of coffee. Of course, you acted with regard to maximizing your utility. The feeling of helping someone else would outweigh a cup of coffee any day. However, the economic man very well may have barged on in, ignoring the child. As a result, the economic man is much better suited for dealing within a finite space. For example, the usefulness of a scenario involving the economic man goes up dramatically when that scenario takes place in a store rather than on a street, where other variables can pop up. Likewise, the precision with which the economic man can be used increases even more dramatically when faced with a choice between two brands of a good rather than a whole store of them. Just like your imaginary friend, the more specific the play you engage in, the more use your imaginary friend provided. In short, as specificity increases, so does accuracy. In this lesson, we discuss the concept of the economic man. Just like a child's imaginary friend, the economic man is someone who is completely hypothetical, but serves an enormous purpose when properly applied. Much like your imaginary friend couldn't push the toy cars for you, the economic man has to have an environment and goals in order to be of the most use. When those goals and resources exist, the economic man provides a remarkably accurate depiction of how humans will react to a given stimulus. However, precision matters. The more precise someone can be, the greater the accuracy of the model. Finally, the impact of human compassion is utterly unknown to the economic man, who seeks to satisfy his own economic utility. Just like medicine or engineering, economics is an applied science that exists to help humanity tackle a very specific problem. Medicine treats disease, engineering builds better structures, and economics treats the idea of scarcity. Scarcity is a very real problem in our society, and frankly, it's one that we're not likely to ever get rid of. Scarcity states that there are finite supplies of everything. Land, finite. Air, finite. Time, very finite. Luckily for us, we have economics to help us figure all that out. Needless to say, that's a lot of information to process, since scarcity leaves its mark on everything. As a result, economists have divided the field up into countless specialties, from labor economics to international economics and even religious economics. However, the two largest divisions are by far the most important: microeconomics and macroeconomics. At its core, microeconomics is the study of how scarcity causes the actions of individuals, families, and companies. By the way, by companies, I mean any group of people acting in a collective economic sense, whether it's a nonprofit organization, a local government, a college club, or even a traditional for-profit business. You'll sometimes see the term firm used instead, but it's the same thing. Economic thought at a very base level goes into almost every decision you make. Do you buy pizza or go for a nice steak dinner? The answer is dependent on the amount of utility you gain, which is literally a measure of how useful something is to you. If it's just you and some friends, you'd probably order the pizza. If it's a cute date, chances are you're going to be eating some sirloin. Just hope that your date isn't a vegetarian. More than just that, microeconomics helps companies plan their investments. We can find out how many burgers our fast food place would have to sell in order to justify another location. In fact, this is related to a word you'll see a lot in microeconomics. The marginal impact of something is how much it would cost to do just one more unit of something. For breakfast sandwiches in the fast food drive-thru, this could be simply a few cents. For a factory running at full capacity, this could mean building an entire new location. We can also determine at what point a burger becomes profitable. If it costs me $1 to produce a burger, economics tell me I need to sell that burger for more than just $1. Figuring out how much a burger costs or whether your Friday night dinner companion would prefer steak or pizza is important, but economics is useful on a much larger scale too. Macroeconomics is the study of how scarcity causes the actions of whole economies, especially on an international level. That steak isn't going to do you a lot of good if you're unemployed, and macroeconomics helps governments prevent unemployment. At this level, economics is all about efficiency, or using scarce resources effectively, and unemployment is a mass inefficiency. It is the macroeconomic equivalent of leaving 3 dozen burgers out in a hot car to ruin. However, it's not only unemployment that is the concern of macroeconomists. Efficiency isn't a constant, it's always changing. 100 years ago, the most efficient form of transportation across the Atlantic was by steamship. Today, it is by jet. In another 100 years, it could be rockets or transporting by underwater vacuum tubes. Macroeconomics helps governments figure out how much should be devoted to research. It also helps them keep the economy balanced, something that politicians take almost as seriously as their re-election campaigns. This is because a balanced economy also helps limit inflation, or when money loses its value. Some inflation is okay, because too little inflation means that people want to hold onto their money instead of investing it, and investment is always a good thing for the economy. However, too much inflation can destroy an economy very quickly. In this lesson, we describe the two largest branches of economics, namely microeconomics and macroeconomics. Central to both of these is the idea of scarcity, or that all resources are limited. We showed how microeconomics is used to help people and companies make the best decisions with the scarce resources available to them. We also discussed the role of utility in decision-making, as well as the idea of the marginal cost of something. With regards to macroeconomics, we showed how people use this field to avoid inefficiencies in an entire country's economy. Among the most hated of these inefficiencies are unemployment, falling behind in innovation, and inflation.
Like many other fields, economics is subject to a great deal of emotionally charged debate. After all, this is people's money, jobs, and stuff at risk. However, unlike other fields, economics actually has to pay attention to the opinions. This is because economics has to take utility, or the amount of usefulness something offers, into account, and opinion often offers the best indication of this. As a result, two different perspectives on economics have been developed in order to help economists separate facts from opinions, but still give opinions an appropriate amount of attention. These two views are positive analysis and normative analysis. Positive statements focus solely on facts, whereas normative statements also admit opinions and feelings. Positive economic statements are those assumptions that are easily confirmed by fact. It is here that much of the heart of economics is at play. After all, our economic models, from supply and demand to Keynesian theory, are all established on fact. We can observe it, we can repeat it, and to some degree, we can even quantify it. This means that arguing against a positive economic statement is often very difficult, if not impossible, within the realm of economics alone. Professional economists really like positive economic statements because it gives them something they can act upon. Statements like investing in the stock market over the last 4 years was more profitable than investing in savings accounts, or health insurance is a good lifetime investment, are positive statements because we can confirm them. Normative economic statements, on the other hand, have no such grounding in fact or data. For example, assertions like the government should fund education for everyone, or the government shouldn't fund the arts, are both normative statements. I have no real data to back them up. However, this does not make them any less valuable. This is because normative economic statements can help us to determine where utility lies, and economics is all about maximizing utility. After all, most people listen to their emotions, and emotions are famous for not listening to hard facts. However, it is possible to turn normative statements into positive statements with the right data. If I were to say, and have it be proven true, that if the government were to invest 12% more in education, then it would see an 8% growth in GDP and tax revenues for the next 25 years, that could be a positive statement. As you no doubt see, statements about the economy are everywhere. From the front page of the newspaper to the talking heads on cable TV, it seems that everyone has something to say about the economy. However, how many of those are normative and how many are positive? Let's look at something that many college students can agree on, the price of textbooks. Many students think that textbook prices are ridiculous, and insult is only added to injury with annual editions that change little but suffocate the resale market. Therefore, many college students would say that there should be lower textbook prices. This is a perfect normative statement. There is no data, whether qualitative or quantitative, to back it up, but it nonetheless is an observation, so it is not without value. Now, let's remove it from the realm of empty political rhetoric. If we said instead that lower textbook prices would increase the number of college students, suddenly we have a positive statement. This is because it deals with observable factors like cost. We know that cost is prohibitive to many people who want to go to college, and lowering that barrier would allow more people to study. Now, let's add hard data to the statement. If textbook prices were cut by 30%, 1 million more people would be able to pursue higher education. Now, you suddenly have a positive statement that is much harder to attack. While it may not be catchy and emotional for cable TV hosts or congressmen, it would grab an economist's attention. In this lesson, we looked at the difference between positive and normative analysis in economics. We saw how positive statements are rooted in fact and data, whereas normative statements are based largely on opinion. However, we also saw that, even if normative statements are largely based on opinion, normative analysis still provides economists with an idea of where someone's greatest utility could be found. Finally, we turned a normative statement into a positive one through the addition of real data as well as a tangible outcome. Say that you had two friends who were interested in starting their own businesses. Jack and Jill are both talents as pizza makers and as photographers, but they have differing abilities. Jack can take 30 pictures in an hour, but only cook 2 pizzas. Meanwhile, Jill can take 20 pictures, but make 5 pizzas in that same hour. It's not just enough to say that Jill can make more pizzas or that Jack can take more pictures. Instead, economists use the term absolute advantage. An absolute advantage means that you can do more of something during a given time. That means that in the example, Jack has an absolute advantage in taking pictures, whereas Jill has an absolute advantage in making pizzas. Jill also has permission to send as many of those pizzas as she wants to me. So, let's say that Jack and Jill set up their respective businesses. Jack's photography and Jill's pizzeria. Both are chugging away, content in their knowledge that they are working to make exactly what they should make. But then, one day, a brand new pizza oven magically appears in Jack's shop. Now he can make 6 pizzas in an hour. This means that Jack now has the absolute advantage in both pizza production and photography, and probably a few new friends to boot. But what should he do? It might be tempting to just look at the absolute advantage, but that is ignoring the costs of the items. In fact, a famous economist named David Ricardo said we shouldn't look at absolute advantage, but instead the opportunity cost of doing each. Whoever could do something for the lower opportunity cost, Ricardo reasoned, was the person who could actually do it cheaper. So let's look at those costs. Each pizza that Jack makes costs him 5 pictures, whereas it only costs Jill 4 pictures to make a pizza. Since Jill can make pizzas for cheaper, she should probably stick to that. Jill has the comparative advantage when it comes to making pizza, because she pays a lower opportunity cost. Now let's look at it from the perspective of photographs. Each photograph costs Jack 20% of a pizza, since he can take 5 photographs and the amount of time he spends making 1 pizza. On the other hand, each photograph costs Jill 25% of a pizza, since she can take 4 photographs in the amount of time it takes her to make a pizza. Look at the percentages and you'll see that Jack can take each picture for a lower opportunity cost. As a result, he has the comparative advantage in photography. It's important to know that while someone can have every absolute advantage, they will never have every comparative advantage. Notice that all the examples I used above completely lacked any discussion of the money made, but instead solely on the units produced. This is really important, as it helps to explain a number of very important facts in economics that are easily misconstrued. This is because price is not a direct function of the ability to produce something. That idea helps to separate capitalism from other ideas, namely communism, that say everyone should make the same. Jill may be able to sell each of her pizzas for $15, making her $60 an hour, while Jack can sell his pictures for $3 apiece, making him $90 an hour. In case you're wondering where I got those prices from, I just made them up. Jill and Jack are free to choose their own prices based on what the demand of a particular item can justify, but we'll talk about that in a future lesson. However, something that comparative advantage definitely and clearly explains is the importance of unit cost. With more economies becoming more and more developed, a number of companies often find it cheaper to set up shop overseas. This has resulted in a number of jobs, often in manufacturing, being moved out of American communities to places overseas. Needless to say, this is a cause for a lot of angry people. It has also led to a number of politicians of all ideologies making statements from American manufacturing is dead to we should stop all jobs from going overseas. From an economic perspective, these people are forgetting the importance of units, not price, in determining comparative advantage. Sure, it costs a company $25 an hour for Americans to work in a factory, but people in Southeast Asia or Latin America could be a steal at $10 an hour. However, remember that comparative advantage hinges on units produced, not cost. Assuming the number of workers is the same, if the American factory can produce more than 5 units in the amount of time it takes the other factory to make 2, the American factory will still have the absolute advantage. In this lesson, we learned about the difference between absolute and comparative advantages. We reviewed the concepts of scarcity and utility, as well as how they affect opportunity cost. Then we saw that the absolute advantage goes to the producer who can make the most of a given good during a period of time. While a company can have every absolute advantage, it can never have every comparative advantage. This is because a comparative advantage is calculated by finding out who can produce a good for the lowest opportunity cost. When you were a little kid, chances are you had models of some sort. Granted, you may not have called them models, but from dollhouses to action figures, from pony farms and building blocks, a lot of what you considered play was really using a shrunken and simplified version of the world as you saw it. And to help you play, you used toys, often themselves easily manipulated versions of a much larger actual entity. In short, you've been using models all your life. Economic models are also shrunken down versions of the world. In short, an economic model is simply a way of analyzing data, both theoretical and observed. It allows economists to make generalizations and predictions about how parts of the economy, or indeed whole economies, will respond to various changes. In this lesson, we're going to focus mainly on models used by microeconomists, but there are models for literally every type of economist. As such, rather than focusing on massive economy-wide models that macroeconomists use, such as Keynesian or classical models, we get to use much smaller models. And the best part is that you are probably already pretty familiar with some of them. Remember, a model just shows how different changes to an economy should work. In other words, they show a direction of movement. This means that charts and graphs are great visualizations for models. In fact, the most important chart for an economist, and certainly a microeconomist, is a supply and demand graph. Now, if you're new to the study of economics, you probably want to say, gee, it just seems to be common sense that supply and demand have an inverse relationship. I don't need these models. Well, you can't have that attitude if you want to excel in the field. You must use these models. Sure, it's easy when you're only accounting for one variable, say an increase in demand. But what about an increase in taxes with a price ceiling? By the way, a price ceiling is just a control that prevents companies from raising prices more than a certain amount. In that case, you might want a model to visualize this all. That's what the supply and demand model lets us do. But that's not to say that supply and demand is the only model useful for microeconomists. Remember, microeconomics is especially interested in helping companies make better decisions. As a result, something like the production possibilities curve is a great model to help firms figure out how to allocate resources. It's definitely a generalization, but can help managers determine the best way to use resources. Remember, scarcity is a problem across economics, and for individuals and firms to prosper, they have to use their scarce resources effectively. It's just a fact of life. Models fail. The wonderful thing about economics is that it's okay for models to fail. If you ever heard the expression, almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, then you could add economics to that list. It's possible to make incredibly detailed predictions based on the vast amount of data that economists have access to. In fact, it's even easier for microeconomists to do this than it is for macroeconomists. The numbers for a particular institution are much more precise than for an entire economy. However, there are various other inputs that economists simply can't control. Yes, this includes the sort of excuses you'd expect, like the weather, but also the actions of others. That said, none of that really matters. The important thing for economic models is to give a general idea of the direction of movement. For those doing microeconomic analysis for a company, this is especially true. If economic models indicate that there is going to be growth in the next few months or even years, then it could be time to consider expanding the company's operations. Likewise, if the opposite is true, it could be time to think of ways to cut costs so that the shock isn't too damaging. In this lesson, we learned about the use of economic models. Economic models help economists to predict the actions of the economy, while macroeconomists have models that enable them to make predictions across whole economies. The models used by microeconomists are no less important. Principal among these models is the supply and demand graph, as well as the production possibilities curve. Finally, we saw how even when models are inaccurate, they can help people make better decisions by providing some direction of movement.
The rationale and decision-making process you use to determine how many cans of soup, how many bags of chicken, or how many gallons of milk you purchase on a weekly basis can be graphically represented. Why is that important, you might ask? Understanding your decision-making process at different price points helps businesses make decisions on how to price products, whether to advertise, and how much of a specific good to keep in inventory, just to name a few. One of the basic graphs in microeconomics is referred to as the demand curve, and is the curve that shows how much of a good will be bought by consumers at various price points. In microeconomics, we often look at the demand curve for individuals. In macroeconomics, we often focus on the market demand curve, which is simply the sum of all the individual demand curves. The demand curve is graphed with the same axis as a supply curve in order to allow the two curves to be combined into a single graph. The y-axis, or vertical line of the graph, is the price, and the x-axis, or horizontal line, is the quantity. Just like in macroeconomics, demand curves slope downward because people are willing to buy larger quantities of a good as its price goes down. For example, you may only be willing to buy one box of cereal when it sells for $5 a box. When it sells for $4, you may be willing to buy 2 boxes. And when it sells for $3, you may be willing to buy 3 boxes. The same logic and rationale can be applied to the 12 packs of soda, the clothing, or the movie theater tickets you may purchase in a given week. To sum up, lower prices means higher quantities demanded by individuals. Higher prices means lower quantities demanded. Economics relies heavily on demand and supply graphs. Understanding how they are constructed and work will help you better understand many economic concepts. To think how an individual demand curve is created, we need to first determine how much of a product a person is willing to buy at certain price points. For example, let's explore Jerry's demand for DVDs. At a price of $2, Jerry will buy 12 DVDs a month. At a price of $3, 10 DVDs. $4, 7 DVDs. At $5, Jerry will buy 5 DVDs. $6, 4 DVDs. $7, 3 DVDs. $8, 2 DVDs. And at $10, Jerry will buy just 1 DVD a month. If we then create a simple graph with price on the y-axis and quantity on the horizontal or x-axis, we can plot each individual point on the graph and then connect the points. You now have a demand curve. Now that we know how an individual demand curve is created, let's explore what might cause us to move along the curve. To simplify, there is movement along a demand curve when a change in price causes the quantity demanded to change. Let's go back to Jerry for a moment. What might cause Jerry to move along the demand curve and buy 4 DVDs rather than 2? If you said lower prices for DVDs, you are correct. Altering DVD prices will most likely cause consumers, or Jerry, to buy more DVDs or less DVDs, depending on where the new price is set. The demand curve itself does not move or shift. Rather, there is movement along the curve. As the price falls, Jerry is willing to buy more DVDs. Note that it's important to distinguish between movement along a demand curve and a shift in a demand curve. Movements along a demand curve happen only when the price of the good changes. Demand curve shifts and an entire new demand line is drawn when things like changes in personal income, changes in taste and popularity of a product, changes in price of substitute goods, or population increases happen. Remember, movement along the demand curve is driven by price changes only. In summary, in microeconomics, the demand curve is a curve that shows how much of a good will be bought by specific individuals at various price points. The curve is downward sloping, which means that in general, as prices rise, individuals will demand less of a product. When the price decreases, they will increase the quantity demanded for a product. A market demand curve, which is often studied in macroeconomics, is simply the summation of all the individual demand curves added together. A graph in microeconomics is very similar to a macro graph. The vertical axis is price and the horizontal axis is quantity. Movement along a demand curve happens when a change in price causes the quantity demanded to change. This should not be mistaken for a shift in the demand curve, which can be caused by several factors, such as increased income, popularity or preference changes in how an individual views products, population changes, and changes in the price of substitute goods. Have you ever went to the grocery store, home improvement store, or maybe even to the video store and found out that they didn't have what you were looking for? There may be several different reasons for why the seller had run out or wasn't carrying the product you were looking for, but in the most simple terms, you experienced a supply issue. With that in mind, let's explore a few of the most common terms when speaking about supply in economics. First, you must know that supply refers to the various quantities offered for sale at various prices. This can be thought of as the entire supply curve, which we will get to in a moment. Sometimes confusing and important to distinguish is the term quantity supplied, which refers to a specific quantity offered for sale at a specific price. This can be thought of as a single point on the supply curve. For example, a bread manufacturer may be willing to supply 500 loaves of bread at $1, 1,000 loaves at $2, and 3,000 loaves at $3. Each one of those points can be referred to as quantity supplied. In economics, one of the most fundamental ways we study the effects of supply and the goods we like to purchase is by analyzing a supply curve. A supply curve is a graph of the relationship between product price and the quantity of a product that a seller is willing and able to supply at that price. It's simply a line that's created by plotting all the possible quantities of a product that a seller or producer is willing to offer at different price points. In general, the supply curve shape and foundation come from the law of supply, which states that more of a good will be supplied the higher its price, other things constant. On the flip side, it can be stated that when less of a good is supplied, the lower its price will be, assuming all other things are constant. Now that we have got some of the most common and fundamental definitions of supply down, let's dive a little deeper into the characteristics of the supply curve. Identical to a common demand curve, the supply curve is measured with product price on the vertical axis of the graph and quantity of product supplied on the horizontal axis. This allows us to put supply and demand lines together on the same graph. In most cases, the supply curve is drawn as a slope rising upward from left to right, since product price and quantity supplied are directly related. As the law of supply states, more product will be supplied at higher prices. This is what makes the supply slope go upward. For example, you may have seen this in real estate. Maybe you can think of friends or family that decided to sell their home when the price of real estate went up in their neighborhood. Likewise, when the price went down, they may have taken their home off the market or decided not to sell and wait for better prices. Higher prices of homes usually result in more sellers, while lower prices means less sellers. To drive home the point, think about something you might have and want to sell. Maybe you have a collection of 100 sports figurines that you really admire. If someone offered you $5 for each figurine, you might be willing to sell 20 of them to get a little cash. If they offered you $8 each, you might be willing to sell 50 of them. $10 each, and you would offer all of your prized collection to them. Can't pass up that profit. Just as there can be shifts and movements in the demand curve, there can also be shifts and movement along the supply curve. Other lessons will go much more in detail about different shift factors and how they work. But for the purpose of this lesson, it's worth mentioning a few of the things that cause the entire supply curve to shift left or right. They are changes in the price of materials to make products, changes in technology, increased or decreased taxes, and suppliers' expectation about the future. It's important to remember that when the entire supply curve shifts, sellers are now willing to offer different quantities of product at different prices than they were before. Different than a shift in supply is a movement along the supply curve. This happens when there is simply a change in price. For example, if a DVD manufacturer was supplying 10,000 DVDs when the price was $10, they might supply 15,000 when the price is $12. If they could sell DVDs for $15, they would manufacture 20,000 DVDs. Each time the price rose, we moved upward along the supply curve to a higher quantity supplied. The manufacturer was willing to produce more DVDs each time the selling price rose. Now let's assume the DVD manufacturer bought a new machine that could produce 30% more DVDs in a day and do it 20% cheaper. This technology or manufacturing improvement will actually shift the supply curve outward or to the right. The DVD manufacturer is now willing to produce more DVDs at even lower prices than before. You can see this by looking at the new intersection on the graph P2, Q2, shown here. Can you think of any other place you may have experienced supply shifts in your life? Two great examples are flat screen televisions and computers. Technology continually is shifting the supply curve outward and to the right, which means you see more companies manufacturing and selling computers and flat screen television at lower prices today than you did 5, 10, or 15 years ago. In summary, a supply curve is a geographic representation of the relationship between product price and the quantity of product that a seller is willing and able to supply at each price. In most cases, the supply curve is drawn as a slope rising upward from left to right, since product price and quantity supplied are directly related. As the law of supply states, more product will be supplied at higher prices. Certain things can cause the entire supply curve to shift, including changes in input prices, changes in technology, increased or decreased taxes, and suppliers' expectations about the future. When the entire supply curve shifts, sellers are now willing to offer different quantities of products at certain prices than they were before. You may experience market forces at work every day and not even realize it. When does this happen? Let's say last week you were shopping for a new business suit for some job interviews you had coming up. You found the one you like, but it was a little pricier than what you could currently afford. 2 weeks later, you see the suit is marked down 25% and you buy it, feeling good about your purchase. In this case, market forces rewarded your patience. So how do we define market forces? Market forces are the way behavior of buyers and sellers affect the level of prices for goods and services without any government or artificial influence. It is simply the actions of people acting in their own self-interest which creates the forces of demand and supply. When there is excess demand for a product or service, this puts upward pressure on prices and the quantity supplied. Excess supply puts downward pressure on prices. These natural market forces of supply and demand help drive the market towards equilibrium price, which is where the supply of a product and the demand for that product are in balance. It is the spot where the supply and demand curve intersect. The rest of this lesson will now focus primarily on the demand and supply forces that cause a movement along the supply and demand curve, which is when there are changes in the quantity demanded or quantity supplied as a result of price changes. Additional lessons will focus on factors and market forces that cause entire shifts of those curves, such as changes in income, advancements in technology, and changes in tastes and preferences. For this lesson, we focus on the forces of demand, supply, and price changes along the existing curves. Demand forces can cause us to move up and down the demand curve. Remember, we are talking about moving along an existing curve, not shifting the curve. This movement happens when the price of the product rises and falls. If the price were to rise, then we would be moving up the demand curve. If the price were to fall, we would be moving down the demand curve. Since the demand curve slopes downward and to the right, as the price falls, a greater number of people would demand the product. What causes this movement? Ultimately, a price change. Price is one of the strongest market forces in all of economics. But why did the price change, you might ask? A few reasons may be the producer or seller is trying to see if they can make more money by raising prices. They may also be looking to move out old inventory for new seasonal merchandise. Either way, the quantity demanded for the product changes as the price changes. Let's look at a quick example to illustrate this market force. If a hammer is sold at $3, it might have 500 buyers. However, if the hammer manufacturer or seller were to change the price to $4, then the hammer might have only 300 people interested in buying it. On the other hand, if the seller were to drop the price to $2, then the hammer might have 1,000 buyers at that price point. These changes in price by a seller or producer all represent movements along the demand curve. As the price changes, natural market forces cause more or less people to now see the hammer as affordable or a good deal. Each price change results in quantity demanded going up or down for the product. Just like a movement along the demand curve, a movement along the supply curve means that the supply relationship has remained constant. We are moving up or down the existing supply curve because once again, the price for the good or service has changed. So why would quantity supplied change? Just like quantity demanded, the quantity supplied changed because of the price. Let's look at an example. Imagine that a new computer tablet is released for $300. Because the computer company's previous experience and analysis shows that consumers will not demand computer tablets at a price higher than $300. They found that people simply shift to laptops at that point. Because of this, they only offer 1,000 tablets. It is simply too risky to produce any more before they see how it will sell. If, however, the 1,000 tablets sell quickly and are actually demanded by 3,000 people, natural market forces will cause the price to rise as demand increases and consumers bid up the price to get a tablet. As a result, the tablet company now is willing to produce more tablets at higher prices. Remember the simple rule of supply? As price goes up, the quantity supplied of a good will go up. Why, you ask? There's more money to be made by selling products at a higher price. On the other hand, if 1,000 tablets are produced and only 750 are demanded at that price, the price will not be pushed up because the supply is greater than demand. Natural market forces will actually put downward pressure on the tablet prices as the computer company looks to sell the remaining 250 tablets at $250, $200, and so on. The lower prices now appeal to people lower down on the demand curve who weren't originally interested in a tablet at $300, but now have entered the market at $250. Market forces of supply and demand will continue to shift the price up and downwards until all the tablets have been sold and supply and demand are in balance. In summary, market forces are the way behaviors of buyers and sellers affect the level of prices for goods and services without any government or artificial influence. It is simply the actions of people acting in their own self-interest which create the forces of demand and supply which help determine prices. When there is excess demand for a product or service, this puts upward pressure on prices and quantity supplied. Excess supply puts downward pressure on prices. These natural market forces of supply and demand help drive the market towards equilibrium price, which is where the supply of a product and the demand for that product are in balance. The market forces and behavior of people in regards to price cause movements along the supply and demand curve. As people demand more of a product, they will bid up prices to get what they desire. This entices suppliers and sellers to offer more of the product. As people demand less of a product, sellers will naturally produce less and work to move their product by lowering the price and appealing to a greater number of people along the demand curve. These natural market forces of supply and demand are constantly in motion and help determine the prices and availability of products you buy every day. Have you ever witnessed or been part of a tug-of-war challenge? The idea is two teams challenge each other in a test of strength to see who can move the rope and the other team across a certain boundary. If the two teams are fairly equally matched, there is often a moment in time where the flag in the middle and rope don't hardly move. The forces on each end of the rope cancel each other out. In physics, this is known as a state of equilibrium. In microeconomics, the concept is very similar. Market equilibrium is the state in which market supply and market demand balance each other, resulting in stable prices. It can also be said another way, which is when the amount of goods or services sought by buyers is equal to the amount of goods or services produced by sellers. Generally, when there is too much supply for goods or services, the price goes down, which results in higher demand. The balancing effect of supply and demand results in a state of equilibrium. As you can see from the graph, the equilibrium price is P0, right where demand and supply intersect. In a competitive economy where there are many buyers and sellers, supply and demand will constantly adjust and change to market conditions. Ultimately, though, as you can see from the graph, the market equilibrium price, P, and the equilibrium quantity, Q, are determined by where the demand curve and supply curve intersect. Now, as we go back to the original graph we looked at, we notice the areas shaded A and B. Sometimes the price of a good or other outside factors can result in short-term situations where the current market price is not at the equilibrium intersection. This leads to surpluses and shortages, which are explored in greater detail in other lessons, but a brief mention of the two is worthwhile now. The area above the equilibrium price, that is shaded and labeled B, is an area of excess supply, or surplus. An example of this would be when an auto manufacturer was willing to produce 20,000 vehicles at the current price of $15,000. But buyers were only willing to buy 10,000 new cars at that price. The result is a 5,000 vehicle surplus. Most likely, the auto manufacturer will have to discount the remaining vehicles down to the price where supply and demand intersect. Just the opposite can happen if buyers demand more than a seller is willing or able to produce. The area below the equilibrium price, labeled A, is a point when there is excess demand or a shortage of a good. At that point, the seller can either demand higher prices or produce more to meet demand. Either choice will push the market closer to the equilibrium point. A real-world example you may see quite often is when a new hot smartphone or computer tablet hits the market. Now that we have a basic understanding of the equilibrium and how it looks on a graph, let's look at a few examples of when equilibrium can actually change. We all know that prices and demand for products continually change year after year, and even sometimes daily. Gas, milk, televisions, shoes, clothing are just a few products we can all relate with. A change in the equilibrium price for these products may occur for a dozen reasons, but they ultimately all are a result of the supply or demand curve shifting. What causes the demand curve or supply curve to shift and a new equilibrium price to be set? Let's review quickly a few of those shift factors. Changes in consumers' income, the prices of other goods, and changes in tastes and preferences for products can all shift demand. On the supply side, you may remember that advancements in technology, changes in the cost of production materials, and changes in taxes, weather, or expectations about the future can all affect supply. When any of these things happen and either the supply or demand curve shifts, a new equilibrium is born. For example, let's assume that a beer manufacturer is willing and able to produce 10,000 units of beer at the current market price of P1. During the year, the manufacturer attends a conference and learns about a new manufacturing technique and machine that will allow them to increase production by 20% at even lower costs. They invest in the new machine and realize immediately that if they offer more beer to the market, they will sell more units. As a result, the supply of beer shifts outward to the right, and a new equilibrium at P2, Q2 is formed. More units are sold at a lower price. The lower price doesn't hurt the beer manufacturer that much because the new machine allowed them to produce it cheaper. In the end, more people can afford the beer, and the beer company makes more money. Now let's look at an example of demand changing and creating a new equilibrium. Let's assume that the beer manufacturer didn't implement the new technology in this case. The only change was that as a result of a strong economy, the disposable income of the average beer drinker increased 10%. With this new income, beer drinkers are now demanding more of their favorite beer. This shifts the demand curve up and to the right, moving the new equilibrium to P2, Q2. This means producers will now make more beer to sell at the new higher price that consumers are willing to pay. This can be seen by the gap or difference between Q1 and Q2. In summary, market equilibrium is the state in which market supply and market demand balance each other, resulting in stable prices. It is the intersection on a graph where the supply and the demand curves meet. Sometimes the price of a good or other outside factors can result in short-term situations where the current market price is not at the equilibrium intersection. This leads to surpluses and shortages that often take time to work themselves back to market equilibrium. What causes the demand or supply curve to shift and a new equilibrium price to be set? Let's review quickly a few of those shift factors. Changes in consumer income, the price of other goods, and changes in tastes and preferences for products can all shift demand. On the supply side, you may remember that advancements in technology, changes in the cost of production materials, and changes in taxes, weather, or expectations about the future can all affect supply. When any of these things happen and either the supply or demand curve shifts, a new equilibrium is born.
You may remember from earlier lessons that an increase in supply has a direct correspondence to the price paid per item. Producers naturally will want to sell more of an item if it pays to do so. On the other hand, demand is inversely related to price. Consumers are loath to pay high prices. This means that under ideal conditions, supply and demand cross when graphed together, making a gigantic X. The point at which these two lines intersect is called the market equilibrium. The market equilibrium is the point at which supply meets demand, which is also the point of the greatest possible efficiency in the economy. Of course, suppliers could become more efficient, causing a shift in the graph, but we're not talking about manufacturing efficiency here. Instead, we're concerned with the whole market. However, that is at equilibrium. Needless to say, equilibrium doesn't always happen. Take a new release book, for example. Chances are you've wanted a new release at least once, preferably the day it comes out. You're waiting anxiously at the bookstore for the midnight release, and just as you come through the line, you are told that the bookstore has ran out of copies. You're furious. What the bookstore has just experienced is a shortage, when supply does not meet demand. Now, imagine the book was a gift for someone you really cared about. You may be inclined to offer a higher price to someone who acquired the book so that you can get it right then and there. This is completely natural and is exactly what economics tells us will happen during a supply shortage. During such a shortage, people are willing to pay higher prices to obtain the goods they want. On a supply and demand graph, the supply curve shifts to the left to lower the amount of goods available. The demand line does not move, but since the intersect moves up in price and down in quantity, equilibrium moves to a new point on the curve. Likewise, as you walk despondently out of the bookstore, you're likely to encounter the sale section. Teasingly, here probably sits that author's last book, but what you'll notice about these books is that they are all offered at a discount. In this situation, the bookstore has ordered too many of the book and now faces a supply surplus. A supply surplus occurs when supply exceeds demand. The bookstore really just wants to cut its losses on these books and preferably break even on them. As a result, since there are too many books, the bookstore will willingly accept a lower price on them. This works out well for the consumer because you can clearly see that they really just want rid of them. For an even better example, think of a yard sale. All that junk is, after all, a giant surplus, which means that the consumer can pay a much lower price for the items. On a supply and demand graph, the supply line shifts to the right to show the growth in goods available. The demand curve is stationary, but since the intersect moves down in price and up in quantity, equilibrium is shifted. If all this sounds incredibly complicated to keep track of, you're absolutely right. In fact, very few organizations achieve perfect equilibrium for more than a fleeting minute. However, it is something that firms tend to want, since both surpluses and shortages are inefficiencies. Frankly, the firm could be making a higher profit if it were at equilibrium. Also, goods do not always shift to a lower price and higher quantity. Think about what would happen if the good were instead first edition copies of a classic book. At its publication, the book would probably attract a moderate price. But as its quantity has decreased due to the ravages of time, its value increases. In this lesson, we looked at the impact of shortages and surpluses with respect to market equilibrium. We learned that a shortage exists when a firm does not supply enough of a given good to meet demand, and that a surplus exists when too much of a given good is supplied. Using the example of a bookstore, we followed both surplus and shortage, noting that the demand line does not shift, while the supply line shifts to the left for shortages and to the right for surpluses.
In your study of economics, you may have already learned how price can affect demand for a good or service. It certainly makes sense and is probably something you relate with every day. For example, if the price of a cup of coffee doubled, you may think twice about drinking coffee in the morning, or potentially switch to another caffeine substitute. If the price of used vehicles dropped dramatically, you may think about purchasing a car and stop taking the bus or subway to work. There's no doubt that the price impacts the demand for goods, but there are also other shift factors of demand, which are forces other than price that affect how much of a good is demanded. Let's discuss a few important shift factors that can cause the demand curve to move and the prices you pay to change. Disposable income. This is the amount of money people have left over after paying taxes or after taxes have been withheld from their paycheck. When the economy is strong and employment is healthy, disposable income for individuals typically increases. Disposable income could increase for individuals when they get a raise at work, promotion, or inherit money from a family member. As income rises, people have more money to spend and increase their demand for goods and services. This can cause an outward or right shift of the demand curve, meaning people are more willing to buy goods at higher prices than they were before. Tastes. Have you ever seen a popular singer, artist, or sports figure endorse a certain product and as a result the demand for that product increased? It happens all the time with sports drinks, clothing lines, perfumes, and so on. As people's tastes change and a product becomes more popular, this shifts demand for the product to the right. People are now willing to pay more for that product than before. Prices of other goods. This is the price you may pay for a substitute or complementary goods. For example, if you enjoy eating a lot of red meat and the price of chicken drops dramatically as compared to red meat, you may substitute more chicken in place of red meat. The price drop in chicken can likely cause a shift of the demand curve inward or to the left, meaning less people are willing to pay the same price for red meat as they were before. They now have another option. A complementary good example may be if the price of peanut butter increases, this may cause a corresponding shift in demand for jelly. If less people buy peanut butter, less jelly will also likely be sold. Expectations. Expectations about the future of a product, your job status, the state of the economy, and many other things can shift the entire demand for specific goods and services. For example, if you expect that a new, cheaper, and more efficient laptop will be coming out in the next year, you might put off the purchase of the new computer you need. If enough people expect this, this can shift the demand for laptops to the left, which lowers the overall number of people across the board willing to purchase laptops at various price points. On the other hand, if enough people thought prices were going to rise or that there may be a shortage of laptops in the future, this could cause a shift of the demand curve to the right. More people would demand laptops and would be willing to pay higher prices across the board. Shift factors of supply. Much like demand, the supply curve can be influenced by shift factors of supply, which are the forces other than price that affect how much of a good is supplied. Let's discuss 4 of the most common ones. Changes in the price of raw materials or inputs. This can be increases or decreases in the prices of things like gas, oil, fabrics, cotton, steel, and so on. For example, if the price of cotton increased, which made it more expensive to make t-shirts, less t-shirts would be made, all things constant. If the price of cotton went down, more t-shirts would be produced, all else constant. Changes in technology. These are any advancements with computers, machines, and software that can affect the efficiency and cost of producing a product. Things that help suppliers and manufacturers make things cheaper and quicker increase supply, causing a shift to the right. This means suppliers are now willing to produce more units at various price points than they were before. Changes in suppliers' expectations. The decision to sell or manufacture a certain good today depends on expectations of future prices. If a seller expects the price to rise in the future, they are inclined to sell less now, decreasing the overall supply of goods. If a seller expects the price to decline in the future, they are inclined to sell more now, increasing the supply of goods. Changes in taxes and subsidies. This shift factor is much like the change in price of raw materials. Some goods such as tobacco, alcohol, and food can have various taxes placed on them to produce. When these taxes increase, this increases the cost to produce the product and in turn makes it harder for sellers to make as much money. This causes a decrease in supply. On the other hand, if tobacco farmers and sellers were to see a tax decrease or subsidy from the government, This would help their bottom line and encourage them to produce and supply more of a product. Now that we have discussed some of the most common shift factors in supply and demand, let's take a closer look through a few examples to see how these shifts affect equilibrium and price. Let's look at a demand example first. Assume we are a movie theater owner and that the disposable income, the money people have to spend after taxes, increases over the course of a year. As we learned in the previous section, this will shift demand to the right. More people now can afford to go see a movie and are willing to pay a slightly higher price to do so. If you look at the graph, the original equilibrium was the intersection of P1, Q1. After the shift in demand, the new equilibrium in price is now at P2, Q2. Higher quantity and higher price are the result. If disposable income decreased, the opposite effect would occur. The demand curve would shift inward to the left, and a new lower equilibrium price and quantity would result. Let's look at a supply example now. Assume we manufacture and sell baseball bats. We find out that the price of aluminum, a key input material in our bats, has decreased. As a result of cheaper input costs, we can now make more bats. As you can see from the graph, this causes a shift to the right. Originally, equilibrium was located at P1, Q1. After the shift, our new equilibrium is at P2, Q2. This means that the equilibrium price is now lower and we are supplying more bats at even lower prices than before. You can also see from the graph that the intersection and new equilibrium is lower on the demand curve, meaning we now have a higher quantity of people demanding our bats at the new low prices. In summary, there are many things other than the price that can affect the demand and supply of goods and services. Certain shift factors such as change in disposable income, the price of other goods, changes in tastes, and changes in expectations can cause demand to shift. An increase or shift of demand to the right creates a new equilibrium that results in a higher price, more demand, and as a result, a higher quantity supplied by sellers. A shift to the left or decrease in demand would have just the opposite effect on equilibrium price, demand, and overall quantity supplied. On the supply side, changes in the cost of raw materials and inputs, changes in technology, changes in suppliers' expectations, and changes in taxes and subsidies can all cause the supply curve to shift. An increase in the supply or shift to the right creates a new equilibrium that intersects at a lower price, higher supply, and higher quantity demanded. A decrease in supply or shift to the left would have just the opposite effect.
You may remember from earlier lessons that supply and demand curves meet at a point called equilibrium, which the market effectively decides is the best point for all involved. However, equilibrium is never maintained for long in the vast majority of markets. After all, consumers are always after a better deal, and producers are always after a bigger profit. Luckily for both, methods exist for manipulating both the supply and demand curve. Many of these are perfectly legal, however the illegal ones offer a perspective on just how extreme these movements can go. Imagine that you own a firm that produces MP3 players and actually has a substantial share of the market in producing them. However, you can do a great deal to influence the price of those gadgets. How would you increase your profits? Let's say that you and your competitors can all produce an MP3 player for $100 and then sell it for $200. But what if suddenly you found a manufacturer in a developing country that could do it for $50 per MP3 player? Your firm has just innovated or found a new way of doing something that lowers the price per unit produced. Now you could do one of two things. You could lower the prices on your MP3 players, forcing your competition to take lower profits. This would shift the supply curve to the right, lowering prices, but raising quantities sold. Alternatively, you could keep your prices at the same level, making more profits in the process. Of course, that's a supply-side solution, but producers have another option available to them. Think about what happens whenever a company releases a new product. They advertise it. They try to make it cool. What if suddenly every celebrity is seen with your MP3 player, and it is soon assumed that to be cool, you have to have one of your company's MP3 players? Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Suddenly, the demand for your MP3 player and your MP3 player alone has shot through the roof. This means that people are willing to pay a premium for the coolness factor of your gadget. Your competitors are caught between trying to catch up or trying to lower their prices to gain a new group of customers who otherwise wouldn't have bought an MP3 player. But you are sitting pretty with your famous celebrities and a chunk of cash. Advertising has caused an increase in demand and has resulted in a shift of the demand curve to the right. That means that people are willing to pay a higher price as well as buy more goods. For consumers, on the other hand, the desire is very often to acquire things for a lower price. Now, an individual consumer does not have as much power as a large producer. But imagine if enough consumers banded together. Now we're in business. Let's say that you are in the market for a new phone. A new player to the market has come out with a smartphone, but it simply doesn't grab your attention. Nor does it really grab anyone else's. As a result, that company is forced to lower the price of its phone dramatically. Because consumers largely rejected the price originally offered by the supplier, the demand curve shifted to the left. As a result, the manufacturer had to accept a lower price on the phone. Of course, these are all legal movements. However, illegal movements show us the efficiency with which consumers or producers can change market forces. In fact, this is one of the places where consumers, due to their scattered nature, have an advantage of sorts. Know anyone who has ever downloaded anything illegal from the internet? Yeah, I thought so. What price did they pay for that movie or game? Nothing, right? Exactly. By engaging in internet piracy, individuals effectively gain the good for a price of zero. This has a huge impact on the supply curve, effectively causing it to shift to the left dramatically. This is why industry groups so heavily prosecute repeat offenders. They are destroying the demand for the goods, causing producers to ask, what's the point of producing? That said, producers can engage in illegal activities as well. Remember that example above about producing MP3 players more effectively overseas? Now imagine that your company could produce MP3 players for $25 each, but with a $10 bribe to the government to overlook human rights abuses. That's a total of $35 per MP3 player when your competition is having to pay $100. This could be a massive innovation and very well be enough to force your competitors out of business. However, it's obviously illegal to bribe officials. In this lesson, we looked at how producers and consumers can cause market forces to shift. We looked at how MP3 player manufacturers could innovate to cause changes to the supply curve and increase advertising to increase demand. Likewise, consumers can reject the price of a good to cause lower prices due to a demand shift. However, not all shifts are legal. Internet piracy causes supply of a good to decrease. Additionally, bribing officials gives many of the same advantages of innovations to producers. Most of the time, equilibrium is a good thing. After all, it is nothing more than a point of agreement between producers and suppliers. However, sometimes it is for the greater good to impose limits on prices. This is most often done to protect the particularly vulnerable in society, but limits have also been used by a surprising number of firms. These limits come in the form of price ceilings and price floors. As you might expect, price ceilings act to limit prices from rising too high, whereas price floors act to limit prices from falling too low. Maybe you or a friend lives in a place with incredibly high rent like Manhattan, San Francisco, or, gasp, London. Needless to say, not everyone can afford to live in these areas because the rent is simply too high. As a result, some people campaign for a price ceiling on rent. This would prohibit landlords from charging more than a certain amount of money for an apartment of a given size. Now this does some interesting things to the supply and demand graph. If imposed in a place like Panama or Vietnam, locations known for their low cost of living, chances are that the ceiling would be non-binding. Because the equilibrium is below the ceiling, it really has no effect. This is why we call it non-binding. However, this does nothing for prices if the equilibrium point is too high. In those cases, we have binding price ceilings like this one. There's a lot of information to absorb on this graph, so we'll take it one step at a time. Oh, and don't get worried about the fact that the ceiling is suddenly beneath all the action. That is exactly where it belongs. First of all, notice that the market price is lower on the graph than the free market equilibrium. This is the ceiling having an effect on prices. Also, look at the surpluses. Notice that the consumer surplus is much larger than the producer surplus. This is because ceilings are largely designed to benefit consumers. This means that the consumers are getting a much better deal than the producers are. Also, for now, we're going to ignore the deadweight loss, but we'll come back to it later in this lesson. Just remember that it's there. However, the most important thing on this graph is that chunk of excess demand. This is because there are suddenly many more people wanting to rent houses, and many fewer landlords wanting to rent them. Because of this, there are often large waiting lists in areas with housing ceilings. Just as some places have rent ceilings to help the poor, many more have wage floors to help them. However, you probably never heard the term wage floor, but I guarantee you've heard the phrase minimum wage. That said, a minimum wage is nothing more than a floor on the price of labor. In this instance, it's important to remember that the workers are the producers, whereas firms are consumers. After all, workers are producing the work, and the firms are consuming it. Wages are nothing more than a price of work. Like ceilings, price floors can be ineffective, as this image shows. After all, in many places, it's hard to find people to work for less than minimum wage, even if a company tried. However, in many places, minimum wage laws do create an effective price floor. Again, don't be confused by the fact that the floor is suddenly above the equilibrium point. Now, this graph doesn't have as much going on as the previous one, so let's see if you remember where everything is. The most important aspect is already labeled as surplus, and this is the fact that by paying a wage above market equilibrium, suddenly more people are going to want to work than before. But that's enough help from me. Where are the surpluses? If you guess that the consumer surplus is between the price axis, the green dotted line, and the red demand line, you would be correct. Not that it is much smaller than the producer surplus, which is between the green dotted line, the price axis, the red dotted line, and the blue supply curve. Again, producers in this case, people who provide work, benefit greatly from price floors. But what about that other term, deadweight loss? I know I told you to ignore it, but do you at least remember where to find it? If you said it's the triangle between the red dotted line, the blue supply line, and the red demand curve, you'd be right. And that's what we're going to talk about next. Yes, price floors and price ceilings do have a role to play in the market. However, that doesn't mean that they are inefficient. In fact, we can graph and measure the inefficiency that they create. Deadweight loss is a measure of how much economic efficiency, in terms of goods produced and price paid for them, is lost through price ceilings and price floors. That's right. This economic produce is simply lost to the economy. Needless to say, sometimes this is necessary. However, governments recognize that to limit surpluses and shortages, it is sometimes necessary to intervene even further. In the example about rent ceilings, some jurisdictions make payments directly to landlords to offset the difference between the ceiling price and the market equilibrium price. This costs the city or state money, but makes sure that landlords want to provide enough housing for everyone. Similarly, governments, especially larger ones, like the idea of price floors on foodstuffs. However, that means that suddenly farmers like to produce a lot more of it. Rather than have it flood the market and spoil there, the governments buy up much of this produce, using it especially for foreign aid. In this lesson, we looked at the role of price floors and ceilings on market equilibrium. We saw how price ceilings act to limit prices, but often cause a shortage due to the market not being at equilibrium. Likewise, we saw how price floors act to ensure a minimum price, but often cause a surplus due to more producers wanting to make more goods. As a result, deadweight loss exists, unless the government steps in with a further set of interventions to soothe the market.
Imagine for a second that you are living in a city that is being hit by a massive blizzard. You've already gotten the next few days out of work or school, so after the understandable celebration, you head to your favorite grocery store to pick up food, knowing that you could very well lose the ability to leave home. However, you walk in and the store is absolutely bare, except for a growing crowd of worried people. Angriest of all is the store manager, upset that she missed the opportunity to make some real profits in the lead-up to the storm. Repeat this scene across a whole region, and chances are you'll have pandemonium in the streets and a few grocery store managers leading the charge. Controlling the supply of goods is of utmost interest to both producers and the government, as you can gather from above. However, what about those goods that should be restricted? Shortages are normally a bad thing for market forces because they mean that the economy is not working at full efficiency. However, sometimes the producers themselves impose the shortages, especially in cases where the demand of a good is particularly inelastic. Take diamonds, for example. A diamond costs, on average, 20 times the cost of any other gemstone. In fact, diamonds are more abundant than many other gems. However, due to the work of the world's largest diamond producers, there has been an imposed shortage of diamonds for more than 100 years. This means that prices have remained artificially high, leading to the great chagrin of those planning to propose. However, what about those companies that are interested in selling as much of a good as possible? For them, controlling supply isn't enough. They must expand it. This is especially true with food, where there is always an increasing demand. Food manufacturers, as a result, have become remarkably efficient through constant innovations and increasing supply. In fact, conservative estimates say that we can feed 2 billion more people today than we could 80 years ago, just because of work done on wheat. Food supplies are understandably a great example of maintaining supply, because as we saw earlier, it's in everybody's best interest to maintain a constant and sufficient supply of food. That's why a scenario like the opening of this lesson would likely not last. In fact, in cases where storms have proven to be worse than expected, governments use their resources to ensure that the population is fed. Think about the images of National Guard units bringing necessities to victims of a tragedy, and you've got the idea. But government involvement in prices doesn't only apply to disasters. Through subsidies or money paid directly to producers to encourage production of certain goods, many governments choose to heavily encourage farmers to produce more food. This happens around the world. Further, some countries put limits on the price of food, keeping it below a certain point. This is referred to as a price ceilings. One place where this continues today is in Egypt, where bakers receive subsidies to produce cheap bread that is sold at a low price to everyone. Of course, sometimes the government wants to constrict access to certain goods. A perfect example of this is through the effort to outlaw access to drugs. Interestingly, Many of the earliest drug bans were not outright bans, but instead very heavy taxes. By raising prices to a point beyond the reach of many people, governments hoped to dry up demand. However, by banning substances, the supply is dried up. That said, not every way of shaping supply is so innocent. In fact, many of them are downright criminal. Think about smugglers. Whether it's trying to avoid an outright ban, like with drugs, or simply providing goods on the black market that are otherwise heavily taxed, like alcohol, electronics, or tobacco, smugglers expand the supply of goods beyond that which the government allows. But what about shrinking the supply of goods in order to drive up costs? What if a number of producers banded together, agreeing only to produce so much of a given quantity and to charge the same price? This practice of banding together to limit supply and raise prices is called a cartel. The most famous cartel in the world today is OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, which attempts to set prices on the world's oil markets. While legal on an international level, this is the sort of behavior that, if contained in one economy, would often come under increased attention from the government. In this lesson, we learned about how markets and governments attempt to manipulate the supply curve. We saw how supplying many goods is essential to the best interests of the market as well as the government, and how governments especially have tools available such as subsidies and price ceilings to help maintain stability. Conversely, we saw instances of when producers and governments may seek to limit supply, such as with diamond miners or with governments restricting access to hard drugs. However, we then learned how these efforts are circumnavigated by smugglers and cartels, which often act illegally.
If you've been in business for long, you've probably figured out the basic theories of demand, that as prices fall, the demand for a good will increase, while as prices rise, the demand for the same good will decrease. It sounds simple enough, but the fact is that this is not always the case. There are some goods and services that don't respond to changes in price, and then there are some that respond just as much to the demand for different goods. In this lesson, we will look at these two exceptions to the demand law. For inelastic demand, we'll see how prices don't really change the quantity demanded, while for derived demand, we'll see how completely different goods can have an impact. Some goods are just necessary no matter the cost. These goods are affected by inelastic demand. For a good to have inelastic demand, price changes cannot affect the quantity demanded. Note that this doesn't just apply to price increases. A decrease in a price also has to leave the quantity demanded untouched. As you can imagine, these are highly valued goods, and doing anything to mess with their supply, or even have the perception of having altered the supply, is a quick way to infuriate plenty of people. Therefore, politicians often work to keep the quantity supplied of various inelastic demand goods stable. With all that talk of politicians, you may have wondered where I was going. However, if you want to see a politician sweat, just talk about gas prices. Gasoline is, after all, perhaps the most inelastic demand good that many of us come in contact with every day. No matter how much gasoline prices rise, people still need to drive their cars to work, and our economy depends on the use of massive 18-wheelers. Simply put, gas prices don't suffer from a lack of demand, unless you consider a tiny percentage of joyriders deciding not to drive because gas is too expensive. That said, there are plenty of other examples of inelastic goods. If you are addicted to something like smoking, then you will continue to purchase cigarettes, no matter how high the prices are. For smokers, tobacco is an inelastic good. Likewise, if you have a condition that requires you to take a prescription drug, that drug now has inelastic demand for you, unless you go to the doctor to get a new prescription. No matter how much that drug costs, you will be purchasing it. However, goods that have inelastic demand are not the only goods that do not comply with the usual law of demand. There are also those goods that have a derived demand. Derived demand exists when demand for a good is determined by the market conditions of another good. These market conditions can either be directly proportional or inversely proportional to the other good. If they are directly proportional, then the demand for one good increases, and the demand for the derived good will also increase. If they are inversely proportional, when the demand for one good increases, the demand for the derived good will decrease. Perhaps the best example for derived demand is hamburger buns. On their own, hamburger buns are not a big seller. In fact, most people won't even notice the price of hamburger buns. However, if hamburger patties are on sale, then suddenly the demand for hamburger buns increases significantly. After all, it's hard to imagine a burger without a bun. Likewise, if the patties are expensive, the demand for hamburger buns decreases. Again, inverses work well here too. Demand for hamburger buns is also affected by the demand for slabs of ribs. If ribs are on sale, then people are more likely to buy them and less likely to buy hamburgers. As a result, the demand for hamburger buns goes down. However, if ribs are expensive, the weekend you are planning your summer cookout, you may decide to just get hamburgers and therefore hamburger buns instead of slabs of baby backs. In this lesson, we took a look at types of demand beyond the simple law of demand. We saw that inelastic demand happened when demand for a good stayed the same no matter how the price fluctuated. We then looked at the behavior of goods that had derived demand. We saw that demand for goods that was directly derived increased or decreased alongside the determining good, while demand for goods that was inversely derived did the exact opposite of the determining good.
How many times a day or week do you make a decision to buy something based on price? Would your buying habits change if a new dress shirt cost $70 instead of $15? How about if a gallon of milk costs $7 instead of $4? Whether you make 5 decisions a day or 50, there's no doubt that price elasticity of demand is playing a major role in your purchases. Let's discuss price elasticity of demand and how it plays a role in the everyday life of consumers or business owners like you and I. In talking about the price elasticity of demand, it's worth reviewing the law of demand, which states that more of a good will be demanded the lower its price, all else constant. Less of a good will be demanded the higher its price, all else constant. How much more or less is demanded? That is where elasticity comes in. Price elasticity of demand is the measure of the percent change in the quantity of a good demanded divided by the percent change in the price of that good. It is the term economists use to describe how responsive consumers are to a change in price. I bet you can think of an item you wouldn't hesitate to pay more for if the price rose. How about an item you might not buy any longer if the price increased? That logic and reasoning is exactly what makes up and determines the price elasticity of demand. It is a very important concept in economics and a foundation for many advanced lessons on how individuals and business owners make purchasing decisions. The mathematical equation looks like this. Elasticity of demand is equal to the percent change in quantity divided by the percent change in price. Let's look at a quick example. If the price of a good goes up by 20% and the quantity demanded falls by 40%, looking at the equation, you will find that the elasticity is 2, which plugged into the equation looks like this. 2 is equal to 40% divided by 20%. It is important to note that you may often see a negative or minus sign in front of elasticity numbers. For the purposes of this lesson, disregard that and remember that elasticity is often spoke about in positive numbers. So a negative 2 is actually talked about and referred to as a positive 2. So what does that 2 really mean? Let's explore that now. When discussing elasticity of demand, it can often be categorized in 3 common ways. Based on the result we get from our formula, we can define elasticity as elastic. If elasticity is greater than 1, a rise in price lowers total revenue. A decrease in price increases total revenue. Price and total revenue move in opposite directions. These are goods that are often very responsive to changes in price, such as non-necessities or goods that we can easily live without. Candy, entertainment, and specific brands of soda are a few examples. For example, if a Major League Baseball ticket increased in price, many people would likely cut back on going to the game, all else constant. If it goes down, people will go more often and actually increase revenue for the baseball club. Inelastic. If elasticity is less than 1, a rise in price increases total revenue and a good is said to be inelastic. Price and total revenue move in the same direction. These are goods that many consider necessary to everyday living, such as water, gas, toilet paper, and so on. If the price of toilet paper increases, most people will not stop buying toilet paper. To summarize, an inelastic good is a good where if the price goes up, people will only slightly reduce demand of a particular product. And if the price goes down, people will only slightly increase demand of a particular good. Many business owners wish to sell inelastic goods or services. They know that if they raise their price, they won't lose many customers and ultimately they will make more money. The third is unitary elastic. A good is unitary elastic when it is exactly 1. Said another way, the percent change in quantity equals the percent change in price. A rise in the price results in absolutely no change to total revenue. This is more of an economic concept in theory. In the real world, demand for almost all goods will either be elastic or inelastic. Let's see how this all relates in the real world. The first is a grocery store owner who is thinking of raising the price on a gallon of milk so he can increase his total revenue. If the grocery store owner knows from previous experience that raising the price 10% will decrease the quantity purchased by 5%, should he do it? Let's find out by calculating the elasticity and plugging the numbers into the equation. 5% divided by 10% equals 0.5. This tells us that milk is inelastic because it is less than 1. If the grocery store raises prices on milk, they will increase their total revenue. Another way to think about it is that a 10% rise in the price more than covers the 5% drop in the actual gallons of milk sold. On the other hand, if the grocery store lowers the price, the total revenue will fall. The increased demand or additional gallons of milk sold will not be enough to make up for the drop in prices across the board. Now let's consider the movie theater owner who is thinking about raising her prices to capture more revenue. Hypothetically, consider that the industry statistics say that a 10% rise in the price will result in an 18% drop in people going to the movie. Should the theater owner raise prices? If we take 18% divided by 10%, we get 1.8. From our definitions, we know that 1.8 means the product is elastic. An elastic product means that raising prices will lower total revenue. So the answer is no. If the theater owner raises prices, her total revenue will actually go down. The rise in price will not make up for all the lost ticket sales. What could she consider to increase revenue? If you said lower prices, you are correct. Total revenue can be increased for an elastic product by lowering the price of the good. Understanding the elasticity of demand will help you understand how people make individual choices. If you are a business owner, it will help you estimate how changes in price will affect how busy your store is and how much more or less revenue you will bring in. Price elasticity of demand is the measure of the percent change in the quantity of good demanded divided by the percent change in the price of that good. It is the term economists use to describe how responsive consumers are to a change in the price. The equation is elasticity of demand is equal to the percent change in quantity divided by the percent change in price. When we use the equation and plug the numbers, we will get one of three results. A number greater than 1 means demand for the product is elastic. A rise in prices will decrease total revenue. A drop in prices will increase total revenue. An elasticity of less than 1 means demand for a product is inelastic. A rise in prices will increase total revenue, and a decrease in prices will lower total revenue. And finally, elasticity of exactly 1 means that demand is unitary elastic, and that a rise in price will have no effect on total revenue. It will not increase or decrease. There are many other factors that can affect sales and the quantity demanded for a product, but understanding the price elasticity of demand and how it is calculated is a great starting point. It can help businesses decide whether they should increase or decrease their price to drive revenue. Have you ever thought about buying a gaming system and thought, wow,
Any town is just your typical city located in a flyover state. The town received some good news about a year ago when a food processor built a big plant on the outskirts of town. What that meant for the citizens was jobs and more income. Now, lots of people who used to work for minimum wage are making boxes of cereal and bags of frozen veggies at the plant for a lot more money. With more money in their pockets, the citizens have changed their spending habits. We can measure that with the income elasticity of demand, which shows us the sensitivity of changes in income on quantity demanded for products and services. No one has been happier about the new food plant than the car dealerships of any town. The old clunkers that used to slow down traffic in any town have been replaced by shiny new vehicles. Let's calculate the income elasticity for new cars in any town. Here's the formula. Income elasticity equals percent change in quantity demanded divided by percent change in income. New vehicle sales, quantity demanded, went from 5,000 per year to 7,000 per year, an increase of 2,000 divided by 5,000 or 40%. Average income in any town went from $40,000 per year to $50,000 per year. That's an increase of 10,000 divided by 40,000 or 25%. So the income elasticity is 40% divided by 25% equals 1.6. This means that income elasticity is greater than 1. If income increases by a certain percent, quantity demanded for the product will increase by a greater percent than the income increase. That's the definition of a normal good. Most of the consumer goods we buy, like electronics and clothing, are normal goods. We buy more of them and better quality when our income increases. Remember, though, that it goes the opposite during hard times. When incomes decline, spending on normal goods will fall even faster than the decline in income. The grocers of any town have noticed a difference too. Shoppers are in better moods with more money in their pockets. But surprisingly, sales haven't gone up much. People are split on this. Some spend more on expensive food, like steaks, but others spend less in the grocery store since they're eating out more. The income elasticity formula for the 3% increase in food sales looks like this. 3% divided by 25% equals 0.12. Anytime the income elasticity is between 0 and 1.0, the item is a necessity. The quantity demanded for necessities doesn't change much, even when income does. People will spend just about as much regardless. Electric and gas utilities are another example of necessities. Bertha's Bargain Bin is a discount shoe retailer a few miles from town. Bertha is happy for the citizens and all of the money they're making now, but it hasn't worked out well for business. Her sales have gone down since the new food processor opened. It seems the workers are spending some of that money on new shoes from the expensive stores in town. The feet of any town have never looked better, but Bertha's kind of business does better when times are not as good. Bertha's income elasticity is negative since sales have gone down 10%. Her formula looks like this. Anytime income elasticity is negative, you have an inferior good. When income goes up, people will spend less on inferior goods than before. Bertha isn't the only one selling inferior goods in any town. The used car lots have also lost business since people can afford to buy new ones now. Remember, though, that it will go the other way when times are hard. People will trade down and buy more inferior goods when their income declines. The income elasticity for demand measures the responsiveness of demand for a product or service to changes in consumers' income. Here's the formula. Income elasticity equals percent change in quantity demanded divided by percent change in income. The result will help you classify what kind of product or service you have, as you can see in the table that'll appear on your screen. When income elasticity was greater than 1, the product was a normal good. The implications of this involve the spending on a product or service increasing at a higher percentage than the percentage of increase in income. When the income elasticity was between 0 and 1, then the product is considered a necessity. The implications of this involve customers spending a stable amount of money regardless of any changes in income. Finally, if income elasticity is less than 0, then the product is an inferior good. The implications of this last result involves customers spending on a product or service going down while their income goes up. Elasticity is simply a measure of how responsive the quantity demanded or supplied is to changes in price. The elasticity of demand is just common sense. When the price of normal products go down, we will buy more, and vice versa when the price goes up. The simple mathematical calculation is elasticity equals percent change in quantity demanded or supplied divided by percent change in price. When the price drops by 5% and we buy 10% more, then demand is elastic, since 10% divided by 5% equals 2.0. The key number here is 1.0. If the elasticity calculation is greater than 1.0, demand or supply is elastic, below 1.0, and it is inelastic. Let's meet Joan. She's the manager of a large bottling plant for one of the big cola companies. We are very flexible at this plant, she tells us. When people started living healthier lifestyles, there was a big change in demand for our products. Everyone wanted the no-cal version cola instead of regular. We were able to meet the change in demand quickly and easily by going to 75% no-cal cola here instead of 50%. It was just a matter of switching to the no-cal syrup during our second shift. Our costs didn't go up at all. Soon, the trucks full of no-cal were rumbling out to all of the grocery stores and vending machines in our region of the country. The corporate people raised the price a little, but they know it's a war selling cola in grocery stores with all of the competition, so they kept our price hike small. She then showed us a few numbers. When the quantity of no-cal we supplied went up by 25% and the price only went up 5%, that meant our supply elasticity was 25% divided by 5%, or 5.0. That is quite a bit more than 1.0, so the company economist said we have very elastic demand. We like to think we have healthier customers too. Now, let's pay a visit to Gus. Gus runs a chain of gas stations in a northern state. He goes on to tell us how supply works in his business. He says that the demand for gas at the pump is very seasonal. People love to travel in the summer. The road trip with the vehicle on the open highway, with the driver's elbow hanging out of one window and the dog's head hanging out another, is a common sight in the summer. We love the freedom of the open road. The demand curve for gas shifts outward every summer, and unless the supply curve shifts along with it, the price goes up. The problem is that we can't shift the supply curve very much. The refineries that we buy our gas from are already running at close to capacity anyway, so they can't supply us with much more gas. And the oil companies won't spend the millions to build new ones if it's just for seasonal demand, since the new refining capacity won't be needed in the winter months, when people are snug in their homes instead of driving somewhere. So what happens in the summer is my supply of gas only goes up about 10%, while the demand shift raised the price 20%. So my elasticity of supply is 10% divided by 20% equals 0.5. And since that is below 1.0, it's inelastic. So we see that elasticity of supply works a little differently than demand. The quantity change comes first, usually from a change in customer demand for the product. If the change is an increase, that will force the price to rise, unless the supply can increase enough to keep up and bring the price back down. If supply is elastic, like at Joan's bottling plant, it does. If supply is inelastic, like at the gas stations, the supply doesn't catch up quickly and the price of gas rises. So let's generalize as to why that happens. What are some key factors that determine the elasticity of supply? Spare capacity. We saw that Joan can easily increase capacity at the bottling plant by switching products. The more of this that's available, the more elastic supply is. High stock levels are available. Storing gasoline is a risky proposition. It can blow up on you. So there isn't a large amount of gasoline stored up, which contributes to supply inelasticity. Short time frames for production and getting to market. This happens pretty quickly for Joan. Her plant produces thousands of bottles and cans per day. The cola trucks are always rolling. Short time frames make a product more elastic. Our examples were focused on elasticity in the short run. Over the long run, as things change, the supply for all products becomes more elastic. If the big oil companies believe the demand for gas has increased permanently, they will do more fracking and drilling for oil. They will build out refinery capacity to turn the oil into gasoline and meet the demand. This process may take years, but it will happen as long as selling gasoline is profitable. The price elasticity of supply is simply a measure of how responsive the quantity supplied is to changes in price. The calculation is elasticity equals percent change in quantity demanded or supplied divided by percent change in price. When the change in quantity is greater than the change in price, the elasticity calculation is greater than 1.0, and supply is elastic. When it's less than 1.0, inelastic. Supply is more elastic when there is spare capacity, when high levels of stock are available, and when there are short time frames to produce and deliver the product. Supply will just about always be more elastic in the long run, as there is more time to increase production.
Meet Ernie. Once upon a time, he, like most people, punched a clock for a wage. When he wasn't working, he was pursuing his hobby of gourmet cooking. After a particularly trying day at work, Ernie decided to take the leap and become an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is a person that takes a risk to start and operate a business. Not everyone is cut out to be an entrepreneur. You need to have entrepreneurship, which is the ability and willingness to take the risk to develop and operate a business for profit or a non-profit organization to serve the needs of a particular group. A successful business typically needs to utilize all factors of production, which is just a fancy way of referring to resources necessary to provide a good or service. Take Ernie's new restaurant, for example. He'll need all the classical factors of production, which includes land, labor, and capital. He needs to either purchase or lease property on which his new restaurant will sit. He'll need to hire people to help him prepare and serve meals. He'll also need capital to finance the new restaurant. In addition to the classic factors of production, he needs one final factor of production which he will supply himself: enterprise. Enterprise is the ability to take all other factors of production and use them to create goods or services. Entrepreneurs like Ernie provide the enterprise to an economic activity. Entrepreneurs don't always fit into one neat little category. Let's take a look at different types of entrepreneurs. In her book, Launching New Ventures, Allen identifies different types of entrepreneurs. Home-based entrepreneurs are people that establish businesses in the comfort of their home. An example of a home-based entrepreneur is a freelance writer or novelist who works from home. Cyber entrepreneurs are people that conduct business completely online. People that sell crafts, antiques, or used books on auction sites such as eBay are a prime example. Serial entrepreneurs enjoy the thrill of starting a new business, but they don't want to stay around and operate it. Once the new venture gets off the ground, they move on to another startup. Traditional entrepreneurs are people like Ernie that take the risk to start a business with the intention of owning, operating, and obtaining profits from it. Non-profit entrepreneurs start non-profit organizations to serve a specific group. Contrary to popular belief, non-profit organizations can generate a tremendous amount of profits. The distinction between a for-profit and a non-profit is that a non-profit organization is not permitted to distribute its profits to its members. Instead, profits are retained and invested to further the goal of the non-profit. A classic example of a non-profit is a non-profit hospital. Corporate venturers are people that work in large companies but are charged with finding new opportunities for the companies. They often operate in skunkworks, which operate fairly autonomously. One of the most famous skunkworks is at Lockheed Martin, where advanced aircraft for the military are developed. Entrepreneurs like Ernie are vital for economic growth and innovation. Entrepreneurs are willing to take the risk to bring their ideas into reality. They often create new products and entire new industries. Examples of entrepreneurship creating new products and services include internet search engines, smartphones, computer tablets, and social media sites. These new products and services help grow the economy and create new jobs. They can even change the face of society. Just remember the iPhone, and you'll see a good example of this. Let's review what we've learned. Entrepreneurship is the ability of someone to take a risk and start a business. A person that displays entrepreneurship and acts upon it is called an entrepreneur. A crucial factor of production is enterprise, which is closely related to entrepreneurship and is the ability to take all the factors of production and use them to produce goods and services. You can classify entrepreneurs as home-based entrepreneurs, cyber entrepreneurs, serial entrepreneurs, nonprofit entrepreneurs, traditional entrepreneurs, or corporate ventures. Entrepreneurs serve a vital role in our economy through innovation and job creation, all of which contributes to the wealth of our economy and the participants in it. Manuel is opening a new restaurant and has to make some important decisions. For example, he needs to decide whether to rent or buy a building for his restaurant and whether to purchase new or used commercial-grade appliances for his kitchen. He'll also have to decide on the type of cuisine to serve and his target customers. In making these decisions, Manuel will engage in a decision-making process, which is a cognitive process where one selects a choice among available options. We can generally break the decision-making process down into 7 discrete steps. Let's look at Manuel's decision-making process in some detail. The first step of Manuel's decision-making process is realizing that a decision must be made. Manuel wants to open a restaurant. He realizes that he needs a physical location for his kitchen and a dining room for his customers. Therefore, Manuel must decide on a manner in which to acquire a space for his restaurant. Now that Manuel has identified the decision that he must make, he needs to collect the relevant information. He needs to collect information in order to make an informed decision. Manuel will turn to research to find the information. It's also important that he knows what types of information is relevant. He'll need information on restaurant spaces and real estate options such as purchasing and leasing. He'll also want information on his target market. Manuel may buy some books about starting a restaurant or check some out at the local public library. He may also turn on the internet and do some research online. Manuel may also try to pick the brains of some successful restaurants for advice. Once Manuel has collected all the relevant information, he can determine his alternatives. Manuel could rent a building or purchase a building for his restaurant. He also must consider different locations. Should he rent or buy in a trendy downtown shopping district, in an older area of town undergoing a hip renaissance, or in a suburban area with a high concentration of families? After Manuel has identified all of his options, he needs to analyze them. He will do this in light of his overall goals, the feasibility of each alternative, and the costs and benefits of each alternative. For example, Manuel may want to open a trendy fine dining establishment catering to young urban professionals. He also has to consider feasibility. Manuel may not have the funds available to buy or lease space in the trendiest part of the downtown foodie scene. One of the most important things he will do is weigh the relative costs and benefits of each alternative. For example, there will be advantages and disadvantages in owning a building compared to leasing space. The costs involved in owning may well outweigh the benefits for a new restaurant. Manuel will next pick the best alternative based upon his analysis in step 4. Generally speaking, he'll pick the most feasible alternative that meets his goal and has the most benefits for the least cost. For example, he may opt to lease a building in an old but trendy area of town that is undergoing an urban renewal with up-and-coming young professionals as its occupants. This alternative reaches his target market better than suburban locations and is cheaper than the rent downtown. Of course, this all assumes that Manuel acts rationally. Sometimes we act irrationally and will choose a less efficient option. Perhaps Manuel just has to be downtown and decides on a less than optimal choice. The next step for Manuel is simply to implement his decision. He'll find a location in his target area that's for lease and attempt to negotiate lease terms beneficial for him. After leasing the property, Manuel can start getting it ready for his new restaurant. The final step in Manuel's decision-making process is to review and assess his decision. Manuel will review his decision. He will assess his choice against his goals to figure out whether the decision was feasible and determine the costs and benefits arising out of the decision. For example, Manuel will assess whether the revenue generated by his restaurant can support the rent and whether the location brings in his target market. While analyzing the choices in step 4 involves a bit of prediction and some assumptions, Manuel will have hard data available for his review and assessment. For example, Manuel's projected income may be lower or higher than he estimated in analyzing the alternatives in step 4. After his assessment, Manuel will make adjustments to his decision as needed. For example, if he determines that his rent is too high given his revenue, he may opt to seek a different location after his current lease expires or raise his menu prices. Let's review what we've learned. Decision-making is a process of selecting a choice among different alternatives. You can break down the decision-making process into 7 distinct steps. First, you need to identify the decision to be made. You will then research for relevant information to make an informed decision. Next, you'll develop a list of alternative choices from your research. You will then select between alternatives in light of your goals, the feasibility of each alternative, and their respective costs and benefits. The next steps are selection of the decision followed by its implementation. The final step is review and assessment of the decision to determine whether adjustments are advisable.
You're driving down a major highway during rush hour. All of a sudden, your intuition or gut instinct tells you to take the next exit. When you get to work, you find out that turning early allowed you to narrowly miss a massive accident a little further down the highway. People rely on gut instincts or intuition to help make decisions. Some people are very aware of feelings or instincts and use them as guides to decision making. These types of feelings are instinctive and rely on intuition and not facts. In fact, intuition is the ability to have a grasp on a situation or information without the need for conscious reasoning. In business, people use this type of decision making when facts are unavailable or when decisions are difficult in nature. Intuitive decision-making ability is also known as a sixth sense and involves being able to gather information that other individuals may miss. It is the opposite of rational decision-making, which is when individuals use analytics, facts, and a step-by-step process to come to a decision. Let's see this ability in action. Violet Jones is a manager at the Intestinal Distress Tacos fast food restaurant. She has noticed that the taco shells are disappearing at a faster rate than the sales. There are some ways that Violet can investigate the missing taco shells. Violet does not have the time in her business managerial schedule to spend a long time investigating the taco shell mystery. She is losing money daily and must fire the individual responsible. She has relied on her intuition in the past, and it has successfully rewarded her into management positions. She uses patterns of behavior, cues, and body language. For example, Violet has noticed that her newest employee, Ernie, has been avoiding her and not making eye contact. She has a gut feeling that he may be her taco shell thief. In addition, she has noticed that he disappears for a very long bathroom break, and she surmises that he's eating the shells in the stalls. In general, excellent managers are able to easily switch between analytical and intuition decision-making. Managers who excel in using intuitive behavior are usually positive with their moods, allowing them to be receptive to environmental clues that others might miss. Intuitive decision-making is also very fast occurring. Individuals usually receive a gut feeling immediately that they can choose to follow. In addition, managers should not look at rational, analytical decision-making as exclusive of intuition decision-making. In fact, a combination of both types of decision-making usually yields the best result. For example, Violet used her intuition to identify Ernie as her thief. Later, she was able to find a few analytical clues, such as taco shell crumbs on Ernie's shirt, to make her final decision as to who the culprit was at the restaurant. She interviewed Ernie, and he confessed that he was the employee stealing the shells. People rely on gut instinct or intuition to help make decisions. In business, this can be very helpful as some decisions need to be made rather quickly and do not offer the time needed for an analytical step-by-step procedure. Some people are very aware of feelings or instincts and use them as guides in decision-making. These types of feelings are instinctive and rely on intuition and not facts. Intuition is the ability to have a grasp on a situation or information without the need for reasoning. The opposite of intuitive decision-making is rational decision-making, which is when individuals use analytics, facts, and a step-by-step process to come to a decision. In summary, employees should rely on a mixture of both intuitive and rational decision-making in order to provide the best solutions to business decisions.
All business entities are not the same. Some provide owners a lot of flexibility in management and control, and some do not. Some provide owners a significant degree of protection from liability, and some do not. And some are heavily regulated, and some are not. On top of these differences is the fact that the tax code provides different tax treatments for different business entities. All of these factors should be considered when an entrepreneur is selecting the type of business entity she or he wishes to use for her or his business. Okay, let's take a look at the primary choices an entrepreneur has by breaking them down into two broad categories. First, we'll take a look at unlimited liability entities, or those business organizations that don't provide the owner or owners any protection from personal liability, such as sole proprietorships and general partnerships. Then we'll examine limited liability entities, which are business organizations that usually limit an owner's liability to his or her investment in the business, such as corporations, limited liability companies, and limited partnerships. If you're the only owner, you can keep it very simple and run your business as a sole proprietor. In a sole proprietorship, you are the business, as there is no legal distinction between the business and you. You're completely personally liable for any debts, contracts, negligence, or wrongful acts done by the business. On the plus side, the business is very easy to operate, isn't subject to a bunch of organizational regulations, and you simply report profits and losses from the business on your personal tax return. A kid's lawn mowing service is an example of a sole proprietorship. A general partnership is a business owned by more than one person. Partners often enter into a partnership agreement, which outlines the rights and obligations of the partners. Just like a sole proprietorship, general partners are completely responsible for the liabilities of the partnership. In fact, partners usually have joint and several liability, which means that a partner can be dinged for 100% of the partnership debts and will have to pursue his partners for their share. On the positive side, partnerships are very flexible to manage as long as the partners agree. Also, partnership law isn't that complex. The primary law for partnerships is the Uniform Partnership Act, as enacted in each state. Partnership profits and losses are reported at the individual partner level because partnerships are considered flow-through entities, in which profits and losses flow through the entity to its owners where it is taxed. The classic example of a general partnership is a law firm. Okay, now that we've talked about unlimited liability entities, let's go over some limited liability entities. The corporation is the original limited liability entity. Most publicly traded companies such as Apple, General Motors, and General Electric are corporations. Corporations are highly regulated by state statutes and are rather inflexible in the manner they can be organized and managed. The shareholders, or owners, select a board of directors by election. The board then develops corporate policy and strategy. The officers of the corporation run the day-to-day operations. Shareholder liability is limited to their investment in the corporation, which means the most shareholders can lose is their investment in the corporation. It should also be noted that there is a special type of corporation called a professional corporation, where the shareholders are all members of a profession, such as lawyers in a law firm or doctors in a medical practice. There are even special liability rules regarding professional corporations, but they're beyond the scope of this lesson. Additionally, corporate taxation can be very complex. You've probably heard of C corporations and S corporations, which are federal tax designations. C corporations are basically your typical big corporations that are taxed at two levels, the corporate level and the shareholder level. In other words, Uncle Sam taxes the corporation on its income and then taxes the shareholders on the income, known as dividends, that the corporation distributes to its shareholders. An S corporation does not pay federal income tax. Instead, the income flows through to its shareholders where it is taxed. Not all corporations can elect to be S corporations. A limited liability company has the flexibility of a general partnership, the limited liability of a corporation, and can elect flow-through taxation. It's a very popular entity for these reasons. A limited liability company can consist of one or more members and can be managed by members, like a partnership, or by managers, like a corporation. Most businesses can operate as a limited liability company. Limited partnerships are a special type of partnership consisting of a general partner and limited partners. The general partner controls the partnership, and the limited partners have no management rights. However, limited partners do share in the profits and losses of the partnership. General partners have joint and several liability for partnership obligations, but limited partners have limited liability. Profits and losses are normally eligible for flow-through tax treatment in a limited partnership. Limited partnerships are commonly used in commercial real estate investments, such as hotels, malls, and residential subdivisions. And finally, there are two less common limited liability organizations worth a brief mention. A limited liability partnership is a partnership where some or all of the partners have limited liability. It's often a popular choice of partnerships of professionals, such as lawyers and accountants. A limited liability limited partnership is a limited partnership where one or more general partners have limited liability. This latter type is particularly rare. Selecting an appropriate business organization type for a new business venture is a very important step every serious entrepreneur must take. Considerations include flexibility in management, level of regulatory complexity, tax treatment, and whether there is unlimited or limited liability. Business structures that don't provide limited liability include sole proprietorships and general partnerships, whereas business organizations that do provide limited liability include corporations, limited liability companies, and limited partnerships.
Let's talk about the basic foundation of economics. What economics is, what's involved with it, and what the basic economic problem is. The word economy comes from two Greek words, one meaning house and the other meaning distribute. It was first used to describe the management of a household, but by the mid-1700s, it came to describe the management of the resources of a country. Now, the basic economic problem that we're concerned about is this. Needs and wants are unlimited, but resources are scarce. What are resources? Resources are otherwise known as the factors of production, and they include land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. Everything it takes to produce the stuff that you and I buy on a regular basis in our economy. So let's get back to this word scarcity. What does it really mean when a resource is scarce? Scarcity in general terms means that the demand for something is much greater than the supply, or there is not enough money to buy it. The exact definition in economics is that there are insufficient resources to satisfy everyone's needs and wants. And whether you're talking about oil, from which we get the gasoline that powers most of our cars, or corn, even seats in a movie theater, there isn't enough for everyone to get what they want at a zero price. You know something is scarce if you try to offer it for free and you don't have enough of it for everyone who stands in line to get it. So how does a society decide who gets what? Well, producers charge a price for it. That way, whoever values it the most will pay the most for it. This is how scarce resources are allocated, or divided up and distributed efficiently in our economy. When you go to the store, you can't buy everything you want, so you must make choices to buy one thing instead of another. If you walk into the store with $50 and the store offers you 500 different items, you're only going to walk out of that store with a cart full of stuff that totals $50. Scarcity always leads to choice, and people can actually make better decisions because they have a better understanding of how much each choice costs. So now that we understand what scarcity is all about, let's talk about what economics is. Economics is the social science that studies how people use scarce resources to satisfy unlimited needs and wants. You'll notice it's a social science because it's about how people interact and why they behave in certain ways. In some respects, it's a lot like psychology because we talk about and make decisions based on our understanding of why people do what they do. Incentives are at the heart of economics. Incentives are rewards that motivate people to behave in certain ways that we want them to. For example, if the government offers a tax break or a lower tax to families with children going to college, this tax break will motivate some additional families to make this decision. These families have an incentive or a reward to do something different. While not everyone will respond to this incentive, some families who weren't planning on sending their kids to college will now change their behavior because of the incentive. In this example, the government wanted a certain result, which is more people going to college, so they created an incentive or a reward. Many of the decisions that are made by leaders in government and the central bank are made based on incentives. That is, they have the perspective of trying to help the economy grow faster or slower by changing certain incentives. An economy is therefore a system in which suppliers produce the goods and services that consumers demand. It's where consumers make choices about what to consume and producers decide what to produce, how to produce, and distribute it. Using it as an adjective, we can say that I'm being economical when I'm managing resources in a careful, efficient, and prudent way. Economists study the economy by using certain mathematical models, and these models will explain why people behave the way they do. To summarize what we've talked about in this lesson, economy refers to the management of the resources of a country. The basic economic problem is that needs and wants are unlimited, but resources are scarce. Resources, also known as factors of production, include land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. Scarcity means that resources are limited, and because resources are scarce, people must make choices. Economics is the social science that studies how people use scarce resources in order to satisfy unlimited needs and wants. Finally, economists study incentives, which are rewards that motivate people to behave in certain ways. The basic economic problem is the issue of scarcity. Because resources are scarce but wants are unlimited, people must make choices. This lesson showcases the most important concept in macroeconomics, which is the concept of opportunity cost. Very simply, everyone has the same amount of hours in a day, but we all make different decisions about what we do, what we choose to buy, and how we spend our time. What determines these choices? Opportunity cost does. Every time you make a choice, there's a certain value you place on that choice. You might not know it or think about it, but every choice has a value to you. And when you choose one thing over another, you're saying to yourself, I value this more than another choice I had. Now, the opportunity cost of a choice is what you gave up to get it. If you have two choices, either an apple or an orange, and you choose the apple, then your opportunity cost is the orange you could have chosen, but didn't. You gave up the opportunity to take the orange in order to choose the apple. In this way, opportunity cost is the value of the opportunity lost. Value has two parts to it. It has benefits as well as costs. If you choose an apple over an orange, maybe the apple costs less, but maybe you enjoy it more. So looking at choice in terms of benefits and costs helps you make better economic decisions. To make a good economic decision, we want to choose the option with the greatest benefit to us, but the lowest cost. For example, if we graduate from college and suddenly we find ourselves in the job market, there are choices to be made. And let's say that two jobs become available to us. We can either work for Company A or Company B. Now, the job with Company A promises to pay us $20 an hour, while Company B offers to pay us only $10. Based on this information alone, of course, most people would choose Company A. Why? Because they're paying a higher salary. But when you look at this kind of a choice in only dollar terms, then you're only seeing it from the perspective of the benefits. Now, let's take that same example, but now we discover that the job for Company A requires a fancy dress suit that'll cost you $1,500. You realize that the job with the higher salary may not be worth it to you. Now you're starting to think economically. You're thinking economically when you look at the value of a choice through the eyes of the benefits and the costs. Whatever we choose, the opportunity cost is the value of the choice we could have had. The opportunity cost of working for Company A is the value of what we gave up to take the job. We gave up the value of working for Company B, so that's the opportunity cost in that example. Now, we focus more on the monetary costs in that example. The challenge is that most people get stuck evaluating choices only in monetary terms. But there's more to the story. The value of a choice to you might be in terms of time or in terms of the enjoyment you could have experienced. When Ben Franklin originally explained this concept in his book entitled Advice to a Young Tradesman, he said that time is money. And he was trying to communicate the concept of opportunity cost by saying that what you do with your time, whether or not you are productive, can be just as important as any decision you make with money. Here are a few examples. Let's say you have only $100 to spend and you have two choices. You can eat at a nice restaurant or you can buy 7 music albums instead. If you spend your $100 on buying the albums, then the opportunity cost of that choice is the delicious meal you did not choose. As I already said, this concept works for spending money, but it also works in regards to time. Let's say you only have 2 hours of free time. You could either go to a movie or visit the bookstore. If you choose to spend your time at the movies, the opportunity cost of this decision is the time you could have spent enjoying the bookstore. Now you can apply this concept to land as well. If we assume that land can either be used to produce corn or it can be used for raising cattle to produce beef, but it cannot be used to do both at the same time. So here we have two choices and we must make a decision. Let's say that we're already producing corn, but we want to switch to raising cattle so we can produce beef. In this case, the opportunity cost of switching from producing corn to raising cattle is the amount by which the production of corn decreases, because that's the value of our next best alternative. To summarize what we've talked about in this lesson, scarcity creates choice, and every choice has value to us. That value can be looked at in terms of benefits and in terms of costs. Value is not always measured in financial terms, but sometimes measured in terms of time or enjoyment. The opportunity cost of a choice is what must be given up in order to take an opportunity. It's not the opportunity we chose, but the value of the next best alternative we didn't choose. Every major choice has an opportunity cost, and later on you'll learn how to calculate it. So now we have a choice between two alternative possibilities. We can either choose one thing or another, but not both. For example, we could choose to spend our time knitting or walking, but not both. How do we know what the best economical choice is? By calculating the opportunity cost of each choice. Opportunity cost is a relative concept, which means that you're finding out how much of one thing you can produce in comparison to another thing. For example, if the two goods you're interested in are rice and wheat, then the opportunity cost of producing rice will always be in terms of wheat, and the opportunity cost of producing wheat will always be in terms of rice. The opportunity cost of choosing one possibility is the value of the possibility you gave up. It's what you sacrificed. It's not what you chose, but it's the next best alternative. Let's look at how to calculate opportunity cost using land as an example. In country A, we can use the same amount of scarce resources to produce two things, but we can only choose one thing at a time to produce. Let's say the two things we produce are corn and beef. We can use land to either produce corn or produce beef. The next thing we need to know in order to calculate opportunity cost is how much corn could we produce compared to how much beef we could produce. And remember that we're using the same amount of resources, so this kind of a problem really is going to give us the basis for comparing two alternative choices. Let's say that in country A, we can either produce 50 tons of corn, or as an alternative, we can produce 25 tons of beef. This is our trade-off between producing these two things. Now we have all the information we need to calculate opportunity cost. But we need to know which opportunity cost we're trying to measure based on which possibility we want to choose. Let's start by looking at it from the corn perspective. The opportunity cost of producing 50 tons of corn is equal to how many tons of beef we could have produced, which of course is 25 tons. Therefore, the opportunity cost is found by solving this equation. 50 tons of corn equals 25 tons of beef. What we really want to know is how much beef we could have produced if we chose to produce 1 ton of corn. But the question gave us 50 tons. To reduce this equation down, we divide each side by 25, and this gives us 2 tons of corn equals 1 ton of beef. And then reducing it down one more time gives us 1 ton of corn equals a half ton of beef. That's our answer. The opportunity cost of producing a ton of corn is a half a ton of beef. Now, we only looked at this choice from one perspective. Let's look at it from the opposite perspective. If country A can either produce 50 tons of corn or 25 tons of beef, then what is the opportunity cost to them of producing 25 tons of beef? Well, it's the value of the next best alternative, which of course is producing 50 tons of corn. So in this case, our equation is as follows. 25 tons of beef equals 50 tons of corn. Same equation, different order. Reducing this down, we get 1 ton of beef equals 2 tons of corn. So what does this mean? It means that the opportunity cost of producing 1 ton of beef is equal to the 2 tons of corn we could have produced instead. We sacrificed 2 tons of corn in order to produce a ton of beef. Why do we care about this? Because we want to know what we're good at. So ultimately, we can specialize in doing this instead of doing something we're not as good at. Opportunity cost reveals the value in any decision. Why should I spend all my time producing beef if I can use the same amount of resources and produce twice as much corn? Opportunity costs just reveal this to us. Economics is all about getting the best results with the least amount of effort, or producing a larger quantity of one thing with the same amount of resources. How about another example? Let's say that in 1 hour on a Saturday night, I can either type 3 term papers or bake 1 dozen chocolate chip cookies. What is my opportunity cost of choosing to write a term paper? Well, my equation looks like this. 3 term papers equals 12 chocolate chip cookies. Dividing by 3 on each side, I reduce it down to 1 term paper equals 4 chocolate chip cookies. So the opportunity cost to me of choosing to write a term paper during this 1 hour on a Saturday night is that I would sacrifice 4 cookies. You can use this method to calculate the opportunity cost for any major choice, whether it's on the level of 2 goods or whether it's on an economy-wide level of choosing between capital goods and consumer goods. The economic skill you've just learned is the building block for creating the production possibilities curve. We're talking about the production possibilities model in this lesson, and the classic version of the production possibilities model is the comparison between 2 goods that a nation can produce, either guns or butter, and it must choose between these 2 goods. Now, famous people in history have used this analogy, including William Jennings Bryan, Margaret Thatcher, and even leaders in Nazi Germany. In fact, the song Guns Before Butter was written in 1979 by Gang of 4 about this concept. The production possibilities model is a visual model of scarcity and efficiency. It simplifies the concept of how an economy can produce things, using only 2 goods as an example. It's going to show us all the production possibilities we have between these 2 goods. It takes the concept of opportunity cost, which we already explored, and helps us make the best economic decision we can make, which is to say, the most efficient decision. But there are some important assumptions that we need to talk about regarding the production possibilities model. So the question we're trying to answer is this: how much of each good should we produce in order to produce them in the most efficient way? For example, how many term papers and cookies should I make to get the most efficient combination? Or how much corn versus how much beef should country A produce to be the most efficient? That's where the production possibility model comes in. There are 3 important assumptions involved in using the production possibilities model. 1, resources are used to maximize capacity. Very important. 2, resources are scarce. And 3, technology remains completely constant. We're trying to use our resources to the fullest, but we only have limited or scarce resources. We're also assuming right now that the technology we use to produce our goods isn't changing at all. So what are we really saying? If you're producing the right combination of two goods, then you're using your resources efficiently. Why is this important? Because it reveals to us all the trade-offs of changing our production possibilities. We can pick any 2 points on a production possibility curve and explain the trade-offs or the opportunity cost of producing different combinations of these two goods. For example, if our economy is producing cars and computers only, then we can choose to produce many different combinations of cars and computers. Since our resources are scarce, we can't produce as much as we want. But we can produce, for example, 0 cars or 10 computers. We could choose instead to produce 5 cars and 0 computers. Why are these two numbers different? Because in this example, these two activities have different production rates. And when we compare the production rates, we can speak in terms of opportunity cost, like this. If we make 10 computers, we lose the opportunity to make 5 cars, and vice versa. By reducing this fraction down, we can say the opportunity cost of producing 1 car is 2 computers. As you can see, it takes more time and resources to produce a car than it does a computer. And the production possibilities model will show us this visually. Now, I just said that we could produce 0 cars and 10 computers, or 5 cars and 0 computers. But there are many other production possibilities in between these two that we could choose instead. With our finite resources, we could choose to produce 2 cars and 6 computers, or 4 cars and 2 computers. Then again, we could say 3 cars and 4 computers. When you account for all the possible combinations given the opportunity cost of 1 car equals 2 computers, you end up with a line like the one you see here in this simple example. Okay, time out. I want to clarify something important. Although the production possibilities model shows a straight line in this example, in the real world, the production possibilities model is a curve. As you produce more and more of one good instead of another, the opportunity costs will increase because some of the resources in an economy are only capable of producing one type of good, which means that switching from one good to another will increase costs. And the more you switch from one good to another, the more expensive it gets. We call this the law of increasing opportunity costs. But some people call it the law of diminishing returns, which is the same thing. For example, if an economy is producing some combination of cars and computers, and it wants to produce more cars, it'll have to give up the opportunity to produce some computers, right? Well, what happens is that each time they choose to produce additional cars, they don't get the same benefit. They don't get the same return for making that decision. Because expanding your equipment so you can make more cars instead of computers becomes more and more difficult and expensive as you continue to do it. The result is that they give up more and more computers each time they add additional cars, which means opportunity cost is increasing. As you move from one side of the curve towards the other, this dynamic of increasing opportunity costs or diminishing returns continues to happen. And it continues to happen until you reach a point somewhere in the middle where there is no benefit in producing more of one good and less of another. So this is why the production possibilities curve is bowed outwards. Its bowed outwards are shaped like a curve because of the law of increasing opportunity costs. Here are some facts that we know to be true about all production possibility curves. One is that any point outside the curve is not attainable. Any point outside of the curve is not a production possibility because our resources are scarce, which means we have a capacity that we won't be able to go over, a limit we can't exceed. It's our barrier of production. The other fact we know is that any point inside the production possibility curve is possible, but it's not efficient. The curve itself is an efficiency curve, which means it's showing us all the ways we can simultaneously produce two goods efficiently. That means any point that's inside the curve is not using all of our resources. So if we chose to produce one car and two computers, then we're producing less than our capacity. We have the resources to produce more stuff, but we chose not to. To review, any point outside the curve is not possible, and points inside the curve are possible but not efficient. When you're a business or a firm and you're trying to maximize your profit, then you're very concerned about producing at your capacity so you can earn the greatest profit. If you're an individual, on the other hand, you may be concerned about maximizing your income, but you're also concerned about maximizing your time or perhaps your enjoyment. So why is the production possibility curve bowed outwards? To answer this, let's talk about what's happening when we make a move from one point on the curve to another. The curve represents the fact that there is an opportunity cost for every production possibility. If we want to switch from producing 0 cars to 1 car, we know that we could only produce 8 computers instead of 10. The opportunity cost of this switch is the value of what we gave up to get it, which in this case means we would have to give up the opportunity to produce 2 computers, or at least this is how we've been simplifying it. But in reality, it can cost a lot more to reallocate resources than simply handing over the metal that was meant for computers to the car manufacturer, particularly when we shift our resources toward making only cars or only computers. If we push to make much more of one product than the other, then production is less efficient and we have a higher opportunity cost. To summarize what we've talked about with the production possibilities model, scarcity leads to choice, and every choice has trade-offs, which we call opportunity costs. The production possibilities curve shows the opportunity costs of producing 2 goods in an economy. An economy that is perfectly efficient will produce on the curve instead of inside or below the curve. The curve is bowed outwards because of the law of increasing opportunity costs. Now that you know what the curve is, you'll be able to recognize situations and scenarios that can change it. And this will help you understand how a nation attempts to increase its productivity. The production possibilities frontier is an economic model used to illustrate how people and nations should decide what goods to produce, how much to produce, and for whom they should produce it. It's a model and a concept that looks at only 2 goods at a time. For example, what combination of cars and computers should a nation produce? The production possibility curve illustrates all the possible combinations of how we can produce these 2 goods, given the constraints we have, including the fact that resources are scarce. The question we're answering in this lesson is, what causes the production possibilities curve to shift? Before we answer this, let's review some of the basic ideas about the production possibilities curve using 2 types of curves. Let's say we have a production possibility curve showing the production of 2 goods, cars and computers. Now, economists also use the PPF model to illustrate 2 categories of goods, both consumer goods and capital goods. So here's what that PPF curve looks like. In any economy, investments into capital goods will do more to increase economic growth than investments into consumer goods will. For both of these types of curves, though, every point along the curve is efficient, meaning this combination of producing two goods is at our capacity. We're producing the most that we can with the least amount of costs. Movement along this curve reveals the trade-offs that are required to produce more or less of a good. We said that any point inside the curve is not efficient, and any point outside the curve is unobtainable. The best example in history of when America's economy was inside the curve was during the Great Depression. At that time, unemployment was extremely high, and production was extremely low. But eventually, during World War II, our economy moved from inside the curve to somewhere on the curve. Now we're producing things as fast as we can, largely driven by the war, but we were on the curve. Even though we were producing a lot more, we still had a limit, a capacity that we couldn't exceed, unless something major changed. And that's why any point that is outside the curve is not possible. The production possibilities curve, whether it's showing two specific goods such as cars and computers, or two types of goods such as capital goods and consumer goods, it shows us how much is produced, which means it's showing us a picture of output. So now we can talk about shifts in the entire curve. The basic idea is that anything that causes economic output to increase or decrease will shift this curve. In any economy, the major goal that you're trying to achieve is growth, which is to say, producing increasing amounts of the goods and services that consumers demand. Given the fact that resources are scarce, we have constraints, which is what the curve shows us. When the economy grows and all other things remain constant, we can produce more. So this will cause a shift in the production possibilities curve outward or to the right. If the economy were to shrink, then of course the curve would shift to the left. When the curve shifts outward or to the right, that means output is increasing. When the curve shifts inward or to the left, that means output is decreasing. Shifts in the production possibility curve are caused by changes in these things: advances in technology, changes in resources, more education or training, that's what we call human capital, or changes in the labor force. Let's briefly explore each one of these and see how they shift the curve. Probably what you hear about most in economics is how changes in technology affect the curve. For example, let's say the country discovers a new technology, such as a new computer system that improves productivity. Anything that improves the productivity of workers is good. This causes output to increase, so the production possibilities curve shifts outward or to the right. On the other hand, let's say a major war causes destruction of capital equipment in the country. Well, this would cause output to decrease, so in this case, the production possibilities curve shifts inward or to the left. Changes in resources are also going to shift the curve. For example, if a country discovers a new energy source, like new solar panels, let's say, this causes output to increase, which shifts the production possibility curve outwards or to the right. On the other hand, if the country gets devastated by a major hurricane, it's not too difficult to imagine that this setback would make it more difficult to produce things. This causes output to decrease, which in turn shifts the production possibilities curve inward or to the left. Now let's talk about education and training. When more people in the workforce get educated or trained, we refer to that as human capital. Education and training increase knowledge, and knowledge tends to increase productivity. So this would shift the production possibilities curve to the right. Finally, if there was a sudden increase in the labor force, either from a population boom or more likely from immigration, then the production possibility curve shifts outward or to the right. Why is this? Because more people working means more production possible. This works in reverse as well. If the country experiences more unemployment, then the unemployment rate goes up. That means the labor force is shrinking. So more people are not working and not being productive. This would decrease the output of the nation and shift the production possibilities curve inward or to the left. To summarize, the production possibility frontier is a model that helps us decide what to produce, how to produce it, and for whom to produce it. Consumer goods are final goods that are purchased directly by consumers, while capital goods represent the machinery, tools, and equipment, or anything that is used to produce consumer goods. Shifts in the production possibility curve are caused by things that change the output of an economy, including advances in technology, changes in resources, more education or training, that's what we call human capital, and changes in the labor force. Increases in the production possibility curve are represented by shifts outward or to the right, while decreases are represented by shifts inward or to the left.
Meet Lilith. She owns a small startup tech company that manufactures smartphones and tablets. Lilith has some important business decisions to make concerning the allocation of her company's resources over the next fiscal year. A large part of her decision-making analysis will concern calculating and assessing opportunity cost. You can think of opportunity cost as the benefit or value you give up by picking one course of action over another. In other words, the opportunity cost of a decision is the difference between the value you receive from pursuing a course of action and the value that you would have received from the alternative you did not pursue. Let's look at Lilith's tech company to illustrate the concept. Lilith can use one day to manufacture either 100 smartphones or 75 tablets. If she chooses to manufacture the phones, the opportunity cost is the difference in profits of producing 75 tablets. On the other hand, if she chooses to manufacture the 75 tablets, it costs her the difference in profits of manufacturing 100 smartphones. We generally want to analyze opportunity costs in terms of investment, whether it's a person or a business making that investment. We can express opportunity cost in terms of a return or profit on investment by using the following mathematical formula. Opportunity cost equals return on most profitable investment choice minus return on investment chosen to pursue. Unless the investment returns are fixed and practically guaranteed to be paid, like a U.S. Treasury bond you intend to hold to maturity, you'll have to base your calculation on the expected returns. For example, on average, the stock market may have an annual return of 8%. But that doesn't mean your stock portfolio will return 8% this year. Now let's apply the formula to an example. Lilith's company has a 10% return when it sells smartphones, but an 18% return when it sells tablets. Let's plug in the numbers and see what happens. Opportunity cost equals return on most profitable investment choice minus return on investment chosen to pursue. Opportunity cost equals 18% return on tablets minus 10% return on cell phones. Opportunity cost equals 8%. If Lilith orders the production of smartphones, she'll have to give up the opportunity to earn an extra 8%. Of course, we are assuming that there is sufficient demand for tablets to expend all Lilith's production capacity on tablets. You can use an opportunity cost analysis to help you decide how to best capitalize a business. A business's capital structure is simply how a company finances its operations. Capital structure may involve a mix of long-term debt, short-term debt, and equity. Equity is the infusion of capital into a business through the sale of shares of common stock or preferred stock to investors. What's opportunity cost have to do with a business's capital structure? If you finance your capital through debt, you have to pay it back even if you aren't making any money. Moreover, money allocated to servicing debt can't be spent on investing in the business or pursuing other investment opportunities, such as the stock and bond markets. Let's look at an example on how a business can use opportunity cost analysis to determine whether or not obtaining an infusion of capital through debt is a smart move. Lilith wants to make more money. She could use her company's present earnings, along with a loan, to finance the upgrade of her factory. This would be to help her increase profits through better products and improved efficiency and productivity. On the other hand, she could invest her company's current earnings in the stock market. Let's say that Lilith can obtain financing from a commercial lender sufficient to upgrade her facility, and she projects a 13% return after paying the cost of financing. Her financial advisor projects investments in the stock market will yield an 11% return. Let's do the math. Opportunity cost equals return on most profitable investment choice minus return on investment chosen to pursue. Opportunity cost equals 13%, debt-financed return from renovation, minus 11% stock market return. Opportunity cost equals 2%. In other words, she'll give up a 2% return if she opts to invest in the stock market instead of financing an upgrade through debt. This illustrates the power of leverage. You can make money by borrowing if your investment of the borrowed money yields a higher rate of return than the interest charged on the debt. Keep in mind that calculations and analyses we have performed throughout the lesson are based on predictions and assumptions that may not hold true in the real world. For example, Lilith's factory upgrade may not yield as high of a return as she projects, and we all know that the stock market can go up or down in any given year. Consequently, realistic assumptions and projections are essential if an opportunity cost analysis is to be of any use. Let's review what we've learned. Opportunity cost is the benefit you forego in choosing one course of action over another. You can determine the opportunity cost of choosing one investment option over another by using the following formula. Opportunity cost equals return on most profitable investment choice minus return on investment chosen to pursue. Opportunity cost analysis is an important tool in making business decisions, including determining a business's capital structure or how a business finances its operations, usually a mix of short and long-term loans as well as equity. Remember that equity is the infusion of capital into a business through the sale of shares of common stock or preferred stock to investors. However, since opportunity cost analysis looks at the future, it's important to be very realistic about your underlying assumptions.
When you hear news about the status of the economy, you'll often find that the report will include statistics about unemployment. An unemployment rate that's headed upward causes concern because one of the economic goals of the United States is a low unemployment rate, also described as full employment. The aim for full employment is just one of multiple overarching goals of the United States economy. In this lesson, you'll learn about each of these goals and come away with a better sense of what is meant by a good economy versus a bad economy. How do you think you'd feel if one day a ticket to the movies was $9 and the next day it changes to $25? Stability in prices is a goal of the U.S. economy and is measured primarily by whether there is inflation or deflation. Inflation occurs when prices increase across the board for everything from the cost of movie tickets to the cost of milk. But a price drop in movie tickets could be a sign of trouble too. Deflation occurs when prices decrease across the board. While price decreases sound like a good deal for consumers, it's not a good deal for the economy as a whole. For instance, if the owners of the movie theater can't make a profit, perhaps part-time jobs at the theater won't exist anymore either. Stability in prices is the desired goal with only a small amount of inflation. Stability is related to another goal, that of security. You've probably heard of Social Security benefits, which includes money older adults receive after a certain age. These benefits are one way of protecting those beyond the average working age and those with disabilities from living in extreme poverty. There are other ways that you are protected by efforts geared toward security, often without even knowing about it. If you've ever made a deposit into a bank, you may have noticed that up to a certain amount, your money is FDIC insured. The FDIC, or Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, was created in 1933, at a time when banks had been failing right and left. With this program in place, if your bank suddenly goes out of business, there is an insurance policy that will make sure you don't lose your money. But who gets to say whether you put money in the bank or spend it on going to the movies? If you're an adult, the answer is that you decide. This is an example of the goal of economic freedom. This value of our economic system puts emphasis on the rights of individuals and businesses to decide how to use their own funds. Sometimes challenges can arise when a goal like economic freedom bumps up against a goal like security. Should you have to set aside part of your paycheck for Social Security even if you don't want to do this? Since both freedom and security are valued, sometimes a balance must be struck between the two, rather than any one goal trumping all the others. You can also see this issue arise when another goal enters the conversation, that of equity. In the context of U.S. economic goals, equity refers to the fair distribution of resources in the economy. For instance, when you pay your taxes, some of your money is going toward paying for services everyone can use, like schools and libraries. Even though we value the economic freedom of people determining how to use their own money, we also value giving many people equal access to education, which relates to the goal of equity. A particularly measurable goal of the U.S. economy is economic growth. Calculations of the GDP, or gross domestic product, can be used to keep tabs on this. The GDP is the value of everything produced during a specific period of time. This includes goods, such as milk, computers, or bungee cords, as well as services, like work done on a car or medical care provided. Another aim is that of efficiency. To give you a taste for what is meant by efficiency, think about how a new technology, like the invention of assembly lines, helped industries produce more products more quickly. Wisely using resources and avoiding wasting them are also values related to efficiency. We'll wrap up with the goal of full employment, which we discussed at the very beginning of this lesson. Note that while full employment sounds like it would be 0% unemployment, this is actually not the goal set for the economy. An unemployment rate of about 5% gives some wiggle room for those who are just entering the economy, like students leaving school and who haven't found a job yet. The broad goals viewed as central to the U.S. economy are stability, security, economic freedom, equity, economic growth, efficiency, and full employment. Some goals are particularly measurable. This is the case when using the GDP to look at economic growth, observe inflation or deflation to consider stability, or look at unemployment rates. Sometimes there is friction between economic goals, like when our desire to use our money as we please must be balanced with the values of equity and security.
A market economy is a system in which the supply and demand for goods and services plays a primary role in a competitive marketplace. In your own life, you can see the market economy at work when you look at prices. For example, when you go to buy a banana, the price has a lot to do with how many people want to buy bananas and how many bananas are available. In this lesson, we'll consider what role the government can play in this form of economy. Note that there's a great deal of disagreement among politicians about just how much influence government should have in market economies. We'll use this lesson to cover the basic concepts, not the detailed controversies. In a market economy, individuals and private companies play more of a central role than the government. This means that the price of bananas may be influenced by certain government policies, but is mainly driven by consumers and companies going about their business. So when does the government get involved in a market economy? Let's imagine for a moment that the government played no role at all. What risky things might happen that would be really bad news for most people? Let's take a look at a hypothetical business, the Yellow Fruit Company, which grows and distributes bananas. We'll call its competitor the Curved Fruit Company. Imagine that the Yellow Fruit Company has found a way to grow bananas more quickly and efficiently, but also increases the effects of pollution. To compete with the Yellow Fruit Company, the Curved Fruit Company has to use the same new process, which leads to an increase in pollution. If left to the market alone, these two companies would double the number of additional pollutants to the environment. While the new method is a more economically efficient way to grow bananas, nature and people will suffer. At this point, the government plays a role in the market economy by setting rules about environmental pollution. That way, the Yellow Fruit Company and the Curved Fruit Company both have to abide by the rules while competing on equal terms. A market economy with no government intervention also has the potential to trample on some of the rights we usually take for granted. For instance, have you ever seen the price of gas suddenly shoot up sky high during a natural disaster? At times like these, certain businesses take advantage of an emergency situation by price gouging or inflating the price of a needed good to turn a profit. Not all price increases are considered price gouging, but when the issue does arise, the government may step in to protect consumers. In addition, when one company grows so large that it controls an entire market for a product or service, the government may also take steps to prevent a monopoly, which is when one company controls the supply, and thus profit, of a particular type of product or service, and restore competition back to the industry. One of the central elements of a market economy is the right to own and use private property, or ownership by non-governmental bodies. Yet, private property is more than just buildings and land. If the curved fruit company comes up with a way to protect their bananas from bruising during transport, they may pursue a patent to protect their discovery. A patent is an exclusive legal right to a new invention or process, usually for a specific period of time, which prevents others from reproducing, selling, or otherwise exploiting the product or process. Sometimes private business cannot provide everything that society needs, so government may take the lead when it comes to building roads or overseeing public school systems. Government programs may also be used to protect individuals from living in poverty, such as offering unemployment compensation after a job loss, or providing food assistance to families at risk. Businesses still have their rights to conduct business when there are challenges to national security, yet the government may sometimes restrict certain actions. For example, the yellow fruit company may not be allowed to do business with a nation that represents an enemy. A market economy is a system in which the supply and demand for goods and services plays a primary role in a competitive marketplace. There is a lot of debate about how much the government should interfere in the economy. However, the government does play a role in certain areas, such as those related to consumer rights, environmental protection, and property rights, like those of private property or ownership by non-governmental bodies, and of patents, which are exclusive legal rights to new inventions or processes, usually for a specified period of time, which prevents others from reproducing, selling, or otherwise exploiting the products or processes. The government may also ensure national security by not allowing businesses to transact with enemy countries and providing services that are not typically handled by private business. While not all interested parties agree on how much government should intervene in the economy, sometimes government does need to step in to prevent a monopoly when one company controls the supply, and thus profit, of a particular type of product or service, or price gouging, inflating the price of a needed good to turn a profit.
Two students are arguing about the economy. One student, Trisha, argues that the government needs to stay out of the economy completely and just let people do as they please. She argues that things will work out in the end. The other student, Ben, takes an opposite viewpoint. He thinks the government should be much more involved in the economy than it is already and should not hesitate to intervene whenever possible. Their teacher, Nigel, chimes in and disagrees with them both. He argues that the need for government intervention depends a great deal on the situation at hand. This lesson considers Nigel's point of view as he makes his case to Trisha and Ben. Trisha asks, why have the government involved in the economy at all? Nigel gives several examples of when government involvement is considered warranted. He asked Ben and Trisha to imagine what it would be like if there was only one cell phone company who had bought out all the competition. They'd be able to charge as much as they'd want, Ben says unhappily. With no competition, they'd have too much control over the sales of cell phones, and consumers and businesses would suffer. Right, Nigel says, and explains that preventing a monopoly of this type is just one time when most people would agree that the government ought to intervene and create regulations that limit the power that one entity can have. There are also a number of approaches the government can use in a poor economy to try to improve conditions. For example, the government could aim to lower interest rates in times of economic trouble. Trisha recalls that a decrease in interest rates a few years back made it possible for her to afford a car loan. The government may also play a role in reducing the gap between being very rich and being very poor in our society. For instance, Ben's family lives in a town in which many students do not graduate from high school, and a very high percentage of people are unemployed. The government may implement programs to cope with the cycle of poverty and lack of education in Ben's hometown. Tricia says, "I know government involvement isn't always a good thing, though, right?" Nigel agrees and points out that, in particular, government intervention is not a good idea in cases where the costs of this involvement outweigh the benefits. For instance, let's say that it's possible for the government to save a particular industry that is failing. For this example, we'll say that it's the imaginary widget industry that is at risk of going bankrupt and laying off many people. The failure of the widget industry could affect many other industries, sending the economy into a slump. In some cases, it may turn out that the costs of intervention are too high, or the risks of failure too great to warrant government action. Sometimes the outcome of these actions can be hard to predict. When the government should intervene in the economy is a huge topic in political debates, covering a wide range of industries. For instance, some argue, like Ben does, that the government's involvement in the healthcare field is extremely beneficial to many people in our society, while others, like Tricia, view it very negatively. One reason Tricia objects to government involvement is because she knows that the country is in debt and is running a deficit. Shouldn't the government stop spending money? She says that sometimes she spends more money than she's earned in a particular month, and she knows this is bad news. So it must be the same for a government spending more than it earns from taxes and other revenue. Nigel says it's not exactly the same. First, he explains the terms of debt and deficit more clearly. In any year, when there is more money going out than coming in, the government is running a deficit. This can impact the national debt. Put simply, the national debt is the amount owed by the government to its lenders. Nigel points out that for the government, the reality is more complicated than for an individual in debt. There are many factors that influence the increase in national debt, and it's quite typical for the government to run a deficit. One benefit to doing so is that money can then be spent in ways that ultimately may pay off in the long run. For example, if Ben's hometown is helped by government intervention and this improves its economy well into the future, then this might be a worthwhile investment. However, not all debt that is accrued is worthwhile. If investments don't pan out, some argue that the government could have trouble affording the interest on the national debt, though not all economists agree on these issues. Politicians fiercely debate when the government should take actions that increase the deficit and national debt, and often disagree about which types of interventions are worth it. Whether it is worthwhile for the government to intervene in the economy depends a great deal on the situation at hand. An important consideration is whether the benefits of intervening will outweigh the costs, which is not always easy to calculate or predict. Government involvement can affect the deficit and national debt. A deficit occurs when there is more money going out than coming in, while the term national debt refers to the total amount owed by the government to its lenders. Running a deficit can help the government put effort toward an area of need that will pay off in the long run, but ensuring these investments are worthwhile is a hot topic in politics.
Economics is the study of how people use scarce resources in order to satisfy unlimited needs and wants. When individuals attempt to satisfy their needs and wants by purchasing a good or service, economics calls it demand. Let's talk about demand, what it looks like, and how it determines the market demand schedule. I don't know about you, but I love bananas. Bananas can be peeled and eaten, but they can also be used to make a variety of other desserts. For example, my favorite dessert is called Bananas Foster. But the point is, I am willing and able to buy bananas. My demand for bananas would change depending on the price of the bananas in the store. When bananas cost me 30 cents each, then I buy 6 of them, let's say. But at a price of 60 cents for the same bananas, I'm only willing to buy 3 of them. Quantity demanded is the quantity of a good or service that an individual is willing and able to buy at a certain price. Now, I just said that if the price of a banana was 30 cents, then the quantity of bananas I demand would be 6. But I'd only want 3 bananas if the price went up to 60 cents. So what does this really tell us? The quantity of a product or service demanded changes as price changes. A demand schedule is a table that lists the quantity demanded for a good that people are willing and able to buy at all possible prices. You can use it to describe the demand for a good or service in a particular area, such as your hometown, or, for example, in a local grocery store. That's what the demand schedule is for. For example, the demand schedule for bananas at the supermarket might look like this. The demand schedule shows you how the demand changes when you increase or decrease the price. As you can see from this demand schedule, when the price goes from 30 cents all the way up to 60 cents, the amount of bananas demanded goes down. Now, the demand schedule works exactly the same way for services. So let's look at a demand schedule for Bob's lawn cutting services in his neighborhood. As you can see, this demand schedule shows the quantity demanded at each possible price for the service that Bob performs for the neighborhood. Alright, so now let's talk about the market demand schedule. And let's go back to bananas, because I'm thinking about that banana dessert right now. There are people all over the country who want or demand, as we say, bananas. What we want to know in economics is how many bananas will everyone in the whole economy buy at different prices. That's where the market demand schedule comes in. What we're doing is combining all the demand schedules together, not only for the local grocery store, but all the stores everywhere in our country, wherever bananas are available for sale. The market demand schedule is a table that lists the quantity demanded for a good or service that people throughout the whole economy are willing and able to buy at all possible prices. Let's look at a market demand schedule for bananas. So, as you can see, instead of listing the quantities demanded each week from the local supermarket, it shows you how many tons of bananas are demanded each week across the entire economy. In summary, when individuals attempt to satisfy their needs and wants by purchasing a good or service, economics calls it demand. The quantity demanded is the quantity of a good or service that an individual is willing and able to buy at a certain price. The quantity demanded of a product or service changes as the price changes. And the demand schedule shows you this. A demand schedule is a table that lists the quantity demanded for a good that people are willing and able to buy at all possible prices. And finally, the market demand schedule is a table that lists the quantity demanded for a good or service that people throughout the whole economy are willing and able to buy at all possible prices. An economy is a system in which suppliers produce the goods and services that consumers demand. It's where consumers make choices about what to consume and producers decide what to produce and how much of it to produce. So let's talk about supply, what it means, what it looks like, and how we get the market supply schedule. Supply is the relationship between the quantity of a good or service and its price. It's how much of a product or service is available for sale in a market. The supply of bananas that nearby banana growers produce will change depending on the price of the bananas in the store. When bananas can be sold for 30 cents each, then local banana growers are willing to produce, let's say, 400 of them per week. But if the price of bananas goes up to 60 cents for the same bananas, then local banana growers are excited at the thought of how much profit they're going to make, and they're willing to supply 800 bananas instead. This is what we call quantity supplied. Quantity supplied is how much of a good or service sellers are willing and able to supply at a particular price. And when you start to tally up all the different prices you could charge for a good or service, then you find a different quantity supplied for each price. That's why we have what's called a supply schedule. Now, I'm not sure about you, but whenever I hear the word supply schedule, I immediately think of some sort of calendar telling me when I'm supposed to pick up cleaning supplies or food, canned goods or something. But this is not what we're talking about in macroeconomics. A supply schedule is a table that illustrates how much of a good or service suppliers are willing and able to supply at many different prices. For example, the supply schedule for local bananas sold at the supermarket might look like this. The supply schedule shows you how the supply changes when you increase or decrease the price. As you can see from this supply schedule, when the price goes from 30 cents to 60 cents, the amount of bananas supplied goes up. Now, the supply schedule works exactly the same way for services. Let's look at a supply schedule for Bob's Lowrider lawn cutting services in the neighborhood. As you can see, this supply schedule shows the quantity supplied at each possible price for the service that Bob performs for the neighborhood. So, at a price of $25 per cut, Bob is willing and able to cut 39 lawns. At a price of $40 per cut, he's willing to cut 80 lawns per week. The higher the price Bob gets for his service, the more profit he can make and the more lawns he's willing to cut. Let's just hope that, with all those bananas that were supplied, that Bob doesn't end up running over too many banana peels in the process and going bananas. So let's talk about bananas again. In the very first example, we looked at the local banana growers and how many bananas they were willing and able to supply to the supermarket. But these are not the only banana growers in the economy. People are buying bananas in supermarkets all over the country, which means the supply of bananas is much larger. So what we want to know in economics is how many bananas will all the suppliers supply at different prices. That's where the market supply schedule comes in. The market supply schedule is a table that lists the quantity supplied for a good or a service that suppliers throughout the whole economy are willing and able to supply at all possible prices. So let's look at a market supply schedule for bananas. As you can see, instead of listing the quantity supplied each week from the local supermarket, it shows us how many tons of bananas suppliers are willing to supply each week across the entire economy. In reality, they're not necessarily going to sell this many because the people buying bananas will buy fewer bananas when the price goes up. But the key is that the market supply schedule shows us the number of bananas that banana growers are willing and able to sell. To summarize what we've talked about in this lesson, supply is the relationship between the quantity of a good or service and its price. It's how much of a product or service is available for sale in a market. A supply schedule is a table that illustrates all the quantities supplied at different prices. The supply schedule shows you how the supply changes when you increase or decrease the price. The market supply schedule is a table that lists the quantity supplied for a good or service that suppliers throughout the whole economy are willing and able to supply at all possible prices. Economics is the study of how people use scarce resources in order to satisfy unlimited needs and wants. When people buy goods and services, we call it demand. They demand products and services. The way we describe demand at different prices is called quantity demanded. You know this on an everyday level when you go into a grocery store. It's whether or not you want tangerines or oranges instead. It's whether or not you want one bunch of bananas or 3 bunches. When people make decisions with their money as to what goods and services to buy, there is a pattern that emerges for almost every good or service in an economy, which we call the law of demand. It shows us the relationship between quantity demanded and price. Now, you know from observing this many times that when you're in a grocery store and the price of something goes down, you tend to want to buy more of it. The law of demand says that, all other things equal, if the price of a good or service goes up, the demand for it will decrease. And if the price of a good or service goes down, the demand for it will increase. So how do we know this? Well, we can look at a demand schedule, which is a table illustrating the quantity demanded for a good or service at different prices. For example, the demand for bananas can be seen by looking at a demand schedule for bananas, and here it is. As you can see, this market demand schedule tells us that if the price of bananas were 50 cents, then people would buy 65,000 tons of bananas each week. However, if the price fell to only 40 cents, then demand would increase from 65,000 to 75,000. That means consumers would be willing and able to buy 10,000 additional tons of bananas each week at this price. And this dynamic is exactly the same no matter what the price is. The lower the price becomes, the more demand people have for this good. The higher the price becomes, the less demand people have for this good. Why does demand change this way? What makes the law of demand true? Well, one thing that we can observe is called the substitution effect. And the substitution effect happens when the price of one good goes down enough so that it becomes cheaper than something else. And because of this decline in price, people actually change their behavior and substitute the cheaper good for something else they would normally buy. This is because people make some of their decisions based on how much products and services cost relative to other products and services. So when the price of a good goes down far enough, they will substitute this cheaper product for another more expensive one. If I'm standing in the grocery store and I'm looking at oranges and tangerines, and let's just say I like these equally, then I might buy one container of tangerines each week. But if I come back to the same store next week and the price of the oranges has declined by 25%, then I decide to buy oranges instead of tangerines, which are now more expensive relative to the oranges. I'm willing to substitute oranges for tangerines, and that's one of the main reasons why the law of demand works. In economics, we illustrate demand using the downward sloping demand curve, which is a graph that illustrates the relationship between price and quantity demanded for a good or service. The demand curve is a visual representation of the demand schedule, which shows quantity demanded at different prices. So if we're talking about bananas, then we take the demand schedule for bananas and we use it to create the demand curve for bananas. As you can see, the demand curve for bananas is downward sloping, just like almost every demand curve is. As price changes, we travel from one place to another on the demand curve. At a price of 60 cents, we're up high on the demand curve, and at a price of 30 cents, let's say, we're down at the bottom of the curve. Now, demand for a product or service can change even if the price stays the same. It can either increase or decrease. If demand increases, then the downward sloping demand curve will increase also by shifting to the right. If demand decreases, on the other hand, then the demand curve shifts to the left. An increase in the demand for bananas looks like this. Here's the original demand curve we already looked at, and here's a second demand curve to the right of the first one, showing the increase in demand. The entire demand curve increased by shifting to the right. Just as it goes up, demand can also go down, and here you can see the original demand curve shifting to the left. So let's talk about demand shifters. Variables besides price that cause a shift in demand, whether it's an increase or a decrease, are called demand shifters. Demand shifters include income, preferences, demographics, the price of a substitute good, and expectations. If income goes up, then the demand for goods and services goes up as well. If buyers' preferences make a product more popular, then demand will increase. When there are changes in demographics, such as a larger population or an aging population, then demand is going to change. When the population size increases, there are more buyers chasing the same amount of goods, which increases demand. Likewise, as the population ages, it may need different goods and services, which will affect demand, and it shifts the demand curve. We already saw that when oranges become cheaper than tangerines, which is a substitute good, then the demand for oranges will go up. And finally, if your expectations about tomorrow change, you may change your buying behavior today. Demand is affected by expectations. For example, if you hear on television that the price of gas is going up tomorrow, you're more likely to go out today and fill up your entire tank with gas at today's prices. Now, to summarize what we've talked about in this lesson, the law of demand says that all other things equal, if the price of a good or service goes up, the demand for it will decrease. And if the price of a good or service goes down, then the demand for it will increase. The substitution effect happens when the price of one good goes down enough so that it becomes cheaper than something else. And because of this decline in price, people actually change their behavior and substitute the cheaper good for something else they would normally buy. In economics, we illustrate demand using the downward sloping demand curve, which is a graph that illustrates the relationship between price and quantity demanded for a good or service. The demand curve is a visual representation of the demand schedule, which shows quantity demanded at different prices. Variables besides price that cause a shift in demand, whether it's an increase or a decrease, are called demand shifters. And when you're talking about factors that shift the demand curve, you're talking about factors that affect the buyers, who are the ones who demand the goods. The demand shifters include income, preferences, demographics, the price of a substitute good, as well as expectations. We're talking about the upward sloping supply curve. And in order to do so, let's use cake as an example, since that's exactly what I'm wishing I was eating right at this moment. Imagine that your next door neighbor Mandy is a cake boss. Her business, Mandy's Cakewalk, makes cakes all day long for a profit. And they make chocolate cakes, vanilla cakes, and ice cream cakes. Sounds good, huh? They make fancy wedding cakes, and they also make cakes shaped like a volcano that sell in the grocery store. One time they even made a cake in the shape of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. The challenge was that the ingredients in the cake were not as strong as the materials in the tower, and the cake tower fell over on top of Bob, who owns a well-known lawn cutting business. The only way to see that cake is by looking at your neighbor's photo album. So let's talk about the supply of cakes and what happens to it under different circumstances. But first, a general principle. The nature of supply in almost any market is as follows. The greater the price of a good or service is, the greater the quantity that will be supplied. If the price of a good or service goes up, the supply for it will also go up. And if the price goes down, the supply of it will decrease. How do we know this? Because we can look at a supply schedule, which is a table that illustrates the quantity supplied for a good or service at different prices. For example, the supply for cakes throughout the whole economy can be seen by looking at the market supply schedule for cakes. And here it is. As you can see, at a price of $15 per cake, cake suppliers are willing and able to supply 100,000 cakes. However, at a price of $30, they'll have a much higher profit potential and would be willing and able to supply as many as 180,000 cakes. In economics, we illustrate supply using the upward sloping supply curve, which is a graph that illustrates the relationship between price and quantity supplied for a good or service. The supply curve is a visual representation of the supply schedule, which shows quantity supplied at different prices. If we're talking about cakes, then we take the supply schedule for cakes and use it to create the supply curve for cakes. Here's the corresponding supply curve, taken directly from the supply schedule. Notice that a change in price results in movement along the supply curve. Let's talk about supply shifters now. Factors besides price that cause a shift in supply, whether it's an increase or a decrease, are called supply shifters. The factors that lead to a shift in the supply curve are not related to the buyers of a good or service, they're related to the suppliers of the good or service. So they're mostly about the production process. Supply shifters include prices of inputs, technology, the number of sellers in the market, returns from alternative activities, seller expectations, and natural disasters. Let's look at an example of each one of these supply shifters using Mandy's cakewalk. When the price of inputs change, this generally leads to a change in supply. Last year, Mandy's cakewalk paid $1 for a dozen eggs, which is one of the most expensive ingredients in a cake. However, this year the price of eggs rose to $2 per dozen, a 100% increase. Since eggs are an input to the cake production process, the price of that input really matters. When the prices of inputs go up, the profit potential goes down, decreasing supply. Assuming all other things are equal, Mandy will want to produce fewer cakes when the profit potential goes down. Now, imagine that Mandy sees an online news story about the price of eggs and learns that the prices are expected to go up by 20% overnight. What's she going to do when she hears this news? Mandy grabs her purse, gets into her car, and heads over to the store as quickly as possible so she can buy extra eggs before the price goes up. This is what we call seller expectations. Mandy also has special ovens that enable her to bake 2 cakes per oven at the same time. But Ray, an oven salesman, shows up at Mandy's door and offers her a new and improved oven that enables her to bake 5 cakes per oven. Wow. This is an example of improvements in technology. If Mandy buys the new oven, this improvement means her business can supply even more cakes to the market. Now let's say that it's been 6 months since Mandy's been selling cakes all over town. She's been in the newspaper and she's also been on TV. So Bob, a local businessman, still remembers the time when a leaning tower of piece of cake fell on him in public, and although it was something that he'd like to forget, he did taste the cake and loved it, and so did Bob's wife, Linda. With Bob's help, Linda starts a cake business and competes with Mandy. The number of people who demand cakes throughout the year hasn't changed. In fact, nothing has, except that there are now 2 cake suppliers instead of 1, which means that the supply of cakes just went up. An increase in the number of suppliers leads to an increase in the supply. One day, Mandy wakes up and realizes that the price of soup has risen by 50%. She's been baking cakes for a long time, but she realizes that she could be earning a much higher profit by making soup instead. This is what we call the returns from alternative activities, and it also leads to a shift in supply. Mandy will probably choose to make fewer cakes so she can make and sell soup to increase her profit. She may choose to completely give up the cake business and pursue making soup, since Bob's wife Linda decided to start making cakes and compete with her. So in the end, the supply of cakes goes down because of the return on an alternative activity, which in this case is soup. 2 months later, let's say, a major storm comes through town and destroys half of Mandy's cake ovens and equipment. What a terrible thing. This natural disaster decreases her ability to produce cakes, which will decrease the supply of cakes in the market, at least until Mandy can get back on track. Thankfully, Mandy had a great insurance policy that covered her business, so she's up and running again within 3 months. And you can begin to see now how each one of these things will affect and shift the supply curve. To summarize what we've talked about in this lesson, the nature of supply in almost any market is as follows. The greater the price of a good or service is, the greater the quantity that will be supplied. If the price of a good or service goes up, the supply for it will also go up. And if the price goes down, the supply of it will decrease. This is shown by the upward sloping supply curve, which is a graph that illustrates the relationship between price and quantity supplied for a good or service. The supply curve is a visual representation of the supply schedule, which shows quantity supplied at different prices. Factors that lead to a shift in supply are called supply shifters, and they're related to the suppliers of a good or service, so they're all mostly about the production process. Supply shifters include prices of inputs, technology, the number of sellers in the market, returns from alternative activities, seller expectations, and natural disasters. We're talking about supply and demand and how they interact to create the market equilibrium. The demand curve illustrates the quantities of a good or service that buyers are willing and able to buy at every price, while the supply curve, on the other hand, illustrates the quantities that sellers are willing and able to sell at every price. So let's look at an example, first from the supply perspective and then from the demand side. I want you to imagine that right in front of you are two hats. One hat is blue while the other hat is green. Both of these hats fit you perfectly. The blue hat represents the business owners, which we call suppliers. The green hat, on the other hand, represents the consumer, who demands products and services. In order to understand market equilibrium, you have to be willing to wear one hat at a time, which means you're either wearing the hat of a supplier or a consumer. Then you can step back and see both sides of the market at the same time and understand how it works and why it makes sense. Now, imagine that your next-door neighbor, Mandy, bakes cakes for a living, and the name of her business is Mandy's Cakewalk. So, put on your supplier hat as you think about this. So here's the market supply schedule for basic round cakes. Because Mandy is in business to earn a profit, she, and every other cake business in the economy, wants to sell cakes for a high price, as high as possible. And the cake suppliers are willing and able to sell more and more and more cakes, the higher the price. As you can see, suppliers want high prices and more cakes. Now it's time to take off your supplier's hat and put on your consumer's hat. Let's look at it from the other perspective. Here's the market demand schedule for cakes. When the price of cakes is $30, then all the consumers in the economy would be willing and able to buy 50,000 cakes. When the price goes down to $25, though, they'd buy 100,000. And when it drops to $20, they're willing to buy 125,000 cakes per week. They'd even buy 175,000 cakes a week if the price were as low as $15. So now we have a market. We have buyers and we have sellers. A market is where buyers and sellers meet in order to exchange, and a transaction will only take place if the price is right for both of them. So let's bring the buyers and sellers together in this market and see what the price of cakes will turn out to be given the demand that consumers have right now and the quantity that suppliers are currently willing to sell. When the demand and supply curves are combined, at the intersection of demand and supply, we can find the market equilibrium, which is the only price where the quantity demanded equals the quantity supplied. It's the exact price at which buyers are willing to buy a product or service and sellers are willing to sell it. Notice that in this case, the two curves intersect at a price of $20 per cake. At this price, the quantity demanded and quantity supplied are totally equal. This means the market for cake is in equilibrium. Unless the demand curve shifts or the supply curve shifts, the price of cakes should not change. Okay, so we've talked about cakes. Let's talk about another example. The following table shows the schedule of supply and demand for coffee per month. By looking for the price in which demand and supply are exactly the same, we can locate the market equilibrium price. In this case, the equilibrium price is $1.25 per pound, because that's the price at which the quantity demanded, 700, is equal to the quantity supplied, also 700. As you can see, we can clearly illustrate all this information using supply and demand curves that intersect at a market equilibrium price of $1.25 per pound. Alright, let's revisit Mandy and the market for cakes. So here we have the quantity demanded and the quantity supplied. This is the market schedule for both. We learned from the supply and demand schedules that the equilibrium price in the cake market was $20, because this is the price at which both the seller and buyers are willing to exchange. So now we'd like to know what happens if the price of cake were set by the suppliers at $25 instead of $20. I'm glad you asked. We can see from the combined demand and supply schedule that at a price of $25, suppliers would be thrilled to bake even more cakes. Specifically, they'd be willing and able to supply 200,000 cakes. But wait a minute. Look at the quantity demanded by consumers at that price. At $25 per cake, consumers wouldn't be willing to buy 200,000 cakes. They wouldn't even be willing to buy 125,000. They'd only be willing to buy 100,000 at that price. This is what we call excess supply, otherwise known as a surplus. And it's when the quantity supplied exceeds the quantity demanded. When a surplus exists, suppliers will lower the price until the market reaches equilibrium again. A surplus creates downward pressure on the price, which eliminates the surplus. In the market for cakes, when the price is $25 per cake, there is a surplus of 200,000 minus 100,000, which is a surplus of 100,000 cakes. Now, what happens if the price of cakes were set by the suppliers at $15? Although consumers would be thrilled to buy cakes on sale and would buy as many as 175,000 cakes, suppliers would not make as much profit and would only be willing to supply 100,000 at that price. This is what we call excess demand, otherwise known as a shortage. And it is when the quantity demanded exceeds the quantity supplied. When a shortage exists, suppliers will raise the price and fewer consumers will choose to buy until the market reaches equilibrium again. So a shortage creates upward pressure on the price, which eventually eliminates the shortage. In the cake market, when the price of cake is $15, then there is a shortage of 175,000 minus 100,000, which is equal to a shortage of 75,000 cakes. So, to summarize what we've talked about in this lesson, the demand curve illustrates the quantities of a good or service that buyers are willing and able to buy at every price. The supply curve, on the other hand, illustrates the quantities that sellers are willing and able to sell at every price. When the demand and supply curves are combined, at the intersection of demand and supply, we can find the market equilibrium, which is the only price where the quantity demanded equals the quantity supplied. It's the exact price at which buyers are willing to buy a product or service and sellers are willing to sell it. A surplus exists when the quantity supplied exceeds the quantity demanded. A surplus creates downward pressure on the price, which eliminates the surplus. And finally, a shortage exists when the quantity demanded exceeds the quantity supplied. A shortage creates upward pressure on the price, which eventually eliminates the shortage. When a market is in equilibrium, the price of a good or service tends to stay the same. Equilibrium is the price at which the quantity demanded by consumers is equal to the quantity that's supplied by suppliers. When either demand or supply changes, however, the equilibrium price and quantity will also change. And that's what we're talking about in this lesson, changes in the market equilibrium. Let's look at some examples of changes in demand and supply, including an illustration of what happens when both demand and supply increase or decrease simultaneously. Before we begin, here's a helpful list of all the possible changes to equilibrium that you'll encounter in macroeconomics. As you can see, an increase in demand causes the equilibrium price to rise. On the other hand, a decrease in demand causes the equilibrium price to fall. An increase in supply causes the equilibrium price to fall, while a decrease in supply causes the equilibrium price to rise. Well, as it turns out, I'm thinking about chocolate chip cookies right now. Now, for some reason, talking about macroeconomics really increases my demand for cookies. Ever since they removed the Cookie Monster from public television's Sesame Street, I've noticed a remarkable decrease in the supply of cookies in my house. However, my demand for cookies has only gone up and up and up. So let's look at an example of equilibrium in the cookie market and see what happens when things change. Let's say the equilibrium price for a chocolate chip cookie is $3. Here's an example of the supply and demand curves with an equilibrium price of $3, which is at the intersection of the supply and demand curves. At a price of $3, consumers will demand and suppliers will supply 5,000 cookies per year. Wow, that sounds great, doesn't it? What happens when something causes a shift in demand? Well, I'm glad you asked. When household incomes increase by 30% this year, hey, this could happen. That means that the demand for cookies goes up. If the demand for cookies increases, then this causes a shift of the demand curve to the right. And as you can see, a new equilibrium is created after the shift. The new equilibrium price is higher than the old one because demand increased. At the new equilibrium, the price for a cookie is now $5, and the quantity demanded, which is the same as the quantity supplied, is 7,500 cookies at this higher level of price. Okay, so now let's say that instead of increasing, household incomes decrease this year by 30%. When they do, the demand for cookies is definitely going to go down. A decrease in the demand for cookies will cause the demand curve to shift to the left, and assuming no change in anything else, the equilibrium price will go down. And the new equilibrium price is going to be $2. At this price, only 2,500 cookies will get sold in this market instead of 5,000. So far, we've talked about what happens to the demand for cookies. Let's look at the supply side now. So there are various things that could lead to a shift in supply, but let's say that a weird blue tornado flies through the city of Chip Haven in West Cookie Land. It's a beautiful place. I've been there. You should go there. It's a great place for vacation. Kids would love it. Unfortunately, half of all the cookie factories are located here in Chip Haven. And the tornado picks up all the cookie factories in the air, in addition to tens of thousands of cookies, if you can imagine that, and destroys them. Thankfully, Studio 65, the nearby disco, is perfectly intact. So what's the effect of this event? This natural disaster is going to lead to a decrease in the supply of cookies. A decrease in the supply of cookies causes the equilibrium price to rise. Well, the new equilibrium price is $5 a cookie, and the associated quantity has gone down to 2,500 cookies. So let's look at this example from the opposite point of view. When a gigantic new cookie factory is built in Chip Haven, suddenly the nearby disco is flush with tons of cookies for sale. In this example, the increase in supply causes the equilibrium price to fall to $2, and consumers are willing and able to buy a lot more cookies, 7,500 at this price. Now, let's talk about what happens when both curves shift simultaneously. What would happen if both the demand and the supply curves increased? Well, that would lead to a rightward shift in the demand for cookies in our previous example. So let's say that the quantity demanded rises from 5,000 cookies to 7,500 cookies. But we can't determine the new equilibrium price because we don't know how much each of the curves has shifted relative to each other. So in this example, quantity goes up, but price is what we call ambiguous. We're not able to determine it. The opposite is true as well. When both the demand and supply curves shift simultaneously to the left, which means that demand and supply decreased, then we know that the quantity of cookies is going to go down. So let's say in this example that the quantity of cookies goes down from 5,000 to 2,500. But we don't know how much the equilibrium price is going to change because we can't tell, again, how much each of the curves shifted relative to each other. So in this case, quantity goes down, but price is ambiguous. To summarize what we've talked about in this lesson, an increase in demand is illustrated by a rightward shift to the demand curve, which, all other things equal, causes the equilibrium price to rise. A decrease in demand is illustrated by a leftward shift of the demand curve, which, all other things remaining constant or equal, causes the equilibrium price to fall. An increase in supply is illustrated by a rightward shift of the supply curve, and all other things equal, this will cause the equilibrium price to fall. A decrease in supply is illustrated by a leftward shift of the supply curve. This will cause the equilibrium price to rise. When both the demand and supply curves decrease at the same time, both curves are going to shift to the left, the quantity demanded goes down, and the new equilibrium price is going to either increase, decrease, or stay the same depending on how much the curve shifted. But if the demand and supply curves both decreased by the same amount, then the new equilibrium price is going to be exactly the same. It's going to be horizontally to the left. When both the demand and the supply curves increase, both curves will shift to the right, and quantity increases, but price is ambiguous.
When economists measure the size of an economy, the most common metric they use is one that reports the total value of all the goods and services produced by workers in that economy. This number is called GDP, or Gross Domestic Product. But just knowing a country's GDP for one time period doesn't tell us a whole lot. We want to be able to compare it to other countries, or even more importantly, compare the same economy to itself last quarter, or last year, or over the last 100 years. Historical trends provide important and valuable economic information. Before we start analyzing GDP of countries over time, it's important that we make adjustments to ensure that we're comparing apples to apples. There are some fundamental economic tenets that must be considered. The first is that, generally speaking, price levels increase over time. This is what economists call inflation. Inflation is the rate at which prices increase, or said a different way, inflation is the rate at which money loses value. The second important economic principle is that an economy grows when output increases, not just when prices rise. Let's dig into this concept a little more. When studying economics, you'll often hear the terms real and nominal. The difference between these terms is important to understand because they are often used to describe the same concept, like gross domestic product or GDP, but change how that concept is measured. Simply put, a nominal measure is valued in current market prices, while a real measure is adjusted for price fluctuations. Let's look at a very simple example. Tinyland is a small country that produces one item, Tinyland t-shirts. In 2012, Tinyland produced 1 million Tinyland t-shirts, and each shirt sold for $10. So in 2012, Tinyland's nominal GDP was $10 million, 1 million shirts times $10 per shirt. In 2013, Tinyland again produced 1 million t-shirts, but because of a gold medal in the Olympics, the price of the shirts increased to $12. So in 2013, nominal GDP was 12 million, 1 million shirts times $12 per shirt. Based on nominal data, GDP of Tinyland increased $2 million, or 20%. GDP growth of 20% would suggest that an economy is booming and expanding. But economic growth means output increased. And did output increase from 2012 to 2013 in Tinyland? No. In both years, 1 million shirts were produced. So to have a meaningful comparison between Tinyland's 2012 and 2013 GDP, we need to adjust GDP in one of those years so we are comparing real GDP numbers. We'll talk about how to make that adjustment later in the lesson. For now, just remember, nominal means based on current market value, and real means a measure is adjusted for price fluctuations. We touched on GDP earlier, but let's review. Gross domestic product, GDP, is the total value of all goods and services produced. Typically, GDP is reported by quarter or by year and by country. In our earlier example, Tinyland's 2013 GDP was $12 million. They produced 1 million shirts worth $12 each. Of course, in real life, GDP is much more complicated than that. No country really only produces one item. Think about the thousands and probably millions of different items and services that are produced in the U.S. economy. Taken together, they become the nearly $16 trillion 2013 GDP of the United States. Did you ever hear a parent or grandparent talk about how, when they were a kid, candy bars cost a nickel? Now that same candy bar costs $1. Why is that? Is that candy bar more valuable than it was 50 years ago? No. Are candy bars bigger now than they were 50 years ago? No. The answer can be found by understanding an important fundamental economic concept, inflation. Inflation is the rate at which prices increase, or said another way, the rate at which money loses its value. It's easy to see the impact of inflation over 50 years, like in our candy bar example. But whether you realize it or not, price levels tend to increase each year at a rate of around 2 to 3%. That doesn't mean that every item increases in price each year. The inflation rate, calculated by the federal government, is the weighted average price increase of a predetermined basket of goods and services. If we're talking about real output and real GDP, why are we talking about inflation? Because remember, GDP, as measured only by current dollars, will increase every year by the inflation rate. Remember Tinyland, our producer of t-shirts? In our example, price increased by 20% from 2012 to 2013. So when we calculated GDP, we also saw a 20% increase in GDP. But real output, the total value of production as measured by inflation-adjusted dollars, didn't change at all. If we want to see the growth in Tinyland's real GDP, the gross domestic product as measured by inflation-adjusted dollars, we need to adjust 2013's output for the 20% inflation. In our example, it's not that hard to do. When we understand that prices increase over time, it's easy to see how comparing GDP growth in 2010 to GDP in 1960 isn't really comparing apples to apples. The candy bar your parents bought in 1960 for a nickel added 5 cents to the GDP, while the dollar candy bar you bought yesterday added $1 to GDP. But real output, the total value of all output as measured in today's dollars, didn't increase. You still only had one candy bar, just like your grandparents. The only thing that changed was the price. But that change makes a big difference. So if we really want to see how an economy has grown, we need to compare real output over time. Calculating real output takes the impact of price increases out of GDP, allowing us to compare apples to apples. To do this, we need to know the inflation rate. Once we know the inflation rate, we can easily calculate the GDP deflator, simply 1 plus the inflation rate. If the inflation rate was 3%, then the GDP deflator is 1.03. Remember in our original example, Tinyland had an inflation rate of 20% when the price of their t-shirts went from $10 to $12? That gives us the GDP deflator of 1.2. Now we can take Tinyland's 2013 GDP of 12 million and adjust it by dividing it by 1.2, the GDP deflator. That gives us 10 million. Just like we expected, by taking the inflation effect out of the GDP growth, the output of Tinyland stayed flat, $10 million each year. This tells us that the Tinyland economy did not grow in real terms, only in nominal terms. In closing, let's see how the three concepts we discussed, price levels, GDP, and real output, are all related. Generally speaking, price levels increase over time. This is called inflation. It's the reason your grandparents bought candy bars for a nickel and they cost you $1. The candy bar isn't 20 times bigger or better, but the prices of the ingredients increased, so the price of the candy bar increased as well. Increases in prices are important to acknowledge when looking at GDP, because GDP is based on the market value of goods and services. In 1960, the GDP of the U.S. was $545 billion. In 2013, it was $16 trillion. That sounds like a pretty impressive increase. GDP in 2013 was almost 32 times than it was in 1960, but that's nominal growth, meaning it includes increases in prices. Between 1960 and 2013, prices increased an average of 3% per year. These increases in prices played a big part in the GDP growth. If we convert the 1960 GDP into 2013 dollars, essentially taking out the impact of inflation and giving us real GDP growth, then based on the 2013 prices, the 1960 GDP was just over $3 trillion. Still, the U.S. economy grew from $3 trillion to $16 trillion in just over 50 years, a very impressive 5 times increase. Full employment GDP is a term used to describe an economy that is operating at an ideal level of employment, where economic output is at its highest potential. It is a state of balance in which savings is equal to investment, and the economy is neither expanding too rapidly nor falling into a recession. This level of economic output, as measured by real GDP, is neither too high to cause rising inflation, nor too low to bring about falling prices. In economics, equilibrium is that perfect state of balance, like two friends on a teeter-totter that weigh exactly the same. Absent any external force or change in weight, two friends that weigh the same will sit on a teeter-totter and it will rest completely horizontal. But as soon as the weight of one side changes, the other side reacts. The two economic forces that must be in equilibrium to achieve full employment GDP are unemployment and inflation. When unemployment goes down, inflation tends to go up, And when unemployment goes up, inflation tends to fall. All economies have a state of balance like this that we call the full employment level of gross domestic product, or full employment GDP for short. Here is how economists illustrate full employment GDP. The red upward sloping curve is called the short-run aggregate supply curve, or SRAS for short. This curve represents the economy's total supply of goods and services. The blue downward sloping curve is the aggregate demand curve, or AD for short. This curve represents the economy's total demand for goods and services. Finally, the black vertical line is called the long-run aggregate supply curve, or LRAS for short. It represents the economy's long-run potential output of goods and services. When all three of these lines intersect, there is both a short-term and a long-term equilibrium. In other words, the teeter-totter is horizontal. Everything is in perfect balance, and everyone lives happily ever after. However, life is not always like that. The ups and downs of the economy, the expansions and contractions in real GDP that we continue to experience over time, will bring it above or below full employment. For example, during a recession, additional unemployment is generated, which we call cyclical unemployment, or unemployment that is directly caused by an economic slowdown. As firms and employees adjust their expectations to the ups and the downs, cyclical unemployment dissipates and the economy generally moves back towards its potential output, or full employment. In the long run, economic output, as measured by GDP, returns to the full employment level, which classical economists refer to as potential output. Potential output is the highest level of real GDP that an economy can sustain over time. So far, we've looked at full employment from the economy-wide level. Now let's take a look at it from the perspective of the labor market. Full employment GDP occurs when the labor market is in equilibrium. This means that there is no surplus of workers above the economy's natural rate of unemployment, nor any shortage of workers below it. Economists would say it this way: all available labor is being used efficiently. The largest amount of people who could be employed are employed. The only unemployment that occurs during this time is when workers are in between jobs, something economists call frictional unemployment, and something that is always expected to happen. Why is this important? Because the natural rate of unemployment is not zero. You would think the economy's potential would be zero unemployment, but as long as some people are in between jobs, it will never be zero. The natural rate of unemployment is estimated to be somewhere between 2% and 4%. This represents a state of equilibrium within the labor market. When the economy is at the full employment level, this level of economic output, as measured by real GDP, and the level of employment is neither too high to cause rising inflation, nor too low to bring about falling prices. Yale economist James Tobin called this the non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment. While this is still debated among economists, the point is that low unemployment often brings about rising prices, while high unemployment is often accompanied by falling inflation. In between these two extremes is yet another tipping point, where inflation neither rises nor falls. He believes that this inflation threshold occurs at the full employment level of GDP. Now let's talk about savings and investment for a moment. At the full employment level of GDP, the amount of customers that are willing to save is exactly equal to what businesses want to invest. Any excess savings above this level will result in lower household spending, bringing GDP below the full employment level. On the other hand, excess investment by businesses results in excess inventory stuck on their shelves, and this also brings GDP below full employment. But when savings equals investment, the economy is at full employment and everything is in balance. Let's review the main points of this lesson. All economies have a state of balance that we call the full employment level of gross domestic product, or full employment, GDP for short. Full employment GDP is a term used to describe an economy that is operating with an ideal and efficient level of employment, where economic output is at its highest potential. When the economy is at full employment, aggregate demand is equal to aggregate supply. In other words, the total amount of goods and services demanded by consumers is equal to the total amount of goods and services produced by producers. Full employment GDP occurs when the labor market is in equilibrium. This means that there is no surplus of workers above the economy's natural rate of unemployment, nor any shortage of workers below it. All available labor is being used efficiently. In this equilibrium, the natural rate of unemployment is estimated to be between 2% and 4%. When the economy is at the full employment level, savings equal investments, and the level of economic output, as measured by real GDP, is neither too high to cause rising inflation, nor too low to bring about falling prices. Yale economist James Tobin called this the non-accelerating inflation rate of unemployment. Modern economies are very complex with many different factors, all interconnected, pushing and pulling towards an equilibrium. The full employment level of GDP is one such equilibrium, an ideal and theoretical point where our metaphorical teeter-totter is perfectly horizontal, at least for a brief moment. When something changes, the teeter-totter moves, but the benefit of understanding the full employment level of GDP is knowing what direction economic trends are going to want to go.
Let's take a journey to a galaxy far, far away, on the planet Econo-World. I want to welcome you to the nation of macro, where everything is big. Steaks are big, 72 ounces big. In the nation of macro, movie theaters seat 10,000 people. Large iced coffees are big, 31 ounces. Wait a second, that's how big they already are. 31 gallons, now that's big. Nobody's falling asleep during economics lessons in macro. Chocolate bars are twice as nice. Everything is big in macro, and so is this lesson. Let's imagine for a few minutes that you're riding around for 4 days on a big unicycle in the business district of the city of Growth, which is the capital of macro. It can't be that difficult to ride a unicycle, you tell yourself, with great anticipation of sitting on a seat way up high in the air. Here's where the unicycle takes you, and what you observe along the way. As you pass through the center plaza of the city, you enjoy a quick look at the downtown Central Park with its soft green grass and a peaceful river flowing through it. A few moments later, you pass by a factory that makes chocolate. Now this is really starting to get interesting. Either that or the dark chocolate I just ate is starting to kick in right about now. As you pass by, you turn and gaze into some large windows in the front of the factory that allow you a rare look at the activities taking place inside. What's going on in there, you ask yourself? Inside the factory, several machines are going at a solid pace, all connected to each other, and an assembly line is at the end of those machines, transporting chocolate bars towards an area where they will get wrapped and boxed up for distribution throughout the land of macro. Workers are spread out across the factory, and most of them seem busy, although you notice several of them standing in a corner goofing off and blowing bubbles. For a quick second you think to yourself, wow, what an easy job those people have. You finally pass by the whole factory and continue on your way through the city, wishing that you could take some of that chocolate with you. As you continue to daydream about chocolate, you happen to pass by the mall, noticing that it's not empty and it's not full. So this is what happens on your first day of riding the unicycle through the city. The second day, you get back on your unicycle again. As you pass through the city center, you travel the same path as before, and you're most interested in looking in on the factory to see what's going on inside. This time, as you pass by the front window and gaze into the factory, you can tell that every machine is going at full steam. It looks as though the machines are going faster this time. You look around the building, searching for the people who were standing in the corner goofing off before, but they aren't there. Every single person appears to be working very hard. And you even notice more people in there than you saw before. Chocolate bars are flying out of the machines onto the assembly line. All of a sudden, you see one of the machines break down because the workers are working it so hard. You're quite happy on this day because you just got a raise at your job, and you're on your way to the mall to spend it. When you get to the mall, you can barely find a parking spot for your unicycle because there are so many people there. So this is what happens to you during your second day of adventures. Now it's the third day. You're riding on your unicycle through the city of growth in the nation of macro. As you pass by the factory, you gaze into the front window once more to see what's happening in there. This time, the machines are barely going. Almost no one is working in there. Very few chocolate bars are coming out. After you pass the factory, you pass the mall, and you notice that almost nobody is there. Where did everybody go, you wonder? On the third day, things aren't looking so good. Finally, it's day 4, and you're starting to really get in great shape now because you've been riding this darn unicycle over and over again through the city, which is no joke. Your curiosity swells, and you ride past the factory. As you do, you gaze into the window. But this time, you can't see anything because the window is boarded up. Once you adjust your eyes, you can see that over the window is a sign that says, "For sale," and you realize that your beloved chocolate factory has closed down. The phone rings, and you take the call while you're riding. Although everything is big in the nation of macro, your mood is definitely not, because this is a call from your boss, and she tells you that business is slow and then lets you go. As you pass by the factory and continue to ride through the city, all you can think of is how many chocolate bars you're going to need once you get home. As you pass by the mall, you notice that there is no mall. It's been demolished by a wrecking ball. What a rough day this has been. Thankfully, you wake up the next day full of energy. You once again ride through the city, and you discover that not only has the chocolate factory started up again, but there's a new mall, where the old one used to be. People are starting to drive in and park, and things are looking up once again. Today you stop for a big iced coffee, and then your cell phone rings. As you take the call, a really big smile covers your face as a recruiter tells you that you have a new job waiting for you as a chocolate salesman. So what we've been talking about is the business cycle. The economy doesn't grow smoothly. It goes through ups and downs, which economists call economic fluctuations. It grows in a fairly predictable pattern. Although we don't know when it will happen exactly, we know the pattern that will unfold when it does happen. That pattern is a cycle. Economists call this pattern of economic fluctuations the business cycle. The National Bureau of Economic Research identifies and dates business cycles and turning points. Just like the sun comes up in the morning, reaches a peak in the middle part of the day, sets in the evening, and starts all over again the next day, the economy experiences up and down cycles that have repeated throughout history as long as we've been keeping records. Just like the ocean brings in waves of water towards the beach one after another, the economy ebbs and flows. The business cycle has 2 phases, expansion and recession, sometimes called contraction, and 2 turning points, which economists refer to as a peak and a trough. When the chocolate factory was operating at a fairly good pace, when the mall was fairly busy, the economy of macro was experiencing an expansion. Economists say that economic output is at its potential. In an expansion, real GDP is positive, and inflation and unemployment tend to be low. When the machines were operating at full capacity, when everyone was working and the mall was packed out, and you got a raise, that's when the economy reached a peak. Economists describe this by saying that actual output is above potential output. At the peak of a business cycle, real GDP is growing quickly. Inflation is higher, and unemployment is very low. On the other hand, When business was slow, hardly anyone was working, and the mall was empty, the economy was in recession, or what some people call a contraction. Economists say that actual output is below potential output when that happens. In a recession, real GDP shrinks for at least 6 months in a row. Prices are falling, and unemployment is higher. Finally, when the chocolate factory had shut down, when the mall was closed and demolished, and you lost your job, this was the worst part of the recession, what economists call the trough. At the trough of a business cycle, economists still say that actual output is way below potential because it takes time for things to get back to where they were before the recession. Real GDP has been shrinking, but has now reached the bottom and is about to grow again. Inflation is very low, and unemployment may still be high for a while. So here we have 2 phases and 2 turning points, all happening in the same order. This is what we call the business cycle. According to the NBER, the average length of an expansion is 35 months, and the average length of a recession is 18 months, for a total of 53 months for a complete business cycle, when you measure it from trough to trough. Here's a table showing the economy over the course of an entire business cycle in the land of macro, almost 1,000 years from now. As you can see, in the years 3010 and 3011, this economy was in an expansion. Prices were going up, this is inflation, but unemployment was going down. Then a year later, the business cycle peaked at 7% real GDP. Inflation was higher, and the unemployment rate dipped down to a low of 3%. By 3014, the economy began to experience recession and a trough. Real GDP was negative, prices went down instead of up, and the unemployment rate began rising substantially. Finally, in 3015 and 3016, a new expansion began. Notice that unemployment didn't start coming down until a year later. It takes companies longer to start hiring again after recession, so the unemployment rate tends to lag behind everything else. To summarize the key points, the economy doesn't grow smoothly. It goes through ups and downs or economic fluctuations. However, it goes up and down in a predictable pattern. Economists call this pattern the business cycle. The National Bureau of Economic Research identifies and dates business cycles and turning points. The business cycle has 2 phases, expansion and recession, or sometimes called contraction, and 2 turning points, a peak and a trough. In an expansion, real GDP is positive, and inflation and unemployment are low. At the peak of a business cycle, actual output is above potential output. Real GDP is growing fast, inflation is higher, and unemployment is very low. In a recession, real GDP shrinks for at least 6 months in a row. Prices are falling, and unemployment is higher. Finally, at the trough of a business cycle, actual output is way below potential output. Real GDP has been shrinking, but has reached the bottom and is about to grow again. Inflation is very low, and unemployment may stay high for a while.
During the Great Depression, real economic output in the United States fell nearly 30%. Real per capita disposable income sank nearly 40%. More than 12 million people were thrown out of work, and from 1929 to 1933, the unemployment rate rose from around 3% to nearly 25%. Many people who had a job were only working part-time. I don't know about you, but whenever I hear the word depression, I think of old black and white photos depicting nicely dressed men and their families standing in food lines at the soup kitchen. Thankfully, times like this have been very rare. People often throw around phrases like depression and recession, but what's the difference between a recession and a depression? Let's look at both of them and find out. In the town of Silo, things have been rough lately. People have stopped spending a lot of money and are trying to find ways to cut their budget. In order to try and preserve their profits, companies are laying off employees. Bob's lawn business has lost customers and he's had to lay people off. Margie's cake business has seen sales decline because, I know it's hard to believe, people are buying fewer cakes. If they only knew how good the chocolate cake is. Anyway, Margie has had to let employees go as well. Companies all over CeeLo are feeling the effects because sales are down and economic output has been falling for the last 6 months. Let's suppose that roughly 8% of the labor force don't have jobs right now. Well, this scenario isn't very uncommon. In fact, it may even happen every 3 to 6 years or so. This is what economists would call a recession. Now imagine that things have been rough in CeeLo for 2 years in a row. The economy has been struggling so much that 1 out of every 5 people don't have a job, and economic output has gone down by 12% over the last 2 years. Ouch. Most economists would call this a depression. A recession is the contraction phase of the business cycle. It begins after the economy reaches a peak of activity and ends as the economy reaches its trough. The National Bureau of Economic Research, or NBER, describes it this way. A recession is a period of decline in total output, income, employment, and trade, usually lasting 6 months to a year and marked by widespread contractions in many sectors of the economy. So a common rule of thumb for recessions is 2 quarters of negative GDP growth. On the other hand, a depression is a prolonged period of economic recession marked by a significant decline in income and employment. Depressions are caused by the same factors that lead to a recession. Notice I used the word significant decline and didn't give an amount of time. That's because the National Bureau of Economic Research decides when recessions occur, but there is no widely accepted definition of depressions. However, a common rule of thumb that some people use is a 10% decline in economic output as measured by the gross domestic product. Here's something you probably didn't know. Believe it or not, before the Great Depression, all economic downturns were called depressions. After the Great Depression, the phrase recession was used to describe downturns so that people wouldn't remember the terrible time that they had during the Great Depression. There hasn't been a decline large enough to call it a depression since the Great Depression. However, the recession that began in 2007 has been called the Great Recession because unemployment was high for a long time and the recession lasted for 18 months. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reports that the seasonally adjusted unemployment rate, which was 5% in December 2007, increased to 10% by the end of 2009. Although this is a bad recession, it doesn't compare to the 25% unemployment rate of the 1930s. However, when you look at household wealth, the stock market, and home prices, you find that the Great Recession was just as bad, if not worse, than the Great Depression. From December 2007 through March 2009, the stock market declined more than 50%. That's half of the collective stock wealth of the nation. During this time, the stock market actually dropped faster than it did during the Great Depression. In addition, median household wealth declined by nearly 40% from 2007 to 2010. More than 5 times as much as it did during the Great Depression. What happened in the Great Depression? The October 1929 stock market crash basically was a reversal of a previous increase in stock prices. Home prices barely declined during this time, and household wealth fell by only 3% between 1928 and 1929. While no one who endured the Great Depression wants to remember it, it did lead to many of the good things that we have today. Many government institutions came about as a result of the Great Depression, and certainly a lot of what we call Keynesian economics came from observations during the Great Depression. I'll end this lesson with a joke that economists like to tell. It's been said that when your neighbor loses their job, the country's going through a recession. On the other hand, when you lose your job, it's definitely a depression. So let's review. A recession is the contraction phase of the business cycle. It begins after the economy reaches a peak of activity and ends as the economy reaches its trough. The National Bureau of Economic Research describes a recession as follows. A recession is a period of decline in total output, income, employment, and trade, usually lasting 6 months to a year, and marked by widespread contractions in many sectors of the economy. A common rule of thumb for recessions is 2 quarters of negative GDP growth. A depression is a prolonged period of economic recession marked by a significant decline in income and employment. There is no widely accepted definition of depressions. However, some people use a rule of thumb for depression of 10% decline in economic output as measured by the GDP.
We're talking about 2 models that economists use to describe the economy. Let's take a look at each one and the important assumptions behind them. Then we can look at them visually using the laws of supply and demand. I want you to imagine that you're in the town of Silo, where Bob the business owner is taking the day off. He's decided to drive to Green Meadows, which is the next town over. To get there, Bob takes the expressway. It has 3 lanes on each side, and it's a very busy expressway. So just imagine that Bob enters the expressway. Now imagine you're inside of a helicopter far above the expressway, looking at it from a bird's eye view. You can see the progress of every car on it, and you can see the movement on the expressway, like it's a big machine with moving parts. As you watch the traffic from above, you notice that the cars are going an average of 55 miles per hour. Why 55? Because there's a speed limit sign posted that says 55. If you're on this expressway, 55 is your potential speed. From time to time, however, the cars slow down. Let's look at 2 scenarios that would cause a slowdown. Imagine that traffic is slowing down on the expressway right now. Why is it slowing down? Because there are too many cars trying to get on at the same time. There's an influx of cars trying to merge onto the expressway ahead. What happens next? The average speed of the cars goes below 55 miles per hour as all of the cars behind slow down for a few minutes. This machine, made up of individual cars, goes below its potential. Eventually, though, this situation resolves itself when the extra cars get onto the expressway. The cars begin moving faster again, and traffic returns to its potential of 55 miles per hour. Nothing is required to help the cars. They simply slow down for a little bit. Now let's look at another scenario. Imagine there's an accident between Silo and Green Meadows. A big business truck carrying products and services flips on its side and blocks the road. Fortunately, the driver's okay and he gets out of the truck. However, the truck is blocking everyone from moving through. When this happens, it takes a long time before traffic is traveling at its potential speed again. In fact, traffic stops completely until the police arrive on the scene and tow trucks come and clear the accident from the road. Finally, even after a bad accident like this, traffic will start up again and it will reach its potential speed of 55 miles per hour. But there's no telling how long it would have taken to clear the accident without the help of the police and the tow trucks. Over the years, economists came up with 2 basic models of the economy. There are other variations of this, but these are the basic concepts. The first one's called the classical model. Guess when that started? A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. When you hear the words classical model, you can also think of Beethoven wearing that really weird wig. It's an old model, very old. The other model is called the Keynesian model, named after the famous economist John Maynard Keynes. This is a newer model. When you hear the word Keynesian, just think of the Great Depression, because This model came about as a result of the Great Depression. The classical model was popular before the Great Depression. It says that the economy is very free-flowing and prices and wages freely adjust to the ups and downs of demand over time. In other words, when times are good, wages and prices quickly go up, and when times are bad, wages and prices freely adjust downward. The major assumption of this model is that the economy is always at full employment, meaning that everyone who wants to work is working, and all resources are being fully used to their capacity. The thinking goes something like this. If competition is allowed to work, the economy will automatically gravitate toward full employment, or what economists call potential output. Just like the expressway at an average speed of 55 miles per hour. Remember what happened when traffic slowed down because there were too many cars? After a few minutes, everything went back to normal. Classical economists believe that the economy is self-correcting, which means that when a recession occurs, it needs no help from anyone. So that's the classical model. A second model is called the Keynesian model. And as I said before, this model came about as a result of the Great Depression. Economist John Maynard Keynes observed that the economy is not always at full employment. In other words, the economy can be below or above its potential. During the Great Depression, unemployment was widespread, many businesses failed, and the economy was operating at much less than its potential. Think back to the expressway that Bob was driving on. Picture Bob behind the wheel when the business truck fell onto its side and traffic came to a complete standstill for a long time. It was stuck until the police and the tow truck came. When economist John Maynard Keynes was observing the Great Depression, he realized that the economy could be well below its potential for a long time, and that something was causing it to get stuck. It may be self-correcting like the classical economists were saying, but it was taking way too long. In the meantime, people were losing jobs and were suffering. Keynes believed that the government and monetary leaders should do something to help the economy along in the short run, or the long run may never come. In fact, he's quoted as saying, "In the long run, we are all dead." Most of us can identify with this idea when we think about the economy. Sometimes the economy is strong and sometimes it's weak. This is exactly what Keynes' model recognizes. The economy may start out in a state of balance in which everyone is fully employed, but strong demand for products and services temporarily pulls the economy above the full employment level. This is what economists call an expansion. When weaker demand temporarily pulls the economy below the full employment level, economists call that a recession. So we have two models of economic growth. The classical model says that the economy is at full employment all the time, and that wages and prices are flexible. The Keynesian model says that the economy can be above or below its full employment level, and that wages and prices can get stuck. So, which model is the correct model? Just think about the expressway again for a moment. If you watch the expressway for a long time, you'll notice that from time to time, too many cars try to enter the expressway at once, and traffic slows down. This happens more frequently, but when it does, traffic returns to its potential speed of 55 miles per hour without any help. Once in a long while, there's a major accident, though. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, chances are, if the police and the tow trucks don't show up, it could take a really long time before traffic returns to its potential speed of 55 miles per hour. When it comes to these two economic models, both of them are correct because they're describing the economy at two different points in time. The classical model does a great job of describing the economy in the long run, where resources are fully employed and everyone is working. The Keynesian model does a great job of describing what happens when there's a recession and people are out of work, or when the economy is temporarily overheating and a shortage of workers takes place. So let's review the key points from this lesson. These are the two basic models of the economy, the classical model and the Keynesian model. The classical model was popular before the Great Depression. It says that the economy is very free-flowing, and wages and prices freely adjust to the ups and downs of demand over time. In other words, wages and prices are flexible. It also says the economy is always at full employment, what economists call potential output. Classical economists believe that the economy is self-correcting, which means that when a recession occurs, it needs no help from anyone. The Keynesian model came about when economist John Maynard Keynes observed that the economy is not always at full employment. In other words, the economy can be below or above its potential. Keynes believed that governments and monetary leaders should do something to help the economy in the short run, or the long run may never come. In fact, he's quoted as saying, "In the long run, we're all dead." Which one of these models is the correct model of the economy? Both of them are correct, because they're describing the economy at two different points in time. The classical model describes the economy in the long run, where resources are fully employed and everyone is working. The Keynesian model describes what happens during expansions and recessions in the short run, when the economy is above or below its potential. When economists describe economic growth, there are two main models that they use. One is called the classical model, and the other is called the Keynesian model, named after guess who? If you said John Maynard Keynes, you'd be correct. While there are other variations, these are the two basic models. The distinctions between these two models are important because one model describes how the economy works in the short term, while the other describes long-term economic growth. Both of them serve as the foundation for other topics in macroeconomics. So the ideas that each model are based on will surface again down the road. Let's take a quick look at each of them and then explore how each model illustrates supply and demand differently. The classical model was popular before the Great Depression. It says that the economy is very free-flowing and that prices and wages freely adjust to the ups and downs of demand over time. In other words, when times are good, wages and prices quickly go up, and when times are bad, wages and prices freely adjust downward. The major assumption of this model is that the economy is always at full employment, meaning that everyone who wants to work is working and all the resources are being fully used to their capacity. The thinking goes something like this. If competition is allowed to work, the economy will automatically gravitate towards full employment, or what economists call potential output. Classical economists believe that the economy is self-correcting, which means that when a recession occurs, it needs no help from anyone. So that's the classical model. A second model is called the Keynesian model. This model came about as a result of the Great Depression. Economist John Maynard Keynes observed that the economy is not always at full employment. In other words, the economy can be below or above its potential. During the Great Depression, unemployment was widespread, many businesses failed, and the economy was operating at much less than its potential. When John Maynard Keynes was observing the Great Depression, he realized that the economy could be well below its potential for a long time, and that something was causing it to get stuck. It may be self-correcting like the classical economists were saying, but it was taking way too long. In the meantime, people were losing jobs and were suffering. Keynes believed that the government and monetary leaders should do something to help the economy along in the short run, or the long run may never come. The classical model does a great job of describing the economy in the long run, where resources are fully employed and everyone is working. The Keynesian model, on the other hand, does a great job of describing what happens in the short run, when there's a recession and people are out of work, or when the economy is temporarily overheating and a shortage of workers takes place. Let's look at this visually on a very basic level and see how economists illustrate the differences between these two models, representing what the economy looks like in the short run and also in the long run. Both models illustrate economic growth using a chart showing the relationship between economic output, which is real GDP, and prices. Since the economy operates according to the laws of supply and demand, we have two types of curves in this model, one representing supply and the other representing demand. Economists call this supply curve aggregate supply, which simply means total supply. This supply represents all the firms in the economy, including Bob's Lawn Business and Margie's Cake Business, and many, many others. When you see an aggregate supply curve, just think of all the businesses, their products and services, and all their workers, each of which earns wages. Economists call this demand curve aggregate demand, which means total demand in the economy. When you hear the words aggregate demand, just think of consumers, businesses, and the government, and also foreigners, all of whom want products and services. So when you put these two curves together, where they intersect, we figure out how much prices across the economy will be and how much economic output we have at those prices. Economists call this point the macroeconomic equilibrium because it represents where the economy as a whole is at any point in time. The classical model and the Keynesian model both use these two curves. However, they illustrate the aggregate supply curve very differently. The classical model shows the aggregate supply curve as vertical because this model holds that the economy is at its full employment level. That means that even if demand increases, firms can't hire new workers and expand because everyone is already working. When demand increases, the only thing that happens is that prices go up. Remember that the important assumption in the classical model is that prices and wages are flexible. Now, this entire aggregate supply curve can shift to the right, meaning that the economy's potential has increased, or it can shift to the left, meaning that the economy's potential has decreased. The Keynesian model shows the aggregate supply curve is upward sloping because wages and prices are less flexible in the short run. Under this model, the economy is more likely to be below the full employment level, which means that firms can hire new employees and increase production without raising wages or prices. The important assumption of the Keynesian model is that prices and wages are sticky. So this is how economists illustrate the classical model as well as the Keynesian model. All right, it's time to review. Economists illustrate growth in the economy using the relationship between economic output and the price level. They illustrate this relationship using two curves, the aggregate demand and aggregate supply curves. The intersection between aggregate demand and aggregate supply is referred to by economists as the macroeconomic equilibrium. The classical model and the Keynesian model both use these two curves. However, they illustrate the aggregate supply curve very differently. The classical model suggests that the economy is always at the full employment level of output, which represents its potential. Therefore, the aggregate supply curve is vertical. This means that any increases or decreases in aggregate demand only lead to a higher or lower price, but economic output remains the same. The Keynesian model suggests that the economy is not always at the full employment level of output, which means it could be above or below its potential. Wages and prices are sticky in the short run. The aggregate supply curve is therefore upward sloping instead of vertical, reflecting less wage and price flexibility.
By now, you've probably seen the usefulness of supply and demand graphs. After all, the concepts they demonstrate make quite a bit of sense. For the demand graph, the more something costs, the less people are willing to buy, while the less something costs, the more people are willing to buy. And for the supply graph, the opposite is true. As prices rise, suppliers seek to sell more, while falling prices mean less of a good will be supplied. That's all fine and good for analyzing one good at a time, but that's small potatoes for a macroeconomist. They need to be able to examine the behavior of a whole economy at once. To accomplish this, economists calculate the aggregate demand and aggregate supply of an economy. Aggregate demand is the total amount of demand that an economy has, while aggregate supply is the total amount of supply an economy is capable of producing. That's quite a bit of power in one model. However, there is a hitch. Since this is a whole economy, things move a bit more slowly. After all, if the demand for labor suddenly increases, it's not like we can just clone fully grown and capable people. Instead, economists use two supply curves. Now this may sound confusing, but let me explain. It goes back to the idea of elasticity, or how quickly a good adjusts to changes in price or quantity. Aggregate supply tends to be fairly inelastic in the short run when firms are finishing up their current contracts, so it takes the shape of a traditional supply curve, sloping up over time. This curve is the short-run aggregate supply curve, often labeled SRAS. However, economies are perfect in the long run. Thus, as an economy figures out what goods are in demand, it can adjust perfectly if given enough time. As economists, we don't have to put a time frame on this adjustment period, but can just say that it will get there eventually. This is the long-run aggregate supply curve, abbreviated LRAS. As you can tell, we have three lines to chart on this model, and our axes have changed as well. Traditionally, you are used to graphing supply and demand with respect to quantity and price. We're still going to do that, but we're going to give them different names to reflect the fact that these are aggregate or economy-wide changes. First, instead of price, you will often see price level or inflation on the vertical axis. Either is fine, and the terms just refer to the fact that, like any specific good, changes across an economy will result in changes to price. Rather than have billions and trillions of dollars represented on the vertical axis, we just use inflation. The horizontal axis is where quantity would typically go. However, here we're going to see the total value of goods across the whole economy. In other words, we'll measure the real GDP on the x-axis. Now that may sound confusing, since you're used to putting a dollar amount on the y-axis and a quantity on the x-axis. But remember, whenever you were looking at prices in the past, the change was what was important, and inflation is nothing but a measure of change. Likewise, consider what we are measuring the change of. If you guessed the economy, then you'll know that the best measure of an economy is real GDP. Now that we have the axes and the curves, let's have some fun with them. Remember, the economy is at equilibrium when all three lines meet at a single point. Economists often refer to this as full employment, since the economy is going at its highest capacity and there are not unemployed masses of people. If the aggregate demand curve meets the short-run aggregate supply curve to the left of the long-run aggregate supply curve, however, we have a problem. This means that there are not enough goods being demanded to make sure that everyone has a job. If not everyone is working, then there is less money being spent. After all, if you don't have a job, it's hard to spend money you don't have. If not corrected, this can cause the long-run aggregate supply curve to shift to the left as well, causing the economy to shrink in terms of real GDP. When the short-run aggregate supply curve meets the aggregate demand curve to the left of the long-run aggregate supply curve, the resulting space between that point and the long-run aggregate supply curve is called a contractionary gap. Sometimes the exact opposite happens. What if there's so much demand in an economy that it pushes out past the ability of that economy to keep up? In the short term, the long-run aggregate supply can't keep up. However, gains in technology and other increases in efficiency mean that ultimately the whole economy is able to catch up, expanding the whole system. As you may have guessed, this kind of gap is called an expansionary gap. In this lesson, we looked at the aggregate supply, aggregate demand model. Remember that aggregate just means across the whole economy. Also remember that due to the elastic nature of the economy in the long run, there are two supply curves, one for the short-run supply and the other for the long-run supply. Long-run aggregate supply is considered to be perfectly elastic, since an economy can always adapt if given enough time. Gaps caused when the short-run aggregate supply curve meets the aggregate demand curve to the left of the long-run aggregate supply curve are contractionary gaps, whereas gaps to the right of the long-run aggregate supply curve are expansionary gaps.
Your ability to get a job, the rate of pay at which you are willing to work, and how many hours a week you want to work all have an effect on the labor supply or labor demand in an economy. Each individual's preferences and the unique needs of firms and companies across a country determine these important economic concepts. Let's explore both labor supply and labor demand in more detail. In simple terms, labor supply is the total hours that workers or employees are willing to work at a given wage rate. It is often represented on a graph through a labor supply curve, which shows wage rates plotted vertically and the amount of labor or number of individuals that are willing to work at the wage rate plotted horizontally. A typical labor supply curve is upward sloping, which means that as wages rise, workers are usually attracted and incented to work more hours. There are several things that can cause the labor supply to shift on a graph to the right or to the left. A shift outward to the right means that workers are more willing to work a certain number of hours at a given wage rate than they were before. A shift inward to the left means that they are less willing. Let's explore a few of these factors that cause labor supply to change. Changes in preference or income. As people have increases in their income, they naturally want to enjoy more leisure time. Their demand for leisure, going on vacation, taking time off to do things around the house, or simply not working, increases, reducing the supply of labor and shifting the curve to the left. For example, an individual who inherited $250,000 might not feel the same way about their $10 an hour job as they did before. Conversely, if they decide they need more money because they want to buy more goods or services, the supply curve is likely to shift outward to the right. Changes in population. As the population increases, the supply of labor increases or shifts to the right. There are now more people who are willing to work at each wage level. On the other hand, if a country enacts tougher immigration laws that result in lower overall population, that may cause a shift of the labor supply curve to the left because of the smaller pool of workers. Changes in the prices of related goods and services. There are many goods and services that are linked or closely tied with how much people decide to work. For example, if the cost of sending children to daycare increases, it becomes more expensive for parents to work, and the supply of labor will shift to the left or decrease. If childcare prices fall, it becomes cheaper for each spouse to go to work, and the supply of labor will shift outward to the right. Additionally, if the cost of vacations or other recreational activities increases, individuals will consume less leisure and as a result supply more labor, shifting the curve to the right. Changes in expectations. How long people expect to live, overall health expectations, and expectations about Social Security or retirement may affect the overall supply of labor. If people expect to live longer, they may work more, causing an outward shift. Likewise, if people believe that they will not have Social Security income, they may work more, causing an increase in the labor supply and shift to the right. Now let's explore labor demand. Firms need workers to make products, package them, sell them, and run many other aspects of their business. People don't work for free, so firms must enter into the labor market and purchase labor. Labor demand refers to the total number of worker hours that firms are willing to incur at given wage levels. Several factors can influence or cause shifts in the demand for labor. When demand for labor shifts, firms are now willing to pay more for an hour of labor, shift to the right, or less for an hour of labor, shift to the left. As a general rule, firms will hire additional workers as long as the additional revenue they get from doing so covers the additional cost. Let's look at a few variables that can cause shifts in the labor demand. Consumer preferences and demand for products. If consumers demand more of a product and are willing to pay higher prices, this will incent firms to produce more product, which will result in an increase in demand for labor. For example, suppose there is a health report that comes out, and as a result, eating broccoli becomes more popular. As demand for broccoli increases, so does price. and the higher price of broccoli now incents broccoli firms to hire more workers to harvest and package more broccoli. This causes the demand for labor to shift to the right, meaning firms are now willing to pay higher wages for units or hours of labor. Technology. When many firms in a market are able to purchase and utilize new technology, the market labor demand curve will shift. If the technology enables workers to produce more product efficiently, the curve will shift to the right. If technology is a substitute for labor, such as a cheap robot on an assembly line that can now produce goods without human involvement, the curve will shift to the left because firms now don't need as much labor. Price of other inputs and factors of production, such as land, raw materials, and capital. Firms not only have to hire workers, they also have to decide how much of the other inputs to purchase at the same time as hiring workers. If the price of land or raw materials increases, this may cause firms to have less money to spend on labor, causing the demand for labor to decrease or shift to the left. If prices of inputs decrease, the demand for labor will shift to the right. In summary, labor supply is the total hours that workers or employees are willing to work at a given wage rate. Changes in income, population, work-leisure preference, prices of related goods and services, and expectations about the future can all cause the labor supply to shift to the right or left. These shifts mean that workers are either more willing, shift outward to the right, or less willing, shift inward to the left, to work a certain number of hours at a given wage rate than they were before. Labor demand refers to the total number of worker hours that firms are willing to offer at given wage levels. Consumer preferences and demand for product, technology, and prices of other inputs are a few examples of things that can cause demand for labor to change. When the demand for labor shifts to the right, this means firms are now willing to pay higher wages for units or hours of labor. To the left means they are now offering lower wages at given units of labor.
Go with me to the little town of Silo, to the house of Bob the lawn guy. Believe it or not, Bob has a piggy bank. And yes, it's shaped like a llama. And no, I'm not kidding. Whenever Bob receives his regular income, he puts it in the bank account. But whenever he earns extra income above and beyond his normal income, he puts some of it, let's say a small part, in the piggy bank. I mean llama. And the rest of it he puts in his wallet, so it's ready to spend the following weekend when he goes to the mall. Bob's income is currently $80,000 a year. This year, he earns extra income of $1,000. What we want to know is, how much of this extra income is he likely to spend versus saving it? In other words, how much goes into his wallet? Bob decides to spend $800 of this additional income, which is 80%. So Bob spent $800 when his income increased by $1,000. No matter how much extra income he earns, let's say he's likely to spend 80% of it. This is what economists call the marginal propensity to consume, or MPC for short. In this case, Bob's MPC is 80%, or 0.8. The marginal propensity to consume is the portion of extra income that consumers spend. It is the change in consumption divided by the change in disposable personal income. The whole nation has an MPC as well. If you figured out how much extra income people across the economy earned and how much of this they spent. So if you hear that a nation has an MPC of 0.9, that means that people in the nation will likely spend 90% of whatever extra income they earn. Of course, whatever people don't spend, we assume that they save. You'll notice that Bob spent only $800 out of $1,000 of extra income, but not the other $200. Whatever Bob does not spend, he carefully places in his beautiful llama bank at home. Bob's dreaming of buying a real llama one day, But he has to start somewhere, and saving money will help him get there. This is what economists call the marginal propensity to save. The marginal propensity to save is the portion of extra income that consumers save. It is the change in savings divided by the change in disposable personal income. Bob's marginal propensity to save, or MPS for short, is $200 divided by $1,000, or 20%, simplified as 0.2. Now this makes perfect sense. The marginal propensity to save is typically smaller than the marginal propensity to consume because people spend most of the extra income they earn. The marginal propensity to consume plus the marginal propensity to save will always add up to 1. If a nation has a marginal propensity to consume of 0.9, then that means they automatically have a marginal propensity to save of 0.1. So if you know one of these numbers, you can easily figure out the other one by subtracting it from 1. For example, when the MPC is 0.9, the MPS is 0.1. When the MPC is 0.85, the MPS is 0.15, etc. Why is the MPC important? The MPC is incredibly important to government leaders and the central bank as they attempt to guide the economy with both fiscal and monetary policy. For example, when economic advisors are advising the president about helping the economy to grow faster, they may suggest giving people a tax cut. When they do, they will talk about the MPC because tax cuts result in extra income for people across the nation. And government leaders want to know how much of this extra income people will spend. So it's an important assumption that gets factored into a lot of decisions. Now you know not only what it means, but you also know what kind of piggy bank Bob prefers, which is perhaps most important of all. So let's review. The marginal propensity to consume, or MPC for short, is the percentage of additional income that consumers spend. Economists say it is the change in consumption divided by the change in disposable personal income. The marginal propensity to save, or MPS for short, is the percentage of additional income that consumers save. Economists say it is the change in savings divided by the change in disposable personal income. It is typically smaller than the marginal propensity to consume. The marginal propensity to consume plus the marginal propensity to save will always add up to 1. So if you know one of these numbers, you can easily figure out the other by subtracting it from 1. The MPC is a very important assumption that's used by government leaders and monetary leaders when they discuss how to help the economy grow. Finally, and most importantly, Bob loves llamas. In this lesson, we're talking about how government overspending and borrowing negatively impacts private investment and leads to lower economic output. Let's take a look at the federal budget and see how deficit spending can affect the lives of everyday citizens in the market for loanable funds, and why it leads to lower economic growth. The federal government takes in money, which they call revenues. However, you might as well say taxes, because that's where the money comes from. The largest tax collected by the federal government is the income tax. When Bob pays income taxes, this money goes to fund the federal government. The government then spends this money on a variety of things, which hopefully benefit the folks in the neighborhood. One example of this is transfer payments. A transfer payment is when the government simply transfers money from one group to another. The largest transfer payments inside the federal budget include Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, which help provide for millions of people each year. Allison is a retired woman in Bob's neighborhood who's living on Social Security payments. Every month she receives her check, which she depends on to pay the bills for her groceries and her basic necessities.
When you think about it, Allison and Bob are both safe because of a national defense that the government pays for. It takes a lot of income tax revenue to pay for all these benefits. Two things happen with the government's budget each year, just like they do with your budget or my budget. Either we end up with a surplus of money or we end up with a shortfall. When the government spends less than it collects in net taxes, economists refer to this as a budget surplus. In the late 1990s, the federal government announced its first surplus in decades, over $69 billion. On the other hand, when the government spends more than it collects in taxes, economists refer to this as a budget deficit. For example, in fiscal year 2010, the federal government received about $2.2 trillion in revenue and spent about $3.5 trillion. The shortfall is considered a budget deficit, and when the government doesn't collect enough money to cover all expenditures, it has to borrow this difference. The national debt is kind of like the balance on someone's credit card. It represents the cumulative amount of debt owed by the federal government. It is the sum total of all the budget deficits incurred by the government. For example, a budget deficit of $200 billion would add $200 billion to the national debt because Congress has to borrow money to make up the shortfall. Government overspending has a powerful impact on the lives of citizens. To see what I mean, let's look at Bob. Bob is the numero uno lawn service guy who needs new mowers from time to time. He's just received the Business Owner of the Year award, by the way. When the government borrows money to make up these shortfalls, there's an unintended consequence that economists are concerned about, which we call crowding out. Crowding out is not when too many people show up to a concert and you have to stand outside. It's a term that starts in the market for loanable funds. Now, the market for loanable funds is where households borrow money to invest in homes and where firms borrow money to invest in capital equipment. You can think of it as the collection of financial institutions that offer loans, which you've probably heard about through advertising many times. The last time Bob bought a new mower for his business, he borrowed the money. Now, he may not have been aware of this, but he went to the loanable funds market. When Bob wants to borrow money to invest in additional lawnmowers for his business, he goes to the loanable funds market to borrow money. This is where the federal government goes when it needs to borrow money as well. We illustrate this market by showing the relationship between the quantity of loanable funds and the price of money, otherwise known as the interest rate. The interest rate is really the price of money because investors borrow money to invest and then they make monthly loan payments. These ongoing loan payments are an ongoing cost to them that directly affects their profit margins. For example, when interest rates are low, their loan payments are low, and their profits are higher. However, if interest rates are high, their loan payments are also high, and that means their profits are much lower. When interest rates get high enough, investors will stop investing because rates are so high and profit is so low that there's no incentive to invest anymore. What happens is that when the government borrows money to make up their budget shortfall, they go into the same market as households and firms. This increases the demand for loanable funds, which moves supply and demand to a new equilibrium at a higher interest rate. So what does this mean? This means that interest rates are higher for everyone in the market, not just for the government. These higher rates crowd out private investors, some of whom will choose not to invest. Just imagine that Bob really needs a new mower for his lawn business so he can expand. Expanding his business would be great not only for the neighborhood, but also the economy as a whole. Now, let's say that Bob drives to a financial institution and sits down to discuss borrowing money so he can invest. And when he does this, he discovers an awful truth, that the government had a huge deficit last year and beat Bob to the market, increasing the demand for loans and causing interest rates on Bob's loan to be 15% instead of 7%. Well, when Bob hears about this, he pulls out his calculator with an attitude of great concern. When he calculates the payments on a new loan and compares them to how much additional income he would make if he could mow more lawns, he realizes that it isn't worth it anymore because interest rates are too high. Distraught, Bob walks out of the bank, drives home, and changes the message on his answering machine so it alerts new prospects that he's not accepting new lawn service customers at this time. Crowding out is when government borrowing competes with private investment, driving up interest rates and reducing investment. Because of crowding out, the government's budget deficits raise the cost of borrowing for entrepreneurs, and that discourages private investment in the economy, leading to lower economic output. So the key here is a reduction in investment like this within the economy means lower economic growth. So this is not a good thing. To summarize, some of the largest components of the federal budget include transfer payments such as Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid programs. When the government spends less than it collects in net taxes, economists refer to this as a budget surplus. In the late 1990s, the federal government announced its first surplus in decades, over $69 billion. On the other hand, when the government spends more than it collects in net taxes, economists refer to this as a budget deficit. The national debt is kind of like the balance on someone's credit card. It represents the cumulative amount of debt owed by the federal government. It is the sum total of all the budget deficits incurred by the government. Crowding out is when the government competes with private borrowers for loanable funds, causing an increase in interest rates and a decrease in investment. Because of crowding out, the government's budget deficits raise the cost of borrowing for entrepreneurs, and that discourages private investment in the economy, which leads to lower economic output.
Economists may joke from time to time that everything can be explained through supply and demand. Although this might not be entirely true, the point they are often trying to make is that supply and demand play an integral role in many business decisions and experiences you have. Understanding supply and demand in economics is important for building your knowledge in more advanced economic and business concepts. To make sure you build a good base of knowledge, we must first learn about aggregate supply and the fundamental building blocks that it is composed of. Aggregate supply is defined as the total amount of goods and services produced and supplied by an economy's firms over a specific time period at given price levels. It is usually represented by a supply curve, which describes the relationship between price levels and the quantity of output that firms are willing to provide. It includes the supply of the following types of goods: consumer goods, such as electronics, clothes, vehicles, furniture, and food. This is essentially all the goods you utilize in your household and purchase when you go shopping. Capital goods. These goods are things that help produce more consumer goods for us. These are things like machinery and equipment for manufacturing companies. Public goods. These are goods and services that businesses supply for local, state, and federal governments. These are often awarded to private businesses in the form of contracts. Examples may be construction of community buildings, work on public parks, or private defense contracts. Traded goods. These are goods and services that are often exported to other countries. Examples may be steel, tires, pharmaceuticals, airplanes, and agricultural products. Although price can certainly have an effect on supply, there are other things that can also cause changes in the overall aggregate supply of goods and services. Let's explore those now. Changes in labor force. Anything that causes the amount of workers to increase in an economy will cause aggregate supply to increase or shift to the right. If the labor force decreases, the overall supply of goods and services will decrease also. More workers, all else constant, equals more goods and services supplied. Changes in input prices. If the cost of energy, wages, raw materials, or other key input prices to manufacture and produce goods and services increases, aggregate supply will decrease, all else constant. If these prices fall, aggregate supply will increase. For example, if the cost of specific raw materials such as steel or petroleum decrease because of more competition and companies offering the key resource, aggregate supply will increase. The companies will be able to make more of the product because of lower costs. Likewise, if the wages a company has to pay workers increases due to labor union negotiations or state minimum wage mandates, aggregate supply will decrease. Companies simply won't be able to work their employees as much due to higher costs. Technology. This determinant is worth mentioning by itself because of the magnitude and impact it can have on production improvements, innovations, and efficiency in the workplace. Improvements in technology cause aggregate supply to increase. For example, if a manufacturing site is able to automate many processes with robots, computers, or machines, and can now produce a product 24 hours a day at lower prices, aggregate supply will increase. Capital stock. Capital stock, in the simplest terms, is the money available in an economy for businesses to invest and purchase necessary items to produce goods or resell later at a profit. As capital increases in an economy, aggregate supply can increase. For example, with more capital, businesses can buy machines, hire more people, and make enhancements to their businesses to increase production. A decrease in capital will result in a decrease in aggregate supply. Changes in productivity. Anything that makes resources or firms more productive will increase aggregate supply. If the workforce in an economy has access to better training and education, they will have more productive workers and aggregate supply will increase. If firms try to reduce costs and use old equipment or don't spend money to properly train their workers, aggregate supply will decrease because of lower productivity. Government regulations. Increases in government regulations usually make it more expensive to produce goods and services, which decrease aggregate supply. For example, if manufacturing companies have longer approval processes to open a plant or increased environmental paperwork that causes them to spend additional time and money on legal and compliance work, they will produce fewer goods and services. If government regulations are decreased, this will cause an increase in aggregate supply. Business taxes and subsidies. Any sort of additional tax that a business has to pay will increase the overall cost of production and decrease aggregate supply. On the other hand, if the government offers subsidies to manufacturers or farmers to produce or grow certain products, this will lower the overall cost of producing a good and increase aggregate supply. In summary, aggregate supply is defined as the total amount of goods and services produced and supplied by an economy's firms over a specific time period at given price levels. Aggregate supply includes consumer, capital, public, and traded goods, and is usually represented in economics by a supply curve on a graph. Many things can change the amount of goods and services supplied in an economy. A few of the determinants are size of the labor force, input prices, technology, productivity, government regulations, business taxes and subsidies, and capital. As wages, energy, and raw material prices increase, aggregate supply decreases, all else constant. Enhancements in technology, increases in government subsidies, and better productivity through training or education can cause increases in aggregate supply, all else constant. Imagine you are a small business owner that builds and sells your own unique sunglasses in the local mall. You have a small amount of money in your business account and have 4 other employees that work for you. To your surprise, your sunglasses sell much faster than predicted and at a higher price than you thought they might. You realize that in order to keep up with the current demand, your only option is to ask the 2 employees that help make sunglasses to work more hours. This will result in overtime, but you still think it will be profitable. Your unique constraints and limitations to supply more sunglasses in the short run are just like the constraints of short-run aggregate supply for the entire economy. In the long run, you may be able to hire more skilled workers, build a small factory, invest in more training and education of your workers, or buy some new machinery that will help produce more glasses. All of these would help you increase your supply and output of sunglasses over time. In the short run, you are limited with your current machines and small bank account. Aggregate supply in the short run, abbreviated SRAS, is best defined as the total production of goods and services available in an economy at different price levels while some resources to produce are fixed. What do we mean by fixed? In the short run, companies increase aggregate supply in the economy by increasing their use of current inputs, such as labor hours. Companies like our sunglass shop work current employees and available machinery more to produce additional product. But what the sunglass shop owner can't do overnight is dramatically increase the bank account, build a factory, or install and train everyone on the latest technological machines to produce sunglasses more efficiently. The amount of capital in the bank, the space and machines where sunglasses are made, and possibly the vendor arrangements that provide materials to build the glasses are all things that require time to change. These can all be changed over the long run, but during the short run these aren't options to meet current demand. These resources are fixed. The short run may be 2 months or an entire year. It doesn't have a specific unit of time associated with it. Rather, it is tied to how long some of your resources are fixed. How quickly can you build that new factory? How quickly can you get a loan and get a new machine installed? How long would it take you to hire 3 new employees and properly train them? Your answer to these questions is what determines the short run and the long run. In the long run, you can change any of your available resources to increase production. In the short run, some of these things are rigid or inflexible. They can't be changed quickly. In economics, we look at both long-run and short-run aggregate supply curves. The short-run curve is upward sloping and shows a relationship between quantity supplied, output, and price level. As prices increase, the quantity supplied increases. Suppliers and companies are motivated by profit and sales. So when they see products are selling at higher prices, they will naturally try to produce more. In the short run, an increase in the price of goods encourages firms to work employees longer, pay slightly higher wages, and produce more along the supply curve within their given constraints. There are other variables or determinants discussed below that can cause the entire curve to shift to the right, an increase in aggregate supply, or to the left, a decrease in aggregate supply. Should any of these determinants change, the short-run aggregate supply curve shifts to a new position, which means firms are now willing to produce a different quantity of goods at the same price levels as before. Much like long-run aggregate supply, short-run aggregate supply can shift based on several different variables or determinants changing. A few of them are the amount of capital available, the size of the labor force, technology improvements, cost of raw materials, energy prices, and education and training of the workforce. A few determinants that can have a greater impact in the short run are the following. Business regulations. When businesses are faced with more regulations through governments or other oversight boards, they will face higher compliance costs, likely incur more administrative work, and may have to make changes to processes. This will restrict their production of goods in the short run and shift the aggregate supply to the left. Business expenses. When businesses' costs increase, they will pay more per good they produce. So with limited capital, they will be able to produce fewer goods. This will shift the short-run aggregate supply curve to the left. If costs suddenly fell and the company had more profits and money, This would cause the short-run aggregate supply curve to shift to the right. Business taxes. With an increase in business taxes, companies will have less money to produce goods. This increase will shift the short-run aggregate supply curve to the left. Decreasing taxes will shift the curve to the right. A key point worth mentioning is that with any increase in input prices, there will be a decreased short-run aggregate supply. Any decrease in input prices, such as raw materials, wages, or energy costs, will increase the short-run aggregate supply. In summary, aggregate supply in the short run is best defined as the total production of goods and services available in an economy at different price levels while some resources to produce are fixed. It takes companies time to adjust to changing demand for their product because resources are often fixed or inflexible in the short run. For example, it may take a year to build a new factory or implement a new investment in state-of-the-art machinery. In economics, the short-run curve is upward sloping and shows a relationship between the quantity supplied, output, and a price level. As prices increase, quantity supplied increases along the curve. Determinants such as business regulation, business taxes, and business costs can dramatically shift aggregate supply in the short run. Common long-term determinants can also cause short-term shifts, such as the amount of capital available, the size of the labor force, technology improvements, cost of raw materials, energy prices, and education and training of the workforce.
Before the Great Depression, classical economists thought the economy was always operating at its potential, which they called full employment, where everyone who needs a job has one, and all the resources in the economy are fully used. They saw the economy as a self-correcting machine that quickly reacted to changing conditions. After the Great Depression, however, economist John Maynard Keynes observed that the economy is not always at full employment. In other words, the economy can be below or above its potential. During that time, unemployment was widespread. Many businesses failed, and the economy was operating at much less than its potential. Keynes realized that the economy could be well below its potential for a long time, and that something was causing it to get stuck. It may be self-correcting like the classical economists were saying, but it was taking way too long. What was it that was causing the economy to get stuck? To find out, let's visit the town of Seelow, where Bob the business owner is furiously mowing a gigantic lawn at the home of an oil billionaire, and Margie the cake baker is working on a volcano cake for the surprise birthday party of Bob's son Bobby Jr. Everything has been stable, and the economy has been growing steadily. Now let's say that demand in the economy slows way down. In Seelow, this means less demand for lawn cutting and less demand for cakes. This means less profit for Bob and Margie as well. In a perfect economy, Bob and Margie could quickly respond by lowering the wages of their workers. However, they don't. Why not? Well, let's find out. Bob is out every day with the other guys mowing lawns like this gigantic one at the home of an oil billionaire. He's not sitting in an office all day thinking about whether or not to raise or lower the wages of his workers. Wages are typically only determined when he hires someone new or when he grants someone a raise. The most economical thing Bob could do for his own business would be to lower everyone's wage by 10%. That would offset the loss in income from having fewer customers during a recession. As an alternative, he could let one or two workers go. Given these two choices, what do you think Bob's going to end up choosing? Well, he'll let one or two workers go. The last thing he wants to do is to tell all his workers that their wages are going down. That would not be a pretty sight. Here's how that story would play out. When all the workers' wages are lowered, their income goes down. When their income goes down, their kids can't get the video games that they want for Christmas. When their kids don't get what they want, they scream in the house, making these workers feel crazy. When the workers feel crazy, They create crop circles in the yards they mow that look like aliens have visited from outer space. And then the military shows up and takes them to Area 51. What's the lesson here? Don't lower the wages of all the workers. Fire someone instead. To avoid these unfortunate and costly events, Bob decides to take one of his employees to the boardroom and say, "You're fired." This is an example of what happens in companies across the economy during a recession, except that the guy that fires people may not be named Bob. Because of this reality, unemployment in the economy is higher. In Margie's cake business, wages are set with employment contracts, which are not easily changed. In addition, some employees are minimum wage employees. That means that when economic conditions change, wages in her business don't adjust quickly. When wages don't respond quickly to changes in economic conditions, economists call this sticky wages. And I'm not talking about the frosting on the cakes that Margie sells. Economists recognize that this is happening in businesses throughout the whole economy, and therefore wages tend to be sticky. Sticky wages can lead to higher unemployment and an economy that is operating below its potential. Now let's talk about prices and how they adjust to changing conditions. Just think about this for a minute. When Bob started mowing lawns for all of his customers, he went to their front door and rang the bell. Then he talked with them and gave them a price for his services. Let's say it was $25 per cut. After that, he mows their lawn for a couple of months. Now let's say that the price of oil goes up, and Bob has to pay more for gas every day to fill up his mowers. To keep the same level of profit, he would have to raise the price of his lawn service to $35 to cover the extra cost of gas. However, it's not easy for Bob to do this. He would have to find time during the day when he should be mowing and talk to each and every one of his customers. Well, this is very costly to Bob, so he tends to pick one price for his services and stick with it. He's not going to change his prices very often without a very good reason. In addition, Bob doesn't know whether an increase in gas prices is permanent or temporary. So the price gets stuck, at least in the short run. When prices don't respond quickly to changes in economic conditions, economists call that sticky prices. Why are they sticky? Because adjusting them is costly. Here's another example. Margie has a truck so that her business can make deliveries of cakes to grocery stores. Well, this truck runs on gas, which is an expense to her. When gas prices go up, this eats into her profit, and Margie wants to raise the prices of her cakes. However, if Margie wanted to change the prices of her cakes, it would be costly. When Margie sells cakes to customers, she displays her prices not only on a large sign in her store, but also on printed menus. It took Margie months to get the sign and those menus produced, and it cost her a lot to produce them. Since it's costly, she's not going to do this very often without a very good reason. In addition, Margie does not know whether an increase in gas prices is permanent or temporary. So her prices are sticky, and so is cake, by the way. If you assume that this story is the same at firms across the whole economy, you can see how prices in the economy tend to be sticky in the short run. Eventually, though, with good reasons, firms will change prices, but it takes them a while to do so. Economist John Maynard Keynes observed that prices and wages are sticky, and that when the economy fell into recession or expanded too quickly, that sticky prices and wages could keep the economy stuck for a long time. When the economy is stuck in a recession, unemployment tends to be high and people suffer. Keynes said that the government needs to step in and do something to help things get back on track. In fact, he was quoted as saying, "In the long run, we're all dead." Why is all this important? Most of the actions the government takes to help the economy, or what we call fiscal policy, are based on John Maynard Keynes' basic observation that prices and wages are sticky and the economy can get stuck. Now let's review what we talked about in this lesson. After the Great Depression, economist John Maynard Keynes observed that the economy is not always at full employment. He realized that the economy could be well below its potential for a long time because prices and wages are sticky, meaning they don't adjust quickly to changes in economic conditions. When the economy falls into recession or expands too quickly, sticky prices and sticky wages can keep it stuck for a while. Why are they sticky? Because adjusting them is costly. Wages are sticky because of things like employment contracts and the morale of the workers. Some workers get paid the minimum wage. It's difficult for employers to lower the wages of all employees, so they instead decide to lay off a smaller number of employees. Prices are sticky because of things like menu costs, and because businesses don't know if shocks to the economy are permanent or temporary. Because wages and prices are sticky, and because the economy gets stuck, Keynes said that the government needed to step in and do something to help the economy out. This idea created the foundation of the fiscal policy actions that the government still follows even today. Let's return to the town of Silo, where we find Bob, the business owner, mowing lawns, and Matt working at a local factory. What we want to know is what happens if there's an unexpected increase or decrease in supply within the economy. How does this affect Bob, the business owner, and Matt, the factory worker? And how does it affect the growth of the economy? The short-run aggregate supply curve illustrates the relationship between prices and economic output. More specifically, it shows us the quantity supplied at different price levels throughout the whole economy. Certain events cause a shock to supply and shift the short-run aggregate supply curve. A supply shock is an unexpected event that causes a sudden increase or decrease in supply, and therefore a sudden increase or decrease in price. Some events are favorable and lead to a stronger economy, while others are unfavorable, and they lead to slower economic growth. Let's take a brief look at both types of shocks with the help of some real-world examples. A favorable supply shock is a sudden increase in supply that shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve, or SRAS for short, to the right and results in lower prices and an increase in real GDP. Favorable supply shocks result in lower costs, lower prices, higher real output, or real GDP, and lower unemployment. For example, an unexpected increase in the world supply of oil leads to an increase in real GDP and falling prices for gasoline in the town of Silo. So Bob, who owns a lawn service, is very happy about this because gasoline is a cost to him. Matt is very happy about this also and begins to think about enjoying the savings from lower gas prices by taking his family on a road trip. Causes of favorable supply shocks include unusually great weather patterns, sudden increases in the supply of raw materials, development of new technology, or the discovery of a new energy source. An unfavorable supply shock is a sudden decrease in supply that shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve, or SRAS, to the left. So this is the opposite of a favorable supply shock. Unfavorable supply shocks lead to higher costs, higher prices, lower real output or real GDP, and higher unemployment. For example, in the town of Silo, hotter than usual weather harms the local crops, leading to a major decline in supply. That's a shock to supply. When this happens, corn, one of the crops, experiences a major price increase, and a ripple effect goes through the town, leading to higher gas prices, and eventually lower economic output and some layoffs. Bob is very sad about this because he buys gasoline every day to mow lawns. His costs just went up, and he's among those who are forced to raise prices for his service. Here's another example. A disruption in the flow of oil from a large oil pipeline in Silo sharply reduces supply and causes oil prices to rise. Well, this leads to higher gasoline prices. And Matt, a factory worker, begins thinking about the idea of carpooling with a friend from work. Scenarios that lead to an unfavorable supply shock include hotter than usual weather, causing crops to suffer, sudden drops in the supply of raw materials, or in an industry without unions, if they suddenly unionize and negotiate higher wages. This will also lead to an unfavorable supply shock. So let's review what we've talked about so far. A favorable supply shock is a sudden increase in supply that shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve, or SRAS for short, to the right. It results in lower prices and an increase in real GDP. Favorable supply shocks result in lower costs, lower prices, higher real output, and lower unemployment. The causes of favorable supply shocks include unusually great weather patterns, sudden increases in the supply of raw materials, development of new technology, or the discovery of new energy sources. An unfavorable supply shock is a sudden decrease in supply that shifts the short-run aggregate supply curve to the left and results in higher prices and a decrease in real GDP. The likely effects of an unfavorable supply shock include higher costs, higher prices, lower real output, and higher unemployment. Scenarios that lead to an unfavorable supply shock include hotter than usual weather that causes crops to suffer, a sudden drop in the supply of raw materials such as oil, workers in an industry without unions suddenly unionizing and negotiating higher wages.
Most of us have a budget we follow after each paycheck. We often sit down and pay bills, and then decide what to do with any remaining money left over. Should we spend it on a new pair of shoes we've been eyeing for weeks, or should we put it in the bank and save it? While this may be a recurring decision, after each paycheck, what happens when we get a raise? Will we change our budget? What will happen to our spending habits? In this lesson, we will learn about marginal propensity to consume. Let's take a moment to define this key term. Marginal propensity to consume is the term used to describe the amount of a raise in income that is spent on goods instead of saving that money. In other words, when we get an increase in pay, the amount we spend on goods rather than tucking it away and saving it is known as marginal propensity to consume. To better explain the concept of marginal propensity to consume, let's apply it to an example. Imagine you get your December paycheck and realize you received a Christmas bonus. Instead of getting paid $1,300, you see that you have been paid $1,600. This means you have an extra $300 more than you previously had. If you decide to spend $200 on that new pair of shoes you've been eyeing and place the other $100 into your savings account, what will be your marginal propensity to consume? Marginal propensity to consume equals a change in consumption divided by a change in income. $200 divided by $300 equals 66 cents for each additional dollar of income. If, however, you decide not to spend any of your bonus and instead put all $300 into your savings account, your marginal propensity to consume would be 0. So how does the marginal propensity to consume affect an individual? Well, this depends on a few factors. First, there is income. When someone has a low income and suddenly gets more money, they will be more likely to consume goods than someone with a high income. This is because those with a higher income are more readily able to satisfy their needs and wants on a regular basis, and thus do not feel as strong of an urge to spend the increase in income. But those with a low income may not be able to afford luxuries, and therefore, when they do get extra income, they may be more tempted to finally purchase goods that they usually would not be able to buy. The other factor is whether or not the increase in income is permanent or temporary. If, for example, you receive a one-time bonus, you may feel more comfortable saving that money in case you may need it sometime in the future. But if that increase in pay is a permanent recurring event, you may become more comfortable spending it because you realize that you will be consistently receiving more and more income. You may be wondering how marginal propensity to consume affects the economy. Well, if we think about the economy, we realize that in order to keep it functioning, we need to introduce money into it. This means we need to spend money and keep it circulating. So when we as consumers get an increase in money and decide to spend it on goods, we are introducing more money into the economy and helping to keep it going strong. If we decide to save our increase in money and not put it into circulation in the economy, we are essentially negatively affecting the economy. This is because that money is taken out of the circulation and placed in savings instead. If we keep taking money out of the economy and never replace it, eventually there will not be any more goods or services to purchase, because those that provide them will not be able to continue to provide them without income they receive from you when you purchase goods and services. This can really hurt an economy. Marginal propensity to consume is the term used to describe the portion of an increase in pay that is used to purchase goods and services. Those with higher incomes may not spend as much of their increase in income because they are already accustomed to being able to buy the goods and services they need and want. However, those who are on a tight budget and do not get to splurge may be more likely to spend their increase in income on those items they really want or need. As for the effects on the economy, when consumers spend money, they introduce more money to help producers make the goods and services we want to purchase. If we save our money, that money gets pulled out of circulation and reduces the amount of money available to produce goods and services, which creates a negative effect on the economy. Have you ever wondered what you might do with a big bonus? What would you buy? Would you save any of it? Many of us rely on a paycheck that pretty much falls within the same range each time. This helps us plan what we will do with our paychecks, such as paying bills, and helps us develop a budget. But suppose one month you look at your paycheck and you got a $500 bonus. What you do next with that money is the focus of this lesson. You see, if you decide to save any portion of it, then that portion is known as marginal propensity to save. In this lesson, we will learn more about this term and gain a better understanding of how to calculate MPS. Before we go any further, let's take a moment to learn some basic definitions. First, there is marginal propensity to save, which is the portion of disposable income that is saved instead of used to purchase goods and services. Disposable income is the money we have after taxes that we can choose to spend or save. Basically, if you receive extra money, that amount you put in your savings account would be defined as your marginal propensity to save. Marginal propensity to consume is the exact opposite, as it is the portion of extra money that is consumed on goods and services. It is the money that you decide not to save, and instead use to perhaps purchase a new jacket you have been eyeing. Here is a graph that shows the slope of the line when illustrating MPS. As you will notice, the more income an individual has, the more likely they are to save. We'll soon discuss why that happens. We know that the marginal propensity to save is the amount of extra money we decide to save instead of using it to consume goods and services. But how do we calculate this? Let's take a look at the formula and an example to help further explain MPS. Let's imagine that your company gave all employees a $700 Christmas bonus. After a short discussion with your spouse, you decide that you need a new dishwasher, which will cost $500. The other $200 you decide to put into your savings account. Using this information, let's calculate MPS, the marginal propensity to save. MPS equals change in saving divided by change in income. MPS equals 200 divided by 700, which equals 0.29. Now suppose you want to figure out what the portion is that you decided to spend on your new dishwasher. This is known as the marginal propensity to consume, or MPC, and is calculated as follows. MPC equals change in consumption divided by change in income. MPC equals $500 divided by $700, which equals 0.71. So you may be wondering, what causes us to save money and what causes us to spend it? Well, there are a few factors that may influence what we do with any extra income we might be so lucky to receive. The first factor to consider is income. Those of us that receive a high income probably already have the luxury of being able to purchase goods we need and want on a more regular basis. Because those with a higher income are more financially able to freely spend more money, they tend to save more when they receive extra income. However, those with lower incomes may dream of being able to go shopping and buy new clothes and electronics, but are not able to because they are on a tight financial budget. Thus, should they receive extra income, they may be more apt to spend the money in order to buy those goods and services they not only need, but that they want as well. Another factor is occurrence, or how often something happens. The frequency of the extra money also determines what someone may do. If it is a one-time occurrence like a bonus, there is a higher likelihood that one may save the money. If, however, it is a more permanent situation, like a raise in salary, then they may feel more comfortable spending the money. Marginal propensity to save is the portion of extra income that someone decides to save instead of consuming it on goods and services. Marginal propensity to consume is the exact opposite, as it is the portion of extra income that someone decides to spend instead of saving. Marginal propensity to save can be calculated by dividing the change in savings by the change in income. Some factors that can contribute to the decision on whether to spend or save include income level and how often the extra income will occur.
English economist John Maynard Keynes was one of the most influential economists of the 20th century. Among many other things, he examined the propensity of people to consume. If we boil down how we use our after-tax dollars, we pretty much buy stuff or save the income. Keynes argued that savings and consumption, that is, buying goods and services, are a function of income. And this has important implications for the economy in general, as we will discuss shortly. Two important factors we need to consider when analyzing the relationship between consumption and income is the average propensity to consume and the marginal propensity to consume. Let's look at each in turn. The average propensity to consume, or APC, is the percentage of household income allocated towards purchasing goods and services, also known as consumption, rather than savings. You can calculate it with the following formula. APC equals C divided by Y, where C equals consumption and Y equals income. So if an economy has total household consumption of $1 trillion and a total household income of $1.03 trillion, we can determine the average propensity to consume in that economy as follows. APC equals C divided by Y. APC equals 1 trillion divided by 1,030 billion. APC equals 0.97 or 97%. The average household in this economy allocates 97% of its income to consumption. The remaining 3% is allocated to savings. Now, let's graph the following schedule of data to see what we can learn. The schedule compares the income, Y, of an economy to the same economy's consumption, or C. When income is $200 billion, consumption is also $200 billion. When income is $300 billion, consumption is equal to $290 billion. Income of $400 billion means there is consumption equaling $385 billion, and so on and so forth. Now, let's see how this graphs out. When we graph the plot points, what we see is a straight line. This straight line is a graphical representation of this economy's average propensity to consume. You should note that as income increases, consumption increases, which is important. Why is it important? Simply, consumption is one way we can boost economic growth and prosperity, because consumption requires businesses to make goods and services to sell, and that requires them to purchase more raw materials, upgrade their facilities, and hire more people. This in turn creates more income for suppliers and employees who turn around and buy more stuff, continuing the cycle. Another vital component of Keynes' theory of consumption is marginal propensity to consume. The marginal propensity to consume is the change in consumption when income changes. It can be expressed with the following formula. MPC equals delta C divided by delta Y, where C equals change in consumption, Y equals change in income, and the delta sign means change. Let's look at an example. In 2010, the households in an economy of a small country had a total after-tax income of $10 billion, which increased to $10.05 billion in the following year. Consumption in 2010 was $9.95 billion, but increased to $9.99 billion the following year. We can plug the numbers into the formula to obtain the marginal propensity to consume. MPC equals delta C divided by delta Y. MPC equals 9,990,000,000 minus 9,950,000,000 divided by 10,050,000,000 minus 10 billion. MPC equals 40 million divided by 50 million. MPC equals 0.8. An MPC of 0.8 means that 80 cents out of every dollar of income goes towards consumption. Let's take another look at our graph and use it to determine the MPC. In order to determine the MPC from this graph, we need to calculate the slope of the line, which we can calculate using the MPC formula discussed above. First, we pick two data points for consumption and income, which will be 200, 200, and 300, 290. Then do the math. MPC equals delta C divided by delta Y. MPC equals 290 minus 200 divided by 300 minus 200. MPC equals 90 divided by 100. MPC equals 0.9. So far, we've been looking at the aggregate data from households in an entire economy. However, it's important to note that MPC is not constant across households because households have different levels of incomes. Households with lower incomes tend to have a higher MPC than households with higher incomes. This is because lower income households must spend a much larger percentage of their income on consumption that goes towards life's necessities, such as food, shelter, utilities, and transportation. Higher income households just have more discretionary income with the ability to save more. Let's review what we've learned. John Maynard Keynes was an important 20th century economist who posited that consumption was largely a function of income. Consumption tends to increase as income increases. The more people make, the more they spend, and the more the economy grows. Two important concepts in Keynes' theory of consumption is the average propensity to consume and marginal propensity to consume. Average propensity to consume is the ratio of income allocated towards consumption rather than saving. Marginal propensity to consume is the change in consumption when income changes. Marginal propensity to consume differs along the income levels of households, with lower income households having a higher MPC than higher income households.
We all would love the opportunity to receive extra money on our paychecks, but what would you do with that extra money? Would you buy new clothes? Would you go to a concert? Or perhaps you would buy the newest cell phone that was just released? While most of us have some sort of routine of what we pay each month with our paychecks, in the event that we do receive extra income, we must make a decision of what to do with that money. In this lesson, we will look at one choice, which is to spend the money on goods and services. How much of that extra money we spend is known as the marginal propensity to consume. In other words, when we receive extra money, the proportion of it that's spent rather than saved falls under marginal propensity to consume. Now that we know what marginal propensity to consume is, let's apply it to an example so that we can see how it's actually calculated. Let's imagine that you receive a $600 bonus on your paycheck. After discussing it with your family, you decide to purchase a new couch in the amount of $400. This means you decide to consume $400 of your extra income. The remaining $200 is placed in a savings account. When we plug those numbers into an equation, we get the following. MPC equals change in consumption divided by change in income. MPC equals $400 divided by $600, or 0.66. Thus, 66% of the extra income was used for consumption. Another important piece of the marginal propensity to consume is the multiplier effect. The multiplier effect is the term used when the final income increases due to additional spending. In basic terms, we can think of our economy's flow as a circle. When we spend money on goods and services, we inject it into the flow of the economy. This money then goes to the producer of those goods and services so that they can achieve an income and so that they can produce the goods and services we demand and want to purchase. When they produce the goods, they add them to the flow, and when we purchase them, we also add money back to the flow. So, when we receive extra income on our check, the portion we spend is referred to as the marginal propensity to consume. The amount of the marginal propensity to consume, therefore, contributes to the multiplier effect because extra income leads to extra demands and/or spending and creates more income. This increase in income because of the new injection or spending is the multiplier effect. Okay, let's now learn how to calculate the multiplier effect. Here's the formula we use. 1 over 1 minus MPC. If we take our previous example, we know that the MPC is 66%. 1 over 1 minus 0.66. 1 minus 0.66 equals 0.34, which means you have decided to spend 66% of every $1 of extra income and have decided to save 34%. Thus, the multiplier effect equals 1 over 0.34. The multiplier effect equals 2.9. Therefore, the multiplier effect is 2.9, which means that for every $1 of new income, it generates $2.90 of extra income in the economy at large. Marginal propensity to consume is the extra income we receive that we choose to spend on goods and services. When we consume goods and services, we are adding money to the flow of the economy. This money is paid to producers that make the goods and provide the services. They then use that money as income and as a means to produce the goods and services in order to offer them for consumers to purchase. The marginal propensity to consume is the extra money we spend, ultimately creating an increase in demand and spending. The consequence of the extra spending and producing is an overall increase in income, which is called the multiplier effect.
For many years, consumers were treated as passive players in the economic marketplace. Inferior, unsafe, or unwanted products were pushed into the marketplace by companies. In this lesson, you will learn about consumers and the assumption economists make about them. A consumer is considered a person, group of people, or organizations that are the final users of a product or service. Consumers were taken advantage of by corporations and did not have much of a say regarding the marketplace. In recent years, consumers have been able to take a more active part in the marketplace by demanding higher quality, innovative, and well-priced products. In addition, governments have reacted by passing consumer protection laws that have empowered consumers to demand ethical and fair treatment from companies. The reason that understanding the consumer and their decision-making process is important in microeconomics is that over 70% of the economy is made up of consumer spending. Microeconomics deals with understanding individual consumer decision-making and how it affects businesses. Economists and businesses find it necessary to understand what consumers are doing with their money, whether saving, investing, or spending, in order to make business and market decisions. For example, Sword Cars likes to understand when, how, and why their consumers purchase automobiles in order to help plan production and provide a competitive price. There are some basic microeconomic assumptions that help explain consumers' purchasing behavior. The microeconomic assumption that exists can help companies understand the methodology of consumer purchase decision-making. The assumption is that consumers do not have an unlimited budget, so their available cash is spent to achieve the largest personal benefit within their financial limit. Consumers look to purchase products that fit their budget and provide the most satisfaction. For example, if a consumer was looking to purchase a vehicle, they would first consider their budget. Then the consumer would look to see which car would provide the most benefit to them, such as happiness, prestige, quality, etc. Another way of looking at this assumption is that consumers look to achieve the most happiness for the smallest cost. Let's go back to our car example. The consumer evaluates 3 cars, but chooses the least expensive car that would make them happy if price was the main benefit they were looking to acquire. This is important for businesses to understand when pricing their products in competitive markets. At some point, a company might price themselves out of their customers' acceptable zone. Microeconomics deals with understanding individual consumer decision making and how it affects businesses. In this lesson, you will learn about consumers and the assumption economists make about them. A consumer is considered a person, group of people, or organizations that are the final users of a product or service. There is a microeconomic assumption that exists which can help companies understand the methodology of consumer purchase decision making. The assumption is that consumers do not have an unlimited budget, so their available cash is spent to achieve the largest personal benefit within their financial limit. Another way of looking at it is that consumers look to achieve the most happiness for the smallest cost.
Let's say that you are a college student whose part-time job pays $200 a week. For better or worse, you still live in college housing, and for worse, you are still on the meal plan. How should you spend your $200? Your spending decisions are determined by the amount of utility or usefulness you'll find in a given activity. As you may remember, economists assume that people act to maximize their utility with their resources, and in this case, your version of resources is your paycheck. In other words, you are not so inclined to parade through the quad tossing money at the nearest person you see. In the example above, your basic needs are taken care of, but that doesn't mean that you don't have to care about utility. Say that the choice for Friday night is between a show of student bands put on by the College Activities Council and a concert by your favorite band. The student show is free, but the concert is $50 a ticket. Unless you have a really good reason to go to the student show, chances are you will be inclined to spend that $50 on concert tickets. Now, you couldn't do that if you earlier skipped through the quad throwing money at random people, could you? By paying attention to the utility that your resources can bring you, you can make sure you're at the concert where you want to be. Let's look at another example. On Saturday, the dining hall announced their intention to serve tuna surprise. Your friend who works at dining services has already warned you that this is one surprise that you want no part of, so you start looking at options for how to best avoid this particular seafood dish. You could go out to a French restaurant and spend $50 on steak frites and cheese, or you could chip in $10 for pizza and sodas with friends. Which do you choose? Again, it depends. If you have an anniversary with a significant other, then that $50 is looking like a good deal. However, more likely than not, you'll be waiting for the pizza delivery guy. In either case, you worked to maximize your utility, assuming, of course, that having a boyfriend or a girlfriend was something you saw fit to preserve. Really comical things happen if a consumer ignores utility. Early in this lesson, I alluded to the idea of a person throwing money at random people. Now, obviously, there are some examples, especially in music, of people throwing money up in the air. For the individuals who do this, there may be some level of utility gained from the enjoyment of knowing that they are wealthy enough to afford to literally throw money away. Chances are that you don't want that to happen to your $200 paycheck. But what about something more likely to happen? Say that you were bored one night and decided to download a movie to watch. You spend $20 on the film, and after watching the first half, you absolutely hate it. Of course, you can't very well return a download for a refund, so you are stuck with it. This is what economists refer to as a sunk cost, since the cost has already been sunk or lost. You gained absolutely no utility from purchasing the movie, but it still cost you resources. How do you feel? Chances are that you're pretty upset. Why? Because you wasted money. You had exactly $20 budgeted to purchase a movie for the weekend, and now you can't get that money back. No movie for you this weekend. In fact, This is by far the most common result of not paying attention to utility. Ignoring utility isn't bad for consumers because it leads to people throwing money in the air while at a nightclub. It is bad because it leads to disappointment and unrealized maximization of utility. In this lesson, we focused on the importance of utility for consumers. Using the example of a college student's earnings from a part-time job, we looked at how the real resource at play in economics is not money, but utility. We gave examples of actions that maximize utility, such as the opportunity to go to a professional concert instead of a college-run one. Additionally, we saw how utility can change given the particulars of the situation, such as the decision to take a loved one to a nice dinner versus having pizza and sodas with friends. Finally, we learned how the consequences of not paying attention to utility are not always puzzling decisions, like throwing money in the air, but result in real frustration, like when you download a movie, hate it, and can't get a refund. Let's say that you own a company that produced ink pens. For the sake of simplicity, let's say that you had to purchase 3 parts from your suppliers: the point, the body, and the ink tube. Your company transforms these raw materials, as well as such factors of production like labor, electricity, and the factory, into the type of pens that you can use in a class to take notes. As a producer, you are obviously a consumer on the resource market, which means that you do have to maximize your utility as a consumer. Remember that utility is a measure of usefulness of something. But what about the perspective of being a producer? Why should you care about utility? As a producer, you go out of business if your customers don't purchase your goods. I know that probably doesn't sound like a shock, but it really is that simple, and it needs to be said. Also, it's to your best advantage that as many consumers as possible purchase your goods. After all, if you're running an efficient business, more customers means more profits. But how do you run an efficient business? In short, it's having an eye for utility. Utility takes on a bit more complicated view when it comes to producers, but not by much. In short, you should always be working to maximize your profits. In some cases, that means a producer must be a smart consumer of raw materials and other resources. If the average going wage for a worker is $20 an hour, then you should have a pretty good reason to pay your workers $40 an hour. Note that I didn't say that you shouldn't do it. If the average worker just has to pull a lever at your competitor's factory to produce 300 pens an hour, while a worker at your factory must do significantly more to produce 1,000 pens an hour, then you should definitely be paying your workers more. After all, you're maximizing your utility for the item produced, not for the item consumed. Additionally, you must maximize your efficiency on how you provide the goods to the consumer. Say you are going to sell 10,000 pens. All of your transportation costs are equal, whether you send all the pens to one store or to 100 different stores. To maximize the utility of your transportation, assuming that all those stores have about the same level of popularity, you should send your pens to multiple stores. By doing so, you maximize your utility by making sure your pens are put in front of as many people as possible. But what happens if a firm chooses to ignore utility altogether? From the perspective of the producer as a consumer of raw materials, the result could be pretty hilarious if it doesn't cause the destruction of your company. Spending money on the wrong resources is a major way that firms often ignore utility. Having thousands of ink tubes but no pen points in your factory means that your firm can produce no pens. However, that's not the only way that firms can ignore utility. Say that your pen business had 2 factories that are 100 miles apart. As the owner, you need to move between both sites. Do you really need a private helicopter to ferry you between factories? Sure, it sounds like a great idea, but that helicopter adds very little to the utility of your operation. Maybe in one case in 1,000 it would be more worthwhile for that helicopter to get you between factories in a half an hour than the car that takes 2 hours. The rest of the time, it's a waste of money that gets passed on to your customers. When additional costs get passed on to your customers, That means higher prices for them, which means fewer items sold for you, and could very well mean the end of your business. In fact, added production costs are often a great example of how firms fail to maximize utility. But what about transportation to market? The same comparison could be drawn between having pens delivered by truck or by custom high-speed monorail lines built solely for your company. Or misplaced advertising. Sure, advertising in the pencil trade magazine may be cheap, but does it really attract people who are willing to give up pencils for pens? Remember, utility for producers is committed to getting as many goods produced for a given set of resources. In this lesson, we looked at the role of utility for producers. By far, the easiest concept to understand is that producers act like consumers in the resource marketplace. However, by bearing in mind that firms seek to maximize their utility as producers by producing as many goods for a given set of resources as is possible, we saw how such frills as helicopters for executives or monorail supply chains could lead to a lack of utility for firms. David really loves pizza. Each time David eats a slice of pizza, he feels a certain amount of satisfaction. The second slice of pizza brings more satisfaction than the first, and the third slice is more satisfying than the second. However, by the time David eats the last slice of pizza, the amount of satisfaction is much less than the first few slices. The satisfaction that David feels after each slice, no matter how much, is called the utility. The theory behind utility is simple. A certain amount of satisfaction, value, or benefit is gained when a good or service is consumed. As David consumes each slice of pizza, he experiences satisfaction. Similarly, an employee working on a project can feel a certain amount of value is added to the project based on the number of hours spent working on the project. An athlete assigns a certain amount of benefit to the amount of time spent training. The total amount of satisfaction, value, or benefit gained from the consumption of each good or service is the total utility. Let's look back at David and his pizza. As the excitement of eating pizza increases, the total utility from the consumption of one slice of pizza rises from 7 to a total utility of 12 by the consumption of the third slice. However, the total utility decreases to 5 by the time the fifth slice of pizza is consumed, as David starts to feel full. The variance in total utility as each slice of pizza is consumed is called the marginal utility. Marginal utility equals the change in total utility over the change in number of units consumed. The first component of the formula is to calculate the change in total utility. This is done by subtracting the total utility of the current consumption and a previous consumption. To find the change in total utility between the second and first slices, subtract the total utility of the current slice. The second slice of pizza has a total utility of 10, and a previous slice, the first slice of pizza, has a total utility of 7. The result is a total utility of 3. 10 TU minus 7 TU equals 3 TU. The change in utility between the fifth and the third slice of pizza actually yields a negative amount of total utility. 5 TU minus 12 TU equals negative 7 TU. The second component of the marginal utility formula is the change in the number of units that have been consumed. This is done by subtracting the number that is currently being consumed from a previously consumed amount. The change in units consumed from the fourth and third slice of pizza is 1. 4 minus 3 equals 1. The change in units consumed from the fifth and third slice of pizza is 2. 5 minus 3 equals 2. Once these components are calculated, the marginal utility is then calculated by dividing the change in total utility by the change in number of units consumed. Let's give it a try. Let's take another look at David and his pizza. David just finished his first slice of pizza and is already tackling another slice. The second slice is even better than the first slice. Calculate the marginal utility between the second and first slice of pizza. Marginal utility equals 10 TU minus 7 TU over 2 slices of pizza minus 1 slice of pizza, which is marginal utility equals 3 TU over 1 slice of pizza. The marginal utility between the second slice of pizza and the first slice of pizza is 3 TU. Let's try another one. David just ate his fourth slice of pizza, and because he's starting to feel full, the satisfaction is starting to decline. Calculate the marginal utility between the fourth slice David just ate and the third slice he's already consumed. Marginal utility equals 9 TU minus 12 TU divided by 4 slices of pizza minus 3 slices of pizza. Marginal utility equals negative 3 TU over 1 slice of pizza. The marginal utility between the fourth slice of pizza and the third slice of pizza is negative 3 TU. Marginal utility can be used in a variety of ways. David can use marginal utility to prevent overconsumption by knowing when the maximum utility has been reached and when the satisfaction from eating an additional slice of pizza will decline. A student can use marginal utility to minimize burnout by knowing how many hours of studying will be most beneficial before the value of studying starts to decrease. The consumption of goods and services is inevitable. As these goods and services are consumed, a certain amount of satisfaction, value, or benefit results. This is known as the total utility. As each additional unit of goods or services is consumed, the total utility changes. The change in total utility divided by the change in units consumed is the marginal utility. The importance of marginal utility is that it pinpoints the unit of consumption that will yield the maximum utility, and at what point of consumption the utility will decline. When you have that first bite of chocolate cake, it seems like you just can't get enough of it. However, as you eat your second and third piece, you may start to realize you've had enough cake. For each additional unit of a good, in this case for each additional piece of cake, the added satisfaction you receive from consuming the good decreases. This is known as diminishing marginal utility. The field of economics is concerned with examining issues of the supply and demand of goods and services. The rational choice assumption establishes that people make choices about purchasing goods or services depending on what is in their best self-interest. You might wonder how economists measure what is in someone's best self-interest. This is where the concept of utility comes in. Think of utility as the benefit a person gets from consuming a good or service. In our example, utility is the satisfaction a person gains from eating a piece of chocolate cake. It's important to understand that the concept of utility is a relative concept. Different people gain different levels of satisfaction from eating chocolate cake, depending on their preferences. Now that we understand that utility measures the satisfaction a person gains from consuming a good or service, we can think about how utility changes as a person consumes more of a good. In our example, the utility is the highest for the first piece of chocolate cake the person eats. Let's say the person has been saving room for dessert, and that first piece of cake satisfies their sweet tooth perfectly. However, there is still more cake to be eaten. So rather than let it go to waste, the person decides to have a second piece. We've all been there. The second piece is still good, but not quite as fulfilling as that first piece. For the sake of a good example, let's say the person has a third piece. By this time, their waistband is getting a little tight, and perhaps their stomach isn't feeling too well. The satisfaction of this third piece is definitely not as high as the first or the second piece. This example demonstrates diminishing marginal utility. Now that we know the concept of diminishing marginal utility, let's take a look at a real-world example. Buffets are a prime example of restaurants depending on diminishing marginal utility. For one price, you can eat all of the food you want. The reason that buffets work economically is that people reach a point where the utility or the pleasure gained from an additional plate of food isn't worth the cost of eating that additional plate. Let's say that a person gains 30 utils, a util being 1 unit of utility, from his first piece of pizza at the buffet. The second piece still brings pleasure, but only an additional 20 utils worth, definitely not as much as the first piece did. The total utility for that person after 2 pieces of pizza is 50. This is represented by the green line in the following graph. A third piece continues to bring pleasure, but at a lesser amount of 15 utils, now making our total utility 65. The blue line in the graph represents our marginal utility. You can see it shows that the first piece brought 30 utils of pleasure, with each piece decreasing in the number of utils realized. This downward sloping line demonstrates the idea of diminishing marginal utility. Let's consider another example. In the following picture, we see a person enjoying a ride on her horse along the beach. Her first hour brings a high level of utility. However, as time passes, sun exposure and exhaustion slowly reduce the marginal utility she receives from each additional hour of her ride. Let's review. Diminishing marginal utility means that for each additional unit of a good, the added satisfaction you receive from consuming the good decreases. Individuals consume goods and services based on what is in their own self-interest. This concept is known as the rational choice assumption. They must examine the costs and benefits of a particular good when deciding how much of it to purchase. The benefit of the good is measured by looking at the utility it brings to the individual. We have also learned that for each additional unit of a particular good a person consumes, they receive a smaller amount of additional utility. Diminishing marginal utility occurs because it is human nature that, as we receive more of something, it is no longer as rare or special to us.
If you've been watching our microeconomics lessons, you may be familiar with the standard demand curve that economists use to model markets. But did you know that you are the subject of demand curves? In fact, you probably use a demand curve every time you purchase something. This demand curve that is specific to one person is known as an individual demand curve. Let's say you are at the grocery store and see that jars of pasta sauce are on sale. Buy one, get one free. Normally you buy 1 jar of pasta sauce a week, but this week you shrug your shoulders, accept the good deal, and get 2. As you continue through the grocery store, you see that last week's holiday candy is on sale for 75% off. With a sly smile, you get many more packs of candy than you would normally pick up during a given week before sneaking off to self-checkout, ashamed of your lack of self-discipline. Remember, a demand curve starts at a point with a high price and low quantity and slides down to a high quantity and low price. Your own impulse purchases are subject to this curve. Would you have bought 2 jars of pasta sauce had it not been on sale? Probably not. But because the price was cut in half, you were inclined to purchase twice as much. What about that candy? Considering that it was cut by 75%, the price on that was even more tempting. In fact, if you have self-discipline, the individual curve for candy is probably shaped a bit differently than the curve for tomato sauce. That said, clearly it was enough to motivate you. In fact, the line itself can shift. What we did above was simply move a point up and down the line. However, what about big shifts? What if suddenly you got married and had to buy twice as much pasta sauce? No matter the price, that would shift your curve to the right, since now you are willing to pay more for twice as much. This is different than the examples demonstrated earlier. Those were still on the same line. Because it's now 2 of you consuming the pasta sauce, you are now demanding twice as much. Your willingness to pay a higher price per person is still the same. But because the amount has doubled, the line keeps the same slope, but just shifts. This causes the demand line to shift to the right. A similar movement happens if your new spouse announces that he or she doesn't want tomato sauce every week, but maybe just once a month. Instead, they want tacos every week. Before, you had to buy tomato sauce every week. Now, because you only need it once a month, your demand has decreased substantially. Again, it doesn't matter what the price is, it's just that you won't pay per unit more than the line allows. On a given demand line, there's a lot of potential. You could pay $10 for 1 jar of pasta sauce, or $1 each for 10 jars of tomato sauce. Of course, for you to purchase anything, it has to be supplied in the first place. Supply curves, as you may remember, have the exact opposite tendency of demand curves in slope. The point where the 2 lines crossed is called the individual equilibrium point, and it is where the price and quantity are set. Let's look at our earlier examples to see how these two curves interacted. For starters, when you were willing to get the buy one get one free pasta sauce, that was a supply decision to cut the price in half. As such, the supply line shifted to the right. Notice how on your individual demand curve the price has fallen, but the quantity has risen. If you move it out further, you'll notice that the same thing happens when graphing the candy scale. Conversely, the decisions you made when you got married are solely on the demand curve. As mentioned earlier, when your spouse wanted pasta sauce every week, that shifted the demand line because suddenly you needed 2 jars a week. Remember to look at the equilibrium point. This raised the price you'd pay, but also increased the amount of pasta sauce you'd gain. The exact opposite happened when you decided to cut back on the stuff. In this lesson, we learned about the individual demand curve and how it is useful for consumers. We saw through the example of a sale at the grocery store that everyone has individual demand curves for goods that they purchase. We saw how shifts to the curve through increased or decreased demand could occur and change the price and the quantity demanded. Finally, we saw how the curve, when coupled with the supply curve, produced an equilibrium point that a person and firm agree upon for a given good.
In another lesson, we learned that the market demand curve is formed by adding all the individual demand curves into one massive curve. If this is your first lesson with us, or you skipped that lesson, then that definition of a market demand curve is all you really need to understand this lesson. While we may focus a great deal on curves and models, they are based on real data. That means we could, in theory, give a specific price for a specific amount of goods. In reality, it's messier than that, because you can't really buy 1.2953 cars, even if you are willing to spend that little bit extra. By combining all this data into one big curve, however, we can make much more accurate predictions because we have so much more data to work with. That said, the numbers aren't everything. The slope and the curve of the market demand model can tell us a great deal of qualitative information about the state of the market. The standard line or curve that people learn about during economics classes tends to have roughly a 45-degree angle down, like this one. Sometimes the book or teacher will throw a curve in there, but typically it does resemble this shape. However, what if the slope of the line changes? Let's say it looked like this, with a slope that only permits a relatively small change. That would mean that people would be willing to pay pretty fair prices no matter how many items they demand. Bread prices tend to be a good example of this because people will typically want to spend about the same amount of money on loaves of bread, and there is always a large quantity desired. But what about diamonds? As this graph shows, the demand for diamonds starts off with a small number of people willing to pay astronomical prices. After that, however, the graph nosedives because the price falls as more diamonds are demanded. Diamonds are supposed to be exclusive, after all. No model in economics stays still for long, however. Market demand curves are no exception, and they are constantly shifting with respect to price paid and quantity demanded. These shifts can come as a result of a few consumers suddenly deciding to abandon all demand for a given product, or as a result of many consumers deciding to cut back on their consumption of a given good. Let's say that your community made an attempt to limit their consumption of fossil fuels. For some people, this could mean simply carpooling. For others, it could mean the decision to bike to work, eliminating their consumption of fossil fuels. In both cases, the market demand curve for fossil fuels shifts to the left, meaning that the demand has decreased. Again, notice how some people completely gave up the good, whereas others simply limited their consumption. The opposite also holds true. Let's say that your town just found out that chocolate helps people lose weight, stay healthier, learn faster, and live longer. I know, what a happy day that would be. Some people will likely raise their chocolate purchasing fairly moderately. I, for one, would be waiting outside the warehouse store with a truck. I doubt that I would be the only one. Again, some people increase their intake moderately, whereas others drastically change their consumption. Practically speaking, though, it does cause an expansion of market demand. On our model, that results in a shift of the graph to the right. You may be asking what happens when a combination of the above happens. Honestly, that's what makes economics an applied science rather than an exact one. This is another reason that models often predict fractional purchases. The market is being tugged in many different directions. That helps to make finding the equilibrium very difficult. Of course, market demand curves are only as useful as the supply curves that they correspond with. Supply curves tend to have slopes that edge upwards, which means that demand and supply curves intersect. The point of this intersection is called the equilibrium point. This is where the magic happens. In a perfect system, it would be here that producers and consumers agree on a price. However, the constant fluctuations of the market demand curve means that the equilibrium point is rarely so easy to find. Instead, we have a general idea of where the equilibrium point lies. In fact, it would be inefficient to constantly calculate the point since demand is always changing, as is supply to a lesser degree. The cost of constantly changing the price tags would be prohibitive. In any case, however, the market demand curve is essential in finding market equilibrium, even if it is, at best, a general guide for where to set prices. In this lesson, we looked at factors that alter the market demand curve. We started with an examination of the shape of the market demand curve, seeing more drastic slopes in goods that are more exclusive, and flatter slopes for more common goods. We then saw how whole markets can be shifted by the effect of a few individuals, even if only slightly. Of course, the effect of the many is much more substantial and helps to create difficulty in finding the exact equilibrium point.
Imagine that you are able to visit the market for every conceivable supplier of chocolate. Quite the good day you are having. So, all of these chocolate suppliers are gathered here in this one market, waiting for all the people who demand chocolate to come by and purchase their treats. Now, you already know your own demand curve for chocolate, with the general theory that the more each piece costs, the less you will want to buy. The thing is that you are not alone in that. Every other purchaser who walks into this hypothetical hall of happiness has the same general chart in his or her head as well. Some look different, some look similar, but everyone has roughly the same shaped chart. Now, if you were able to combine everyone's charts, you'd end up with a pretty good idea of what the market demands. That is exactly what the market demand curve does. It shows the demand of all purchasers within a given market. Just like any other demand curve, the market demand curve is capable of experiencing shifts. Now, these shifts can come as a result of a single consumer or subset of consumers, or as a result of a general consensus among all people demanding a given good. Think about it like this. If suddenly you decided that you preferred caramels to chocolate, you would demand less chocolate. This would mean that by whatever degree your individual demand changed for chocolate, the same quantity would apply itself to the market demand curve. Note that I said quantity and not percentage. Markets are often so large that the demand of one or two consumers is not really felt. In fact, it is only in a handful of sectors, like government contracting, that because there is only a small number of consumers, the federal government in this case, real change is felt when a small number of people change their demand. Likewise, if you suddenly decided that you needed a great deal more chocolate, then your increased demand would shift the market demand curve to the right, albeit only a small nudge in the grand scheme of things. But what about if many people change their minds? Here, too, the market demand curve can shift. What if a famous celebrity declares chocolate to be disgusting? Or if the substance is linked to health risks? This could cause a much larger shift of the demand curve because it is affecting more people. In this case, because the demand curve is decreasing, it would shift to the left. The large shift holds true if the opposite happens. In that shifts, that cause many people to buy more chocolate will shift the demand curve to the right. Just as you'd expect, it is in a producer's best interest to know as much as possible about the market in which they are selling their goods. After all, you may produce the best bottled water in the world, but if you don't understand the demand of the market, you could well end up selling it to a town whose water supply is fed by its own artisanal spring. However, producer knowledge of a market is vital even after the company has been established as a purveyor of a good in a given market. What if market demand suddenly rose drastically? A producer with little knowledge of the market would not be able to react, whereas one who paid attention to the market demand curve would be able to make sure that increased quantities were available for sale. Likewise, the opposite is also important for producers. If demand suddenly decreased for a given good, a smart supplier may be able to reorient his or her company in order to have fewer costs for production, and maybe even find something related to produce that is subject to higher demand. Further, it is not only the shift that is important to producers, but also the type of shift. If the issue is of decreased demand across the board, then the company can readjust to make their good more palatable. On the other hand, if the decreased demand came from a very large chunk of consumers deciding that they didn't want it anymore, the producer can try to figure out how to lure those customers back. In this lesson, we learned about the market demand curve. The market demand curve is the curve that results from combining every individual demand curve in a given market. Despite this, it is still subject to the same rules of any other demand curve, although on a much larger scale. We also saw how producers put the market demand curve to work in order to figure out how to best engage their consumers. Let's say that you and a friend have decided to go grab coffee. You walk into the coffee shop and search the menu for your favorite drink. However, you see that the price on it has jumped significantly. Flabbergasted, you decide to order your next favorite drink, which luckily still has a reasonable price, although even it has increased slightly. Unknowingly, you have just demonstrated the substitution effect by replacing one product with a similar, lower-priced option. However, the impact of this price hike doesn't stop there. Before, you had planned on getting a cake pop as well. But now you feel that if you don't have enough money to afford your favorite drink, maybe you should avoid the treat too. We humans are a pretty emotional bunch when it comes to our money, and try as economists may to get us to act rationally. Sometimes we still let emotion get the better part of us when it comes to exactly this type of transaction. But is it really emotion? Remember, the real currency of economics isn't dollars or pounds or euros, it's utility. Is the feeling of having saved money worth more to us than a cake pop, in light of the fact that we couldn't afford, or didn't want to pay for our favorite drink? In this case, the answer is a resounding yes, and since a cake pop is often purchased with coffee, it is a complementary good in this case. At its core, the earlier example was about a percentage of income being spent on a good. Because the price was raised, we weren't as willing to spend such a percentage of our income. Considering for a second that you went to the coffee shop every day to get the same thing. Getting your breakfast at a coffee shop costs exactly 3% of your income. However, the company you work for has fallen on hard times and chooses to cut wages by 3%. Many people feel poorer because of this and choose to cut out 3% of their spending, namely the breakfasts. This ability of earnings to impact purchasing decisions is known as the income effect. As you might expect, the exact opposite can happen. If you get a 10% raise, you may be willing to spend 10% more on goods and services you were already purchasing. If your coffee costs $3, suddenly paying $3.30 for that extra shot of espresso or flavor isn't such a bad idea. Both the income effect and the substitution effect can have massive impacts on supply and demand. Let's keep using the coffee shop example. If the coffee shop raises the price, then we switch to a completely different demand curve. As you may recall from another lesson, when someone jumps ship from the market demand curve, that causes the whole demand curve to shift to the left, meaning that fewer coffees are consumed. Meanwhile, the opposite happens for the second choice drink. With more people buying it, the demand curve shifts to the right. The impact on the supply side of things is a little less obvious, but still very important. Remember that producers have to purchase raw materials as well. As a result, if your coffee shop upgrades to more expensive biodegradable cups, that may cause them to pass the new expense onto you. Likewise, if they are able to secure a better price because of purchasing more coffee beans, then you may see a dip in prices. Both of these cause shifts to the supply curve. A more expensive cup would shift the supply curve upwards, since it is now charging higher prices. Likewise, cheaper coffee beans would shift the supply curve down. Both of those examples looked at the substitution effect, but what about the income effect? It's hard to think of an example when suddenly everyone receives higher wages. But something that could cause an increase in people's income across the board is a tax cut. Let's say that all tax rates were cut by 3%. Because of the income effect, people now feel that spending up to 3% more on their drinks or anything else is not a real loss in income, since everything is relatively the same. In this lesson, we examined the substitution effect and the income effect. We saw how the substitution effect causes consumers to spend less, not only on a substitute good, but also to a lesser degree on complementary goods when prices are raised for the original good. Likewise, the income effect means that relative changes in a person's income will likewise cause relative changes in a person's spending. To examine these forces in action, we used the example of a coffee shop changing its prices and saw how consumers responded.
Do you think the amount of income you have determines the type of products and services you purchase? In fact, consumer demand for different types of products does change depending upon their level of income. Josie has just graduated college with a master's degree in mechanical engineering, and in the past has made about $25,000 a year working part-time while going to school. She recently accepted a job offer of $70,000 with a top engineering firm. Let's take a look at how her income affects her purchasing of normal and inferior goods. Our first task is to familiarize you with some basic microeconomic terms. A normal good refers to any good where there is a direct relationship between income changes and the demand curve. An inferior good is any good where there is an inverse relationship between changes in income and a demand curve. Most of Josie's life has been a financial struggle, and she has had a high demand for inferior goods. Let's start at that point in her life to illustrate an inferior good example. In the past, Josie's limited budget has made her have a high demand for inferior goods, such as generic products, used cars, pizza, discount clothing, and canned foods. Her lower income created a shift in the demand curve for those types of products. Now that Josie is making more money, her demand for inferior goods like pizza is decreasing. As her income increases, the budget line on the chart moves outwards from point U to point U1, which is higher on the chart. You can notice that as her income increases, her consumption of pizza decreases from P to P1. Josie consumes less inferior goods like pizza as her income increases, hence the inverse relationships of inferior goods and income. Let's now take a closer look at how Josie's increase in income affects the demand curve for normal goods. Josie's new well-paying job has affected her purchase patterns. She now desires and wants more normal goods, such as wine, roses, cars, home services, and technology equipment. In fact, as Josie acquires more income, she is willing to purchase normal goods at an array of different price points because she is not as price conscious as before. For example, with her new salary, Josie has decided to purchase a new flat-screen television. The relationship of the television purchase, a normal good, her increased income from Y to Y1, and increase in demand, Q to Q1, is illustrated in this chart. A consumer's income does affect the types of goods they purchase. One type is called a normal good, which refers to any good where there is a direct relationship between income changes and the demand curve. The second type is called an inferior good, which is any good where there is an inverse relationship between changes in income and a demand curve. Inferior goods consist of things like generic products, used cars, pizza, discount clothing, and canned foods, while normal goods include products such as wine, roses, cars, home services, and technology equipment. As consumers' incomes increase, they consume less inferior goods and more normal goods. As a consumer's income drops, they consume more inferior goods and less normal goods.
Let's say you had a standard middle-class existence. Then one day you won the lottery. While I'm sure you could think of things that you would change immediately, such as your clothes, your house, your car, and possibly your job, I can think of some things that are sure to change as well. For starters, the proportion of your income that you spend on various things. Such a killjoy, aren't I? Then you're really not going to like the next part. Instead of winning the lottery, your pay was suddenly cut in half. All the above would likely change too, especially the percentage of income spent on various things. Now, for an economist who likes to see how money moves through the economy, any change is worth noting. Think of all the changes that would happen if a new high-paying employer moved to an area or if everyone was laid off. Economists need a way of seeing how changes in income change the demand for certain goods. Luckily, they have a tool that does exactly that, the Engel curve. The Engel curve itself can take many different shapes. Most of the time, it looks like any other demand curve, starting low on the left and rising as it reaches to the right. After all, this is how demand works. The more money someone has to spend, the more of a good he or she will buy. Of course, this only continues up to a point. Once it reaches the point at which it no longer provides sufficient utility for a consumer, consumption will stop. After all, even a billionaire only needs so many TVs. However, that assumes that the good in question is a normal good. Since we are talking about lower incomes here, what about inferior goods? As you might expect, an inferior good has the exact opposite curve of a normal good on an Engel curve. Whereas the normal good's quantity rises with income, the inferior good experiences a decline, and ultimately a crash as more and more income is earned. Billionaires may only need so many TVs, but you can bet that as they begin to make more money, most of them trade in their bus pass for the keys to a new car. Let's pretend that you are the purchasing manager for a retailer in a given region and have to use the Engel curve to determine what goods with which to stock your stores. You know that there is a new biotech research center that is opening across town that is sure to produce some very high-paying jobs. How do you prepare? For starters, given the fact that you anticipate incomes to rise in your community, you can anticipate buying more goods. Perhaps it's time to make that order for the newest models of flat-screen TVs? However, you also know that you can get rid of some things. After all, your store only has so much shelf space. As a result, you decide to shrink the size of your "it's just a buck" section, knowing that people will now opt to spend more money on goods that aren't inferior. And yes, before you ask, some of that pressure will most assuredly come from people not wanting to seem to be cheap. A couple years go by, and while the biotech center is still in business, the automaker in town has been replaced by a factory that pays a lower wage. Suddenly you have a sizable group of people who will be interested in inferior goods. This is where things can get tricky for a producer. With a chunk of people still working for the biotech center, there is still high demand for high-end normal goods. However, with fewer people making a middle-class wage, there is a greater demand for inferior goods. As a result, by looking at the angle curve, you essentially have two different points. Perhaps it's time to complement those new 4K TVs with some older 720p models at a deep discount? By doing so, you satisfy both points of this particular angle curve. In this lesson, we learned how angle curves take income into account in order to measure demand. We saw that this is very useful for economists from the perspective of trying to figure out the demand for certain products given movements in the market status. Using the example of a department store purchasing officer, we saw how changes to the angle curve prompts changes in producer supply when faced with both higher wages and lower wages, with special attention given to both normal goods and inferior goods.
Eddie prefers to buy upscale, expensive Norval brand clothing, while Jack loves to purchase low-cost clothing brand nickel and dime. Why do consumers prefer different products and services? In this lesson, you will learn the definition of consumer preferences and how they influence consumer choice. Consumer preference is defined as a set of assumptions that focus on consumer choices that result in different alternatives such as happiness, satisfaction, or utility. The entire consumer preference process results in an optimal choice. Consumer preferences allow a consumer to rank different bundles of goods according to levels of utility or the total satisfaction of consuming a good or service. It is important to understand that consumer preferences are not dependent upon consumer income or prices. So, a consumer's capacity to buy goods does not reflect a consumer's likes or dislikes. For example, Eddie can have a consumer preference for Rolex watches over Timex, but only have the financial income to purchase a Timex. Let's further examine the idea of consumer preference through the three basic assumptions. The first assumption is called completeness, which is when the consumer does not have an indifference between two goods. If faced with apples versus oranges, every consumer does have a preference for one good over the other. For example, Eddie has two alternative choices, steak or chicken. The assumption of completeness reflects the idea that Eddie should be able to compare his options, in this case steak and chicken. In other words, Eddie should be able to say whether he likes steak or chicken better. The second assumption is called transitivity, which is based on defining a relationship between goods, such as if a consumer prefers good A to good B and prefers good B to good C. Then the consumer should prefer good A to good C. Let's use Eddie's food selection as another example. If Eddie prefers steak, good A, to chicken, good B, and prefers chicken, good B, to turkey, good C, then Eddie should prefer steak, good A, to turkey, good C. The last consumer assumption is based on non-satiation, which states that more of a good is always better as long as it does not affect the consumer's ability to utilize all other goods. Eddie will be happier with 6 steaks and 2 chickens than 4 steaks and 1 chicken. Eddie has no point of satiation or the ability to be satisfied. Some economists call this assumption consumer greed. Consumer preference is critical to economics because of the relationships between preferences and consumer demand curves. It is important to understand what Eddie and other consumers prefer to spend their income on, which will help predict consumer demand. The purpose in understanding the consumer choice theory is a way of analyzing how consumers may achieve equilibrium between preferences and expenditures by maximizing utility or satisfaction in terms of their consumer budget limits. Consumer preferences are portrayed through indifference curves. In order for consumers to maximize utility or satisfaction, they should consume QX, QY from chart. If an economist uses this chart, they would be able to create a demand schedule, even if the price of one good changes. In other words, each indifference curve illustrates a household budget line, which is used to determine the point of maximum utility or satisfaction. Why does a consumer prefer apples over oranges? Why do consumers prefer different products and services? Consumer preference is defined as a set of assumptions that focus on consumer choices that result in different alternatives, such as happiness, satisfaction, or utility. Consumer preferences allow a consumer to rank different bundles of goods according to levels of utility, or the total satisfaction of consuming a good or service. There are three basic consumer preference assumptions. Completeness, which is when the consumer does not have the indifference between two goods. If faced with apples versus oranges, every consumer does have a preference for one good over the other. Transitivity, which is based on defining a relationship between goods, such as if a consumer prefers good A to good B and prefers good B to good C, then the consumer should prefer good A to good C. Non-satiation, which states that more of a good is always better as long as it does not affect the consumer's ability to utilize all other goods. Eddie will be happier with 6 steaks and 2 chickens than 4 steaks and 1 chicken. The purpose in understanding the consumer choice theory is a way of analyzing how consumers may achieve equilibrium between preferences and expenditures by maximizing utility or satisfaction in terms of their consumer budget limits.
Let's say for a moment that you are the epitome of the typical consumer in a given economy. What are some of the assumptions we can make about you? Well, go on, think about it for a second. This is harder than it sounds, isn't it? However, making assumptions about consumers is an integral part of economics. Economists have to understand what causes consumers to act certain ways. Just as important, and perhaps much more practical, producers have to understand what motivates consumers, or soon there's no economy for the economists to study. Okay, relax. Economists can make some very general assumptions about the typical consumer. By far the most important of these, and one that everything else hinges off of, is the importance of utility to the consumer. Remember that utility is the usefulness of something to an individual. Economists always assume that consumers, and producers for that matter, will work to maximize their efficiency. To put this more bluntly, economists assume that people know that you only live once, and you'd better make the most of it. Not surprisingly, economists don't have a clever hashtag like #YOLO to emphasize this belief that people work to maximize their utility. Instead, they have the term optimization, which means that people are not always trying to maximize their utility, but they are always interested in new ways of doing so. Now, in a really simple economy with only a handful of goods, this would not be a very difficult thing to do. Simply make sure everyone has the goods they need, and you're fine. However, we live in an economy that's anything but very simple. Literally millions of goods and services are available in our economy, offered by equal millions of producers. This issue of choice could be a major cause for stumbling in making assumptions about consumers, but economists just apply their base assumption that people act rationally in regards to their utility. Note that this does not mean their choices make sense in the long term. Yes, some people are going to find more utility in partying than in studying, or in going on vacation rather than paying their rent. However, in the moment, those options had the greatest utility to the individual. Thus, regardless of long-term benefits, economists assume that individuals will face choices and act to maximize their utility. With this comes another assumption that economists make about consumers. They will face constraints. This is much easier to understand. After all, everyone has a finite amount of money. Sure, Bill Gates and Warren Buffett have much more money than most other people, but if they manage to spend all their billions, they are still as broke as the college kid who spends his last $10 bill on pizza. Because of these constraints, we make sure we have our bases covered when it comes to utility. In other words, we will make our purchases in an order that ensures we gain the greatest utility from them. Also, it's not just money that is limited. Trite as it sounds, we all only have 24 hours in a day, 365 days in a year, and a limited lifespan. Macabre it may be, but our time is limited too. So far, it may sound like economists believe that humans are just economic robots. Nothing could be further from the truth. Economists also assume that individuals have preferences. Does an economist really care how you put your toilet paper on the roll? No. But do they care why you prefer one brand over another? Absolutely. In fact, understanding those preferences is a crucial part of economics. Producers may offer incentives to consumers to become their preferred brands. These incentives could range from lower prices or higher quality to sweepstakes to go on vacations or win a lifetime supply of toilet paper. Regardless, economists also assume that consumers will respond to incentives. Think of it as the consumer receiving a little extra utility for the money, and it should make more sense. In this lesson, we looked at what motivates consumers. While making generalizations is mostly very difficult for economists, a few can safely be made about all consumers. For starters, we assume that they are rational and will seek to maximize the utility they gain from spending their time and money. Additionally, we recognize that the time and money of all consumers is limited and subject to constraints. We also know that consumers have preferences for particular goods, and that the reasons for these preferences, while not always rational or quantitative, can be very important to understand for producers. Those same producers can offer incentives, from lower prices to fantasy getaways, to consumers to entice them to try their product. These incentives add an extra wild card aspect to utility that is nonetheless effective.
It's a fact, everyone has a limited supply of money. From the high school kid working at a fast food place to Bill Gates, no one has truly limitless money. As a result, everyone is forced to work within budget constraints, or the limits that our money places on our purchasing. Depressing as it sounds, budgeting is not just something that your parents or your financial advisor are constantly talking about. It is a very real part of economics. Let's assume for a second that you have budgeted a specific amount of money, perhaps $40 for purchasing soft drinks and pizza for your movie night. Each case of soft drinks costs $5, while each pizza costs $10. You could purchase 8 cases of soft drinks and no pizza, or 4 pizzas and no soft drinks. Note that you cannot do both because that would cost $80, and you only have $40. What should you do? In true economic style, we have a model for that. Known as the rate of transformation, the model measures the amount of 2 goods you can get for a specific amount of money. Think about it as the rate at which the purchase of one good is transformed into the purchase of another good. The line created by the measurement is called the budget line. Sometimes you'll see it referred to as the rate of transformation curve. For our above example, here is a graph that shows the rate of transformation between pizza and soft drinks. From this chart, we can see that there are points at which we can have both soft drinks and pizza. Depending on our utility for each, we could purchase someplace towards one axis or the other, or square in the middle. Only have one friend that drinks soft drinks? Then chances are you'd only buy 1 or 2 cases and maximize on pizza. What about if your friends are all the type to eat only 2 slices each, but will drink soft drinks all night long? Then you may get 6 cases of soft drinks, but only 1 pizza. As long as the point chosen is on the line, then in theory you can buy it. Of course, for this example, whole numbers are necessary, but if you were buying produce at a grocery store, you could actually buy half or even quarter-pound increments. Additionally, you could choose a point inside the budget line curve and save some of your money. On the other hand, you could not choose a point to the right of the curve, because you don't have enough money to make that purchase. Of course, you could always ask your friends to chip in some money. Needless to say, being able to understand the limits imposed of budget constraints and the rate of transformation are really important to both consumers and producers. For consumers, the advantage of being able to know how much money you can spend is pretty obvious. After all, no one wants to run out of money when the pizza guy arrives. However, as the chart shows, it also helps someone to maximize a utility, and again, that's what's most important in economics. For producers, the advantages of knowing about budget constraints and the rate of transformation can be pretty significant as well. Obviously, producers are purchasers of goods on the resource market, and therefore have a great deal of overlap with consumers. But that's not even scratching the surface. Have you ever noticed all those deals from pizza places that include soft drinks? You know, the ones that are just $1 or so cheaper? This is a perfect example of firms using the rate of transformation to their advantage. By lowering prices slightly, they effectively create a point beyond the curve that consumers can reach. This is a major incentive for consumers to choose that producer's option over any basket of goods they could assemble on their own. In this lesson, we examined the concepts of budget constraints and the rate of transformation. We saw how everyone is subject to budget constraints because no one has a truly limitless amount of money. We also saw how these constraints can be visualized using a model that demonstrates the rate of transformation. The rate of transformation is the rate at which the purchase of one good is transformed into the purchase of another. Finally, we saw how this knowledge is useful to both consumers and producers, since it not only maximizes utility, but also allows producers to create options that are outside of the rate of transformation curve. These options, since they offer otherwise unobtainable product combinations, offer the greatest utility return for the money. Economists assume that consumers care about how they spend their money. After all, economics is based on the idea of maximizing utility, and they assume people will do that to the greatest extent possible, and that once a good or service is procured, it has little effect on further demand. However, that's a perfect world. In true economics form, there is a way to model this sort of behavior so that better conclusions can be drawn for economists and businesses. After all, why would I continue to demand one type of drink if I had already purchased another? An indifferent curve is just such a model that compares the demand for a good with respect to demand for any other good. An indifference curve works in a very simple fashion. It's just an XY graph of the respective demand between two particular goods. The curves allow economists to find correlations between the demand for given goods, which then allow them to look for more efficient pricing plans. If a competitor raises his prices, I can see what kind of impact that will have on the indifference model between our goods, because demand for his good would decrease and mine would increase. Likewise, I may choose to raise the price alongside him, knowing that I would lose relatively little in the way of market share. You're probably asking yourself what happens if the dots formed by the relationship between the two goods in question end up all over the place. That's a good question. In short, it means that people actually are indifferent on their feelings for one good when purchasing another. Chances are that your choice of toilet brush doesn't really impact what kind of car you want to buy. As a result, economists don't have to spend a great deal of time worrying about that relationship. Let's say I was a tea importer and I was trying to determine how to allocate my advertising dollars in order to take my business away from my competitors. Now, the beverage market is a crowded place, and in addition to other tea importers, I would have to compete against coffee roasters, beer brewers, wineries, and soft drink manufacturers. How can I best position my advertising money? By using an indifference curve comparing my tea to other beverages, I can figure how to best apply those funds. Let's say I compared my tea demand with the demand from other tea importers. We all import different types of teas, so while I focus on breakfast teas, my competition focuses on the sort of stuff used to make iced tea. Sure, you could use English breakfast tea to make sweet tea, but it wouldn't taste right. Look at the graph. See how there's no real line being made and the points are all over the place? That's because there's little correlation between iced tea and breakfast tea. Consumers don't let their love or hatred of one really influence their choices in purchasing the other. Chances are, then, that customers don't substitute my tea for my competitor's tea. However, I do have a competitor that roasts coffee, and many people would substitute a cup of coffee for a cup of tea. This is what is called a substitute good. In fact, because the line is almost straight on this curve, any gain I make would mean less coffee for the coffee roaster. According to the indifference curve, this is where I should invest my advertising dollars. There is a strong inverse relationship between demand for my tea and demand for his coffee, and if I capitalize on that, I could have more people lining up to buy my tea leaves. Conversely, if there was someone in the market who sold sugar, they would notice that demand for sugar rose when demand for tea rose. After all, many people put sugar in their tea. This would in turn be described as a complementary good, since they are used together. If we graph this on an indifference curve, there would be a corner of sorts in the line. In this lesson, we learned about indifference curves and how they're useful to economists. We learned that they help to demonstrate the relationship between the demand of two given goods, allowing economists and managers to figure out how to best allocate resources to be the most competitive. Through our example of the beverage market, we saw that it wasn't necessarily another tea importer that our company should compete against. And we learned this through analysis of an indifference curve. Instead, it was the coffee roaster who made a substitute good that could replace our tea. We also saw how some goods called complementary goods experienced increases in demand when another good was in greater demand.
Let's say you were at a fast food restaurant and were ordering lunch. When asked what you want to drink, you reply with the name of one of the big national beverage companies' products to be told that this restaurant only carries their competitor. Most people just shrug their shoulders and go with the alternate, whereas some people will order something completely different. A small number of people will even bring in their preferred beverage. In choosing to have one fizzy drink over another, you have just substituted your original choice for something you felt, for whatever reason, was a good replacement. If you're one of the people who doesn't make such an easy substitution, you've just demonstrated why substitution is never perfect. In any case, your reaction helps to determine the marginal rate of substitution, or a measure of the rate at which people will substitute one good for another. Soft drinks at fast food places are a good way of explaining this concept because many of the most die-hard fanatics will begrudgingly accept their competitor's option. However, some don't. That means that the marginal rate of substitution for soft drinks in fast food restaurants is not quite 100%, but definitely close. Without knowing it, you make these sorts of substitutions daily, but they are very interesting to economists. Say you're in line at the sandwich place and your preferred brand of chips is absent. If you choose an option that is cheaper for the shop to stock, the company may decide to move towards phasing out the more expensive chips. By examining the marginal rate of substitution, producers can help to cut their costs substantially. But what if consumers don't react well? Say that you were the owner of a college bar where the majority of your customers had a very defined preference for a certain type of beer. It's expensive to supply, so you decide that, since many college students just treat beer as beer, it won't be a big deal to replace that beer with a cheaper option. To you, the rate of substitution was 100%. You can't taste the difference. Unfortunately for your bar, your customers can, and they miss the old stuff. The establishment next door takes the hint, advertises that it sells the beer that you discarded, and even raises its prices to be able to make a bigger profit. In other words, the rate of substitution among your student clients was closer to 0%. All the while, the best chicken fingers in town can't save you. Substitutions are not always so clear-cut as one drink for another. Again, here is where utility comes into play. Without getting too personal, chances are that you stock a higher grade of toilet paper in your home bathroom than most schools or colleges do in their restrooms. No doubt you pay more for that toilet paper because, for a lot of reasons I won't go into here, toilet paper has a higher utility for you than it does for an institution. Producers seize upon this, advertising their product with cute, lovable bears. Be assured that such advertising does not fill the pages of supply catalogs for institutional toilet paper purchasers. Instead, price and quantity are the driving forces for the facility's management purchase of toilet paper. Their job is simply to stock the stuff in order to meet health codes. They have no utility in making sure that it was quilted by imaginary grandmothers. All of that goes to say that, despite 3,000 sheets of industrial toilet paper and 400 sheets of quilted toilet paper being the same price, the consumer will substitute the 3,000 sheets for 400 sheets of the good stuff. In fact, if a preferred brand of toilet paper is out of stock, most people will look for a close substitute that appeals to many of the same requirements. 3,000 sheets of pseudo sandpaper is no substitute at all. In this lesson, we learned about the marginal rate of substitution, or the rate at which a person will replace one good with another. Using the example of soda in fast food places, we saw that this can be a very high percentage. We also saw that other goods that invoke an emotional response, such as toilet paper, can have a very low percentage, or rate of substitution. Likewise, we saw how this information is useful to business owners looking to cut costs, as long as they're able to recognize the marginal rate of substitution among their clients. In economics, we talk a great deal about different types of goods and the quantities of these goods that are demanded, supplied, and manipulated. However, there is the very real fact that some goods have unique relationships with other goods. After all, when is the last time you bought hamburger buns without hamburgers? Speaking of hamburger buns, do you buy the store brand or the national brand, or does it even matter? While it may sound rather trivial, this is all of great importance to economists. In fact, economists call any good that you purchase alongside something else, like hamburger buns and hamburgers, complementary goods, because they are used together. Likewise, economists refer to any goods that could be used instead of another good, like store-brand buns over national-brand buns, substitute goods. Do you have a preferred brand of soft drink? Or maybe you prefer a specific type of tea? What about hamburger buns? Is one brand really better than the rest? All of these are examples of substitute goods. Say you were going to the grocery store to pick up some soft drinks. The type that come in the red can are $1 cheaper per case than their blue can competitors. Which do you choose? Assuming you don't really have a preference, you choose the cheaper option. By using an indifference curve, economists can visualize how you will choose. Perfect substitutes are those goods that price is the only difference between the two. For them, the line will be a perfectly straight line. Note that I didn't make any statement about the angle of the line, just that it would be straight. First things first. This graph has 3 lines to help demonstrate that line shifts to the left or right maintain the same slope, meaning that there is no difference in proportional demand for good Y in terms of good X. Notice the x-axis and y-axis. Both are for a given good. If you demand 1 unit of good Y, then you'd be happy to substitute that for roughly 2 units of good X. That may sound confusing, but think of the x-axis as 6 packs of soft drinks, whereas the y-axis shows 12 packs. That said, this graph does not make an inherent judgment of the quality of goods. If 2 brands of paper towels are being compared, a smaller quantity of higher quality paper towels could replace a larger quantity of inferior ones. In any event, the underlying requirement is that the consumer would be just as happy with one given option as he or she would be with the other. But what if we're talking about hamburgers and hamburger buns? Those two are not substitutes, but in fact are demanded in the same quantity. Again, these are complementary goods because they go together or complement each other. As you might expect, economists can use an indifference curve to visualize these as well. Just like the substitutes, complements can also be considered perfect complements, and hamburger buns and hamburgers, while not perfect, are closer than most goods. However, an intriguing part of the indifference curve for perfect complements is that whereas perfect substitutes form a straight line on the indifference curve, perfect complements form a right angle. Now, you'll notice that I again have 3 lines on this curve. Once again, I want you to notice that no matter the change in demand in either good, the relationship between the two goods in question is still the same. That is what makes them perfect complements. Also, it is important to note that there are few perfect complements in the world. People buy hamburger buns to eat chicken sandwiches, and people buy hamburgers to eat wrapped in lettuce. Some people make double cheeseburgers. Therefore, the relationship between hamburger buns and hamburgers in the real world would probably not look like this. However, if you looked at the relationship between left-handed winter gloves and right-handed winter gloves, it would more closely resemble a perfect complementary good. In this lesson, we looked at how the demand for a given good is often changed by its relationship with other goods. We saw how the demand for complementary goods was directly correlated between two goods, whereas two substitute goods would have an inverse correlation in demand. Again, 2 brands of soft drink or tea are often substitute goods, whereas hamburger buns and hamburgers are complementary goods. Also, we saw how economists are able to graph both of these using indifference curves, in which substitute goods tend towards straight lines, while complementary goods tend toward right angles. Companies have one primary goal of existence. No, it's not to bring you the latest phone or sandwich or film, and it's certainly not to make you happy, keep you healthy, or save the planet. I'm afraid it's much more cold-hearted than that. Companies, from the smallest mom-and-pop shop to the massive behemoths on Wall Street, exist to make money. Now, they may have all those other objectives in mind, but they are all means to the end of making money. In order to do this, companies have to be realistic. In economics, we refer to this as paying attention to short-run production. Short-run production refers to production that can be completed given the fact that at least one factor of production is fixed. More often than not, this refers to a firm's physical ability to produce, but it doesn't always have to be that. Another way you may sometimes see this concept explained is that firms consider short-run production to be the production necessary to fulfill current contracts. Now, a contract doesn't have to be some really formal document. Far from it. Did you get a coffee this morning? In the eyes of an economist, you entered a contract with the coffee shop to provide you with caffeine, and probably some cream and sugar to boot. In fact, short-run production for companies like coffee shops is often just the production they can do without expanding operations. In order to really use knowledge of short-run production, it would probably be advantageous for a firm to be able to understand what comprises its short-run production. As you'd imagine, this is not a time for the researchers or the salesmen, since they all deal with factors that cannot yet be realized. Instead, we are interested in what is on the table. Let's say that instead of just stopping at that coffee shop this morning, you owned it. In a given morning, you can hope to serve a few hundred patrons. Therefore, those few hundred patrons are your short-run production. Notice that we are only talking about your one coffee shop. If you decide to expand operations, that drifts out of the realm of short-run. Now, what about the exasperated guy who walks in every morning, huffs and puffs about the line, and then leaves? Obviously, you didn't serve him, but if you had more people working, maybe you could. While your physical space is limited, your ability to do things to increase your efficiency still exists, to a point. Go ahead, hire another barista or buy another espresso machine. That will help your efficiency and help that few hundred increase. But don't forget the law of diminishing returns, which says that too much added labor, or any other resource for that matter, can be a bad thing for output. If you were to hire 10 baristas to work the morning shift, they would be tripping over themselves, and the 4 shiny espresso machines may end up being cracked on the floor. Not surprisingly, economists have a way of modeling this sort of thing. By using the short-run production curve, economists can demonstrate the relationship between output and input, in this case regarding labor. It is important to note, however, that any factor of production can be applied to cause this sort of curve. Coffee beans and coffee cups could fill the establishment to the point of not permitting workers to enter, which would obviously harm output. Just as easily, an overabundance of toasters and espresso machines could mean that there was no counter space upon which to actually prepare drinks. Notice how quickly output rises with the addition of the first few new workers. This makes sense. Doesn't your local coffee shop work faster when they have one person taking orders and the other making the drinks? In fact, isn't it even more efficient when they have two people making the drinks? That is apparent from this graph. However, by the time that barista 5 or so has been added, they are really just tripping all over each other. Sure, there might be a slight increase in efficiency, but nothing compared to the earlier jumps. Then, at some point, there are simply too many people to work with, and output plummets. The first one may simply result in another barista tripping on the floor, but soon there is literally no room to turn around. Not surprisingly, this graph demonstrates that point just as effectively as putting 10 baristas behind the counter, but this time with no spilled coffee. In this lesson, we looked at short-run production, or the production that firms do with at least one fixed input in order to complete current contracts. We saw how, for many firms, this means the capacity of a specific location, whether it's a factory or a coffee shop. We also saw the importance of diminishing returns and increasing short-run production, and that too many baristas could drastically reduce overall output. If you've been following the economics lessons, you've mostly looked at the costs to produce certain goods. But how do we know how to best allocate the money necessary to purchase the resources in the first place? To do that, we rely on the theory of production, which allows firms to figure out how much of which resources they need to acquire. To do this, we look at 3 different factors: the total product, the average product, and the marginal product. While we will discuss them in much greater depth in just a minute, some definitions would be useful. Total product is the total amount produced per a set of resources. Average product is the average cost per unit produced per set of resources. And marginal product is the cost for the very next unit to be produced in resources. Obviously, it is beneficial for a firm to know the total amount of resources that it will need for a coming period of time in order to manufacture a given amount of goods. Likewise, it is also useful for a company to know how much it plans on selling. This is where the usefulness of total product shines. By expressing exactly how much of a given product will be produced for a given amount of resources, firms can make more efficient purchases of raw materials by hunting for lower prices over time. Let's say you and your 3 housemates were planning a party and you've been sent to get hamburgers and hamburger buns from the warehouse store. By knowing that each of you will invite a guest, you know how to buy supplies for 8 people. And you also know that you need hamburgers for your party, not steaks. If you were to ignore this, you'd risk being inefficient, and we'll see soon what happens when companies are inefficient. The average product, on the other hand, tells us exactly what goes into making each and every item we produce. This is crucial in helping a firm determine a fair price point for its goods, as well as for helping a firm to realize if there are any efficiencies that could be applied in order to reduce overall costs. In other words, say that you've returned from your trip to the warehouse club with the supplies for the party, as well as a big box of crackers. At this point, the average product per person is the material for each person to get a hamburger. But that doesn't address the efficiency point. However, one of your housemates grabs the box of snack crackers and hoards them in his room, not sharing any of them. That's not fair, since all 4 of you paid for it. By looking at average cost, a manager or housemate can determine that paying for something you don't get is an inefficiency, and therefore take steps to remedy it. Marginal product is a measure of how much more it would take to produce one more of something. In this case, this may only be an expense associated with the materials and labor required to make one more. In other cases, it could require a whole new factory. Like I said earlier, you and each of your 3 roommates agree that you can all invite 1 guest. Since buns and hamburgers come in packs of 8, this has a low marginal cost. After all, it really wasn't anything extra after buying enough for the 4 of you. Really, since they come in packs of 8, it didn't make a difference for you to each invite a guest, since there was no real jump in marginal cost. However, one of your housemates, probably the same guy with the snack cracker obsession, declares that he will invite 2 people. Now, since you have to add 1 more person than planned, you have to buy materials to make 1 more hamburger. But with 8 each of buns and patties, you were already running at full efficiency. In short, you now have to run out to the store, increasing the total costs substantially over the total cost for 8, despite the fact that only 1 more person was invited. In this lesson, we discussed how the theory of production gives us the tools to help producers figure out how to efficiently allocate resources for production. We used the example of a trip to the warehouse store for party supplies to demonstrate total product as the total amount of resources required, and average product as the average amount of resources necessary per product. Finally, we used marginal product to demonstrate how many more guests could be invited with respect to existing resources, and how a marginal increase of just 1 could drastically raise costs.
You may be familiar with the fact that producers have to pay for resources in order to be able to create their products. From labor to capital to natural resources, producers have to purchase resources to really do anything, and those resources all come with a cost. After all, we can't just create products out of thin air. These costs can be best summarized under 2 distinct categories: fixed costs and variable costs, depending on how they affect each additional item produced. Fixed costs are those costs that are fixed whether 1 item is produced or whether 1,000 are made, whereas variable costs change depending on how many items are produced. If you were to start a company to manufacture tablets, you would have a fair amount of upfront costs. First, you'd have the technical designs necessary to even figure out how to make them. Additionally, you'd have to have a place to make them, as well as the specialized equipment necessary to produce them. In fact, your new tablet company would require various licenses and fees paid to the government to allow you to conduct business. All of these are examples of fixed costs. Notice that these costs don't really change based on the number of items produced. Whether you make 1 tablet or 10,000, these costs don't change. This creates some interesting economic effects. For many businesses, there are significant barriers to entry because of these fixed costs. For example, producing aspirin is actually pretty cheap. That's why you can buy it for such a low price. In fact, the primary ingredient can be synthesized from certain tree barks. However, any sort of medication requires immaculate conditions for production, no matter how many pills are produced. Also think about if your firm were to research new drugs. In the tablet example, you need technical expertise to be able to essentially copy something that has already been made. You need expertise, but nothing like you would need for researching new drugs. Those researchers can take years to find cures and treatments, and expect to be well paid the entire time. Notice that labor is still a fixed cost here. You have to have the researchers whether you want to make 1 dose or 10 million doses. As a result, the fixed cost of research is massive for pharmaceutical companies. In fact, the fixed costs for a pharmaceutical company are much larger than those of a tablet company, simply because of the research. Once you got your pharmaceutical company started, however, you'd notice that your costs are actually quite low per dose produced. After all, the majority of your costs come from researching new drugs, not acquiring the materials to make each dose. As a result, the variable costs, or costs that depend on the number of doses manufactured, are very low. It's even cheaper if you're making generics or certain over-the-counter medicines. Remember, aspirin comes from tree bark. Because of this, it is often quite cheap for companies to manufacture large amounts of medication. The cause for the high prices for medicine is an attempt to recoup earlier losses due to research and development. However, your tablet business would have a very different story. Granted, you have some significant fixed costs, but the variable costs are pretty substantial too. Things like HD screens as thin as a piece of paper, ultra-high-density flash hard drives, and the rare earth elements required for circuitry all come at a very high cost. Tablets have a very high variable cost in addition to the fixed costs to manufacture them. In fact, electronics retailers often sell tablets and computers for that matter, pretty close to the price that it costs them to purchase them from the manufacturer in hopes that you'll buy cases, external keyboards, and all sorts of other high-profit accessories at the same time. In this lesson, we looked at the difference between fixed costs and variable costs, and why understanding the difference between the two is important for would-be producers. We saw that the costs for entering a market are often fixed costs, whether it's the land and expertise necessary for a tablet manufacturer, or the research and development of a pharmaceutical company. At the same time, we saw how variable costs dictate price to producers as well. We saw how tablet producers have to keep prices high per unit produced because of the high price of producing each additional unit, whereas drug companies are largely recovering prior investments through their high prices. As a result, drug companies have low variable costs, and once their investment is recovered, generic drugs can still provide a profit for the manufacturer.
Meet Ryan. Ryan owns his own business, Stamps and Ink, where he creates custom stamps for businesses. Ryan normally has an accountant that handles all of his finances, but for the last 2 weeks, that accountant has been at home sick. Because the financial aspects of the business still need to be tended to, Ryan decides to do the calculations and complete the books himself. He begins by looking at all of the different costs of his business. For example, he has the costs of the machines he rents to make the stamps, the boxes needed to ship the stamps, and the mortgage payment for the building. But Ryan quickly becomes overwhelmed because he's not sure where to place each cost. Which ones stay the same? Which ones change? And which ones are mixed costs, which combine both fixed and variable costs? In this lesson, we will learn more about mixed costs and how to calculate them. As we now know, a mixed cost is made up of fixed and variable costs. Let's look at these in more detail. Fixed costs are those costs that stay the same regardless of production. In other words, a fixed cost does not change no matter how many goods or services a company ends up producing. For example, the mortgage payment for the building where Ryan operates his business is a fixed cost. Whether he makes 5 stamps or 5,000 stamps, Ryan still has to pay the same mortgage payment each month. On the other hand, variable costs are those costs that change based on production. As the number of products a company makes increases, the costs increase as well. If the number of products produced decreases, the costs also decrease. An example of a variable cost might be the cost of the boxes Ryan needs to mail the stamps. If Ryan makes 100 cases of stamps, he will need 100 boxes to mail out those stamps. If Ryan only makes 2 cases of stamps, he will only need 2 boxes. Obviously, the more stamps Ryan makes, the more boxes he will need. The more boxes he needs, the more money it will cost to purchase those boxes. The same can be said as production decreases. Fewer stamps means fewer boxes and lower costs. So, when we combine both types of costs, fixed and variable, we have mixed cost. In other words, a mixed cost has 2 components, a fixed component that does not change, and a variable component that changes in relation to production. An example of mixed cost is the rental of the machines that Ryan rents each month. If he has agreed to rent the machines for a base cost of $200 a month, that is a fixed cost. Ryan has to pay $200 regardless of the number of stamps produced. If he has also agreed to pay $50 additional for every 100 stamps produced, that is a variable cost. That is because the more stamps produced, the more money Ryan has to pay. So, if we combine the two types of costs, we have a mixed cost. Let's take a look at another example. If we look at the ownership of a car, for example, we will find all three types of costs. First, there are fixed costs. Those include the car payment and insurance. Neither of these costs change in relation to the amount of miles you drive. No matter how far you drive your car, you will have the same fixed monthly car payment and insurance payment. Meanwhile, the gas and tires for your car are variable. This is because the more you drive your car, the more gas you will need and the more wear on your tires. This change in costs is your variable cost. Because you need both costs to operate and own a vehicle, you will have mixed costs. Now, let's learn how to calculate mixed costs. The equation most often used for mixed cost is y equals a plus bx. Here, y equals the total cost, a equals fixed cost, b equals variable cost, and x equals the number of units of activity. Let's return to Ryan's Stamp and Ink Company and apply the calculation. We start by inputting the amounts we have. The fixed cost, A, is the mortgage payment for the building, which is $500 per month. The variable cost, B, is the cost of boxes, which is $2 per box. The number of units of activity is the number of stamps produced, X, which we will say is 300. So our equation is y equals 500 plus 2 times 300. When we solve, we get y equals 1100. So the mixed cost would be $1,100. There are multiple costs a business is faced with. Fixed costs are those costs that do not change in relation to production. Variable costs are those costs that change when production changes. Put them together, and you get a mixed cost, which is a cost combining both fixed and variable costs. You can calculate mixed cost using the formula y equals a plus bx, where y equals total cost, a equals fixed cost, b equals variable cost, and x equals number of units of activity.
The simplest way to describe unit cost is the amount of money it takes to produce 1 unit of whatever you're talking about. Of course, that might be oversimplifying it a little. A giant corporation might build an entire factory to produce a new product with anticipated high demand. Imagine that a popular shoe company wants to design a new high-end shoe. They might spend millions of dollars on that infrastructure, and it may take years to produce the very first new widget. Literally speaking, the unit cost for the first shoe off that production line might be measured in the millions of dollars. Not even Michael Jordan can afford that. Let's turn now to the much more precise language of mathematics to better explain. The formula for unit cost is often written like this: UC equals C divided by U. In the equation, C represents the total costs of producing those items, U is the total number of units, and UC is unit cost for the time period. Typically speaking, the number of units is quite easy to calculate, while calculating the costs is more involved. We're going to talk about 3 types of costs that will go into our calculations: fixed costs, direct labor costs, and direct material costs. To make things confusing, direct labor and direct material costs are also lumped together and called variable costs. What are those, you ask? Well, let's take them one at a time. Fixed costs are all costs that go into the making of a product that do not vary with the number of units produced. Does the landlord care if your production line was down? No. He's going to expect a rent check regardless of what is happening in your factory. So rent is a common fixed cost. The same reasoning applies to the cost of equipment used on the production line, property taxes, salaried workers not directly involved with production, such as accountants and management staff, mortgage payments, and insurance payments. Direct labor costs are limited to the wages paid to workers directly involved with making the product. Those people making shoes in the factory are making salaries figured into direct labor costs. Managers and executives aren't direct labor costs, remember? They're fixed costs, like we talked about earlier. Direct material costs are also limited to materials purchased and used in making the product. Direct labor and materials are also referred to as variable costs because they change with the number of units produced. Now let's look at how all of this shakes out in a real-life situation. Let's calculate the unit cost of one widget for Company A for the month of June, given the following information for that time period. Units produced equals 12,000. Direct labor costs equals $35,000. Direct material costs equals $25,000. Fixed costs equals $22,000. To solve this, we use our equation UC equals C divided by U and substitute what we know. UC equals $35,000 plus $25,000 plus $22,000 divided by 12,000 units. UC equals $82,000 divided by 12,000 units. UC equals $6.83 per unit. That was a pretty straightforward problem. So what if I mix it up a little for you? Let's say Company A had a production line that was down for a period of time, so it only produced half of the number of units in July as it did in June. Would you expect the unit cost to double? Let's work it through. UC equals $17,500 plus $12,500 plus $22,000 divided by 6,000 units. Because direct costs are cut in half, but fixed costs remain the same. UC equals $52,000 divided by 6,000 units. UC equals $8.67 per unit. It turns out that halving the production for Company A did not double the unit cost. This is because a significant percentage of the unit cost is fixed costs. One last example. Let's say that in August, Company A got a rush order for another 3,000 units. They had been planning on making another 12,000 units just like in June, and they have the capacity to make the 3,000 units without adding overtime hours. What is the unit cost of every unit produced in August? Company A total unit cost for August. UC equals $43,750 plus $31,250 plus $22,000 divided by 15,000 units. Variable costs go up by 3,000 divided by 12,000 or 25%. UC equals $97,000 divided by 15,000 units. UC equals $6.47 per unit. Company A rush order unit cost for August is UC equals $8,750 plus $6,250 divided by 3,000 units. These variable costs represent 25% of the original amounts, and there is no fixed cost associated with the rush order because all of those costs have already been assigned to the first 12,000 units. UC equals $15,000 divided by 3,000 units. UC equals $5 per unit. An interesting footnote here, Company A would still make a profit on the 3,000 unit rush order if they sold it for below their planned unit cost of $6.83. Why? Because it only costs them $5 each to produce these 3,000 extra units. Unit cost is a very important pricing and selling tool for any company because it's hard to set a profitable price when you don't know what it costs you to produce a product. Unit cost is determined by adding fixed costs and variable costs, which are direct labor costs and direct material costs lumped together, and then dividing the total by the number of units produced. Fixed costs do not change with production levels, while variable costs do fluctuate.
Imagine that someone has offered you the opportunity to eat as many candy bars as you want, assuming that you pay for them and you eat them in one sitting. Chances are you'd be willing to pay well for that first candy bar, let's say $2. You eat it and are immediately offered another. Again, you name your own price and eat the second bar. By the third candy bar, you may still want one, but $2 is a little extreme now. Maybe $1.50 is a better price? Your supplier agrees and you eat the third one, and the fourth, and 5th and 6th. Each time you pay slightly less simply because the extra candy bars no longer have the same utility or value as the ones before. Finally, by the time you've reached candy bar number 10, you're sick to your stomach and may very well be thinking of paying the candy man to stop giving you chocolate. While it may feel like you're a victim of a stomachache, in reality you're also a victim of a very integral part of economics, the law of diminishing marginal returns. This idea states that the utility of a given item can decrease as more of it is provided. It's an established fact in economics that there are limits to the amount of utility that a given good can offer someone. Think about how chaotic it would be if certain goods or actions never decreased in utility. For one thing, it's doubtful there would be any candy bars. More seriously, some people would work all the time, while others would never work. Some people would stay up late at night working because they felt there was greater utility to be found in work than in anything, including spending time with friends and family. However, while some people may occasionally push the limits of what is healthy with their obsessions, for most of us the law of diminishing returns is applicable in all aspects of life. Let me give you another example. Let's say instead of candy bars, it was cookies that you desired. Now everyone knows that cookies are infinitely better with milk. If not for the law of diminishing returns, the rational person would choose one or the other. However, because each additional unit of a given good has a lower price that the person is willing to pay, that means at some point the utility of a glass of milk will surpass the utility of another cookie. I don't think it surprises you to hear that economists have found a way of putting all of this on a model. Called the marginal return curve, this model helps people figure out the given utility for a good. Remember that utility is often just measured as price. Let's graph that candy bar example. Here's a chart that shows the price that you'd pay per candy bar until bar number 10. Now, if we were to graph all of this, you'd see that the line dips below the x-axis on the very last one. Remember, that's where you were probably willing to pay someone to stop. Needless to say, this is a point that most producers would like to avoid. They don't want their consumers getting sick off their goods. In fact, most producers would like to supply enough candy bars to make sure that each candy bar still makes a profit. In other words, if a producer can make each candy bar for $1.10, then they'd want to produce 5 candy bars. Any more, and they'd be losing money. But what about milk and cookies? For this one, we're going to assume that the price is always constant, since that's how it normally works in the real world. Instead, we're going to use a made-up unit called a util to measure the utility of a given good. Here's our charts. And for milk. So in what order should we consume these goods to maximize our utils? If we assume both cost the same, the first thing we're going to do is grab a cookie, since the first cookie offers 100 utils. Then, if we can afford a second treat, a glass of milk has 75 utils, while the second cookie only offers 50. To maximize our utility, we choose the milk. We'd alternate back and forth from cookie to milk in this example, because that's how the utils are structured. Each good alternates on which offers the most utility. In this lesson, we looked at the law of diminishing marginal returns and saw how it impacted the actions of both consumers and producers. We saw how prices could sink below zero if too much of a good was forced on a consumer, and saw how smart producers try to always make a profit from a given good. Also, we saw how the law of diminishing returns contributes to consumers seeking a variety of goods, as evidenced by our milk and cookies. Just like anyone who purchases anything, producers have to be mindful of the costs of their resources. If you've been following the other lessons in this chapter, you are aware that economists tend to classify costs as either fixed or variable. Fixed costs are those costs that do not change with the quantity produced. From regulatory fees to accounting overhead to manager salaries, these costs are independent from the total quantity of goods made. Variable costs, on the other hand, are entirely dependent on the amount of goods produced. From wages for hourly employees to machinery upgrades to raw materials, these costs are dependent on the total quantity made. An equally important number, however, is the total cost, found by adding the variable cost of all units produced with the fixed cost of business. It probably doesn't surprise you that economists have a curve to model total costs. Luckily, it is one of the easiest in the field to decipher. This graph does have a few abbreviations that you'll need to know to understand it. First of all, TC just means total cost, while TVC means total variable cost, and TFC means total fixed cost. From looking at the graph, you can tell that total cost and total variable cost have the same shape, but there is just a space in between. That space is exactly equal to the value of total fixed costs. Now let's look at this graph and draw some conclusions. First of all, you'll notice that early on the lines, variable cost rises quickly. This may sound counterintuitive to what you'd expect if you're thinking, hey, wait, variable costs aren't supposed to increase that much at first. However, this tracks production from zero. Going from zero to having a factory is going to require some upgrades, and those are represented as variable costs. However, then you'll notice that the graph levels out, adding relatively little in the way of cost for each new unit of production. This is the point where those upgrades really pay off. Companies like to have their production in this part of the graph. Finally, you'll notice that then, to the far right, costs start to rise dramatically again. This is as a result of variable costs rising quickly. Your company may require a new factory, for example. Just as above, the cost for that upgrade would be factored in as a variable cost.
The total cost curve helps producers make production decisions based on the best information that they have available in the moment. For starters, as long as a firm can sell a marginal good, meaning the very next one they produce, for more than that particular good costs to make, they will increase production. This means that the sale price of the good is typically much lower than the total cost, which could make it seem like the producer is losing money. However, as long as a good is sold for more than the variable cost, it's still a good price. Let's look at why that's true. Say you're an ice cream man who just bought himself a snazzy new truck filled with ice cream and cones. If that truck cost you $20,000 and each ice cream cone cost you $1, then your total cost for selling one ice cream cone is $20,001. Obviously, no one would pay that much for an ice cream cone, so you would charge $2 with the hope that eventually you will sell more than 20,000 of them. By selling each ice cream cone for more than it cost, slowly you'll dig yourself out of that $20,000 hole. However, you'll never sell a cone for less than $1 because then you're losing money on every sale. In other words, that $20,000 hole just got deeper at $20,001 or more. For this reason, while your price may not exceed the total cost, it will always exceed the variable cost if you want to stay in business. In this lesson, we examine total costs and how they are a reality for all businesses. We examine the difference between variable costs and fixed costs and how both exist for businesses. Further, we use the total cost curve to show the relationship between variable costs, total costs, and fixed costs. Finally, we use the example of an ice cream truck to examine how businesses use total cost per unit to determine when to start and stop selling goods.
Let's say you recently started your own ice cream business. As an ice cream man or ice cream woman, you no doubt have a love for mint chocolate chip, cookies and cream, and yes, even chocolate cherry. Your work brings a great deal of happiness to people's lives. You dream of expanding your frozen empire to surpass all the other greats of the gelato world and make sure that your ice cream is found in every freezer in America. But wait, before you can do all that, you're back with this cart and these ingredients. How can you make them profitable? In this lesson, we're going to look at the short-run costs businesses face. As an ice cream maker, you face plenty of short-run costs. After all, short-run costs are costs that come as a result of fulfilling a current contract. Before you think that you don't have any contracts, look at the line forming outside your window. You have plenty. Of course, getting into the ice cream business wasn't a piece of cake. You had to buy the special churn as well as the space to make the ice cream. Combine that with a massive freezer and the electricity to run it all, as well as the costs of the ingredients, and it's clear that this will not be cheap ice cream. All of those costs, from rent to your salary and ingredients to cones, are referred to as the total cost. Total cost is a way of calculating all the costs of a given product. And you thought that the worst headache you were going to get as a result of this business was a brain freeze. In all honesty, though, total cost is really important to producers. Foremost, in order to pay your bills, you have to know how much they all are. Also, if you choose to expand operations, it is a useful barometer of how much that expansion could cost. Finally, total costs are absolutely essential to figuring out the other piece of the pricing puzzle. Remember, as a business owner, your goal is to make a profit. Now, you could calculate your total cost, wait until you have a line outside, and declare that the first customer will have to pay the total cost all by herself. Chances are that you then find yourself without any customers. Instead, producers find the average cost of their produce. The average cost is found by dividing the total cost by the number of products that were made as a result of the purchased inputs. If you ever do decide to start an ice cream company and don't find yourself scraping the last little bit of ice cream out of every mixing bowl, then you are throwing money down the drain. Here's how. If your total costs are $1,000 and you sell 400 ice cream cones, then the cost per unit is $2.50. However, if you are able to sell 500 ice cream cones, then your average cost is only $2. Average cost is very useful for setting prices, and it is through price setting that the beauty of average cost really shines. Let's say that you looked at the average cost while only producing 400 units, and you decided to sell each ice cream cone for $3.50. In other words, you are making exactly $1 per ice cream cone sold, assuming that you sell all 400. That means that you made $400. Now, imagine that you are more efficient and can produce 500 cones. That means that your average cost is $2. Let's say, for the ease of math, that you kept your price at $3.50. Now you are making $1.50 per cone, an increase of 50%. Even better, because you are selling 500 cones instead of just 400, your profits rise even more dramatically. Before, you made $400 selling 400 cones. However, now you make $750 selling 500 cones. You have almost doubled your money by just paying closer attention to your average costs and working to keep them low. In this lesson, we looked at the role of short-run costs, specifically total costs and average costs. Total costs are all costs incurred for producing a given good, whereas average costs are the average costs per unit of good manufactured. Using the example of an ice cream store, we saw how total costs could rise quickly and provided a great deal of information about how to best optimize business planning. Likewise, we saw how average cost could be used to determine the price of a good to the consumer and how companies that kept their costs low could make enormous profits. Let's say you owned a toy company that had already paid off all of its fixed costs for labor and location. Remember that these costs are fixed because they don't change no matter how many toys you make. You're running at full efficiency, and you get an order in from your biggest customer requesting that you ship 1,000 toys within the week. They are offering to pay 50% more because of the rush order. Should you do it? Of course, the person with an economics background would say absolutely. However, is that really the best course of action? To answer that question, we must look at the marginal cost involved. The marginal cost of a good is the cost to produce one more, and we have to look at the marginal cost of each toy from 1 to 1,000. Luckily for us, it's relatively simple to do. If your toy factory is running at slightly under full efficiency, that means that it could absorb the extra 1,000 units with relative ease. Sure, you'll have to pay the variable costs that come with manufacturing each toy, from raw materials to incidental overtime for the employees involved. In this case, it makes perfect sense for you to take the order. But what if the machines your firm uses to make toys are already at full capacity? What if producing toys 587 and 588 would be fine, but producing toy 589 and beyond would require a whole new machine, or even a whole new factory? Is it still a wise decision? In this case, assuming it was a one-time order increase, probably not, since the cost of manufacturing the additional units would exceed any fair price you could charge. Of course, while the marginal price of a good is useful, it doesn't really give us a complete picture of everything we need to know in order to make good business decisions. As a result, it probably doesn't surprise you to hear that there are two other types of costs that economists use when talking about businesses: average cost and total cost. Total cost is pretty straightforward. It's just calculated by totaling up the cost of everything that went into producing the goods in question. Notice that this includes both fixed costs and variable costs. Average cost is the average cost per unit manufactured, calculated by taking the total cost of manufacturing everything and dividing it by the total number of units manufactured. Here's an example. Let's return to your children's toy company. In a given period of time, you made 2 million toys and paid $20 million in total costs to manufacture those toys. Your total cost during that period was $20 million, where the average cost of each toy was only $10. All three of these types of cost have real use in helping managers determine the best way to run their businesses. If you were looking to start your own toy company, then knowing the total cost involved to produce a certain amount of goods would be very useful. After all, you don't want to run out of money before you can buy supplies to make your first batch of toys. Average cost is also very useful because it can help you determine a fair price at which to sell the toys. If the average cost for your toys is $10 per toy, it doesn't make much sense for you to sell each toy for $5. Finally, the marginal cost of an item would help make sure that you are still making a profit for each toy produced. In this example, you would want to keep making toys until their cost to you reached $10. After all, even at $9.99, you are still making a profit after all your costs have been deducted. However, the second you reach $10, you are essentially working for free, and no toy maker has time to just play around like that. In this lesson, we examined the difference between total cost, marginal cost, and average cost. We learned how to calculate each by summing all the costs for total costs, averaging costs per unit for average cost, and finding the expense associated with each additional unit for marginal costs. We used the example of a toy maker to then demonstrate the usefulness of knowing each as a business owner, especially when determining prices. We saw how total cost can help determine the total amount of investment needed to pursue a particular industry. Marginal cost can help inform decisions to expand operations, and average cost offers insight about where the best price point is for a given good.
Let's say that you're the owner of a small restaurant and are trying to figure out how to get more food out of your tiny kitchen. You happen to have an expert chef, and you know that as long as your kitchen can cook it, your customers will buy it. As a result, you figure that if one chef is a good thing, 2 chefs could be an even better thing. Suddenly, your output doubles. You buy blast chillers and salamanders, anything to help them cook faster. Your output increases further. Excitedly, you keep hiring staff and buying equipment. However, you notice that with each additional hire or purchase, you are no longer doubling your output. In fact, your staff spends more time complaining about the cramped kitchen than actually cooking. So soon your output has plummeted all the way to nothing. Your restaurant has just been the victim of a product curve. Product curves are upside-down bowl-shaped curves that show the relationship between additional inputs such as labor or capital and how much of a good is actually produced. Sure, it was a big help having 3 cooks on staff where before you only had a chef, but afterwards everyone started bumping against each other. Likewise, having more than just a stove and a refrigerator was a big help, until you had so many appliances that you couldn't use them all at the same time. Companies of all sizes face this sort of problem, and part of the goal of increasing efficiency is to extend that initial rise for as long as possible. Of course, most restaurant owners never make it to the point that they are unable to produce anything. In fact, long before, they would have run out of money. Now imagine having to chart the costs of all those new appliances and that big new staff. You may be selling everything that you are making, but now you have to pay for an increasingly large staff. Think about it like this. In a kitchen, only the people who cook the food actually produce a product. The wait staff, janitors, hostess, and managers all exist to support them. However, those employees all cost money. And the more of them that are hired, the more money the restaurant has to make. All that new equipment costs money too. Sure, a brand new blast chiller may help you make superb sorbet, but only if you don't go bankrupt buying it. Whereas the product curve looks like an upside-down bowl, a cost curve looks like a right-side-up bowl with very steep sides. It shows the relationship between the cost of each extra input and its impact on production. This shows us how quickly costs can get away from us. If you were really savvy, you could find out the marginal cost of each new upgrade and determine exactly where you should stop upgrading at. Of course, these measures all assume a fairly basic level of innovation. A freezer is nice, but a blast chiller is even better. Speaking of innovation, haven't we already discussed a model that grows with new innovation? That's right, the production possibilities curve. Ever wonder how economists got the numbers to be able to predict exactly by how much a given good's production would increase? Now you have your answer. Through use of the product curves and cost curves, economists are able to give shockingly precise measurements of exactly how much innovation will increase production. We can see that a new salamander for cooking flatbread pizzas will result in 30 pizzas per week at a cost that, according to the cost curve, still makes their production profitable. Now we can use the production possibilities curve to move the quantity of flatbread pizzas by 30. If we were also considering a blast chiller for more sorbets, but could only produce 20 sorbets, we could then use prices to figure out how our money would be better spent. In this lesson, we applied the product curve and cost curve in order to answer questions about innovation in a restaurant. The product curve proved that there would come a time that hiring new cooks and buying new appliances, both of which were once ways of increasing production, would eventually cause so much crowding that the quantity produced could reach zero. However, we saw that was unlikely to happen due to the cost curve, which provided unpleasant reassurance that our company would simply go bankrupt before that happened. Finally, we saw how the findings from both of these curves work in concert with the production possibilities curve.
You may not think about it, but just like you and me, companies dream about the future. They have to. After all, if the goal of a company is to make money indefinitely, they have to have a plan for when the current contracts end. These current contracts, known as the short run, are vital from the perspective of how to stay in business. However, being able to plan beyond that is important as well. After all, How many businesses do you know that could really hope to stay competitive if they had a well-known expiration date? As such, long-run planning, or planning for the future, is vital to a company's success. To go along with this, producers have to be aware of the costs of such long-run production. Long-run production planning is often referred to as the research and development stage. It concerns itself with business planning beyond current contracts. Now, something that may confuse many people at first glance is how long-run costs are treated with respect to production. You'll notice that long-run production concerns itself only with variable costs. The reason for this is fairly straightforward. These costs can change. Sure, you may need to build a factory in the future, but you really don't have any idea how much that factory could cost. You could find a way of making existing production more efficient, or costs may increase. As such, economists consider all costs as variable in the long run. That idea of innovation is, in fact, vital to companies looking at long-run decisions. Sure, most businesses don't have to completely reinvent themselves with every new innovation, but a surprising number have to undergo some level of change in order to just be able to survive. A generation ago, for example, music was sold on CDs and cassette tapes. Now, one of the largest music stores is run by a company that primarily produces computers, phones, and tablets. Other sectors have undergone considerable innovations as well. Innovation does not always have to take the role of a new technology or method, but instead should always focus on a way of remaining profitable in the future. It is vital to remember that without an eye to the future, companies have an expiration date. Someone constantly has to be thinking about how to sell something after current contracts have ended. Let's take a look at some companies that were able to do just that, as well as one that failed to look to the future. A number of companies have, through an eye towards long-run production, managed to remain at the forefront of business, even if their products have changed. In fact, some have managed to do so while selling the same products, but through innovations in advertisement, as well as by keeping an eye on long-run production. One company that was able to do this with considerable success is Kikkoman, a large soy sauce producer based in Japan. The families that founded Kikkoman have been making soy sauce since the 17th century and only became the company we know today due to the innovation of agreeing to work together. But what about those other aspects of long-run production? Kikkoman has also worked to become a leader in the food and drink industry in East Asia. In other words, they chose to pursue long-run goals that have nothing to do with production required for current contracts. Kikkoman is a primary soda producer in East Asia, as well as owning a significant share in canned foods and wine distributors. 100 years ago, no one was allocating money to build wineries under the Kikkoman umbrella, but the ideas for this sort of work came well before the profits. Another good example of how companies keep an eye on long-run production can be found in the work of many telecommunications companies. Expanding from their own local focuses on cell phones, landlines, or cable TV, many of these companies have had to build extensive infrastructures in order to gain entry into new markets. These were variable costs, because a change in technology could make it cheaper to produce one sort of cable over others, and often did. However, some companies failed to consider the future. A great example of this is Radio Shack. At its height, the company bragged that the majority of Americans were within 10 miles of a Radio Shack. The company epitomized convenience. However, the very products the stores sold would be the death of the company. While a few minutes of driving was easy, a few seconds to get online was even more so. Radio Shack was unable to find a new place in the market that it had created. In other words, once the short-run contracts had dried up, it had failed to position itself with any long-run strategy. The company assumed what it had been doing all along would continue to work. As a result, by 2015, the company had declared bankruptcy. In this lesson, we looked at how long-run production affects the decisions made by producers. We saw the importance of innovation not only in technology but also in thought by companies. Remember, in the long run, all costs are variable costs because they are subject to change. Further, we also examined how companies from Kikkoman to Radio Shack examined long-run production in order to make the best possible decisions. For Kikkoman, this meant investment in related food industries and continued profitability for an ancient company. For Radio Shack, however, overemphasis on the short run condemned the company to bankruptcy in the long run.
When you make plans, chances are you don't schedule finding a job with the down-to-the-minute exactness that you use when pulling a cake out of the oven. Instead, you have two different time frames, one for things that must be completed on a set schedule, and one for things that are so far distant that there is some level of flexibility in the exact timing. Economic producers are no different. They too have to plan for both short-run production and long-run production. Short-run production is the production that must be completed in order to satisfy existing contracts. Another way of thinking of this that you'll often see is that short-run production applies to situations where one factor of production, such as the factories needed to build something, are fixed. On the other hand, long-run production is that planning that attempts to find new contracts. As you might imagine, this means that there are no fixed factors of production. As you can imagine, both are vital to a company's success. Having short-run vision without long-run plans can put an expiration date on a company, whereas having long-run vision without short-run action can mean a company runs out of gas. Let's say that you own a bakery and have been contracted by local restaurants to supply them with a given number of cakes every week. This is your short-run production. To accurately handle short-run production, you must know your short-run costs, or how much in terms of resources that short-run production will take to produce. These come in two varieties. Variable costs are those costs that change per unit produced. Obviously, as a baker, you will need flour, eggs, and sugar. However, you won't need dozens and dozens of eggs to make just one cake, because the cost can change depending on how many. We refer to these as variable costs. On the other hand, short-run production also requires attention to be paid to fixed costs, or prices paid to enter the marketplace. As a baker, you have to have a way of billing your customers. Paying for the software to create invoices is a fixed cost. Likewise, if you choose to add advertising, that is also a fixed cost. Fixed costs do not change in relation to the amount produced. Also notice that these costs all tend to pertain to an industry that the company has made a declared effort to join. Finally, notice that, according to these definitions, things such as equipment, floor space, and labor are all variable costs. This can sound confusing, but think about it like this. Would you necessarily hire 100 cooks to make 10 cakes? Probably not. Nor would you need 10 ovens to bake 3 pies. Instead, smart managers scale up or scale down their labor and equipment as needed in the short run. But what about in the long run? Again, this is a time that is just as vital for producers, because it is by paying attention to the long run that companies are able to ensure that they will be around in the future. But what to do? Let's say that your baking business was so successful with restaurants that you wanted to open a store to sell directly to individuals. Or you decided that you were going to expand from cakes and pies to chocolate and fine candies. Or that you were going to start a catering business that would offer savory dishes for parties and events. Immediately you see one of the really unique characteristics about long-run production. There is no limit on choice. After all, when your contracts are fulfilled, there is no law saying that you must focus solely on them again. Think this sounds crazy? Take a look at AT&T. 20 years ago, the company largely sold long-distance phone service over landlines. Now that is a tiny part of their business, and they focus primarily on cell phones, home internet service, and even cable TV. Needless to say, these were not the company's original focus areas. That means that once upon a time at AT&T Research and Development, someone thought that these sectors could be places where the company could make some money. For all we know, AT&T may have considered fax machines or satellite communications as sectors of growth. However, the cost to enter these fields for the profits to be gained, the variable costs, were still too high. These were still variable costs because the company hadn't committed to them yet, and therefore the prices were still subject to change. That is important, because a company hasn't committed to any contracts in the field. Long-run costs are always considered to be variable costs. At this stage, AT&T could not make money off of them. Instead, they researched them, knowing that variable costs can change. That's called innovation after all. With time, the prices fell, meaning that AT&T could enter a whole new practice area. In this lesson, we learned about the difference between short-run production and long-run production. Short-run production is the area concerned with making sure a company is able to complete its current contracts, whereas long-run production is instead focused on finding new contracts after the end of current deals. Both are important to a business. A company must pay the bills with short-run earnings, whereas long-run earnings keep a company from having an expiration date. However, their costs are calculated differently. Short-run costs include both variable and fixed costs, whereas long-run costs include only variable costs. Across the United States, there are all sorts of factories. Among these factories, there are many car plants, including some that you may not immediately associate with the United States. From Toyota to BMW, Honda to Subaru, a surprising number of car companies have built plants throughout the U.S. But why? For many companies, it is in order to achieve what is called economy of scale, or making sure that the scale of production is in line with the most profitable possible outcomes over the long term. Before I go on, notice that I said long term. Some significant short-term expenses may be necessary to achieve long-term profitability. By trying to achieve economy of scale, companies of all sizes can work to realize larger profits with smaller investments. By ignoring it, companies can quickly lose money and often become material for the jokes of future economics students. At their core, economies of scale are dependent on the marginal cost of the next good produced. Over the long term, marginal cost declines, but as more and more of a good is produced, it rises again to account for new capital expenditures, such as factories and staff required to produce additional goods. These costs are often fixed, and smart companies usually try to reduce them. However, by focusing on marginal costs, real savings can result. Good managers can hope to achieve economy of scale by keeping marginal costs as low as possible. For example, one way that many foreign car manufacturers have achieved economies of scale in the United States is through opening domestic factories. Already, plants in their home countries were producing at a rate that would have required extra capital investment in terms of land, machinery, and staff. However, the price of foreign cars sold in the United States is significantly higher than it has to be due to tariffs charged on imported cars. By moving some of their manufacturing to the United States, those car companies could access a large market, as well as the ability to expand their own operations. Further, far from charging tariffs, many state and local governments offer tax breaks to large car manufacturers. Also, since the new factories had to be built anyway, there was little effect on the fixed costs of the project. In short, automakers were able to lower their marginal cost for the next few thousand cars by locating plants in the United States, helping to achieve economies of scale. Of course, as is so often true, too much of a good thing can be terrible for an economy. It is important to always focus on marginal cost rather than total cost when adjusting to achieve an economy of scale. Remember, the marginal cost is the cost to produce just one more unit of a good, whereas the total cost is the sum of all costs of production. Failure to do so can leave some pretty crazy side effects. For example, Ford Motor Company once sought to build a massive superplant of sorts at its River Rouge plant in Dearborn, Michigan, just outside of Detroit. The plant was intended to produce every car that the company would have to make. By building such a plant, the company hoped to minimize their investment in fixed costs. Almost 100 miles of tram lines lined the various buildings of the massive factory, and whole railroad lines were built to supply it. However, traffic jams around the factory meant that labor was inefficient. Furthermore, no real communication on how to make things better went on between labor and management, so management was largely clueless about the status of things on the ground. With such a massive plant, an equally massive investment was necessary to help maintain it, and a stoppage at one part of the factory could bring the entire manufacturing process to a halt. To top it all off, once cars were completed, there was no real way to move them out of the factory, since the same traffic jams waited beyond the gates. Additionally, none of the railroads that were used to move materials into the factory were equipped to remove cars from the place. In all, Ford actually lost money on every car they made at the Rouge River plant. Ultimately, the plant was closed, and Ford opened up smaller plants around the country. Shockingly, by having each factory focus solely on one model of car, the company was able to achieve the economy of scale that the Rouge River plant failed to gain. In this lesson, we learned about the importance of economies of scale to ensure lower marginal costs over the long run of a firm's production. We saw the importance of marginal cost and how automakers in the United States use specialized factories scattered throughout the country. We also saw how foreign automakers achieve economy of scale in the United States by producing the most popular cars on the American market domestically, allowing them to avoid tariffs and often gain tax incentives. Finally, we saw what happened to Ford Motor Company when they ignored the concept of marginal cost, focusing instead on fixed costs and building the Rouge River plant, which was unable to ever achieve economy of scale and ended up forcing the company to open smaller plants throughout the country.
Manufacturing companies create products to be sold to customers. In order to make a profit on their products, these companies must accurately determine how much it costs to manufacture each product. Companies do this through product costing. Product costing is the process of determining the business expenses associated with the manufacture of a product. Associated expenses include direct labor and materials and manufacturing overhead. Labor and materials costs are considered direct costs if they are incurred during the manufacture of a product and can be directly allocated to that product. Manufacturing overhead includes all other expenses incurred during the manufacture of a product that cannot be directly allocated to that product. This might include factory rent, payroll taxes on direct labor wages, and machine maintenance. These costs are also known as indirect costs. Manufacturing overhead must be accurately allocated to a product's cost for manufacturing companies to set product sales prices and determine if products are producing profits. Traditional costing systems allocate manufacturing overhead by dividing total indirect costs by a cost driver to obtain one rate to be used to allocate overhead to different products. A cost driver is an activity that controls the amount of costs incurred. For example, in a factory, the number of hours a machine runs determines how much electricity is used and how much will have to be spent on maintenance. In this example, the number of machine hours is the cost driver that controls how much electricity is used and the cost of maintenance. The fewer the number of machine hours, the less the cost of electricity and maintenance, whereas the higher number of machine hours, the more the cost of electricity and maintenance. The number of machine hours is a typical cost driver used in traditional costing systems, as is direct labor hours. Traditional costing systems are simple, but can result in overcosting or undercosting, as the manufacture of products is generally complex and influenced by more than one cost driver. Activity-based costing systems allocate manufacturing overhead by assigning indirect costs to several different cost pools, then dividing each cost pool by its associated cost driver to obtain several different rates that can then be used to allocate overhead to different products. A cost pool is a group of individual costs. Activity-based costing systems allow manufacturing companies to more accurately allocate overhead expenses to specific products, as multiple cost drivers are used. Like traditional costing systems, machine hours and direct labor hours are typical cost drivers used. Other examples include square footage used per product to allocate factory rent and maintenance, and number of purchase orders to allocate purchase department expenses. An activity-based costing rate is calculated by assigning indirect costs to a cost pool, adding the costs included in that cost pool together, then dividing the cost pool total by the cost driver. Cost pool total divided by cost driver. The result will be a dollar amount that can then be multiplied by the number of products manufactured to obtain a total product cost for that cost pool. By calculating the activity-based costing rate for multiple cost pools, a manufacturing company can more accurately determine product cost. Now let's take a look at a couple of examples. Example 1. Traditional costing. Rio Group LLC manufactures two types of widgets, widget A and widget B. The company has asked you to allocate its overhead to each product using traditional costing and direct labor hours as the cost driver. You have been given the following information. Expenses. Payroll taxes, $2,000. Factory maintenance, $5,000. Purchasing labor, $3,500. Purchasing supplies, $500. Electricity, $7,000. Factory rent, $4,500. Equipment depreciation, $3,000. Fringe benefits, $1,500. Other information. Direct labor hours, 500 widget A, 700 widget B. Machine hours, 350 widget A, 450 widget B. Purchase orders, 75 widget A, 45 widget B. Square feet used, 5,000 widget A, 2,000 widget B. Under the traditional costing system, we'd add all of these expenses together, then divide them by the total direct labor hours to obtain an application rate. $2,000 plus $5,000 plus $3,500 plus $500 plus $7,000 plus $4,500 plus $3,000 plus $1,500 equals $27,000 total manufacturing overhead. $27,000 divided by 500 hours widget A plus 700 hours widget B equals $22.50 application rate. The $22.50 application rate represents the manufacturing overhead expense to be allocated to each direct labor hour incurred during production. To complete the project for Rio Group LLC, the application rate must be multiplied by the number of direct labor hours incurred during production of widget A and widget B to obtain total manufacturing overhead allocated to each. $22.50 application rate times 500 hours equals $11,250 overhead to widget A. $22.50 application rate times 700 hours equals $15,750 overhead to widget B. Upon completion of the calculations, you will be able to tell Rio Group LLC to allocate $11,250 of overhead to widget A and $15,750 of overhead to widget B. Example 2. Activity-based costing. Using the same expenses and information from Example 1, Rio Group LLC has asked you to allocate its overhead to each product using activity-based costing. The first step would be to group the expenses into different cost pools, depending on the factors that drive the costs. Payroll taxes and fringe benefits are driven by direct labor hours and will be included in one cost pool. Factory maintenance and factory rent are driven by the number of square feet used per widget and will be included in another cost pool. Purchasing labor and supplies are driven by the number of purchase orders and will be included in yet another cost pool. And finally, electricity and equipment depreciation are driven by machine hours and will be included in the final cost pool. $2,000 payroll taxes plus $1,500 fringe benefits equals $3,500 labor cost pool total. $5,000 factory maintenance plus $4,500 factory rent equals $9,500 factory cost pool total. $3,500 purchasing labor plus $500 purchasing supplies equals $4,000 purchasing cost pool total. $7,000 electricity plus $3,000 equipment depreciation equals $10,000 equipment cost pool total. Next, the application rate must be calculated for each cost pool by dividing each pool by the associated cost driver. $3,500 labor cost pool total divided by 500 hours widget A plus 700 hours widget B equals $2.92 labor application rate. $9,500 factory cost pool total divided by 5,000 square feet widget A plus 2,000 square feet widget B equals $1.36 factory application rate. $4,000 purchasing cost pool total divided by 75 purchase orders widget A and 45 purchase orders widget B equals $33.33 purchasing application rate. $10,000 equipment cost pool total divided by 350 machine hours widget A plus 450 hours widget B equals $12.50 equipment application rate. Finally, the application rates must be multiplied by the cost driver for each of the widgets and added together to obtain total manufacturing overhead allocated to each. The application rates above have been rounded to 2 decimal places. The following calculations use the complete application rates to eliminate rounding differences. Widget A, $2.92 labor application rate times 500 direct labor hours plus $1.36 factory application rate times 5,000 square feet plus $33.33 purchasing application rate times 75 purchase orders plus $12.50 equipment application rate times 350 machine hours equals $15,120 overhead to widget A. Widget B, $2.92 labor application rate times 700 direct labor hours plus $1.36 factory application rate times 2,000 square feet plus $33.33 purchasing application rate times 45 purchase orders plus $12.50 equipment application rate times 450 machine hours equals $11,880 overhead to widget B. Upon completion of the calculations, you will be able to tell Rio Group LLC to allocate $15,120 of overhead to widget A and $11,880 of overhead to widget B. The traditional costing method results in allocation of $11,250 of overhead to widget A and $15,750 of overhead to widget B. The activity-based costing method results in allocation of $15,120 of overhead to widget A and $11,880 of overhead to widget B. As shown by these figures, the traditional costing method results in under-allocation of $3,870 of overhead costs to widget A and over-allocation of the same amount to widget B. By using activity-based costing, Rio Group LLC will be able to more accurately price its widgets and determine if each widget is creating a profit. Product costing is the process of determining the business expenses associated with the manufacture of a product. Business expenses are costs incurred in the manufacture of products and include direct costs, which are costs that can be directly associated with a product, and manufacturing overhead costs, which are costs that cannot be directly associated with a product. Manufacturing overhead costs are also known as indirect costs. Traditional costing systems allocate manufacturing overhead by dividing total indirect costs by a cost driver to obtain one rate to be used to allocate overhead to different products, while activity-based costing systems allocate manufacturing overhead by assigning indirect costs to several different cost pools, then dividing each cost pool by its associated cost driver to obtain several different rates. A cost driver is an activity that controls the amount of costs incurred. Cost pools are groups of individual indirect costs. Activity-based costing is more complex than traditional costing, but provides more accurate overhead allocation as multiple cost drivers are used. This decreases the risk of over or under costing a product.
Manufacturing companies need to know how much it costs to manufacture a product in order to set their sales price and determine if it's producing a profit. Product costing is the process of determining the business expenses associated with the manufacture of a product. When dissimilar products are manufactured by the same company, job costing techniques are used. These techniques determine the product's cost drivers, or activities that control the amount of costs incurred, then allocate expenses by dividing the expenses by their associated drivers. For example, a company manufacturing both laptop computers and cell phones may allocate expenses based on the number of machine hours used to produce each product. This enables the company to determine the costs associated with each product type and cut costs as necessary per product. However, job costing does not work for manufacturing companies that produce products that are identical or very similar, such as food or oil, because each unit costs the same to produce. Instead, these companies use process costing. Process costing systems allocate expenses to products by adding total costs at each stage of the manufacturing process, then dividing these costs by the total number of units produced. This enables these companies to determine the costs associated with the products at each stage of the manufacturing process and cut costs as necessary per stage of manufacture. Typically, the cost per unit for each process will be calculated separately for direct materials and conversion costs. Direct materials are materials that are consumed during the manufacture of a product, and conversion costs are the costs incurred for direct labor, which is the labor involved in the manufacture of a product, and manufacturing overhead, which includes all other costs that are not directly involved in the manufacture of a product. To determine a cost per unit in a process costing system, the specific manufacturing processes and associated expenses must first be identified. Once the processes and expenses are identified, total expenses per process for a period must be divided by the number of units produced during that period. Total expenses incurred in process divided by total units produced. After the expense per unit for each process is calculated, the results can be added together to obtain a total cost per unit. The result will be a dollar amount that can be used by the manufacturing company to set prices and determine if the products are producing a profit. Now, let's look at a couple of examples. Example 1. ABC Wine Company crushes grapes to be used in winemaking. The company has asked you to determine its product cost per gallon for each stage of manufacture. You've been given the following information: manufacturing stages, crushing, packaging. Expenses: grapes purchased $100,000, grape press maintenance $25,000, packaging supplies $75,000, packager labor $50,000, other information: units produced 50,000 gallons. The first step to calculating product cost per gallon is to determine what process each expense relates to. In this example, grapes purchased and grape press maintenance relate to the crushing process, and packaging supplies and packager labor relate to the packaging process. The next step is to calculate cost per unit for both direct materials and conversion costs for each stage of the process. As discussed earlier, direct materials are materials consumed during manufacture, and conversion costs are direct labor costs and manufacturing overhead costs. Crushing cost per unit: $100,000 of grapes purchased divided by 50,000 gallons of juice equals $2 of direct materials cost per gallon. $25,000 for grape press maintenance divided by 50,000 gallons of juice equals 50 cents conversion cost per gallon. $2 of direct materials cost plus 50 cents conversion cost equals $2.50 for total crushing cost per gallon. Packaging cost per unit: $75,000 of packaging supplies divided by 50,000 gallons of juice equals $1.50 of direct materials cost per gallon. $50,000 of packager labor divided by 50,000 gallons of juice equals $1 conversion cost per gallon. $1.50 direct materials cost plus $1 conversion cost equals $2.50 total packaging cost per gallon. Total cost per unit: $2.50 crushing cost per gallon plus $2.50 packaging cost per gallon equals $5 total cost per gallon. Upon completion of your project, you'll be able to tell ABC Wine Company that the total cost per gallon is $5, which consists of $2 crushing direct materials, 50 cents crushing conversion costs, $1.50 packaging direct materials, and $1 packaging conversion costs. Example 2. Office Building Inc. manufactures paint base to be used in office buildings. The company has asked you to determine its product cost per gallon for each stage of manufacture. You've been given the following information: manufacturing stages, measuring, mixing, packaging. Expenses: paint ingredients $500,000, mixing supplies $325,000, packaging supplies $275,000, measurer labor $75,000, mixer labor $150,000, packager labor $125,000, measuring equipment maintenance $25,000, mixer maintenance $50,000, packaging electricity $90,000. Other information: units produced 200,000 gallons of paint. The first step to calculating product cost per gallon is to determine what process each expense relates to. In this example, paint ingredients, measurer labor, and measuring equipment maintenance relate to the measuring process. Mixing supplies, mixer labor, and mixer maintenance relate to the mixing process. And packaging supplies, packager labor, and packaging electricity relate to the packaging process. Next, the cost per unit for each stage of the process must be calculated. Measuring cost per unit: $500,000 of paint ingredients divided by 200,000 gallons of paint equals $2.50 direct materials cost per gallon. $75,000 measurer labor plus $25,000 measuring equipment maintenance divided by 200,000 gallons of paint equals 50 cents conversion cost per gallon. $2.50 direct materials cost plus 50 cents conversion cost equals $3 total measuring cost per gallon. Mixing cost per unit: $325,000 mixing supplies divided by 200,000 gallons of paint equals $1.63 direct materials cost per gallon. $150,000 mixer labor plus $50,000 mixer maintenance divided by 200,000 gallons of paint equals $1 conversion cost per gallon. $1.63 direct materials cost plus $1 conversion cost equals $2.63 total mixing cost per gallon. Packaging cost per unit: $275,000 of packaging supplies divided by 200,000 gallons of paint equals $1.38 direct materials cost per gallon. $125,000 packager labor plus $90,000 packaging electricity divided by 200,000 gallons of paint equals $1.08 conversion cost per gallon. $1.38 direct materials cost plus $1.08 conversion cost equals $2.46 total packaging cost per gallon. Total cost per unit: $3 measuring cost per gallon plus $2.63 mixing cost per gallon plus $2.46 packaging cost per gallon equals $8.09 total cost per gallon. After you've finished your calculations, you'll be able to tell Office Building Inc. that the total cost per gallon of paint is $8.09, which consists of $2.50 measuring direct materials, 50 cents measuring conversion costs, $1.63 mixing direct materials, $1 mixing conversion costs, $1.38 packaging direct materials, and $1.08 packaging conversion costs. Process costing is used by manufacturing companies that make products that are identical. Process costing systems allocate expenses to products by adding total costs at each stage of the manufacturing process, then dividing these costs by the total number of units produced. The cost per unit is calculated separately for direct materials and conversion costs. Direct materials are materials that are consumed during the manufacture of a product, and conversion costs are the costs incurred for direct labor, which is the labor involved in the manufacture of a product, and manufacturing overhead, which includes all other costs that are not directly involved in the manufacture of a product. To determine the cost per unit under process costing, each expense must first be assigned to a process, then categorized as a direct materials cost or conversion cost. Once these steps have been completed, the expenses can be divided by total units produced to obtain the cost per unit.
As long as communities have had contact with their neighbors, there has been trade. From time to time, rulers saw fit to create trade barriers in order to prevent goods from one country from being sold or bought by those of another. After all, it is generally not wise to sell weapons to a country you are at war with. However, the rise of the global trade routes we think of today really came with the growth of the European trading empires of the 16th and 17th centuries. Because of trade, countries like France, England, Holland, and Spain had emerged from being relative backwaters to being legitimate global powers. Needless to say, they knew that they owed their success to their ability to carry on trade. As such, they limited other powers' access to their ports and colonies. This was part of a greater practice known as mercantilism, which sought to use such barriers to prevent other countries from growing rich. Mercantilism may have gone away, but it's still an example of a common barrier to trade today known as protectionism. Protectionism seeks to protect businesses at home through trade barriers. While few modern trade barriers are extreme as mercantilism, many do seek to either limit access to markets or artificially adjust prices. Many of those trade barriers are passed as laws. After all, keeping people's jobs and keeping businesses profitable tends to make sure that politicians have an easier time staying in office. One of the most obvious ways that politicians can pass such laws is to limit access to the domestic market. After all, you can't very well sell your goods if you can't get them there. Governments can limit access to a market by making it mandatory for importers to have a license or permission from the government to sell goods. While some countries make the paperwork to get a license fairly straightforward, others make it a real ordeal, requiring months of waiting and hefty fees from lawyers. Licenses work both ways, however. Some exporters require a license to sell their goods outside of the country, especially if it is something in high demand, like gems. Once a company gets a license to import goods to a country, their work still isn't over. They must then be sure to adhere to any quotas. Quotas are a limit on the amount of goods that an importer can bring into a country. Supply graph models tell us that, as supply increases, the price per unit will decrease. This could hurt the producers that the country is trying to protect, so they limit the total amount of shock to the system through quotas. Sometimes trade barriers have a much more easily measured cost. These come in two different varieties. Let's say that you are importing cars to the United States, a country that definitely works to protect its automobile industry. You would be required to get a license as well as have quotas. However, you would also have to pay a tariff or tax per car imported. Needless to say, you'd be forced to pass this cost on to your customers in the United States, such that the price per car rises to a level comparable to those produced domestically. This is part of the reason that so many foreign cars are now produced in the U.S. However, what about your competition? After all, chances are that they are significant donors to their local politicians' election campaigns. Therefore, countries often also have subsidies, or amounts of money paid directly to domestic producers to make them more competitive with foreign imports. As you can imagine, American car producers receive significant subsidies, but they're not alone. In fact, even wheat producers receive large payments to make their grain more competitive with imported foods. Also, subsidies can be a way for governments to reimburse domestic producers for losses incurred by foreign governments enforcing tariffs. One other option exists as a trade barrier, and it's rather extreme. If a country decides that it is not to its advantage to trade with another nation, it can place that country under embargo. An embargo is a ban on trading. Embargoes can be either specific to one good, such as the American ban on British beef as a result of mad cow disease, or much broader, like the embargo on drugs. However, embargoes do have a downside. Smuggling is a particularly ancient form of trading that seeks to avoid any form of government regulation. While we may think of arms dealers or drug traffickers as the quintessential smugglers, the truth is that many goods have been smuggled at some point. As you can see, trade barriers act in one of two ways. They either limit the initial supply of a good through limits such as quotas or licenses, or they raise the price of the good in question through tariffs. Both of these techniques have the same final effect on supply and demand. By limiting supply, prices are raised. Likewise, by raising the cost of protection, that cost is passed on to the final consumer through higher prices, resulting in decreased demand. Because these two often act in concert, the final result is higher prices for the consumer and lower quantities sold for the producer. So why would anyone want to do it? In short, protectionism. Supporters of trade barriers reason that it is ineffective to lower prices for consumers if a number of them would be unemployed due to a lack of demand for domestically produced goods. For this reason, just about every country uses trade barriers, even if they often claim to support free trade. In this lesson, we looked at trade barriers, starting with mercantilism, the practice through which European powers tried to limit access to ports and colonies only to ships of a certain nationality. We then moved on to non-monetary ways that countries erect trade barriers today. These include requiring licenses, as well as establishing quotas. Further, we looked at the role that tariffs and subsidies play in providing monetary controls on foreign trade. We discussed how embargoes can be either specific or total, and how smugglers work to get around trade barriers. Finally, we asked why we have trade barriers and saw that they are politically motivated and surprisingly common throughout the world. Imagine that you live in a small village before industrialization. Like most everyone else in the village, you are a farmer with a small herd of cows and a small flock of sheep. And, like everyone else, you let your animals graze on the grassy area in the middle of the village, an area you all refer to as the town common. One day, you are out working in the field, and your plow hits something hard. You dig down to investigate, and find out that you have uncovered buried treasure. Suddenly, in addition to living in a much bigger house, you can now afford a much larger flock of chickens and a much larger herd of cattle. At the same time, you are still using the town common. The town common isn't big enough for your new animals and all of the animals owned by your fellow farmers, so it becomes a stinky mess. The other farmers want to punish you for doing this, but why? You are simply doing what you've always done. The above example is not just a sad story, it's also an economic theory known as the tragedy of the commons. The theory asserts that individuals who act in their own self-interest might deplete a common resource important to a whole group of people. The tragedy of commons theory is sometimes used by economists to show what happens without regulation. Regulation is action by a government or another authority to help make sure that the economy is as fair as possible. Not equal, but fair. That is a really big distinction and one that plays out in economic history. Regulation can take many different shapes. Social regulation focuses on how the commons would be treated with regards to things such as pollution or caring for the footpaths. In our modern society, things like pollution, healthcare, and the food supply are shaped by social regulation. Economic regulation, on the other hand, determines who gets to use the market and how it can be used. In this lesson, we will focus primarily on economic regulation. As I said before, economic regulators determine which firms get to enter a marketplace. Now, this isn't such a bad thing for your business. Only companies that have met the requirements are able to participate in a market, which, in turn, means that you've all had to pay the same price to be there. As a result, you have less competition, since in many cases a government may just decide to grant you a monopoly in order to limit their own costs in regulating an industry. This is sometimes done for utilities. Think about it. You don't shop around for water or electric companies the same way you shop around for a cell phone provider, now do you? Monopolies themselves are subject to regulation. Remember that bit about the government setting the price to enter the market? The government reserves the right to limit prices in order to keep a legal monopoly from engaging in unfair business practices. An example of an unfair business practice might include raising a price so high that it stifles economic growth. On the other hand, in cases where a government decides against regulation to force a monopoly to behave, it will instead pass antitrust legislation to limit the opportunities for the monopoly to emerge, which eliminates the need for regulatory costs. Of course, all this regulation comes at a price. If you look at a list of economic regulators, you'll notice that many of them are concerned with utilities and financial markets. These markets are areas that are vital to other companies as well. If you own a toy company, a criminal scandal at a clothing factory doesn't really affect you. However, your toy company couldn't function without utilities, nor could it hope to raise funds on the financial markets without reliable and trustworthy financial firms. In the past, such as during the Great Depression, the food industry was subject to increased economic regulation due to the fact that there was the real danger that people would be unable to feed themselves due to the Dust Bowl, which threatened food stocks. As you can imagine, the sectors of the economy that feature increased regulation are quite contentious. Obviously, the financial sector and utilities are subject to a great deal of regulation. The more controversial of the two has been regulation of the financial sector. During the 1980s, both parties supported President Reagan's attempts to loosen government regulations on the economy, a process known as deregulation. Home ownership rose dramatically during this period. However, by the early 2000s, the pendulum had swung too far in the direction of deregulation. People who were otherwise unqualified for mortgages were given loans that were bundled as a high-risk, high-reward option for investors. The inability of homeowners to repay the loans at high interest rates was a contributing factor for the Great Recession of 2008. As a result, the government passed the Dodd-Frank Act, which served to prevent banks from making such risky loans. Additionally, bankers from around the world agreed to comply with the Basel III guidelines, which meant banks could not loan out quite so much money, no matter the credit risk of the borrower. Needless to say, all of this has failed to be widely popular with financial professionals, who have called for decreased regulation. Among the most fervent in calling for financial reform are financial planners, who now claim that the increased regulations make their work much more difficult. However, compared to social regulators, which have allowed varying amounts of deregulation in the past decades, economic regulatory commissions are much less willing to let go of the reins so easily. In this lesson, we looked at the role of regulation in the economy, specifically economic regulation. Regulation is action by a government or another authority to help make sure that the economy is as fair as possible. To understand not only the need for regulation, but also the difference between social regulation and economic regulation, we use the example of the tragedy of the commons, which asserts that individuals who act in their own self-interest might deplete a common resource important to a whole group of people. We then saw how governments use regulations to make sure that legal monopolies behave in a business-friendly fashion. We also explored deregulation, which attempts to loosen government regulations on the economy. Financial deregulation began under Reagan in the 1980s and helped to create a housing crisis and the Great Recession.
Sadly, taxes are a way of life for all of us. However, microeconomists have to think about taxes much more than the rest of us. No, this isn't because the government has some special hatred of microeconomics. Instead, it's because taxes change a great deal of the microeconomic landscape. This is because taxes change prices. While that sounds like a simple enough statement, it has massive implications. By now, you're probably pretty familiar with the relationship between demand and price. In short, the two have an inverse relationship. The higher the price, the lower the demand.
Since taxes are just tacked onto the cost of something, this causes the price to rise. This shrinks demand, which means that suppliers supply less, meaning that in turn they don't have to have as many jobs. This is why having enormous tax rates is such an economically touchy subject. Oh, and before you think that it's just a tax on suppliers, don't think for a second that those producers aren't passing the cost on to you, the consumer. Think about it. If you live on a state border between a state that has a high sales tax and another state that has no sales tax, which one are you going to frequent when you have to purchase something? By shopping in a lower tax jurisdiction, you could save several % on your overall purchase. Of course, there are multiple ways of taxing a population. There are 3 major styles of taxation. These are proportional, progressive, and regressive. We'll start with regressive first, since it's the rarest. That doesn't mean by any means that it is uncommon, however. Ever bought a lottery ticket? Chances are you didn't see many CEOs lining up to play the lottery. Instead, statistics show that people with less economic resources tend to play the lottery more heavily. And what does that money typically support? Education. That's right, the lottery is just a really clever tax. In fact, it's called a regressive tax because it charges those at lower income levels a higher portion of their income. The exact opposite of this is called a progressive tax, which charges higher percentages of income for each step up in income a person makes. This is what the United States and many other countries use as the basis for their income taxes, because it aims to spend the burden with a greater eye towards ability to pay. For example, in the U.S., the lowest tax bracket is 10%. The highest tax bracket is almost 40%, but that is only on income over more than $400,000 a year. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes. The final type of taxes are proportional taxes. As you might expect from the name, these taxes are levied at a set proportion of the amount to be taxed. Most frequently, these are used as sales taxes, such as the value-added tax in Europe. Occasionally, you will see people argue for a flat tax in the United States. What they really want is a proportional tax. It probably comes as no surprise to you that all of these taxes are used throughout the United States. The largest chunk for the majority of Americans is the progressive income tax. When most people think of taxes, this is what they think of. However, if you were to look at your paycheck, that's far from the only deduction you'll face. Very likely you'll have a state income tax as well, which is also likely to be progressive. However, the differences in tax brackets here are bewildering. In New York and California, for example, the highest tax bracket only applies to those making more than $1 million a year. Conversely, for those in Alabama or Virginia, the highest tax brackets start for those making incomes of only a few $1,000s. In this respect, Alabama and Virginia more closely resemble a proportional system. This is obviously one of the reasons that tax professionals are in such demand around the time income tax returns are due. However, there are regressive taxes as well. Unless you are in a handful of exempted categories, you pay a portion of your income towards Medicare and Social Security. These are only taxed for the first $100,000 or so of a person's income. The specific amount changes yearly. As a result, it is regressive. People making above that amount pay a smaller percentage of their income towards Medicare and Social Security than those who earn under that amount. However, chances are that if you're going to use that money to buy anything, you're going to pay a sales tax. The federal government largely leaves sales taxes up to state and local jurisdictions. This is why places like Delaware have a sales tax of 0%. On the other hand, it explains why some jurisdictions have very high sales taxes.
For example, California has a state sales tax of 7.5%, but that can go as high as 10% when local governments add their own taxes. In this lesson, we examine the role that tax plays in microeconomics. We saw how taxes can lower demand because taxes cause a rise in prices. Also, we learned about the three primary types of taxes used, namely the proportional tax, the progressive tax, and the regressive tax, as well as examples of each. Finally, we looked at our pay stubs to find out just how the U.S. tax system works, as well as the tax systems of the states and local governments.
Around 150 years ago, something big happened in business. As the Industrial Revolution hit full gear and communication was made easier through faster ships, railroads, and telegraphs, companies began to expand far beyond a given geographic area. Nowhere was this more true than in the United States, where backroom deals soon established a monopoly, or trust, which centralized control of multiple companies under one board of trustees. This resulted in less competition, higher prices, and industries that were largely dominated by a single company. Many businessmen claimed that trusts were simply a way of organizing large companies, but that wasn't entirely true. Entrepreneurs who consolidated their businesses became exceedingly wealthy at the expense of others. For example, in 1882, John D. Rockefeller established a trust that consolidated oil-related companies under one board of trustees. Within 7 short years, Rockefeller owned 90% of oil business in the United States, which allowed him, not the market, to determine the price of oil. Rockefeller and others like him became known among the public as robber barons because they acquired their fortunes through ruthless means, like exploiting workers, bribing government officials, ruining small businesses, and making backroom deals to hurt the competition. In this lesson, we'll explore how trusts affect the economy and how antitrust legislation reined in big business in the United States. For years, trusts had taken advantage of the fact that there was little legislation regulating businesses that operated in multiple states. As a result, the Interstate Commerce Act of 1887 was established to move regulation of large businesses to the federal sphere. Before this, companies could simply ignore a state that tried to limit their activities, knowing that state regulators were unable to look beyond their own state's borders in finding evidence to use against big companies. With the Interstate Commerce Act of 1887, federal regulators were now empowered to challenge big companies. The first federal antitrust law was the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890, which gave trustbusters the tools to prohibit anti-competitive business activities. These tools included outright prohibitions on many of the practices that had made the trusts so hard for smaller companies to challenge in the markets. Now, it was illegal to change prices to force out smaller competitors, as well as to work out backroom deals with other trusts to ensure high profits at the expense of others. No one was more famous for his desire to break up trusts than President Theodore Roosevelt. He sued dozens during his time in the White House. However, it wasn't until Roosevelt left office that Standard Oil, the largest trust in the U.S., was broken apart. For years, Standard Oil, under its founder John D. Rockefeller, had been the largest company in the world. The company was a classic trust. It had a monopoly over all oil production, with only a few token competitors left in business. Further, it had a long history of making deals with railroad companies to get lower costs for itself as well as higher costs for its competitors' oil. When the trust was broken up in 1911, it split into dozens of companies, many of which you've probably heard of. Chevron, Amoco, Exxon, and Mobil are all companies that were created following the busting of Standard Oil. Somewhat ironically, Rockefeller became the richest man in the world only after the trust broke apart, as suddenly he had high-valued stock in several companies. Trusts can have a negative effect on the economy when they are in operation. Foremost, they stifle competition, which means that consumers no longer have a choice. This itself leads to other disadvantages. There really is no reason to innovate, as there is no one left to compete against. Further, prices can be adjusted on a whim, rather than with attention to the equilibrium point of the economy. In short, the trust has the ability to largely determine wherever it wants to place that equilibrium point. Trusts can also hurt the competition that they do not eliminate. When trusts use their massive size to get discounts and better treatment from other companies unfairly, other firms can see their bottom line affected. Remember, one of the reasons that Standard Oil was so successful was because it was able to leverage its size in order to gain remarkable oil deals. That said, despite the fact that the days of the trusts were largely 100 years ago, one trust survived intact into the 1980s. For years, the American Telephone and Telegraph Corporation was the only provider of telephone services, as well as a primary provider of cable TV. This was because the company was able to monopolize use of its long-distance phone lines. Needless to say, this monopoly led to very high fees for customers, while the company posted record profits. In the 1980s, the company, often called Ma Bell, was broken into 7 regional baby bells. Suddenly, the cost of communications dropped dramatically, leading to a rise in the service industry, as well as making possible the growth of a little-known network that was dependent on access to phone lines, the Internet. In this lesson, we saw how trusts are bad for economies, as well as how trust busting has been used for more than 100 years to break apart trusts that use their size to disadvantage their competitors. Remember, a trust is formed when the vast majority of an entire industry is under the control of one board of trustees. One of the first ways that the government began to fight trusts was with the Interstate Commerce Act of 1887, which gave federal authorities the power to fight unfair business practices across state lines. Starting with the Sherman Antitrust Act, which gave trustbusters the tools to prohibit anti-competitive business activities. This prohibition on price gouging and backroom deals was used to break up Standard Oil. Then we looked at how the breakup of a much more recent trust, the American Telephone and Telegraph Corporation, led to significant economic and technological growth. In short, trusts can be summed up as bad for the economy in a few short reasons. They limit competition, which means fewer jobs and higher prices for consumers. They stifle innovation, which makes the economy less efficient for everyone else. And they increase prices for the consumer.
Let's talk about who's considered unemployed, how we measure the labor force, and then learn to calculate the unemployment rate with the help of some real-world examples. The Bureau of Labor Statistics defines a person as unemployed if they are not working but are willing and able to work. More precisely, unemployment is when the labor force is seeking employment but cannot find it. Unemployment is a cost to the economy in terms of the deficiency in production. In other words, when people don't have jobs, those employees aren't able to produce, and therefore the economy produces less. The number of unemployed persons includes people age 16 and older who are without a job but looking for work. The number of people out of work is the focus of this lesson. However, in order to accurately measure this, we need to define the labor force and talk about who's included in it. The labor force includes the total number of people who are working or unemployed. So both of these groups together. It's an important measurement of who is willing and able to work. For example, when Melanie loses her job at the local jewelry store, she scans the newspapers and internet job sites for job postings. However, Melanie's sister, Hannah, still works at the jewelry store, so she still has her job. Both Melanie and Hannah would be counted in the labor force. So both people who are working and people who are unemployed. All right, so we've talked about who's included. Let's talk about who's not included. Some people are not counted in the labor force. Melanie's daughter, Melinda, goes to college full-time. Full-time college students are neither employed nor unemployed, and so they are not included in the labor force. Right, another example. Melanie's cousin Marvin lost his job at the auto plant. He was looking for work for 9 months, but finally gave up and is no longer seeking a job, even though he's willing to work. Now, Marvin is what we call a discouraged worker. Discouraged workers are not included in the labor force, even though they're able to work, because they're not looking for work. They really want a job, but they've given up on the whole job search process, and because of this, they don't get counted in the unemployment statistics. Why is this important? Because if discouraged workers were included in the unemployment rate would be a lot higher. Economists believe that the unemployment rate underestimates the level of employment in the economy. Finally, if we want to know how much of the population is participating in the labor force, we have a number for that. The labor force participation rate is the percentage of the population that is in the labor force. The formula is as follows. Labor force participation rate equals labor force divided by adult population. We can use this information to measure unemployment and draw some important conclusions as well. The way we measure unemployment is by calculating the unemployment rate. So the unemployment rate is the percentage of the labor force that is unemployed. It's reported by the Department of Labor on the first Friday of each month. It's one of the most widely followed economic indicators, and it frequently affects the direction of the investment markets. During the Great Depression, the unemployment rate surged as high as 25%. That means 1 out of every 4 people were willing and able to work but could not find work. A recession in 2008 was the worst since the Great Depression because the unemployment rate was high for longer than any other time since the Great Depression. And during this time, the unemployment rate peaked at 10.2%. So let's find out how this rate is calculated, and we'll start in a small town far, far away. To calculate the unemployment rate, you need to know 2 things. First, you need to know the number of unemployed persons, and secondly, you need to know the number of people that are in the labor force. The unemployment rate represents the number of unemployed persons as a percentage of the labor force. So let's calculate the unemployment rate in the small town of Silo. So as you can see, here are the statistics from the town government regarding the labor market in the town of Silo. In 2010, 80 adults lived in Silo, of which 40 had a job. Then, let's say a lot of residents talked to their friends around the country, and another 80 adults moved to town. In 2011, there were 160 adults, 90 of which had jobs. And the formula for calculating unemployment rate is unemployment rate equals number of unemployed persons divided by labor force. Remember that the labor force includes those that are employed and those unemployed. So let's start with 2010. In 2010, Silo had a labor force of 40 plus 10, which is 50 workers. And when we plug in the 10 unemployed people into the formula, we get 10 divided by 50 equals 20%. So that's the unemployment rate for 2010 in the town of Silo. And if the unemployment rate is 20%, that doesn't mean that 20% of the adult population is unemployed. It means that 10 divided by 50, or 20% of the labor force, is unemployed. Very important distinction. Another way to say this is 40 out of 50, or 80% of the labor force, is employed. In the following year, 2011, Silo had a labor force of 90 plus 10 equals 100 workers. So that's the labor force. That means that the unemployment rate was 10 divided by 100 equals 10%. This means that 90% of the labor force is employed during that year. So now we can draw a conclusion about the trends in the labor force in the small town of Silo. From 2010 to 2011, the population increased. The labor force grew. while the unemployment rate fell from 20% down to 10%. But what if we want to know how much of CELO's population is willing and able to work? Then we'd use the labor force participation rate. Remember, the labor force participation rate is the percentage of the population that is in the labor force. And the formula is labor force participation rate equals labor force divided by the adult population. If we want to know what the labor force participation rate was in 2010, so here it is in CELO. 50 people in the labor force divided by 80 people in the adult population, which is equal to 5/8 times 100, which is about 63%. The labor force participation rate for 2011 would be 100 people in the labor force divided by 160 people in the adult population, which is equal to 10/16 times 100, which is also about 63%, same as it was in 2010. Here's a challenge for you. What if the unemployment rate rose, let's say, from 5 to 7%, but at the same time there were more people employed in the economy? How could this scenario happen? Well, remember that the unemployment rate is a percentage calculated from two numbers, the number of unemployed people and the labor force. The labor force includes people of working age, which is increasing over time whenever the population grows. So increases in population are making the labor force get larger, and that means the economy needs new jobs just to keep up with the increase in population. Sometimes more people are getting jobs, but not enough to keep up with the population. When the unemployment rate rises, but more people are employed, that means that the population grew faster than employment did. Alright, let's review the basic formulas we've learned in this lesson. Unemployment is when the labor force is seeking employment but cannot find it. The labor force includes the total number of people who are working or unemployed. It's an important measurement of who is willing and able to work. Groups not included in the labor force are full-time college students and discouraged workers. Discouraged workers are not included in the labor force even though they're able to work because they're not looking for work. If discouraged workers were counted, the unemployment rate would be much higher. Therefore, many economists believe that the unemployment rate underestimates the level of unemployment. The unemployment rate represents the number of unemployed persons as a percentage of the labor force. To calculate it, you need to know two things: the number of unemployed persons and the number of people in the labor force. Here's the formula for it. Unemployment rate equals number of unemployed persons divided by labor force. Finally, the labor force participation rate is the percentage of the population that is in the labor force. And the formula is labor force participation rate equals labor force divided by adult population .
If you watch the news or read the paper, you've probably seen or read news reports about the unemployment rate. Sometimes the news is reporting concern over the increasing unemployment rate, and other times it's good news. The unemployment rate is falling. While the unemployment rate can be reported quickly, and most people understand why it is an important barometer for the economy, economists have discovered that the unemployment rate is much more complex than simply the percentage of people that are out of work. Each month, the federal government calculates the unemployment rate using data collected from the Current Population Survey, CPS. The CPS is like a mini census survey conducted by census workers. Each month, 60,000 households, consisting of about 110,000 people, are called and asked about their employment situations, among other things. This data becomes the basis for the unemployment rate reported each month. Now, coming up with the national unemployment rate isn't as simple as just taking the unemployment rate for that group of people and extrapolating that to the entire population. Statisticians have taken great care to make sure they analyze demographic and regional characteristics of the sampled individuals and adjust the survey results to reflect the actual profile of the U.S. economy. After all that hard work, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, reports the unemployment rate on the first Friday of each month. As an example, let's take the numbers that were reported on March 7, 2014. On March 7th, the BLS reported that the economy had added 175,000 new jobs, but the unemployment rate increased from 6.6% in February 2014 to 6.7% in March. How could the unemployment rate increase when the number of jobs available also increased? To understand that and be able to put other changes in the unemployment rate in context, we need to become familiar with all the factors that contribute to the unemployment rate. We'll be using some terms and concepts from your algebra days, but don't worry, it will all make sense in just a few more minutes. To understand why the unemployment rate can change from month to month, we first must clearly define unemployment. To be classified as unemployed, an individual must meet 3 criteria. 1. They don't have a job. 2. They are looking for jobs. And 3. They are available for work. If someone meets all of those criteria, they are unemployed. Anyone that has a job is considered employed. Simple enough. The total labor force is the sum of unemployed people and employed people. The unemployment rate can then be calculated as the percentage of the labor force that is unemployed. Note, the unemployment rate is based on the labor force, not the total population. Remember our early example when the economy added 175,000 new jobs, but the unemployment rate went up? That's a very possible scenario, and it is due in large part to the second criteria in the definition of unemployment. They are looking for jobs. That means if someone doesn't have a job, they are able to work, but they just aren't looking for a job right now. They are not considered unemployed. But if they change their mind and start looking for a job, now they are counted in the unemployment numbers. When we see changes in unemployment, we often assume those changes are due to the number of people that are unemployed, or in the formula for the unemployment rate, the numerator, or the top number in a fraction. But remember, in the unemployment calculation, the denominator, the bottom number of a fraction, is the total labor market, which can also change each month. So changes to the unemployment rate can be due to changes to the number of people working, or it can be due to the number of people that say they are looking for work. Okay, so now that we know how unemployment is calculated, what it means, and when it is reported, we can start talking about why the number changes so often. To analyze and understand unemployment trends, economists have defined 3 types of unemployment: structural unemployment, cyclical unemployment, and frictional unemployment. Understanding what causes these 3 types of unemployment will make the fluctuations in the unemployment rate all make sense. First, structural unemployment occurs when the labor force cannot provide workers with the skills and abilities employers need. For example, when tech companies are not able to fill positions because they can't find qualified applicants, the unemployment rate would increase. If you read an article in your local newspaper about a big tech company opening up an office with 500 employees in your town, your first thought might be, great, that'll bring the unemployment rate down. You may be right, but if those jobs require special skills and there aren't many people in your town that can fill those jobs, then the impact on unemployment won't be significant. In fact, job openings that can't be filled because of a lack of skilled workers actually increases the unemployment rate because they can bring more job seekers to the labor market. So there are more people looking for work, one of the 3 criteria to be considered unemployed. But they can't get the job, leaving them in the ranks of unemployed. Another type of unemployment that can lead to increases or decreases in the overall rate is cyclical unemployment. Cyclical unemployment is the increase or decrease in unemployment due to the natural fluctuations of output as the economy moves through the business cycle. You'll recall that any healthy economy goes through a cycle of growth and contraction. During periods of growth, output rises, increasing the demand for labor and thereby decreasing the unemployment rate. Likewise, during periods of contraction, output declines, meaning companies need to lay off employees, which obviously increases the unemployment rate. Finally, economists have identified frictional unemployment as a type of unemployment that will impact the overall unemployment rate. Frictional unemployment is unemployment that occurs because workers are changing jobs. This is an important type of unemployment to understand because it is the reason no economy will ever have a 0% unemployment rate. Nor should policymakers want a 0% unemployment rate. Workers leaving their jobs to explore other opportunities suggests that the economy is healthy. People have the opportunity to look for better jobs, opening their positions for others to move up. It's difficult, probably impossible, to accurately break down the total unemployment rate into each of these three categories. Most economists agree that the full employment rate, or the unemployment rate when all unemployment is frictional, is probably around 3 to 5%. Beyond that, the complexities of the labor market and unemployment make it very difficult to say how much unemployment is due to cyclical factors or structural factors. To review, the unemployment rate is calculated each month by the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, a division of the Department of Labor. Each month, a team of census workers contacts about 60,000 households, representing about 110,000 individuals, and conducts a survey, part of which asks about their employment situation. If someone meets three criteria, 1, they don't have a job, 2, they are looking for a job, and 3, they are available to work, they are considered unemployed. Add that number to the total number of employed people, and you have the total labor market. Whatever percentage of the total labor market is unemployed is reported on the first Friday of each month as the unemployment rate. While only one unemployment rate is reported, economists have identified three types of unemployment. Structural unemployment is due to employment positions that can't be filled because there is a shortage of skilled workers. Cyclical unemployment is due to the natural changes in output that occurs as part of the business cycle. Frictional unemployment is caused by people voluntarily leaving their jobs to pursue other employment opportunities. Because frictional employment is voluntary and actually a sign of a healthy economy, the unemployment rate will never be 0%, nor should it. Now that you know how unemployment is measured and the three types of unemployment economists have identified, you should understand why that number changes each month. Companies hire. Companies fire. Sometimes companies can't find workers with the right skill set. The economy grows. The economy shrinks. People quit jobs to take other jobs. Once a month, we get a snapshot of how all of those factors are impacting the unemployment rate. And now you'll be able to understand a little better why next month's rate will be a little different.
There are three major types of unemployment, including cyclical, frictional, and structural. Let's take a look at each one of them through the eyes of workers in the town of Silo. As a matter of fact, I'd like to introduce you to a few of them and then find out what type of unemployment they're experiencing. Cindy just graduated from college, and she's looking for work by scanning job sites, reading newspaper listings, and attending job fairs. Good for you, Cindy. Cindy's dad, Matt, is a manufacturing worker in Silo who loves to pull levers and wear hard hats. Matt's uncle Fred works as a temporary Santa Claus each holiday season. Particularly, he loves to work at commodities trading firms on Wall Street. Fred's brother Fromm is a high school gym teacher who's desperately trying to teach kickboxing to the school's guinea pigs with the help of students. He was hired as a second gym teacher last year. Okay, so this is the town of Silo. These are the workers we're talking about. Let's talk about the economy. Over time, the economy experiences many ups and downs. Well, that's what we call cyclical unemployment. It goes in cycles. Cyclical unemployment occurs because of these cycles. When the economy enters a recession, many of the jobs lost are considered cyclical unemployment. For example, during the Great Depression, the unemployment rate surged as high as 25%. That means 1 out of 4 people were willing and able to work but could not find work. And most of this unemployment was considered cyclical unemployment. Eventually, unemployment came down again. People had jobs. As you can see, at least part of unemployment can be explained by looking at the cycles or the ups and downs of the economy. Frictional unemployment occurs because of the normal turnover in the labor market and the time it takes for workers to find new jobs. Throughout the course of the year in the labor market, some workers change jobs. When they do, it takes time to match up potential employees with new employers. Even if there are enough workers to satisfy every job opening, it takes time for workers to learn about these new job opportunities and for them to be considered, interviewed, and hired. When Cindy graduates from college, she begins to look for work. Let's say it takes her 4 months to land a new job. Well, during this time, she is considered frictionally unemployed. So now let's talk about structural. Structural unemployment occurs because of an absence of demand for a certain type of worker. This typically happens when there are mismatches between the skills that employers want and the skills that workers have. Major advances in technology, as well as finding lower costs of labor overseas, will lead to this kind of unemployment. When workers lose jobs because their skills are obsolete or because their jobs are transferred to other countries, they are structurally unemployed. It's structural unemployment because the structure of the economy has changed, not because of the regular ups and downs of the economy. For example, Matt loses his job because the manufacturing company he worked for in Silo moves overseas, and some of the factory workers that are left at home are not needed because of new high-tech gear that was recently installed. So Matt becomes structurally unemployed. Most of the new jobs require a college degree or new skills, so Matt decides to go back to school. So it's a very common example of what's going on in the economy, especially during challenging times. One type of structural unemployment is seasonal unemployment. And seasonal unemployment happens when the structure of the economy changes from month to month. Some jobs close down because the seasons change. Here are some examples. Fred takes a job every December dressing up as a Santa Claus and attending parties on Wall Street. Once Christmas is over, Fred's Santa Claus job, of course, disappears as quickly as the salmon he enjoyed at the party. This is an example of seasonal unemployment. Another example is Fred's brother Fromm. Now, Fromm is a high school gym teacher in the town of Silo. Because of the school's schedule, he is unemployed during the summer months. However, he remains fully dedicated to the school's guinea pigs in the meantime. This is an example of seasonal unemployment. So let's summarize what we talked about in this lesson. There are 3 main types of unemployment: cyclical, frictional, and structural. Cyclical unemployment occurs because of the ups and downs of the economy over time. When the economy enters a recession, many of the jobs lost are considered cyclical unemployment. Frictional unemployment occurs because of the normal turnover in the labor market and the time it takes for workers to find new jobs. Structural unemployment occurs because of an absence of demand for a certain type of worker. This typically happens when there are mismatches between the skills employers want and the skills that workers have. Seasonal unemployment is a type of structural unemployment that happens when the structure of the economy changes from month to month. Some jobs close down because the seasons change. And when workers lose their jobs because of this, it's considered seasonal unemployment. We're talking about the natural rate of unemployment. And there are some important terms and definitions regarding the labor market that you need to know in economics. Just imagine we find ourselves in the little town of Silo, quite a breathtaking place if you ask me. Within the town of Silo, we find that Cindy just graduated from college, and she's actively looking for work. Cindy is frictionally unemployed, meaning that her decision is part of the normal turnover that happens in a healthy job market. Now, Cindy's dad, Matt, has lost his job because he no longer has the skills necessary to perform his job at the factory, since they replaced all the machinery with high-tech gear and also moved a lot of the factory overseas. In addition, Matt's uncle, Fred, he works seasonally as a Santa Claus for Christmas parties on Wall Street, loves to eat salmon from the buffet, but he's not working since the holidays have long since passed. Matt and Fred are what we call structurally unemployed. Matt's uncle Fred has a brother named Fromm, and Fromm has lost his job as a high school gym teacher because of an economic slowdown. Things were going well, but when the economy slowed down, the school had to lay him off, so he's now unemployed. This is an example of cyclical unemployment. Fromm is cyclically unemployed. Now, what we want to do is take the concept of supply and demand and apply it to the labor market. When the labor market is in equilibrium, employment is at what economists consider the natural level of employment. That means employment is at a level at which the quantity of labor demanded equals the quantity supplied. So let's talk about the classical theory of unemployment for a minute. In theory, the labor market should be very quickly moving and efficient, which should lead supply and demand into equilibrium most of the time, and everyone should have a job that wants one, right? Well, this is the view of the classical theory of unemployment. Classical economists believe that unemployment must be due to some interference in the labor markets, such as regulations, which they believe should be removed. In reality, Cindy, Matt, Fred, and Fromm are unemployed for one reason or another. Even if the economy is operating at an equilibrium level, there will still be some unemployment. Specifically, there will be frictional and structural unemployment, but no cyclical unemployment. That means that when the economy is at the natural rate of unemployment, Cindy, Fred, and Matt may be unemployed, but Fromm will still have his job. Therefore, most economists believe that over the long term, an unemployment rate of 0 is unobtainable. The rate of unemployment consistent with the natural level of employment is called the natural rate of unemployment. Economists also describe an economy at this natural rate as the full employment level of output. Now, because it's a theoretical concept, it's not possible to measure the natural rate, so economists have to estimate it. And most of us, when we hear this, would think that the natural rate is 0, because we assume that the goal of government leaders is to remove unemployment, so that everyone has a job who wants one. However, economists suggest that the natural rate of unemployment is between 4 and 6%. In our example, Cindy, her dad Matt, and his uncle Fred are unemployed for reasons not caused by a recession. The ups and downs of the economy, the expansions and contractions in real GDP that we continue to experience over time will bring the employment level above or below the natural rate. For example, when the economy experiences a recession, additional unemployment is generated, which we call cyclical unemployment, or unemployment that's directly caused by an economic slowdown. Hey, remember Fromm? However, as firms and employees adjust their expectations to the ups and downs, the economy generally moves back towards a natural level, where there is no cyclical unemployment, but only frictional and structural. When the economy is growing rapidly, the actual unemployment rate is usually below the natural rate of unemployment. On the other hand, when it's growing very slowly, actual unemployment tends to be above the natural rate. As it turns out, inflation is closely tied to this concept. The Federal Reserve tends to define the natural rate of unemployment as the rate of unemployment at which there is no tendency for inflation to accelerate or decelerate. In other words, where inflation is fairly stable and doesn't change from year to year. We can infer from this definition that when actual unemployment is below the natural rate, the likely result would be higher inflation. So let's talk more about structural unemployment, which in the previous example would be Matt and Fred in the town of Silo. Structural unemployment can be caused by a mismatch between available jobs and worker skills, as well as by a mismatch of location or challenges with the flow of information about jobs. Seasonal unemployment is also considered structural. Remember, this is Fred, the Santa Claus who loves salmon. According to economists at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, the dominant type of unemployment that was prevalent during the 1991 and 2001 recessions was structural. They determined this by measuring the number of layoffs, then watching to see if those jobs were recovered after the recession. And while some of them were recovered, cyclical unemployment of course, many were not. In response to these causes of structural unemployment, there are certain fiscal policies that could lead to a reduction in the natural rate of unemployment. For example, providing additional job training programs to workers who are less skilled. And when you help workers get better job training for the kind of jobs that are available, they improve their skills and gain knowledge that will help them qualify for these new jobs. And that's going to reduce unemployment. So that's an example of a fiscal policy that would help reduce the natural rate of unemployment. So let's summarize what we've talked about. When the labor market is in equilibrium, employment is at what economists consider the natural level of employment. That means employment is at a level at which the quantity of labor demanded equals the quantity supplied. Although the classical school of economics believes that everyone can have a job who wants one, most economists believe that over the long term, an unemployment rate of 0 is unobtainable. The rate of unemployment consistent with the natural level is called the natural rate of unemployment. Economists described an economy at this natural rate as the full employment level of output. The Federal Reserve tends to define it as the rate of unemployment at which there is no tendency for inflation to accelerate or decelerate. When actual unemployment is below the natural rate, however, the likely result is going to be higher inflation. Economists suggest that the natural rate of unemployment is between 4 and 6%. And there are certain fiscal policies that could lead to a reduction in this natural rate of unemployment, such as providing additional job training programs to workers who are less skilled. Join me as we visit one of the largest farms in the country. At this very moment, Fred the farmer is making a decision about how much corn to plant throughout the acres and acres of his beautiful land. If we can get inside his head and determine how he makes decisions, we could explain a lot of things about how the economy works, including prices, unemployment, and the actions taken by the government and the central bank. When Fred the farmer decides how much corn to plant each year, he's using rational expectations, which is a theory that people develop expectations about the future that are based on all available information, not simply past experience. Because people are forward-looking and incorporate this into their expectations, the future tends to follow their expectations. John Muth is called the father of the rational expectations revolution. His rational expectations theory was developed as a challenge to some of the ideas regarding aggregate demand from classic economist John Maynard Keynes. As we'll see in a moment, the theory of rational expectations has some important effects on aggregate supply. More importantly, it clashes with Keynes' viewpoint that the government should intervene in the economy and argues instead for government non-interference. Let's take a closer look at this economic theory with the help of some examples. The theory of rational expectations says that because people are forward-looking and rational as opposed to emotional, actual outcomes will turn out to be very close to the expectations of all the players in the economy. For example, whenever it's time for Fred to go out and plant for the year, he makes a very important decision about how much corn to plant. How much he plants depends on how much he thinks he will earn from doing so. If the price of corn is high, then Fred will choose to plant more corn so he can sell it at a higher profit. If the price is low, Fred won't plant as much because he still has to do the same amount of work for every bushel of corn, but his return will also be low. Farmers like Fred are making the same decision across the whole economy. Fred and his peers make decisions based on two things. Firstly, past experience, which is what the price of corn was before. And secondly, they make decisions based on all information they have, such as the current price of corn. These two things form the basis of their expectations of the future, or what they think the price of corn will be in the future. When you take all of the decisions in the economy together, you get an aggregate level of supply for corn. This aggregate supply affects the actual price of corn at harvest time, which tends to be pretty close to what all the farmers together predicted. In addition, all their profit from planting and harvesting corn ends up being pretty much what all the farmers expected it to be, assuming no major changes in price from one year to the next. So now you see how the farmers' rational expectations about the value of their corn basically held true. The theory of rational expectations can be directly applied to the labor market. Specifically, what happens to unemployment. The rational expectations theory predicts that because companies and workers rely not only on past information but also make predictions about the future, that the labor market will generally be in equilibrium most of the time. So unemployment is at its natural rate. Just as the farmers more or less predicted the value of their corn, so too can companies more or less predict the proper level of employment for equilibrium. Rational expectations theory also leads to the conclusion that although the government can help reduce the unemployment rate, their actions will only lead to higher prices. Since unemployment is basically at equilibrium most of the time, any actions by the government to alter its level will unnaturally disrupt the economy's price level. Therefore, the government should not intervene. Okay, let's take a look at one final example of the rational expectations theory. The theory applies not only to unemployment, but also fiscal and monetary policies. Because people change their behavior based on what they expect, government and central bank attempts to influence real GDP may be completely ineffective. Abraham Lincoln famously, though perhaps not accurately, said, "You can fool all the people some of the time, and some of the people all the time, but you cannot fool all the people all of the time." Although he wouldn't have known it at that time, he was basically explaining rational expectations. This leads us to an important conclusion about government fiscal policy and central bank monetary policy. Any action on the part of government or the central bank to increase GDP will tend to be expected and included in the current behavior of rational people. And the end result will be higher prices. In other words, real output of the economy cannot be increased by the government or central bank because people cannot be fooled, and they will change their current behavior when they discover that the government or central bank intends to act. For example, if people see a surge in the money supply from the Federal Reserve or a tax cut coming from the government, they will behave in their own best interest. Workers will expect higher wages because they expect demand to increase in the future. Firms will be willing to pay higher wages because they also expect an increase in demand. However, these firms will pass on their rising labor costs in the form of higher prices. A whole school of economics developed in part because of rational expectations. The New Classical School of Economics. New classical economists believe that fiscal and monetary policies will not work if they are anticipated. To summarize this lesson, rational expectations theory is the hypothesis that people make guesses and develop expectations about the future that are based on all available information, not simply past experience. Because they are forward-looking and incorporate this into their expectations, the future tends to follow their expectations. This theory contradicts the Keynesian view that governments should intervene in an attempt to lower unemployment, and that central banks should manipulate the money supply in an attempt to increase economic output. The rational expectations theory predicts that the labor market will generally be in equilibrium most of the time, so unemployment is at the natural rate. Rational expectations theory leads to the conclusion that the government cannot do anything to reduce unemployment. It also leads to an important conclusion about government fiscal policy and central bank monetary policy. Any action on the part of government or the central bank to increase GDP will tend to be expected and included in the current behavior of rational people, and the end result will be higher prices. A whole school of economics developed in part because of rational expectations. The New Classical School of Economics. New classical economists believe that fiscal and monetary policies will not work if they are anticipated.
In this lesson, we're talking about the resource market, where workers exchange their human capital with firms for wages. Firms must have labor to produce the goods and services that they sell. For example, Bob's lawn cutting business needs workers to help him mow as many lawns as possible throughout the neighborhood. At the same time, Margie's cake business needs workers to help create, decorate, and deliver her unique prize-winning cakes that generate smiles all across the land. In the resource market, firms become the demanders, and workers become the suppliers. In the labor market, supply and demand forces are at work just like they are in the product market. When the supply of labor is equal to the demand for labor, the market is in equilibrium, at the intersection between the supply and demand curves. The minimum wage, though, is a special case in the labor market because the demand for many of these workers is inelastic. So, what happens when governments intervene in this market with minimum wages? Let's find out. Governments often impose a minimum wage to raise the wages of workers who are earning very little. A minimum wage is very similar to a price floor because it is set above the market wage. According to this illustration of the labor market, the equilibrium wage is at $9, while the quantity of workers at that wage is at 50. Right now, the labor market has found its equilibrium, and it's in balance. However, the government, concerned about unskilled workers, decides to impose a minimum wage of $12 instead of $9 in an attempt to help those workers who are having trouble paying the bills. So, what happens? The labor market actually loses jobs, but not very many. The new level falls from 50 to 47. Why? That's because the demand curve for these jobs is relatively inelastic. In our examples, if Bob lays off grass cutters or Marge lays off cake makers, they are diminishing their ability to generate revenue and serve their customers. This represents what has happened in recent years on a larger scale, as many states have raised the minimum wage. Most of the minimum wage jobs in our economy are in customer-facing positions in the restaurant, hospitality, and service industries. The demand for these jobs is inelastic, since employers need them to provide service to their customers, which generates revenue for the employer. So most minimum wage workers get to keep their jobs and enjoy the higher wage. Let's summarize what we've talked about in this lesson. When the supply of labor is equal to the demand for labor, the market is in equilibrium, at the intersection between the supply and demand curves. When the labor market is in equilibrium, that means that wages are currently at the market rate. Governments often impose a minimum wage to raise the wages of workers who are earning very little. A minimum wage is very similar to a price floor because it's set above the market wage. When minimum wages are imposed, unemployment increases, but only slightly in this case, because of the inelasticity of demand for minimum wage workers. Unemployment is a scary thought for many people because most of us rely on work to obtain money to pay for the necessities of life. You are considered unemployed if you don't have a job but are actively looking for one. If you are unemployed and not actively looking for work, you are not considered part of the labor force. For better or for worse, you will not be counted when the government calculates unemployment. We can calculate a country's unemployment rate using the following formula. Number of unemployed in labor force divided by total labor force times 100. For example, imagine a small island country with a population of 550,000 and a labor force of 500,000. Assume that 29,000 people in the island's labor force are unemployed. Let's do the math. 29,000 divided by 500,000 times 100 equals 5.8%. Is this percentage good or bad? One way we can answer this question is to figure out how close the current rate of unemployment is to the natural rate of unemployment. The natural rate of unemployment is considered to be the lowest rate of unemployment sustainable over a long period of time. The actual rate can be at, above, or below the natural rate of unemployment. For example, an economic recession can cause a major increase above the natural rate of unemployment, while an economic boom may push unemployment down below its natural rate. Keep in mind, however, that even the natural rate is not truly constant over time. Major changes in the structure of the economy and its labor market, such as a significant technological innovation, can affect the natural rate. This could make a whole class of jobs obsolete with no new substitute. We can analyze the natural rate of unemployment through the law of supply and demand and the use of graphing. Labor is one of the resources that businesses must acquire in order to produce goods and services. And, like any other resource, labor is acquired by businesses in markets where workers negotiate with employers seeking to trade their labor for compensation, such as wages and benefits. Like other markets, the labor market is subject to the general laws of supply and demand. If the supply of labor increases faster than the demand for it, the price of labor, such as wages, tends to go down. If the supply of labor goes down faster than the demand for it, the price of labor will tend to go up. Let's plot the supply of labor and the demand for labor on a graph and see what happens. You'll note that the supply curve and demand curve intersect at a point on our graph, which we call the equilibrium point. The natural rate of unemployment is the unemployment rate we have when the labor market is at equilibrium. Now, let's create a graph that shows the natural rate of unemployment and plot the actual unemployment rate for a period of years on the same graph. You can see that the natural rate of unemployment is depicted as a horizontal line, with the actual rate either above the line, intersecting it, or dipping below the line. Why should businesses care about the natural rate of unemployment? Let's say you're a business person looking to hire people. If the current supply of available workers is at the equilibrium point, then your labor costs will be pretty stable for now. However, if the unemployment rate is below the natural rate of unemployment, then your labor costs may increase because the supply of workers isn't keeping pace with the demand for them. On the other hand, if the actual unemployment rate is above the natural rate of unemployment, labor may be cheaper because supply has outpaced demand and there's more people looking for work than vacancies. In other words, people will accept a lower wage in order to get a job. Let's review what we've learned. The unemployment rate is the percentage of the workforce that is unemployed. The natural rate of unemployment is the lowest rate of unemployment that we can sustain for a long period of time. Keep in mind, however, that the natural rate of unemployment does not stay constant forever and may fluctuate if the structure of the economy and labor market changes significantly. We can analyze unemployment in terms of supply and demand in the labor market. The natural rate of unemployment is the rate of unemployment that exists when the labor market is at equilibrium. When the supply of labor outpaces demand, the rate of unemployment ticks above the natural rate, and businesses may be able to pay less for labor. On the other hand, if the rate of unemployment falls below the natural rate, the cost of labor for businesses may increase as demand outpaces supply.
The vast majority of people in modern economies rely upon trading their labor in exchange for the money they need to obtain food, shelter, and other necessities of life. In other words, most people work for others to make a living. If you're unemployed or without a job, you don't have money for rent, groceries, transportation, healthcare, and other essentials of daily living. But that's not all. The negative effect of a high rate of unemployment reaches well beyond the personal financial consequences for unemployed people. Let's take a look at different ways to measure the true cost of unemployment. An unemployed person incurs many different economic and non-economic costs. Economically, unemployed people will often suffer a reduction in their standard of living, as unemployment benefits do not come close to replacing past income, and many unemployed people have inadequate savings to withstand even a few weeks of unemployment without defaulting on their financial obligations, such as mortgages, car loans, and credit cards. If you live paycheck to paycheck, missing one paycheck is all that is needed for financial ruin. Non-economic costs include the mental and emotional stress that can actually adversely affect your health. Long periods of high unemployment can adversely affect an entire society. Unemployment may cause crime to increase. People may be less willing to volunteer and contribute to charities because they fear they may suffer unemployment. There may also be calls to restrict free trade and immigration in an effort to insulate the country from perceived threats that may cause a loss of even more jobs, creating an us versus them mentality. Unemployment costs businesses as well. The United States is a consumer-driven economy, which means most businesses make their money from the goods and services they sell to other people. Most consumers get the money to buy stuff from working. If too many people are unemployed, there's a decrease in demand. A decrease in demand means a company doesn't make money and may even have to lay off employees. These laid-off employees now don't have the money to buy goods and services from businesses, resulting in further reduction in demand, and the cycle may continue. Also, keep in mind that unemployment benefits are funded through taxes assessed on employers. A high rate of sustained unemployment may increase the tax burden on businesses, which cuts into profits and investment, including hiring more people. Unemployment imposes tangible costs on governments as well. The more people are unemployed, the more the state and federal governments must pay out money in unemployment insurance benefits. Medicaid, food stamps, and other social insurance programs. This extra spending either takes away from other government investments, such as defense, infrastructure, and scientific research, adds to governmental debt, or both. Moreover, people that aren't earning paychecks don't have an income tax. Likewise, people that don't have a paycheck don't buy as much stuff subject to sales tax. This causes a decline in federal and state revenue and exasperates the fiscal problems. It should not come to a surprise to you by now that a prolonged high rate of unemployment can have broad implications for our economy. In fact, economist Arthur Okun discovered a statistical relationship between employment and a country's gross national product, or GNP. GNP was an older measure of the size of economic production in a country in terms of the monetary value of what its citizens produce, regardless of whether the income is generated within the country's borders. GNP has now been displaced by Gross Domestic Product, or GDP, which is the aggregate of all value of all the goods and services produced within a country during a specific period of time. Okun's law holds that there is a positive relationship between GNP and employment. This means that a country's national economic production goes up when employment goes up. On the other hand, there's a negative relationship between unemployment and GNP. When unemployment increases, GNP goes down. This makes sense because productivity is tied to a significant degree to people working on producing goods and services. If less people are producing, then less stuff is produced. Okun's law has evolved over the years. An earlier version of the law holds that when GNP increases by 3%, unemployment decreases by 1%. This law only works when the unemployment rate drops somewhere between 3 and 7.5%. Another version looks at the relationship between unemployment and GDP and finds that a 1% increase in unemployment will result in a 2% drop in the GDP. You should note that while the general idea behind Okun's law applies to economies outside the United States, the effect of unemployment on GDP will be different. This is because the nature of labor markets are different from country to country. Let's review what we've learned. A prolonged rate of high unemployment is costly not only to individuals but also to businesses, government, and society in general. Unemployed individuals may suffer a reduction in their standard of living and be plagued by mental and emotional stress. Businesses suffer a reduction in demand, which means less sales and may result in further unemployment. Government expenses increase while its revenue goes down. Society may become less civil with increases in crime, less charitable acts, and a general us versus them mentality towards trade and immigration. Okun's law is useful in understanding how unemployment can be costly to a country's GDP. Okun's law demonstrates a statistical correlation between a country's GDP and its unemployment rate. According to Okun's law, a 1% increase in unemployment in the United States labor market will result in a 2% drop in U.S. GDP.
Kip owns his own business making wood carvings. After being in business for only 2 years, Kip's company has become so popular that he has increased the number of employees from the 5 he started with to his current number of 35. The employees all have their own job duties and all are important for the success of the company. However, Kip has noticed lately that there has been a higher turnover rate than he has experienced before. Kip knows that he needs to find a way to retain his employees, but how? After doing some research, he comes across a concept in which companies pay their employees a higher wage to motivate them to work harder and stay with the company. This concept is known as efficiency wage theory. In this lesson, we will learn what it is, why it is used, and the effects it has on the labor market. Before we learn more about efficiency wage theory, let's define a key concept. Market clearing wage is a term used to indicate the wage at which the supply of labor equals the demand for labor. When supply and demand of labor balance, there is neither unemployment nor a shortage of labor. When employees are earning more than the market clearing wage, their company is using efficiency wage theory. Efficiency wage theory is the idea that paying employees more than the market clearing wage will benefit the company. Under this theory, companies benefit from this overpayment by retaining employees and motivating them to work harder. When employees get paid more, they may begin to feel like an important asset to the company and therefore develop loyalty. Employees may also feel that because of higher pay, there is a greater chance of being terminated due to the company's higher labor costs. This is another incentive for the employee to work harder to keep his or her job. We know that companies want to keep their employees. Consequently, they often consider using efficiency wage theory. Why might a company operate under this theory? The company benefits in the following ways. Lower turnover. When employees get paid higher than industry rates, they are less likely to look for a new job. This is because they realize that it might be difficult to find a job that pays more. Reduced training costs. When new employees start, they often have to go through some sort of training. This training can be quite costly for a company, and when there is a high turnover rate, companies end up paying a great deal of money to train new employees. Retaining employees by offering higher wages helps minimize the costs of training. More applicants. If job seekers know that a company is offering pay that is higher than other companies, the company is likely to see an increase in the number of applicants for open positions. This increase in applicants gives the company a larger selection of potential employees, which makes the odds of finding higher quality employees greater. as opposed to companies whose low pay attracts a smaller number of individuals. While offering higher wages to motivate employees to work harder seems like a great way to increase productivity, the theory is not without its negative effects. At first, more money can encourage someone to work hard and maintain efficiency. However, should the company need to downsize when demand decreases, under efficiency wage theory, the company could end up with more labor than it needs. More specifically, when higher salaries cause fewer employees to leave their jobs voluntarily, a company can get stuck with a surplus of labor. When this happens, a company might be forced to terminate some employees because it simply does not need all of them. Also, when a company uses higher wages to reduce turnover rates and increase productivity, if and when an employee becomes less productive, a company may terminate him or her as a consequence. This means that employees may feel undue pressure to sustain high levels of productivity in order to avoid losing their jobs. Efficiency wage theory is the idea of paying employees more than the market clearing wage in order to motivate them to work hard, maintain productivity, and stay with the employer. In applying efficiency wage theory, a company often experiences benefits such as lower turnover rates, less money spent on training, and a larger selection of qualified job applicants. While there are many benefits to using this theory, it is not without its pitfalls. When employees do not leave their jobs, a surplus of labor may develop, which can lead to some employees being terminated. Employees are also often pressured to maintain high levels of productivity under the threat of termination, which increases work-related stress.
Imagine with me that 5 years ago, the economy was in recession. In the town of Silo, we find that Bob's lowrider lawn service is struggling. Customers have cut their budgets and have canceled service. Responding to a slower economy, Bob has had to lay off workers, who are now looking for work elsewhere. At Margie's Cakewalk, things are about the same. Fewer consumers are buying cakes, and when they do, they're buying smaller ones. Margie has had to lay off workers to keep her costs down. In fact, businesses across the economy are in a similar situation. Unemployment is 8%, which is higher than usual. Prices for goods and services are going up slowly, as measured by an inflation rate of 1%. Now imagine that this year the economy is growing rapidly. Bob's lawn service is booming, and his workforce is very busy. Because of the strong economy, he's had to hire additional workers. At Margie's Cakewalk, everyone is now working overtime baking and decorating cakes. And Margie has had to hire additional employees as well. Businesses all over the economy are enjoying the good times, and there is a shortage of workers available. Unemployment is 3%, and prices for goods and services are going up quickly, as measured by a 5% inflation rate. Economists call the relationship between inflation and unemployment the Phillips curve. In 1958, when A.W.H. Phillips released a study of wages in the United Kingdom, he found that in the short run, there is a trade-off between inflation and unemployment. In other words, when unemployment was high, inflation was low, and when unemployment was low, inflation rose rapidly. Using United States data from the 1960s, let's take a look at the inverse relationship between inflation and unemployment and see if we can find the Phillips curve at work. As you can see from the table, in 1961, the unemployment rate was about 6.7%, while inflation was a very low 1.1%. Then, by 1969, unemployment had fallen to 3.5%, but inflation rose to 5.5%. By plotting these same points on a graph, we can see the Phillips curve, which is downward sloping. Moving from one point to another on this curve happens because of changes in demand in the economy. For example, when consumers become more optimistic, demand for products and services goes up in the economy. This leads to higher economic growth, and along with it, lower unemployment and higher inflation. On the Phillips curve, this scenario can be illustrated by moving upwards along the curve. When consumers become more fearful, demand goes down, economic output declines, and this leads to higher unemployment and lower inflation. This is illustrated by movement down the Phillips curve. Anytime aggregate demand in the economy increases or decreases, unemployment changes and so does inflation. But they do so in opposite directions. This is what economists call movement along the Phillips curve. So, why is this relationship between inflation and unemployment important, and what does it tell us? The Phillips curve tells us that it may not be possible for an economy to achieve both of the goals of low inflation and low unemployment at the same time. In the 1960s, it appeared that there was a definite trade-off between the two. Government leaders had succeeded in lowering the unemployment rate, but only at the expense of higher inflation. Soon after this discovery, economists began estimating what the Phillips curve would be for most countries, and this theory became widely accepted and taught in major universities across the world. All right, let's summarize the main points from this lesson. The Phillips curve represents the inverse relationship between the rate of inflation and the unemployment rate. The Phillips curve illustrates that when inflation is low, unemployment is high, and vice versa. In the 1960s, the Phillips curve was especially noticeable, and the theory behind it became widely accepted and taught around the world. The Phillips curve tells us that it may not be possible for an economy to achieve both of the goals of low inflation and low unemployment at the same time. Anytime aggregate demand in the economy increases or decreases, unemployment changes, and so does inflation, but they tend to do so in opposite directions. This is what economists call movement along the Phillips curve. In 1958, when A.W.H. Phillips released a study of wages in the United Kingdom, he found that there was an inverse relationship between inflation and unemployment. In other words, when unemployment was high, inflation was low, and when unemployment was low, inflation rose rapidly. Economists called this the Phillips curve. The Phillips curve illustrates the relationship between the rate of inflation and the unemployment rate. In this lesson, we're talking about the factors that lead to a shift in the Phillips curve. Inflation and unemployment are closely related to aggregate supply because it takes workers to produce the supply of goods, and wages tend to be one of the largest expenses for businesses. Because of this connection, whatever events lead to a shift in aggregate supply will also lead to a shift in the short-run Phillips curve, whether they are positive or negative. So let's visit the town of Silo to find out what factors will lead to a shift in the Phillips curve. First, we'll talk about a rightward shift or increase, and then we'll talk about a leftward shift or decrease. In the town of Silo, we find that Bob the business owner is busy mowing lawns. On his breaks, he's drinking energy drinks, listening to his tunes on his Me phone, and reading the latest edition of the popular magazine Landscaper's Dream. Suppose that this year prices in the town of Silo are 3% higher than they were last year, and inflation has been 3% over the last several years. In this case, consumers and businesses in the town would probably expect prices to go up by 3% this year. This means that Bob would set his prices 3% higher, and Bob's workers would expect a cost of living adjustment in their wages of 3%. Now suppose that instead of 3%, inflation was actually 4% this year. It was 3% for several years in a row, but now all of a sudden it's 4%. Observing this trend, Bob may expect inflation to go up by 5% next year and raise prices by this amount. Bob's workers may expect more inflation as well and negotiate their wages even higher. Increases in expected inflation like this will cause a rightward shift to the short-run Phillips curve. Now imagine that Bob pays $4 per gallon for gasoline to fill up his mowers each day, which is refined from
let's say foreign oil. All of a sudden, the price of oil goes up by 20%, leading to an increase in the price of gasoline. Bob's profit potential now goes down, and without being able to raise prices, he's forced to lay off some workers. This negative supply shock causes a rightward shift of the short-run Phillips curve. As unfortunate as it sounds, if a hurricane passes through the town of Silo, Bob's office sustains major damage that shuts down his business. This negative supply shock would also lead to a rightward shift of the short-run Phillips curve, and Bob's workers would be out of a job. Finally, the mayor of Silo passes a law increasing the minimum wage. When this happens, Bob is forced to pay low-wage workers a higher wage, so his profit potential goes down, and he decides to let go of a few smaller lawn customers and let go of 5 workers. This leads to a rightward shift of the short-run Phillips curve. Decreases in aggregate supply like these shift the short-run Phillips curve to the right, so that more inflation is seen at each unemployment rate. Now, these events work in reverse as well, leading to the opposite result. For example, when inflation expectations go down, the short-run Phillips curve shifts to the left. When the price of oil from abroad declines, the short-run Phillips curve shifts to the left. Finally, suppose that Bob's son, Bobby Jr., wins the science fair at school, inventing a super freak machine that makes everyone twice as productive whenever they listen to disco music. Improvements in technology lead to a leftward shift in the short-run Phillips curve. Increases in aggregate supply like these will shift the short-run Phillips curve to the left, so that less inflation is seen at each unemployment rate. All right, time to review. The Phillips curve illustrates the relationship between the rate of inflation and the unemployment rate. Inflation and unemployment are closely related to aggregate supply because it takes workers to produce the supply of goods, and wages tend to be one of the largest expenses for businesses. Because of this connection, whatever events lead to a shift in aggregate supply will also lead to a shift in the short-run Phillips curve. Decreases in aggregate supply shift the short-run Phillips curve to the right, and they include an increase in expected inflation, an increase in the price of oil from abroad, a negative supply shock such as damage from a hurricane, or an increase in the minimum wage. Increases in aggregate supply shift the short-run Phillips curve to the left, and they include improvements in technology across the economy, a decrease in expected inflation, a decrease in the price of oil from abroad, or a positive supply shock. For example, when aggregate supply goes up because minimum wages went down. Imagine with me that 5 years ago, Bob's lowrider lawn service started out the year mowing 100 lawns per week. Now, most of the time, let's say Bob needs 10 workers to accomplish this task. They spend their days mowing small lawns and big lawns and medium-sized lawns. While they mow, they listen to music on their MePods and listen to podcasts about the principles of effective lawn mowing. I've heard that occasionally Bob has to talk with 1 or 2 of the workers because he catches them texting while mowing. Now the economy falls into recession, and Silo begins to feel the effects. Some of Bob's customers decide to cut their budgets and cut their own lawns personally. So they call up Bob and cancel their lawn service. As a result, Bob is only mowing 75 lawns instead of 100. Responding to a slower economic climate, Bob decides to lay off 3 of his workers so that he has fewer than his usual 10 workers. He also decides to lower the price of his service in order to attract new customers. When businesses across the economy do the same thing, unemployment rises above its natural rate. At this point in time, we find that the unemployment rate is high and prices, or inflation, are low. Economists call the relationship between inflation and unemployment the Phillips curve. As you can see, unemployment moved up and prices moved down. There's a definite trade-off between unemployment and inflation, at least in the short run. The scenario I've just talked about is what happens to economies in the short run, and it can be illustrated as movement along the Phillips curve in the downward direction, from point A to point B. Economists call it moving down the Phillips curve. Here's how economists would describe it. When aggregate demand falls, the economy settles at a new macroeconomic equilibrium at a lower price and lower level of output. Firms respond by laying off workers, so unemployment rises above its natural rate. This corresponds to a movement down the Phillips curve, as you can see here. Let's look at things from the opposite point of view. Imagine with me that this year, Bob's lowrider lawn service begins the year mowing 100 lawns per week. Most of the time, let's say Bob needs 10 workers to accomplish this task. Shortly thereafter, the economy is expanding rapidly. Bob's workforce is very busy, not sending texts, but mowing lawns. Because of the strong economy, Bob hires 5 more workers, and unemployment goes down. He now is able to mow 150 lawns per week instead of 100. Since there is extra demand in the economy, this leads to higher prices. Here we can see the trade-off between unemployment and inflation again in the short run. When unemployment falls, inflation rises. This short-run event is illustrated as movement along the Phillips curve in the upward direction, from point A to point B. Economists would say it this way. When aggregate demand increases, the economy settles at a new macroeconomic equilibrium, which is at a higher price level, a lower level of unemployment, and a higher level of output. This corresponds to movement up the Phillips curve. All right, let's review. Economists call the relationship between inflation and unemployment the Phillips curve. When aggregate demand falls, the economy settles at a new macroeconomic equilibrium at a lower price level and a lower level of output. Firms respond by laying off workers, so unemployment rises above its natural rate. When unemployment rises, inflation tends to go down. This short-run event corresponds to a movement down the Phillips curve. When aggregate demand rises, on the other hand, the economy settles at a new macroeconomic equilibrium at a higher price and a higher level of output. Firms respond by hiring workers, so unemployment falls below its natural rate. When unemployment falls, inflation tends to rise. This short-run event is illustrated as movement along the Phillips curve in the upward direction, from point A to point B. In the United States, President Richard Nixon had come to office in 1968 with a pledge to bring down inflation, which was between 4 and 5%, higher than it had been since 1951. His economic advisors, using the knowledge that they had at the time, told him that if the government pursued policies that slowed the economy, then inflation would go down and unemployment, which was already low, would move back up a little bit. Shortly thereafter, the government changed its fiscal policy by reducing government spending in an effort to cool the economy. Unfortunately, things didn't turn out the way that they predicted. The president and his advisors were shocked when unemployment rose and inflation rose from 4.8 to 5.3%. Not only did these events catch the president and major economists off guard, they stirred up a great debate in the field of macroeconomics that led to some major advances in how economists model the growth in the economy. So what was going on during this time? For the rest of this lesson, we'll find out. First, let's take a historical look at what led to the economic thinking of that time. In 1958, when A.W.H. Phillips released a study of wages in the United Kingdom, he found that there was an inverse relationship between inflation and unemployment. In other words, when unemployment was high, inflation was low. and when unemployment was low, inflation rose rapidly. Economists call this the Phillips curve. The Phillips curve illustrates the relationship between the rate of inflation and the unemployment rate. The Phillips curve tells us that it may not be possible for an economy to achieve both of the goals of low inflation and low unemployment at the same time. In the U.S. economy of the 1960s, it appeared that there was a definite trade-off between the two. It appeared that the government leaders had succeeded in lowering the unemployment rate, but only at the expense of higher inflation. Soon after this discovery, economists began estimating what the Phillips curve would be for most other countries, and this theory became widely accepted and taught in major universities across the world. While the Phillips curve held true throughout the entire decade of the 1960s, it fell apart in the early 1970s. Go with me to the town of Silo for some more specific examples from everyday life and see the Phillips curve in action. When Bob's lowrider lawn service feels the effects of an expanding economy, they hire additional employees and raise prices in order to meet the additional demand. When Bob's business feels the pains of a slowing economy, they lay workers off and lower prices in order to adjust to less demand. This is why prices across the economy tend to be higher when unemployment is low and lower when unemployment is high. This is the Phillips curve in action. But while this relationship holds in the short run, it falls apart in the long run. So let's explore what happens to inflation and unemployment in the long run. First from the standpoint of an expanding economy, and then from the standpoint of a recessionary economy. When the economy is expanding, that means consumers are buying more goods and services, including Bob's lawn service. Bob has hired new employees like other businesses across the economy, so prices are higher and unemployment is lower than usual in the short run. Let's say he has 15 workers and he can mow 150 lawns per week. When businesses like Bob's hire new workers all across the economy, a shortage of workers develops. Not only that, but the workers figure out that prices for goods and services have gone up, and they start demanding higher wages. All of a sudden, Bob gets a voicemail from Jerry saying he can't pay his bills and he needs a raise. Then he gets a text message from Doug saying he wants a raise from $10 per hour to $12 per hour, or he's long gone. Pretty soon, all his employees get wise and start asking for a raise. Now he has to raise the wages he pays to everyone just to keep them from leaving to work for Jimbo's lawn company down the road, who has slightly better seats on their mowers. These added costs lower Bob's profit and influence him to lay off 5 workers in order to maintain his profit margin. Now instead of 15 workers, Bob only has 10 workers and can only mow 100 lawns per week. Let's look at how economists view this series of events. When economic output rises, businesses expand to meet higher demand by hiring additional workers. Prices also go up because of this new demand. The unemployment rate temporarily falls below the natural rate. This can be illustrated as movement up the Phillips curve, shown here as moving from point A to point B. Eventually, however, a shortage of workers develops and workers begin to demand higher wages. When businesses are forced to pay higher wages, what they do instead is they lay off workers to protect their profit margins. And that means that the unemployment rate rises back to its natural rate. While economists illustrate an increase in demand as movement along the short-run Phillips curve, they illustrate this long-run scenario we just talked about as a shift of the entire short-run Phillips curve toward the natural rate of unemployment. On the graph, this is shown by moving from point B to point C. Now let's look at things from the opposite point of view. When the economy is in recession, this means that consumers are buying fewer goods and services, including Bob's lawn service. Responding to lower demand, businesses like Bob's lay off workers all across the economy and prices go down. Instead of 10 workers, Bob now has 7 workers, let's say, which means that in this example he can only mow 75 lawns instead of 100. While unemployment is higher in the short term, in the long run, things change. Let's look at Bob's business and see how this process unfolds. When unemployment builds up, eventually a surplus of workers develops, and this puts downward pressure on wages. At Bob's lowrider lawn service, Doug, Jerry, and James have all applied to work for Bob, and they're all competing for the same position, riding a commercial lawnmower. On Tuesday, let's say, Bob receives a gift package delivered to his house with 2 bottles of his favorite barbecue sauce. On the card, it says, "Your friend forever, Doug." On Wednesday, Bob opens his mailbox after a hard day at work and finds he is now getting issues of Sports Illustrated courtesy of Jerry. The next day, Bob finds a gift certificate from Outrageous Bodacious Chicken Wings on top of his mower when he starts work. These workers really want this job. When workers compete with each other for the same jobs, they start accepting lower wages, which means eventually Bob can pay his workers less as this trend filters through the economy. The bright side of the lower wages, for Bob at least, is that he can lower the price of his lawn service from, say, $25 to $20 per cut, and this attracts 25 new customers. These new lawn service customers make it necessary for Bob to hire back the employees he had previously fired. Now Bob is mowing 100 lawns per week again. So let's look at how economists view this series of events. When economic output falls, unemployment temporarily rises above the natural rate, and the price level goes down. Eventually, a surplus of workers develops, which leads to lower wages as workers start accepting lower pay. Businesses find they can lower prices to attract new sales and are able to increase hiring. This causes unemployment to move back to its natural rate in the long run. Here's what it looks like. Economists illustrate a decrease in demand as movement down the short-run Phillips curve, shown here as moving from point A to point B. They illustrate this long-run scenario we just talked about as a shift of the entire short-run Phillips curve toward the natural rate of unemployment. On the graph, this is shown by moving from point B to point C. A stronger economy led to lower unemployment in the short run, but unemployment eventually returned to its natural rate and wages and prices were higher. On the other hand, a weaker economy led to higher unemployment in the short run, but unemployment eventually returned to its natural rate and wages and prices were lower. While there is a definite trade-off between unemployment and inflation in the short run, in the long run there is no such trade-off. Because unemployment always returns to its natural rate in the long run Phillips curve is vertical at the natural rate of unemployment. You can see this vertical line here on the graph. This is called the long-run Phillips curve, and it's drawn on the graph at what economists also call the natural rate of unemployment. The natural rate of unemployment is the rate of unemployment at which inflation does not increase or decrease. In other words, the price level in the economy is stable when unemployment is at a certain level. This natural rate is the tipping point, or the threshold between these two scenarios, and it's when inflation is stable. Why is it a tipping point? Because this is when actual inflation is equal to expected inflation. What do I mean by that? It's when workers and businesses are not expecting higher inflation. They are expecting inflation this year to be the same as last year. But when inflation expectations are rising or they're falling, the short-run Phillips curve shifts. The pattern of the short-run Phillips curve held true throughout the entire decade of the 1960s. However, it fell apart in the early 1970s when inflation expectations began to change. So this is the lesson that economists learned in the early 1970s. Expectations about the future inflation rate were the missing link in the original Phillips curve theory. Workers will change their expectations when they encounter higher or lower inflation, and when they do, the unemployment rate will return to its natural rate. The long-run Phillips curve is therefore vertical. So let's review. The Phillips curve illustrates the relationship between the rate of inflation and the unemployment rate. When economic output falls, unemployment temporarily rises above the natural rate and the price level goes down. This is the inverse relationship between unemployment and prices that economists call the short-run Phillips curve. Eventually, though, a surplus of workers develops, which leads to lower wages as workers start accepting lower pay. Business is fine. They can lower prices to attract new sales and are able to increase hiring. This causes unemployment to move back to its natural rate in the long run. This process also works in reverse. When economic output rises, businesses expand to meet higher demand by hiring additional workers. Prices also go up because of this new demand, and the unemployment rate falls below the natural rate temporarily. Well, eventually a shortage of workers develops, and workers begin to demand higher wages. When businesses are forced to pay higher wages, they instead lay off workers to protect their profit margins, and the unemployment rate rises back to its natural rate. Although there is a trade-off between unemployment and inflation in the short run, there isn't one in the long run. Workers will change their expectations when they encounter higher or lower inflation, and when they do, the unemployment rate will return to its natural rate. The short-run Phillips curve is therefore downward sloping, while the long-run Phillips curve is vertical.
High rates of prolonged employment or high rates of inflation can cause problems for any economy. In fact, sometimes an economy can be plagued with both at the same time. Let's take a quick look at the key terms and concepts we'll be using in our analysis of unemployment, inflation, and the relationship between them. Inflation is simply the rate at which the general level of prices for goods and services are increasing over a period of time. Inflation makes dollars worth less because it takes more money to buy the same thing you bought in the past. For example, if inflation over the past year was 2%, it will take you an extra 2 cents to buy the same thing you bought a year ago for $1. It may not seem like much, but think about spending $200,000 on a house, and those pennies can add up quickly. We calculate the unemployment rate by determining what percentage of people in the labor force is not currently working. If you are not working and not looking for work, you are not in the labor force and are not counted as being unemployed. The relationship between unemployment and inflation is not static. It cycles through different phases. Economists refer to this process as the inflation-unemployment cycle. We'll start with the Phillips phase of the inflation-unemployment cycle. Here we see the standard relationship illustrated by the Phillips curve, named after A.W. Phillips, a 20th century economist who analyzed the relationship between inflation and unemployment. In a nutshell, the Phillips curve demonstrates that there is an inverse, i.e., negative relationship between unemployment and inflation. In other words, in the short term, as the rate of unemployment goes down, the rate of inflation will go up. This discovery has given policymakers a tool to deal with unemployment, but there is a trade-off. Governments can decrease unemployment through monetary policy, i.e., changing the supply of money, and fiscal policy, taxing and spending, if it's willing to accept an increase in inflation. The clockwork-like relationship depicted by the Phillips curve fell apart with the stagflation of the 1970s. Stagflation is a nasty economic situation where the rates of unemployment and inflation are high and economic growth is anemic. This caused economists to dig deeper into the relationship between inflation and unemployment and brings us to the next phase of the cycle, the stagflation phase. The stagflation phase is marked by both high inflation and increasing unemployment. Eventually, an economy will recover from stagflation, which brings up the next phase in the employment-inflation cycle. In the recovery phase, the rates of inflation and unemployment go down, which is the inverse of the stagflation phase. Sooner or later, the recovery phase will slip into the Phillips phase again. We can depict the inflation-unemployment cycle as you can see from the graph on screen. Let's review what we've learned. Two important factors in an economy are its unemployment rate and its inflation rate. The unemployment rate is the percentage of the labor force that is unemployed, while the inflation rate is the degree to which the general price level for goods and services has increased over a specific period of time. A relationship exists between the rates of unemployment and inflation. The Phillips curve shows a negative relationship between the rate of unemployment and inflation. As unemployment decreases, inflation tends to increase. However, the relationship is more complex than the Phillips curve lets on. The relationship between inflation and unemployment goes through different phases, called the inflation-unemployment cycle. During the Phillips phase, the negative relationship between inflation and employment, depicted in the Phillips curve, holds true. The Phillips phase is followed by the stagflation phase, where both the unemployment rate and the inflation rate rise at the same time, a phenomenon that occurred in the 1970s. Finally, in the recovery phase, both the rate of unemployment and inflation decline.